Be gentle. The bed's about to collapse. Chen Hao heard a woman's voice. Opening his eyes, he saw a woman standing in front of him. He had one hand resting on her back. He froze. Looking around, he found himself in a mud brick house, no decent furniture, everything old and worn out. The wooden door was uneven and patched, with an old calendar nailed behind it. September 1975. Lying in a hospice room reserved for the wealthy, burdened with endless regret, he had exhaled his last breath only to find himself reborn. His throat tightened as familiar memories surged. Staring at the woman before him, he whispered shakily, "Honey, are you okay?" The woman standing in front of him was his wife, Tong Qian. Tall and graceful, with long black hair and a figure that turned heads, she was known as the most beautiful girl for miles around. A city-born, educated youth sent down during the 1960s. Many young men had admired her from afar, but dared not approach. It was Chen Hao who helped her with chores and showed some concern and eventually won her over. Young girls were easy to win back then. On their wedding night, he had been even more stunned, porcelain-like fair skin, smooth as jade, lips like painted vermilion. Everything about her was pale and delicate. "You actually care now?" Tong Qian turned around, looking at him coldly. She didn't believe his concern was genuine. This man was a beast. In broad daylight, he dragged her into the room again. This wasn't the first time. Every time she thought about it, shame and anger boiled inside her. She was human, not an animal. Animals mated any time, not people. And every time she resisted, she got beaten. He never cared about the family. She had long since given up on him. This time, though, he stopped after only half an hour. After fixing her clothes, Tong Qian opened the door and waved outside. Two little girls ran in. The older was 6, the younger just 3. "Nini, Xiaoduo." Chen Hao couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down his face as he reached out. "Come here, Daddy missed you so much." These were his 2 daughters, the elder named Chen Near, the younger Chen Xiaoduo. Seeing them alive again overwhelmed him with joy. In his past life, on a snowy winter day that same year, Tong Qian had taken both daughters and drowned herself in the river. The elder strapped to her back, the younger held tightly in her arms. All 3 had ropes tied around them, knotted tightly. When they were fished out, the 3 huddled together, heads leaning on each other. Even in death, mother and daughter stayed close. "I'm taking the girls with me. You never cared about their lives anyway. Having you as a father is their misfortune. If there's a next life, I never want to meet you again. If you still have a shred of conscience, bury us all together. It's getting cold, line the grave with extra straw. I don't want them to freeze." After they were gone, Chen Hao found a letter left by Tong Qian. She arranged her final affairs without mentioning him, unwilling to call him husband, even refusing to write his name. That moment pierced his heart like 1,000 arrows. Regret consumed him. What came too easily was never cherished. Only when lost did one realize its true value. Kneeling before their graves, he slapped himself mercilessly. But the dead could not return. He lived with grief for decades. Now, heaven had finally heard his cries, giving him a second chance. "Nini, Xiaoduo, it's Daddy," he whispered softly, reaching toward them. But both girls ran straight to Tong Qian, clinging tightly to her pants. There was no joy in their eyes, only fear. "What are you plotting now, Chen Hao?" Tong Qian shielded her daughters, hatred burning in her voice. "Are you trying to give them away again? Don't you have any humanity left? They're your daughters. Even animals protect their young. You're worse than an animal." Her eyes glared at him furiously, her body trembling, teeth clenched tightly. What more did she have to do to make this man care for his family? "Are you really going to drive us 3 to our deaths again?" Blood dripped from her bitten lip. Her voice cracked with rage. 4 yuan and 2 Gina brown sugar. She hadn't married him. And yet because she gave birth to 2 daughters instead of son, he beat her, cursed her. He stopped earning work points, ignored the household, idled away days, and spent whatever money he had. When he had none left, he borrowed and even considered selling the girls. Selling them, that's what he meant by giving them away. "You're right," Chen Hao nodded. "I am worse than an animal. I was wrong. I failed you both, you and the girls. It'll change. He'll make sure you 3 live well." Tong Qian stared at him in disbelief. This beast actually admitted fault? Promised to take care of them? "Dogs can't stop eating shit," she muttered bitterly. "So why should I believe you?" Too many disappointments had piled up. Year after year of hope, of telling herself things would get better, only led to exhaustion. "Maybe dogs can't change, but I can," Chen Hao replied. "I was wrong before not cherishing such a beautiful wife. My 2 daughters inherited your looks. They're lovely. They'll become the pillar of this family. They'll support all of you." He spoke again, voice sincere. Not even angry at being called a dog, only reaffirming his determination to carry the weight of this family. Tong Qian looked at him. Could he really change? Finally learn to care for her, for their daughters? Mommy, I want to go see the sun, Nini suddenly said, running outside. A moment later, she rushed back in. Mommy, the sun is in the west. Is he lying? The child had actually gone to check where the sun was rising from. Chen Hao's sudden change, she noticed it too. It's afternoon now, so the sun is naturally in the west, Chen Hao explained gently. In the morning, it rises in the east. Don't worry, Daddy will take care of you from now on. He reached out to touch Nini's head, but she flinched and backed away. Too long without love. Too sudden, its return, she feared it. He turned to the younger daughter. Before he could say anything, Xiaoduo pulled her head back shyly and declared solemnly, I want to go see the sun too. At just 3 years old, she mimicked what she saw. Ill-cooked dinner, Chen Hao said. He knew healing wouldn't come quickly, but having the chance to make up for his mistakes, that alone made him grateful. How many people carried regrets without ever getting a second chance? Heaven had shown him mercy. Chapter 2. Let him cook from now on, listening to the sounds emanating from the kitchen. Tong Qian's battered heart felt as though it had been anointed with a soothing balm, offering her a modicum of solace. It seemed her husband truly understood her suffering. Ever since the birth of their eldest daughter, he had not lifted a finger to cook. Yet today he had taken the initiative to ignite the flames and prepare a meal. Embracing her 2 daughters, she found herself filled with hope for the future. In just half an hour, Chen Hao brought the modest meal to the small wooden table, humble fare consisting merely of a single cabbage and a bowl of rice. The aroma wafted through the air. Oh, rice. It has been ages since we last had rice. It's always been congee, which hardly satisfies hunger. The 2 little ones were overjoyed. However, upon seeing the rice and the glistening cabbage, Tong Qian felt a wave of dread wash over her, her complexion paling. In a state of panic, she rushed to the kitchen to inspect the rice jar and discovered it completely empty, as well as the oil container. You used up all the oil and rice. She questioned Chen Hao, her voice tinged with tears. Despite having witnessed the reality, disbelief lingered in her heart. There was hardly any oil left, and cabbage must be sautéed in lard to be flavorful. Next time, remember to procure some lard. Chen Hao placed a generous bowl of rice before Tong Qian. Eat well. Rice will keep you full. In the harsh conditions of the 1970s, with scarce provisions and insufficient oil, a strong laborer could consume nearly a pound of rice in one meal. Some, after a day of hard work, could even devour 2 pounds of rice in a single sitting. Congee truly did little to satiate hunger. Am I unaware that congee fails to fill me? Tong Qian lamented. Heartbroken. Why is life so arduous? The grain we have is dwindling, and you have cooked all the rice. The oil is gone. And I thought we could stretch it out for a few more days. Tears streamed down her face. What will we do tomorrow? Will the entire family be left to fend for themselves? This life offers no glimmer of hope, she sighed. Do not worry, I have a plan. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally find its way. Can living beings truly be suffocated by their own urine? Chen Hao replied, focus on enjoying your meal. In the future, we will not only have rice, but also dumplings. At the mere mention of dumplings, the eyes of the 2 girls sparkled with delight. Dumplings were a rarity, typically reserved for the new year, with months passing without any meat in their diet. You do not manage the household, so you speak without understanding. Tong Qian retorted. Even the captain's family does not often indulge in dumplings. She remained skeptical. The family's circumstances were dire, and daily access to plain rice was a luxury. Do not fret about food. I assure you I have a solution. Chen Hao placed chopsticks in Tong Qian's hands. Seeing Chen Hao's earnest determination, Tong Qian felt a flicker of hope, albeit tentative, as long as he was willing to shoulder the responsibilities of the household. Her heart felt somewhat lighter, though she held no expectations for dumplings. Eat more vegetables, Chen Hao urged, as he served her some greens. He also offered the 2 little ones some cabbage, pouring the oily cabbage broth over their rice, which they mixed in with eagerness. Delicious. Mommy, let him cook from now on, exclaimed the youngest, Chen Xiaoduo, her mouth smeared with rice. At merely 3 years old, she was already adept at using chopsticks. And with just a bit of oil on the cabbage, she was completely satisfied. After the meal, Chen Hao took it upon himself to wash the dishes. Once again, the kitchen was tidied up, and I ventured to the doorstep to split the stacked logs for firewood. Mother, will the sun rise from the west tomorrow? Chen Hao inquired, her voice laced with trepidation. I fear that when I awaken, he may revert to being that dreadful father. Tong Qian chose not to respond to Ni's question, for she too was uncertain whether Chen Hao would relapse into his former self. The daughter yearned for a responsible father, while as a wife, she longed for a man of stature, someone who could bear the weight of their family. Their household was in disarray, burdened with debts to the production team. All she hoped for was to repay these debts swiftly, so her husband could take care of the family and earn a decent share of work points. With no electricity in the home, the kerosene lamp was seldom lit, and as darkness descended, they washed up briefly before retiring for the night. Their bed was a makeshift arrangement of bricks at both ends, with 2 wooden planks laid across, lacking even a cotton mattress. It was merely covered with neatly arranged straw and an old cloth. The blanket was thin and insufficient. The family squeezed onto this humble bed, with the 2 children nestled against the earthen wall, Tong Qian in the middle, and Chen Hao on the outermost edge. "You must rise early tomorrow and work diligently to earn your points," Tong Qian whispered once the children had drifted into slumber. "You are a strong laborer, with a base of 10 points, yet you fail to work earnestly, only managing to earn 3 points daily, summing up to a mere 1,000 points a year. If you committed to your work, our lives could improve." It was the negligence of the man that had led to their financial woes, compelling them to borrow money from the team, resulting in their current plight. By September, they had run out of provisions, unable to spare even a penny. "1 work point is worth only 5 cents, Chen Hao retorted. "Even with 3,000 points, that's only around 150 yuan. How can that suffice?" The production team offered little in terms of side jobs, and cash flow was scant, rendering work points virtually worthless. "You lament about an annual income of 150 yuan. Yet our family has fallen into disarray," Tong Qian replied. "But I too can earn some points." Her tone carried a hint of desperation. "If you work diligently, we can improve our situation, yes? Concerning the household, I will devise ways to earn money," Chen Hao assured her. "Rest easy. I will surely acquire funds to provide for you and the children, ensuring that you have meat for every meal and perhaps even a television for the home." "Meat for every meal? A television?" Tong Qian was incredulous. Their rice jar was nearly empty, oil was non-existent, and they had no electricity or savings to speak of. How could they afford a television? Lying in bed, Chen Hao remained awake, pondering how to procure money and chart a course for the future. After much contemplation, clarity began to emerge, yet drowsiness soon enveloped him. Instead of succumbing to sleep, he rose to fetch 2 ladles of water, gulping them down before returning to bed. He pulled the blanket over his wife and daughters, turning to his side to sleep. In the early hours, before the roosters crowed, Chen Hao was roused by the pressing urge to relieve himself. He stealthily got up, dressed, and stepped outside to relieve himself, then picked up a urea bag and quietly exited the door. Behind the village lay a stretch of woodland where the production team would occasionally harvest timber for sale, and on rare occasions they might catch wild chickens, rabbits, or even wild boar to enhance the team's rations. However, the forest held other rare treasures. In the present month of September, the wild fungus flourishes vigorously, while others remain oblivious to its worth. Chen Hao, however, is well aware. Cabbage fetches a mere 2 cents per pound, and pork merely 70 cents, yet a pound of fungus can be sold for 8 yuan. Chen Hao mused. This is merely the plant price. If sold privately, some would pay as much as 10 yuan per pound. It is a mountain delicacy, highly coveted by city dwellers. Venturing into the forest, he had not walked far before discovering a wooden stump surrounded by mushrooms, fresh and tender. Chapter 3. Let us return home to make dumplings. Under the moonlight, Chen Hao harvested them all, estimating he had about half a kilogram, worth 5 yuan. The outer mushrooms were so fresh, the inner ones even more enticing. Chen Hao delved deeper, continually gathering. Eventually, he collected nearly 10 kilograms of fresh mushrooms before turning back from the forest. Instead of returning to the village, he took a small path towards the county seat, where there were more affluent individuals, and without acquaintances, the mushrooms would sell more easily, although individual businesses were prohibited. Many operated clandestinely. As long as they remained discreet, generally, there were no repercussions. As dawn broke, at home, Tong Qian and her 2 daughters had awakened. "Where is he?" Chen An'er inquired. She glanced around the room, and then dashed outside, searching for Chen Hao, but her little face was filled with panic and confusion. "Mom, he made us dinner just yesterday. How could he just disappear?" Chen An'er's expression immediately fell, and she cried, "Is it because I didn't call him Dad yesterday? Is he angry and has left me?" Without waiting for Tong Qian to respond, she burst out the door, shouting, "Dad, please don't be angry anymore. And I calls you Dad and lets you pat her head." She believed this was the reason for Chen Hao's absence, feeling guilty and running about like a headless chicken. "Father must have gone to work. Let us check the rice drying yard," Tong Qian reassured her. The rice drying yard was an open space in the village center where rice was dried during harvest season, and workers would gather there for assignments. However, the team leader typically summoned everyone with a gong, and it was not yet time to start work. Would her husband go there early? She felt uncertain. The family made their way to the rice drying yard. Such a beautiful daughter-in-law, yet her husband is so inept. Poor children. She is lovely, but her eyes are blind. Having taken a fancy to Chen Hao, the rice drying yard was already populated with some people. Upon seeing Tong Qian and her daughters approach, they murmured softly. Tong Qian scanned the crowd, but did not catch sight of Chen Hao. Her heart sank to the depths, yet she clung to a thread of hope. Has anyone seen my husband? Chen Hao has vanished again. He always dawdles when it's time to work. Why does he enjoy lingering so? A woman inquired. Others shook their heads, already aware of Chen Hao's lackadaisical nature. It would indeed be a rarity if he were to work diligently. He must have gone to borrow money from another production team, one person declared confidently. This individual was Chen Dagong. He gazed at Tong Qian, lamenting the dire state of her household, where a woman struggles to care for two daughters while Chen Hao remains ineffectual. How could they possibly survive? Perhaps she should consider leaving Chen Hao for him. He would not mind, but she must bear him a son. He had long harbored a desire for Tong Qian. How could an incompetent man like Chen Hao secure such a beautiful wife, while he himself remained single? It was infuriating. What qualities did Chen Hao possess that he did not? He should take a good look at himself in the mirror. Tong Qian was no pushover. If she truly wanted to find a husband, he could assist her in selecting one from the pigpen at the commune. If her own man was unreliable, she needed to adopt a firmer stance to avoid being taken advantage of. Dealing with such a second-rate man, who sought to take advantage of her through sweet talk and underhanded tactics, Tong Qian had never been one to tolerate disrespect. While her husband was indeed a worthless fellow, did that mean these other men were any better? They were merely coveting her body. I care for you, so why do you insult me? Chen Dagong retorted angrily. Chen Hao has run out of options and is borrowing money from outside. If he cannot repay it, he might sell you and your daughters. My father would never sell me, Chen and I exclaimed loudly. He promised to make dumplings for me. He must have gone to buy them. You are a bad person. Hit the bad person, Chen Xiaoduo shouted, picking up a twig and brandishing it. Tong Qian's face turned pale. Was her husband truly borrowing money from another production team? With debts already unpaid, how could he seek further loans? Tears welled in her eyes, her heart heavy with sorrow. All she wished for was to fill their stomachs and provide for her daughters. Why was it so difficult? If her husband truly sought to borrow more money, how could they ever repay it? Come with me. At least you won't go hungry. I will treat you well, Chen Dagong urged again. In the entire commune, none were more beautiful than Tong Qian. What a wonderful woman it would be to hold close at night. The thought alone was delightful. Does my wife need your care? Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. Chen Hao had returned, carrying a bag of urea, looking weary yet determined. He approached Tong Qian and declared his claim. This is my wife, my woman, and I will cherish her for life. Anyone who dares to pry her away will face dire consequences. With that, he wrapped an arm around Tong Qian, though coarse, it emanated a raw masculinity. His eyes fixed on Chen Dagong, silencing him instantly. He was no match for Chen Hao's strength. Where have you been? Tong Qian asked. Being embraced publicly by Chen Hao, even though he was her husband, made her feel a mixture of shyness and profound satisfaction. All she desired was a man who could protect her and care for their home. I went to buy dumplings, Chen Hao replied, glancing at their daughters. And I and Xiaoduo. Come, let's go home and make dumplings. I'm hungry. They chimed in unison, twirling around their father. As the family walked home together, many in the rice field remained bewildered. What had happened to Chen Hao? He was actually defending his wife now. His earlier words about being a good man echoed in their minds, leaving them astounded. A group of women engaged in conversation, with several newlywed brides playfully twisting about, their bodies tingling from Chen Hao's earlier romantic words. Yet, it was a pity that their own husbands could not express such eloquent sentiments. Is Chen Hao truly off to buy dumplings? Someone inquired. Do you really believe that? Chen Dagong scoffed. His family was deeply in debt to the production team. How could they afford dumplings? Even if they had money, pork required a ration ticket, as did flour. What did he possess? During the new year, the production team would slaughter a pig, allowing team members to purchase meat without tickets, but it was exceedingly difficult to obtain pork at other times, let alone making dumplings, which required even more pork. The meat available during the new year was often barely sufficient for stir-frying with vegetables, merely a token gesture of a meat dish. Others shared his skepticism. At that moment, Chen Hao's family had returned home. With work about to commence, what was the purpose of their return? Tong Qian asked. Where have you been so early? Nini woke up and didn't see you. She's quite anxious. Did I not mention it? I went to buy dumplings, Chen Hao replied, lifting the urea bag to show its contents. Chapter 4. The greatest obligation is to you. Chen Hao placed the urea bag on the ground. Chen Near quickly opened the bag and her eyes widened in astonishment. Meat. It's meat. Daddy bought meat, she exclaimed. Meat, meat. I want to eat meat. Chen Shaoduo rushed over, reaching for the meat to shove into her mouth. This child was famished and craving food. Besides the meat, the bag also contained flour and chives. Everything needed for making dumplings was indeed present. Nini, look at Shaoduo, Tong Qian gasped, rushing to close the door. She gazed incredulously at Chen Hao. Where did you procure these items? Did you truly borrow money from another production team? She had considered every possibility, but never imagined that Chen Hao had actually bought meat, flour, and chives to prepare dumplings. There was a considerable amount of meat. Approximately 3 pounds. The flour was contained in a cloth bag, and its weight was substantial, around 5 kilograms. Even during the new year, when meat was available, they had never indulged so extravagantly. Managing to secure a pound of meat was already commendable. Yet, this was not even the new year. And her husband had brought home 3 pounds of meat. I can't borrow money from our production team, so why would another team lend me any? Chen Hao stated. Let's make dumplings first. We can discuss other matters later. Chen Hao began chopping the meat while Tong Qian prepared the dough. The two children busied themselves cleaning the chives. An hour later, the dumplings were boiled, having risen to the surface 3 times, and they were ready. 4 bowls were filled and placed on the small wooden table, steaming and fragrant. Each bowl was brimming with dumplings. Wow, so many dumplings. Chen Near licked her lips, her eyes squinting in delight. They're very hot. Let them cool for a while, Tong Qian advised, as she gazed at the steaming dumplings on the small wooden table and the smiles on her daughters' faces. Tong Qian felt a surge of happiness, yet a twinge of anxiety lingered. This was excessive indulgence. 3 pounds of pork, if that money had been saved, it could have purchased a considerable amount of rice. She counted on her fingers, calculating their finances, knowing they still owed the production team 37.5 yuan. Only by repaying the debt could they feel unburdened. Ensuring that their grain bin was stocked would bring peace of mind. You always say I'm too frugal. Yet you're quite stingy yourself, aren't you? Chen Hao remarked. Isn't it just over 30 yuan? You keep bringing it up. He reassured her, rest assured. I will handle everything. As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a bulging envelope, tossing it to Tong Qian. What? Tong Qian exclaimed, puzzled. Upon opening the envelope, she inhaled sharply. It was filled with colorful currency, 1 jiao, 2 jiao, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, and even several 10 yuan notes. Where did you find all this money? She inquired, instinctively believing it to be found money. A cursory glance revealed 5 or 6 10 yuan notes alone. My goodness. She stood up, checking the door again to ensure it was securely locked. After peeking into the inner room, she felt reassured. I found it in the mountains. Chen Hao replied, testing the temperature of the dumplings. They're not too hot now. Go ahead, take small bites. The two children, already holding their chopsticks, eagerly began to eat, exclaiming how delicious it was, their hands flailing with delight. Tong Qian, distracted from eating, began counting the money. It totaled 89 yuan and 56 fun. A substantial sum for their bare home. She neatly stacked the bills back into the envelope and handed it to Chen Hao. What do you want me to do with this? He asked. You can't seriously think I picked up someone else's money? I certainly don't believe that. If it were someone else's, they would have made quite a fuss about it. This amount is significant, Tong Qian replied. You are the head of the household. This money should rightfully belong to you. Chen Hao felt a surge of mixed emotions at her earnest expression. This foolish woman. Wife, you are truly wonderful, he said, gazing at her with affection. The unexpected confession caught Tong Qian off guard, causing her cheeks to flush. After all these years of marriage and with 2 children, Chen Hao had never expressed his feelings so openly. In recent days, however, he had been showering her with sweet words. It was all so sudden, reminiscent of the intensity felt only on their wedding night. There are children present. What are you saying? She chided, feeling both shy and pleased. Yet, her heart brimmed with sweetness. You keep this money. I will earn even more in the future. Chen Hao extracted 5 yuan from the envelope and returned the rest to Tong Qian. Tong Qian was taken aback by this gesture. He had always asked her for money, but now he was willingly entrusting it to her. Her heart swelled with joy. After finishing the dumplings, however, Tong Qian's demeanor shifted. She ushered Chen Hao and the children out of the room, seeking a secret place to hide the money. No one can see it, she declared, transforming into a protective little woman. In the following days, Chen Hao ventured into the woods each night to forage for wood ear mushrooms. On the second day, He returned with 107 yuan and 31 for. The third day yielded 121 yuan and 57 fun, and the fourth day brought back 98 yuan and 35 fun. This continued for an entire week. What began as surprise and shock soon turned into a numbing routine for Tong Qian. Their savings had now surpassed 600 yuan. In the quiet of their home, she whispered, "What exactly are you doing to bring back such amounts?" Sometimes, the earnings could exceed 100 yuan, while at other times, they might only amount to several dozen. Following the initial thrill, apprehension took hold as I feared Chen Hao might engage in illicit activities. Is there not a forest behind the village? It yields wood ear mushrooms, which I harvested and sold in the county, Chen Hao remarked. Are wood ear mushrooms truly so valuable? Tong Qian expressed her astonishment. She had encountered them before and even cooked them, though their taste left much to be desired. They fetch 8 yuan per kilogram, Chen Hao explained, and that's the regulated price. When I sell them in the county without a receipt, I can get up to 10 yuan per kilogram. These are mountain delicacies. Once the market is deregulated, the price can soar to 20 or 30 yuan per kilogram. Initially, there was a significant amount of manual cultivation, and as production increased, prices fell, making them affordable for the average person. The meat, flour, and other essentials I acquired, without any receipts, were traded using wood ear mushrooms, which were in high demand. How exorbitant! Tong Qian gasped, utterly taken aback that such a common sight in the mountains could command 10 yuan per kilogram. Rare items are costly, and this one is scarce, Chen Hao noted. I've nearly exhausted the wood ear mushrooms in the forest behind the village. I must devise other means to earn money. For an entire week, Chen Hao ventured out daily, first gathering fresh mushrooms, and later, even the older ones were depleted. He earned over 600 yuan, which provided a temporary reprieve for his family. This sum is sufficient. Tong Qian expressed some disappointment but quickly smiled, adding, if we continue to work diligently, our lives will surely improve. 600 yuan was already a satisfying amount for her. You have a narrow perspective, Chen Hao admonished. This paltry sum barely fills the gaps. The house needs repairs, we must purchase a television, and our 2 children are growing. Their nutrition must keep pace. At this point, Chen Hao suddenly paused, gazing at Tong Qian. Why do you look at me like that? Tong Qian blushed under his scrutiny. I feel most indebted to you, Chen Hao confessed with deep remorse. I must buy you beautiful clothes and exquisite jewelry, transforming you into a wealthy woman. So you shall never again fret over finances. Chapter 5. Daddy, I really like you. Though reborn, allowing for the rectification of some regrets, many experiences remain irreparable. During her pregnancies with the 2 children, Tong Qian toiled with her burgeoning belly, and after giving birth, she barely rested before resuming her responsibilities both inside and outside the home. It is good that you can turn over a new leaf, Tong Qian reassured him. Everyone makes mistakes at some point. A warm glow filled her heart as she felt that the clouds had finally parted, revealing the moon. The 2 conversed indoors when a voice called from outside. Chen Hao, tomorrow is market day. Would you like to accompany me to the market? If you lack money, I can lend you a few dimes. It was Chun Dagong, who had previously lost face at the rice field and had come specifically to seek reconciliation. Market day refers to the rural trading market. On this day, numerous villagers gather in one place to engage in commerce. Homegrown fruits and vegetables, along with home-raised chickens and ducks, as well as handicrafts and surplus ration coupons for meat, oil, and fabric, are available for sale. Daddy, I want to go to the market. Chin Near, playing outside, perked up at the mention of the market. After a moment, she waved her hand and added, I won't spend any money, I just want to look. Fearing that Chen Hao might not take her along, she emphasized her desire. Her understanding nature was truly heartwarming. Tomorrow, our entire family will head to the market and buy some things, Chen Hao declared. The joy of children is remarkably simple. With their parents by their side and the occasional sweet treat to indulge in, they can remain elated for quite a while. In his previous life, he had failed to provide even this small happiness. Dad, you're so wonderful. I really like you, Chen Hao exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and throwing her arms around Chen Hao. I want a hug too, Chen Xiaoduo chimed in, rushing over to cling to Chen Hao's other leg. Can your family afford to buy things? Chen Degang scoffed. At your age, being this poor is quite a feat if I were you. I would be too embarrassed to go to the market. Not only would I be humiliated, but my 2 children would suffer alongside me. There are so many things to see, yet we cannot afford any of them. He approached solely to taunt Chen Hao, not expecting him to genuinely intend to go to the market with his family. In such poverty, what is the point of going to the market? Chen Degang remarked with a chuckle. I must mention this to others. It's quite a rarity for Chen Hao to take his wife and 2 daughters to the market. It hasn't happened in years. Chen Hao paid him no mind. Recognizing their disparity in status, Ni, accompanied by Xiao Duo, sought out other children in the village to play with, continuously boasting, "Daddy is taking me to the market." "Is your daddy taking you too?" Consequently, other little ones joined in, clamoring to go to the market, running about the village. The movement of people was severely restricted. Whenever a stranger appeared, countless eyes would be watching. However, the children could play freely in the village without worry. Chen Hao squatted at his doorstep, gazing at a small vegetable garden before him. This garden, a plot of private land, measured just 2 mu, or approximately 133 square meters, with half planted in cabbage and the other half in radishes. In the corner by the dirt embankment, some loofahs were thriving as well. Most of the farmland belonged to the collective, with harvested grains allocated for public distribution, state purchases, and collective retention, leaving only a small share for the individual members. Each household typically had around 2 mu of private land, where they could decide what to cultivate. The profits from this portion could supplement their household expenses. "Should we sell some cabbage at the market tomorrow?" Tong Qian approached. "A pound of cabbage only fetches 2 cents. What profit can be made from that?" Chen Hao shook his head. Cheap produce harms the farmers. This was especially true during the planned economy era. "Then why are you fixated on these cabbages?" Tong Qian asked. Puzzled, she couldn't comprehend what he found so captivating, as he had been staring at them for quite some time. "I intend to uproot these cabbages," Chen Hao replied. "Stop talking nonsense. You're not a pig. Why would you uproot cabbages?" Tong Qian shot him a glare, dismissing it as a jest. Yet, Chen Hao was not jesting. He indeed planned to uproot both the cabbages and radishes, intending to utilize this plot of private land. The limitations of individual economy were severe, but there were still ways to make use of this personal space. The price of wood ear mushrooms is notably high, primarily due to their scarcity rather than their wild origin. It was not until the 1990s, when large-scale cultivation of wood ear mushrooms began, that their prices started to decline. Conversely, vegetables such as cabbage, cucumber, and tomato, when unavailable in the market yet provided by one's own garden, will see a rise in price. Vegetables grown in one's own plot can be sold openly, yielding profit without the risk of being accused of speculation. The 2 children were unusually excited that night, taking longer than usual to fall asleep, and the following morning, the family rose early. "I will prepare some porridge. After eating, we can head to the market," suggested Tong Qian. "Let us go to the market for breakfast." Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. "With a little money, you're just going to waste it." Tong Qian muttered, yet she did not oppose him. Deep down, she felt a sense of joy at his assertiveness. The family of 4 locked their door and set off for the market. Along the way, they encountered many villagers, some even from the same production team. But they did not run into Chindagon. The market was 5 li away, and as they arrived, they were greeted by a bustling crowd, a veritable sea of people. Residents from the entire commune, and even from neighboring communes in the county, flocked to the market. "Would you like some baked pancakes?" An elderly man approached, speaking in hushed tones while scanning the surroundings. He carried a bamboo basket covered with coarse cloth. Trading in grains and oils, including their products, was prohibited at the market. Yet some individuals still engaged in clandestine sales. "I'll take 4, Chen Hao replied. "All right, they're still warm. Total is 4 mao." The old man lifted the cloth to reveal 4 pancakes, which Chen Hao paid for. The old man happily accepted the money, covered the basket again, and moved on. "That's too expensive. A pound of flour costs only 1.8 fun and can make 8 pancakes. At this price, one could earn over 6 mao from a pound of flour," Tong Qian remarked, feeling it was overpriced. Calculating the profit margin, it was indeed substantial, 700 gross profit. Normally, a pancake would only cost 2 or 3 fin, but the risk of selling without a ticket at the market was considerable. If caught, fines could be light, but serious offenses could lead to imprisonment, hence the exorbitant profits. "Listen to me today. Don't hesitate to spend money," Chen Hao insisted firmly. In the past, Tong Qian disliked his assertiveness, but today she felt delighted by it. Holding the hand of their eldest, Tong Qian and Chen Hao, carrying the youngest, sought out those selling tickets secretly, purchasing meat tickets, cloth tickets, and other necessary supplies. The sellers of these tickets comprised various individuals, including ordinary citizens from both the village and the city, as well as ticket speculators. Typically unseen, they all emerged during market days, with their tickets in hand. The family visited the supply and marketing cooperative to acquire some cloth and miscellaneous items before finally heading home. Many villagers had already returned, gathering at the village entrance. and Chen Dagong was among them, not hurrying home. "What good things did you bring back from the market?" a villager inquired. "We bought some meat," came the reply. Chen Dagong lifted the meat he held, tied with dry straw, unwrapped and glistening in the light. It must weigh at least half a kilogram. And this was still before the new year, quite a substantial amount of meat to carry. An elderly woman expressed her envy, noting that such a quantity was indeed rare in the village, indicating that life was treating them well. The entire village had come to the market. Yet few had purchased meat. Not only meat, I had also acquired a foot of cloth, and Chen Dagong produced another foot of fabric. He glanced around, asking if anyone had seen Chen Hao. Chapter 6. 10 buckets, 3 yuan each. Chen Dagong had filled his belly with rice porridge before heading to the market. The crowd was thick, and he did not encounter Chen Hao, which disappointed him. He wished to flaunt his half-kilogram of pork and foot of cloth before him to feel at ease. Thus, he lingered at the village entrance, inquiring about Chen Hao's whereabouts. Surely, he must have gone to the market. Indeed, early that morning, he had seen Chen Hao's family heading towards the market. I spotted them in line at the market, gathering cloth. Others had seen Chen Hao's family as well. However, Chen Dagong was skeptical. His family was impoverished. How could they afford cloth? They likely did not even possess a single cloth ticket. Even if they had the money, they could not purchase fabric. He was convinced that the villagers had mistaken someone else for Chen Hao, or perhaps Chen Hao was merely there to observe. He settled down at the village entrance, chatting with others while waiting for Chen Hao's family to return. What a fine girl Tong Qian is, a city child turned youth worker, yet her family endures such hardship. One person sighed. If only she had chosen Dagong, life would surely be easier. Dagong is an excellent worker, diligent regardless of the weather. Others in the village nodded in agreement. Each day, he earned a full 10 work points without fail, and during busy farming seasons, he could achieve 12. On market days, work was less pressing, and many gathered at the village entrance to chat. It was a chance to rest and to see what others had purchased. A small pleasure even if they could not afford it themselves. Hearing the praise directed at him, Chen Dagong felt a swell of happiness, his smile nearly breaking free. "We're all from the same production team, and Chen Hao is of a similar age to me. I truly do not wish to criticize him. It is unkind to speak ill behind someone's back," Chen Dagong remarked. "Yet, if I remain silent, my conscience cannot bear it." His lack of diligence at work casts a negative light, tarnishing the reputation of our Hongqi production team. He is neither ill nor frail, with arms and legs. Yet he has become a burden. If others emulate his example, how can we sustain production? After sitting at the village entrance for over half an hour, his arm grew weary from holding the meat, but at last, he spotted Chen Hao's family returning. A family of 4, each carrying something in hand. Chen Hao bore a bamboo basket seemingly filled with items, while Tong Qian held a tin bucket. The 2 children each clutched a candied hawthorn stick. Chen Hao's family had returned, and someone rose, their arms laden with what appeared to be numerous purchases. Chen Dagong suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the approaching family of Chen Hao. His expression was far from pleasant. He had presumed that this family was merely seeking some amusement and would return empty-handed, yet to his surprise, it appeared they had purchased quite a few items. To illustrate, the iron bucket held by Tong Qian cost 3 yuan, an indulgence typically reserved for urban dwellers, while most rural households relied on wooden buckets. "Did you procure that iron bucket at the market?" a villager inquired as the family reached the village entrance. "Indeed, it was purchased at the market for 3 yuan. I was against it, but my husband insisted, claiming it would be more convenient for watering," Tong Qian replied. In their household, buckets were essential for fetching water and irrigating their private plots. The iron bucket was not only aesthetically pleasing and sturdy, but also lighter than its wooden counterpart. "Your husband is quite considerate," the villager praised. A number of onlookers gathered, eager to examine the iron bucket. "Is that soap inside?" a young wife exclaimed upon spotting the contents within. The bucket contained a bar of soap and a packet of matches. Soap, known locally as FAEZ, required ration tickets and was relatively expensive at 4 mao per bar, making it a rare luxury in the village. The packet of matches, containing 10 boxes, cost a mere 2 mao, averaging to 2 fen per box. While every household had matches, purchasing 10 boxes at once was uncommon. "It is soap. I initially said we didn't need it, but my husband insisted, claiming it would make our baths fragrant," Tong Qian explained. Several young wives were captivated, repeatedly inhaling the scent. "It smells delightful. When I suggested buying soap to my husband, he deemed it a waste of money, not considering who would benefit from my cleanliness." They remarked, "Your husband is truly kind." A chorus of young wives and elder women took turns experiencing the soap's fragrance, expressing their admiration and envy. Many in the village bathed with only water, while those a bit more discerning used soapwort. Nevertheless, nothing could compare to the luxury of soap. That bamboo basket you purchased is quite nice. Does it contain fabric? Someone remarked, noticing the bamboo basket in Chen Hao's hands. While bamboo baskets were common and did not require tickets, the contents within were noteworthy. I bought 10 feet of fabric to make clothes for the 2 children. Chen Hao replied with a smile. I initially intended to purchase ready-made garments, but there were none at the market. So I had to buy some fabric for my wife to sew upon our return. The couple found themselves surrounded by curious villagers, responding to their inquiries with patience. Tong Qian's mouth felt parched, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Their improved circumstances were attributable to her husband's hard work. I initially said no to buying it, but he was concerned for the children and insisted on purchasing so much fabric. My husband is the head of the household. 2 candied hawthorns would suffice for the children. Yet he insisted on buying 2. When I expressed my thoughts, he even scolded me, Tong Qian recounted, her words filled with happiness. Even the 2 children were surrounded by several young ones, who gazed at them with envy. Dagong, weren't you looking for Chen Hao earlier? Now that he is here, why not have a word with him? Someone recalled Chen Dagong's earlier statement. Chen Hao turned to Chen Dagong amidst the crowd. Do you need something from me? Nothing in particular. I was merely asking, came the reply. Chen Dagong hurriedly said, I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. He departed in a flurry, unwilling to linger even for a moment. After lingering at the village entrance for a while, the family finally returned home. Nini and Xiaoduo, clutching candied hawthorns, ventured out to play, surrounded by a gaggle of small children, clearly establishing themselves as the leaders of the village youth. Inside the house, Tong Qian was busy organizing the newly purchased items. Chen Hao sat on a stone at the door, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He pulled out a stick, lit it, and inhaled. The Big Rooster brand, priced at 1.5 yuan per pack, was considered a luxury in the countryside. Villagers typically smoked dry tobacco or rolled their own with some purchased tobacco leaves. With 10 feet of fabric, there was enough to make a set of clothes for each child, with some leftover. Tong Qian, rummaging through the fabric, expressed her joy at the abundance. A grown man, can wear anything. Chen Hao shook his head, insisting that she and the children should be prioritized. That won't do, as the head of the family. You must have respectable clothing, Tong Qian countered. Your face is my face, she asserted, holding firm to her perspective. Chen Hao chose not to continue the debate. Exhaling a plume of smoke as he said, give me 50 yuan, and I will consult the team leader. While private plots could be managed independently, certain production materials required the team leader's assistance. In Chapter 7, you have a mosquito on your face, Chen Hao added. Oh, and please fetch me another pack of Big Rooster cigarettes. At the market, he had purchased several packs, not solely for his own use but also to maintain social connections. A pack of 1.5 yuan cigarettes may seem insignificant in the city, but in the countryside, it was a form of hard currency. All right, Tong Qian replied. Step outside while I get the money. Watching the tightly shut wooden door, Chen Hao felt speechless. This woman, having been scrutinized from head to toe, is still wary of revealing where she hides her money. Women seem to enjoy concealing their treasures, while men were more captivated by the search for such hidden spots. A few moments later, Tong Qian emerged with 50 yuan and a pack of Big Rooster cigarettes, handing them both to Chen Hao. Chen Hao made his way to the edge of the village, where he found the team leader, Chen Ziqiang, who was busy harvesting rami. Although rami was a secondary crop for the team, it hardly generated much income. Other villagers were also engrossed in their tasks nearby. Team leader here? Have a smoke and take a break, Chen Hao said, approaching and offering a stick from the open pack of Big Rooster cigarettes. Chen Ziqiang, in his 30s, had a dark complexion and a lean physique. Though initially reluctant to engage with Chen Hao, he paused his work upon noticing the brand of the cigarettes. You've got it good, smoking branded cigarettes now, Chen Ziqiang remarked as he accepted the Big Rooster cigarette. There were 5 grades of cigarettes: A, B, C, D, and E. The cigarettes supplied to the countryside required coupons and were limited to the 2 lowest grades, D and E. It was a matter of prestige to offer a Big Rooster cigarette during festive visits to relatives. Oh, team leader Chen, there's a pack of cigarettes at your feet in the grass. It must be yours, Chen Hao suddenly pointed out. That's not mine, Chen Ziqiang replied. Chen Ziqiang was taken aback as he picked up the cigarette from the grass at his feet, muttering to himself. A whole pack of Dagong Ji unopened. He glanced around. Everyone else was busy working, with Chen Hao closest to him. It must be yours, Chen Hao chuckled. It's right by your feet. Did it fall out of your pocket? or did I intentionally drop it? He produced a match, lighting the cigarette in Chen Ziqiang's mouth before igniting one for himself. Finally understanding the situation, Chen Ziqiang beamed as he tucked the entire pack of Dagong Ji into his pocket. Focus on your work. You'll receive full credit for today, 10 work points. Just arrive on time and don't leave early, and you'll earn 10 work points each day. He assumed Chen Hao meant for him to take a little extra care. Taking a puff from his cigarette, Chen Ziqiang felt satisfied and advised. Don't be idle all day. Work well and live your life. Isn't that wonderful? Although I am the team leader, there are many eyes watching. And I cannot be too lenient. Leader, that's not why I sought you out, Chen Hao replied. Our home still lacks electricity. Please speak to the electrician from the brigade and have him connect a line to our house. The production team did not have its own electrician. Only the brigade employed one. Typically, when it came to repairing agricultural machinery like water pumps or connecting electricity, it was the brigade's electrician who managed it. You're struggling financially, why bother with electricity? Chen Ziqiang was astonished. Electricity costs 0.25 yuan per kilowatt hour. And many families in the village with better conditions than yours still lack power. Half of the village's households remained without electricity, relying on kerosene lamps. It's not worth it. At 0.25 yuan per kilowatt hour, it's even more expensive than in the city, where the rate is only 0.20 yuan. Urban electrical infrastructure is funded by the government, while rural facilities, such as transformers and power lines, are financed by the villagers, which is included in the electricity bill. You wouldn't use much power anyway. It's not about the money. With electricity, our home will be brighter. And it will be much more convenient for my wife and 2 children. Money isn't saved, it's earned. The main thing is to increase income. All right. If that's what you want, I'll inform the brigade's electrician, Chen Ziqiang replied. He felt it inappropriate to press further, as this was Chen Hao's personal matter. Yet, he found it puzzling that despite Chen Hao's neglect of his family, frequently mistreating his wife and showing indifference towards his children, he would seek electricity for their convenience. Just then, a sharp voice interrupted, declaring that they could not provide electricity to his home. The speaker was Wang Quande, the scorekeeper of the team. In her 30s, she was not particularly attractive but had a fuller figure, which was considered an asset in the village. Whether my family has electricity or not is none of your business, Chen Hao retorted brusquely. He harbored no fondness for Wang Quande, who, despite being less attractive than his wife, often envied her and frequently made things difficult for them, using her position to unjustly record fewer work points or even intentionally omit them. His wife had been brought to tears many times because of her. In a previous life, he had failed to support his wife, but in this life, he was determined to seize the opportunity to reclaim his dignity. Your family is in debt to the team and has yet to repay it. You can afford electricity but cannot settle your debts. How can that be acceptable? Wang Hongmei remarked. I came to see the team leader to repay the money, Chen Hao replied. During their quarrel, several team members paused their work to gather around, as disputes served as a form of entertainment in their otherwise dull lives. Who is unaware of your family's plight? Unless you have sold your wife, how could you possibly have money to repay? Wang Hongmei retorted sharply, her voice growing louder, as if the volume of her argument lent it more credibility. The villagers observing nodded in agreement, skeptical of Chen Hao's financial claims. Who knows my family's situation better than I do? Chen Hao finished his cigarette. You have no money to repay. Look at how impoverished your household has become, yet you still have electricity, Wang Hongmei continued. If you had money to repay, even sows would climb trees. She was wholly unconvinced. Prior to Tong Qian's arrival in the village, she had been the object of the men's attention. But once Tong Qian appeared, their gazes were swiftly diverted, leaving her feeling quite discontented. There's no need to rush, just repay it by the end of the year. Team leader Chen Ziqiang interjected. Money is not an issue, Chen Hao asserted, pulling cash from his pocket. Here, team leader, count it and verify if the amount is correct. 77.5 yuan, counted meticulously before leaving. 3 large bills and some change were quite conspicuous. The surrounding villagers, including Chen Ziqiang and Wang Hongmei, were taken aback, astonished that Chen Hao had actually produced such a sum. What a delightful surprise hidden in your pocket. Indeed, that is the correct amount, Chen Ziqiang said after a moment of astonishment, quickly tallying the cash. It was incomprehensible. Chen Hao could afford to buy a rooster, which might be interpreted as ostentation. Yet he had cleared his substantial debt in one go, an astonishing revelation. He must have stolen it, Wang Hongmei jeered. Everyone should hurry home and check if any money is missing from their households. Chen Hao stepped forward. Slap. Slap. He delivered 2 resounding slaps. Why are you hitting me? Wang Hongmei exclaimed, her face stinging from the blows. As the record keeper, she was typically treated with respect. Even in disputes, others would defer to her, fearing reproach, let alone being struck. Yet here she was, receiving 2 slaps from Chen Hao. There was a mosquito on your face, and I was merely helping you. Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. You're talking nonsense. I don't see any mosquitoes on my face. Wang Hongmei touched her cheek, feeling only pain from the force of his blows. Oh, are you blind? I saw it clearly. It first landed on your left cheek and then flew over to the right. Chen Hao remarked casually. I was acting out of kindness to swat the mosquito for you. Why do you blame me? He gazed intently at Wang Hongmei. Do you truly enjoy being bitten? The nearby women, well aware of the dynamics at play, erupted into laughter. They were displeased with Wang Hongmei's brazen behavior, feeling their husband's attention slipping away. In everyday life, one might dare to speak privately but would hesitate to confront directly. As Wang Hongmei holds the position of scorekeeper, a mere deduction of 1 work point could result in a significant loss of earnings at the year-end settlement. Chen Hao, however, voiced his grievances on their behalf. Captain, will you not intervene? He struck someone, Wang Hongmei asserted. He did not intend to harm, did I not mention? He was merely swatting a mosquito, Chen Ziqiang replied, feeling conflicted. He preferred not to become entangled in such matters. The crux of the issue was that he sensed Chen Hao had changed. Previously, Chen Hao had not been diligent in his work. Yet he had never resorted to physical violence. Now, he had raised his hand to deliver 2 resounding slaps. He had owed the team over 30 yuan. And now he had settled the debt all at once. His demeanor, including his gestures and tone, mirrored the commanding presence of the leaders in the commune. Even the cadre of the brigade seemed somewhat lacking in comparison to Chen Hao. It was indeed a curious situation. Captain Chen, I have another request, Chen Hao stated, revealing his primary intention. I plan to cultivate my private plot, but I am short on materials. I would appreciate it if you could procure some supplies from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The Grassroots Supply and Marketing Cooperative had a retail department for production materials, including fertilizers, seeds, hose, and agricultural film, which could all be purchased. Individuals faced challenges in making purchases, while a production team could manage it with greater ease. Chen Hao pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang. The list detailed materials such as bamboo, grass mats, plastic film, and cucumber seeds. It is already September. Why do you need cucumber seeds? Chen Ziqiang inquired, perplexed. Cucumbers are typically planted in April and harvested by August. The team had already cultivated some, selling a portion and distributing the rest to the members, while the cucumber vines had nearly withered. Yet, Chen Hao sought to buy cucumber seeds. Purchasing seeds signifies sowing. Chen Hao clarified, just enough for an acre. He intended to establish a greenhouse. Greenhouse cultivation techniques would not become common until the 1990s. Not a single commune had a greenhouse, and even the entire county lacked one. This was the advantage of information disparity. Speculation, at its core, is merely a matter of information disparity, but it lacks the insurance of personal investment. Planting cucumbers in September? You must be joking. If you truly manage to grow cucumbers, I will consume them all, Wang Hongmei teased. The others remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed a similar sentiment. Cucumber cultivation was not suited to this season. You are mistaken. Chen Hao glanced at Wang Hongmei. Your husband cannot satisfy your appetite. Do you seek to consume mine as well? This sparked laughter among the surrounding women. Chen Hao was indeed amusing, sharp-tongued. Planting cucumbers in September, even if they sprout, they will not grow sufficiently to bear fruit, Chen Ziqiang kindly advised. If you must plant vegetables, consider alternatives. A few other villagers chimed in, expressing their skepticism toward Chen Hao's endeavor, deeming it frivolous. Captain, please heed my counsel. Chen Hao insisted. I will personally bear the cost of these production materials. Should there be any loss, it will be my own. With this, he produced another 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang, stating, if this is insufficient, I will supplement it later. Seeing Chen Hao's unwavering determination, Chen Ziqiang felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's Production Materials Department to procure these items for you. Chen Hao handed over the money and insisted that he would bear any losses, leaving little room for further discussion. For anyone willing to let me cultivate their private plot, I shall pay 50 yuan per year, Chen Hao proclaimed, addressing the crowd of villagers. A labor point is worth merely 5 cents. 50 yuan equates to 1,000 labor points, a pure profit. You must be deceiving us. Can you truly afford 50 yuan? Wang Hongmei, who had yet to depart, echoed the concerns of many villagers. In rural areas, uncertainty often reigns. Plots of land can unexpectedly become one's own. Disputes arise between production teams over land. And conflicts can emerge among team members regarding private plots and housing foundations. We can put it in writing, Chen Hao replied. If anyone agrees, we can sign an agreement. And I can advance 20 yuan. With that, Chen Hao departed for home, though the villagers' chatter did not cease. Is he really planning to plant cucumbers in this frigid weather? Can cucumbers even grow in such cold? They mused. What does it matter? His eccentricities are not new. If he incurs losses, it is of no concern to us. Many had toiled in the fields for decades, well aware of the appropriate times for sowing crops, predicting rain, and applying fertilizer. They viewed Chen Hao's ambition to plant cucumbers in winter as folly. Upon returning home, he encountered 2 children, along with other village youngsters, carrying pig fodder. He approached, standing before his little daughter, Chen Xiaoduo. The 3-year-old, still small and lacking strength, struggled to hold a large bundle of pig fodder that obscured her face and bumped into Chen Hao's leg. I'm sorry, let me pay my respects, Chen Xiaoduo mumbled. Bending slightly in a gesture of courtesy, she shuffled aside and continued on her way. Chen Hao playfully blocked her path, moving in front of her repeatedly. Frustrated, the little girl stamped her foot, declaring, if you keep blocking me, I'll hit you. Put the pig fodder down and see who I am. With a smile, Chen Hao replied, let go of the fodder and look up at me. As she did so, her face lit up with joy. Daddy, I helped my sister gather pig fodder, and we collected so much. Excellent, Chen Hao praised. I gathered a lot too. With all this fodder, I can earn 3 labor points, Chen Near chimed in. Mother said that if I earn enough points and money, I can go to school next year. Weevee started enjoying dumplings at home, bought cloth, and even saved some money. However, Near had little understanding of these concepts. Her focus remained on earning points for schooling. Many children her age had begun attending school, and Chen Near envied them. Next year, you will also go to school, and I will gift you a backpack, Chen Hao promised. After delivering the pig fodder to the team's pig pen, Chen Hao carried the smaller bundle and led the larger one back home. As dusk fell, the village electrician arrived. With a swift tug, the wires were drawn through the gaps of the earthen house, wrapped around the wooden beams, and fitted with a lamp holder and bulb, completing the task. In both the kitchen and the living quarters, a single 25-watt bulb has been installed. One light should suffice. Truly, there is no need for an additional bulb in the kitchen. Tong Qian softly lamented, gazing at the 2 glowing bulbs. Electricity is quite expensive, at 0.25 yuan per kilowatt hour. Other households typically use 15-watt bulbs. Even the captain's home employs 15-watt lighting. The 2 children gazed up at the illuminated bulbs with a mix of curiosity and delight. Tong Qian sat on the bed, stitching the soles of shoes. Chapter 9. This is sheer nonsense. Lower wattage can strain the eyes. The children are still young, and next year, I will begin school and need to do homework at home. Their eyesight must be preserved, Chen Hao remarked. Excessively bright or dim lighting can be detrimental to the eyes. Yet, there is no need for 2 bulbs, especially since the kitchen is not frequently used, Tong Qian mused. Rubbing her scalp, she was crafting cloth shoes, thick enough for winter wear. As she struggled to push the needle through the fabric, she adeptly used a thimble to apply pressure and completed the task with ease. The kitchen ought to have an additional door, Chen Hao pondered. Reflecting that the children were growing and aware of many matters, some topics must be kept from them. Tong Qian looked up at her husband, and after a moment, realization dawned upon her, causing her cheeks to flush, and she spat lightly in jest. I start school tomorrow, and father mentioned he would buy me a backpack. And I declared to Tong Qian. You will be 7 next year, so it is indeed time for you to attend school. Tong Qian nodded in agreement. I want to go to school too. I want a backpack, Xiao Duo chimed in, her small face brimming with determination. Wait until you are as tall as your sister. Then you can start school. You must eat well, Tong Qian advised. To ensure that women could work consistently, each brigade established kindergartens, which were then referred to as the Red Nurturing Class. The political significance overshadowed practical implications, and the quality of education was lamentably poor, more akin to playtime than genuine preschool education. After a while of familial chatter, Tong Qian headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. She cooked 3 dishes, braised cabbage and lard cracklings, and scrambled eggs with green peppers. The aroma was delightful. I want to eat. I want to grow taller, the 2 children exclaimed, sitting eagerly on small stools. At that moment, voices from outside broke the ambience. Has the electric light been installed already? It looks so bright. A neighbor had come to visit, Lu Guilin, a woman in her 50s. However, due to their generational hierarchy, Chen Hao and Tong Qian were to address her as third aunt. Third aunt, come in and sit, Tong Qian greeted warmly. It was mealtime, and Lu Guilan carried a bowl, though hers contained only thin rice porridge with a few cabbage leaves and not a hint of oil. Upon entering, she first glanced at the overhead bulbs before her eyes widened at the sight of the spread on the wooden table. She was astonished. All this rice? And 3 dishes of vegetables? Cabbage is common this time of year. Most homes have either cabbage or radishes, or perhaps winter melon. But to her surprise, Chen Hao's family had lard cracklings and scrambled eggs with green peppers. Even the cabbage was stir-fried in lard. She swallowed hard, her mouth watering. Third aunt, come. Try this lard crackling. It's still warm, Chen Hao urged. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Guilan accepted 3 pieces of pork cracklings and, having shared a few more words, finally took her leave. Not long after departing, she encountered several other women from the village, elderly ladies, middle-aged sisters, and young brides alike. Women possess an innate affinity for conversation. Whether engaged in labor or enjoying moments of leisure, their chatter flows incessantly. Did you inquire? One of the older sisters immediately questioned upon seeing Lu Guilan. Is it true what Chen Hao said during the day? That he would cultivate 2 cents worth of land for 50 yuan? The others turned their gaze toward Lu Guilan, who had recently visited Chen Hao's home, not for any trivial matter, but to ascertain the veracity of his claims. It must be false. Do you truly believe Chen Hao's words? Wang Hongmei chimed in. Part of the assembly. Her face bore a slight swelling, and she lamented, in our Hongqi production team, we have no side occupations. And 1 work point yields merely 5 cents. Throughout the year, even the strongest laborers barely accumulate 3,000 work points. 50 yuan equates to 1,000 work points. For merely cultivating 2 cents of land for a year, how could he possibly offer such a sum? Does he possess a hidden fortune? Her frustration was palpable. After being struck by Chen Hao, her cheeks swelled within mere hours, making it painful to speak loudly. What infuriated her further was returning home to seek solace from her husband, only to find him a coward, unwilling to confront Chen Hao on her behalf. I forgot to ask, Lu Guilan interjected. However, I find it hard to believe it's a fabrication. They were just sitting down to a meal, 3 dishes, a plate of cabbage stir-fried in lard, a plate of pork cracklings, and a dish of green peppers with scrambled eggs. They were even enjoying a hearty bowl of rice, ample enough to satiate hunger. As she spoke, Lu Guilan rummaged through her bowl, retrieving 2 pork cracklings from the bottom. I had one, and it was truly delicious. I shall take these 2 home for my grandson. Even 3 pieces of pork cracklings were too precious for her to consume in one sitting. Isn't it just pork cracklings? As though no one has ever tasted them before? Wang Hongmei remarked. True, we've all had them, but it's not the same. We usually only get pork cracklings during the new year, and even then, in limited quantities. Chen Hao's supply must weigh half a kilogram. Lu Guilan's expression was exaggerated, her enthusiasm infectious. And that green pepper with scrambled eggs surely contained 2 eggs. Each egg sells for 3 cents. Some villagers raised chickens and ducks, yet they hesitated to consume their eggs. Typically, they would reserve one for their grandchildren and save the rest to sell at the market, supplementing the family income. Even granddaughters rarely get to enjoy them, Lu Guilan lamented. Yet, Chen Hao's household indulged in green peppers with 2 eggs. What extravagance! The villagers, bowls in hand, listened intently, their mouths watering at Lu Guilan's vivid description. In these times, what villagers craved most was fat and flavor. He even approached the team leader, requesting assistance in having the village electrician connect electricity to his home. Did they have light bulbs installed when you visited? A young bride inquired. Indeed, they did 2 bulbs, one in the living room and another in the kitchen. And they were quite powerful, probably around 25 watts, Lu Guilan replied. His family also went to the market, purchasing a considerable amount of goods. And with the land they cultivated, they could potentially earn 50 yuan, which might indeed be true, someone remarked. If the household had electricity, a decent meal with meat, and utilized metal containers, life would be relatively comfortable. Many villagers had likely never experienced such unity. Previously, it was said that he was idle, neglecting his work, and that his family owed money to the collective. How could he suddenly have money now? A curious individual inquired. What is so strange about this? It must be Tong Qian who provided it. She is a sit-down youth, after all. Although she settled in the commune and married Chen Hao, her family is in the city, and it is likely her urban relatives who are assisting them, Wang Hongmei retorted indignantly. What is so impressive about that? So what if they are from the city? They ended up marrying into the countryside and cannot return to the city. They can only marry and have children in the village. What good does a couple of instances of assistance do? They may flaunt their good fortune for a few days, but eventually they will revert to their original state. Others who heard her words found them reasonable. It was likely that Tong Qian's family had provided support, allowing them to live somewhat better. In just 2 or 3 days, the news about the 50 yuan earned from cultivating Chen Hao's land spread throughout the production team. However, Chen Hao was surprised to find many inquiring indirectly, yet only one family was willing to let him cultivate their land. This family was a welfare household, comprising 3 members, an elderly couple and a son afflicted with polio, leaving them without any strong labor. Chen Hao signed the agreement with the head of this household. Chen Tianfu, at the team leader's home, pressed his thumbprint, and in front of the leader, handed Chen Tianfu 20 yuan. Thus, this 2-mu plot of land was entrusted to Chen Hao for cultivation. The items you requested. I will have someone transport them back from the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow using an ox cart, Chen Ziqiang said. You are truly being reckless. The weather is getting colder, and cucumbers won't grow now. Even if they did, it wouldn't be worth the 50 yuan you gave. Chapter 10. Bite off your legs. 50 yuan is no small sum. A work point is worth about 5 cents. And a strong laborer earns around 150 yuan a year from work points, which seems decent. However, one must deduct expenses for food, oil, and firewood, leaving perhaps only a few dozen yuan. The grain cultivated at home still requires money to be purchased from the collective. You should reconsider. It's still not too late to back out now, Chen Ziqiang advised, looking at Chen Hao. The production materials haven't been brought back yet, and the money given is still unused. I can talk to them. It can be refunded. After a few days, it truly won't be possible. Now that your family is faring a bit better, you ought to work diligently. With so many people in the production team, no one is optimistic about this matter. In recent days, many have discussed it, yet none see it favorably. Even skilled agriculturalists believe planting cucumbers at this time is folly. Chen Hao will surely incur losses. Even if I suffer losses, if the cucumbers do not grow, I will still pay the 50 yuan as agreed upon. Without delay, Chen Hao replied. He was acutely aware of the viability of greenhouse cultivation. It will definitely succeed. At this moment, the technology for greenhouse cultivation had yet to become widespread, which is why the villagers remained skeptical. It was not until 1989, 14 years later, that Shouguang, renowned as the homeland of vegetable greenhouses in the country, began to cultivate greenhouse vegetables. In other regions across the nation, the promotion of greenhouse vegetables lagged significantly behind. Paradoxically, the greater the scarcity, the more lucrative the endeavor became, with substantial profits to be garnered. When selling mushrooms in the county, some townsfolk inquired if there were any vegetables available. The supply of fruits and vegetables was exceedingly tight, with the number of markets being quite limited, and rationing further exacerbated the scarcity. For instance, common cabbage could be purchased with a coupon for 2 cents per pound. Yet those who inquired were willing to pay 5 cents for a pound. The profit margins were astounding. This was still during a time of ample cabbage supply. Prices could soar 15-fold during unexpected shortages. In the depths of winter, when cucumbers were entirely absent from the market, and even the vegetable stalls were bare, how much could one charge for their own supply of this vegetable? In an era of material scarcity, even a pile of dung attracted attention for its potential to create fertilizer. All right, this is your private plot. Any losses are yours to bear. Since you are determined, I shall not press further. Chen Ziqiang gestured dismissively. Chen Hao returned home, squatting in front of his private plot, smoking a cigarette while contemplating how to construct a greenhouse. Are you truly not considering it any further? I have spoken with others in the village, and no one holds a favorable view. They all believe this investment will be in vain. Tong Qian approached him. She had previously thought her husband was joking about cultivating the vegetables in their private plot, but now she realized he was serious. Her mood had been rather gloomy these past few days, filled with concern. Trust me, Chen Hao stood up, gazing at her. Only by traversing paths untraveled by others can we reap substantial rewards and witness extraordinary vistas. 50 yuan a year is but a trifling sum. By the next new year, we shall purchase a television, allowing you to mend shoes while enjoying a show to alleviate boredom. You speak grandly. A television costs several hundred yuan. No family in the entire production team owns one, and even in the whole brigade, there are but a few, Tong Qian remarked. She looked at Chen Hao. I am not averse to enduring hardship, nor do I necessarily crave luxury. As long as you care for this family, show me a bit of tenderness, and pay attention to our 2 children, I will be content. Even if we have only simple meals daily, as long as our family is harmonious, I shall be very happy. After a brief hesitation, she glanced around, her face slightly flushed. I am only 25. I am still quite young and capable of bearing children. Chen Hao paused momentarily, comprehending Tong Qian's implication. He grasped her hand. Whether it be a girl or a boy, it matters not. I find that hard to believe. If they were truly the same, why did you always drag me into the house before? Was it not your desire to bear a son? Tong Qian retorted, recalling certain past moments that made her cheeks redden. Previously, she felt more indignation. Now, a sense of shyness prevailed. The outcome is inconsequential. What matters is the journey. Chen Hao stated, it's quite windy outside. Let us go indoors to converse. He took Tong Qian's hand, leading her inside with an air of impatience. Over an hour later, Chen Hao emerged, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He held a small bag of brown sugar in his hand and made his way to a nearby household. This dwelling, also made of mud bricks, appeared even more dilapidated. It was home to one of the village's designated impoverished families, consisting solely of an elderly woman and her 18-year-old granddaughter, Chen Xiaoding, who was frail and vulnerable. Chen Xiaoding excelled academically and possessed a delicate beauty, yet lamentably, she was ineligible for university recommendations due to her family background. Currently, she had only 4 points of arable land at her disposal, and Chen Hao intended to negotiate for the 2 points of land belonging to this household as well. With 6 points of land, the potential for profit would significantly increase. Shouting, "Are you at home?" Chen Hao called out. The door was ajar. He noticed a figure inside the house. It was Chen Xiaoding, and he greeted her from a distance. However, the previously opened door abruptly shut, excluding him from entry. "There's no one home," she said, her tone sharp and unwelcoming. Was this not a blatant dismissal? As he took a few steps forward, a small local dog suddenly darted out from the corner of the wall, barking at him. Chen Hao instinctively picked up the little dog. "Is this your dog? When did you get it? You can barely take care of yourself, let alone a dog. I bought it at the market, specifically to guard against you. If you come to my house again, I'll let it bite you." Chen Xiaoding retorted from behind the closed door, her voice clear and ringing. In a previous life, policies had relaxed, and many villagers had ventured out. Chen Xiaoding was among them. One year during the New Year celebrations, he encountered her back in the village, and she had already gained a bit of fame, akin to a celebrity. Talented individuals, given even the slightest opportunity by the tides of time, could transcend their fated circumstances. "Why are you wary of me? I'm not a bad person," Chen Hao pondered aloud. "You are a bad person. Previously, you suggested I bear your child, claiming my physique would ensure a son." Chen Xiaoding replied, "Sister Qian even advised me to steer clear of you." "Is that so? Even your wife knows about this?" Chen Hao exclaimed in surprise. "Don't misjudge me. By familial hierarchy, you ought to address me as uncle." He genuinely had no recollection of such an incident. "I refuse to call you uncle. You won't even acknowledge your past misdeeds," Chen Xiaoding retorted, recalling Chen Hao's transgressions with clarity. "You even had my grandmother saying you held a higher status and should not act recklessly. You suggested that it would be better for us to connect further. How shameless. Vile rogue. If you don't leave, I'll buy a couple more dogs at the market and have them tear your legs apart," she threatened fiercely. Chapter 11. Speaking to Uncle, Chen Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Tear my legs apart? Would 3 dogs be necessary? That seems rather excessive. He adjusted the bag of brown sugar in his hand. "I apologize for my previous behavior. I overstepped. Today, I specifically brought this brown sugar to express my remorse." Inside the house, Chen Xiaoding was taken aback by Chen Hao's words of apology. Chen Hao was relatively well known in the village, having married Tong Qian, a beautiful young woman from the countryside. However, their affection had only lasted about a year before it devolved into quarrels and neglect, as he became lazy and developed feelings for someone else. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to apologize. However, she still did not open the door. A weasel paying respects to a chicken is not a good omen. You do not possess noble intentions, so take your brown sugar away. The brown sugar is of little consequence. In truth, I have come here for 2 primary reasons. First, to express my contrition, Chen Hao stated, and secondly, to inquire if I might cultivate a portion of your family's land, offering 50 yuan for a year. After signing and stamping, I can provide 20 yuan upfront. Chen Hao stood outside the door, conversing with Chen Xiaoding through the barrier. Chen Xiaoding's plot of land adjoined her own, and Chen Tianfu's land was nearby, just a short walk away. The 6-mu plot was less than anticipated, but it would suffice. Cucumbers are remarkably prolific vegetables and command a higher market price compared to cabbage. Cabbage sells for merely 2 cents per pound, while cucumbers can fetch 6 cents. "How can you be so benevolent?" Chen Xiaoding remarked. "A 2-mu plot cannot yield 50 yuan worth of produce in a year. Fast forward several decades, an 18-year-old girl might still be in high school, cherished by her family. and even in the countryside, she may not be well versed in agricultural labor. Yet, Chen Xiaoting was acutely aware. She quickly calculated the output of the Tumu vegetable plot, realizing the stark disparity with 50 yuan, casting doubt on Chen Hao's intentions. Any losses would be my own concern. You need only worry about whether I will pay. Chen Hao asserted. Isn't that the crux of the matter? Just moments ago, in the presence of the team leader, I signed and stamped to cultivate Qin Tianfu's land for a year, providing them with 20 yuan. If your family is willing to let me cultivate your land for a year, we can also sign and stamp in front of the team leader. And I will give you 20 yuan. 20 yuan in the city is equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker, while in the village, particularly for a family like Chen Xiaoting's that relies on government support, it serves as a vital cash lifeline throughout the year. Meat can be foregone. Rice can be cooked more thinly. Vegetables can be limited to cabbage and radishes, or even omitted in favor of just porridge. However, salt is essential. A modest amount of oil is necessary, and matches are also required. Additionally, other expenses must be covered in cash. Very well, let us go to the team leader's home, where we can sign, and you will provide the 20 yuan so I may cultivate your land for a year, Chen Xiaoting declared as she opened the door. She held a wash stick, tightly gripped in her hand, eyeing Chen Hao with vigilance. Though only 18, Chen Xiaoting had already blossomed. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled. And despite her simple attire, patched and worn, her beauty was undeniable. Her hair was dark and lustrous, rivaling that of Tong Qian. Despite the scarcity of washing products, relying solely on soap pods and wood ash, her hair remained in splendid condition. What are you staring at? If you harbor ulterior motives, I shall use this stick to strike you, Chen Xiaoting warned, raising the wash stick. Is it necessary to wait for your grandmother to return before we sign? Chen Hao inquired. No need. My grandmother cannot read, and being elderly, I shall make the decisions for our household, Chen Xiaoting replied. As she spoke, she consciously straightened her back and lifted her chin, embodying a grave seriousness. With only 2 inhabitants left in the household, an elderly woman and a young girl, there was a pressing need for someone to uphold the family. The grandmother, being advanced in years, could no longer bear the burden, so it fell upon her to take on that responsibility. Children from impoverished families mature early. This applied not only to Chen Xiaoting but also to her 2 daughters, 6-year-old Nini and 3-year-old Xiaoduo. When difficulties arose at home, she was to inform her uncle and not shoulder the weight alone, Chen Hao advised. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xiaoting, who had been standing tall just moments ago, found herself momentarily stunned. If you can make decisions, then go to the team leader's house and sign the document, Chen Hao instructed. Together, they sought out team leader Chen Ziqiang, where they inscribed their names and pressed their fingerprints upon the agreement. Chen Hao handed Chen Xiaoting 20 yuan directly. Only then did they begin their journey back home. As they approached the doorstep, Chen Hao extended half a jean of brown sugar towards Chen Xiaoting. No, I cannot accept something for nothing, she protested, shaking her head. It's not a gift. When you succeed in the future, remember to lend me a hand, he insisted, pressing the sugar into her hands. Do not neglect your studies. Who knows, the college entrance examination may resume one day, he added, watching Chen Hao's retreating figure. Chen Xiaoting stood still for a long while, feeling a hint of regret for having threatened him with a stick earlier. A small dog approached, rubbing against her feet. She crouched down, stroking the dog's head, murmuring, when that person comes back, do not bite him. After all these years, the thought of college being contingent upon recommendations seemed far-fetched. Could the examination truly be reinstated? She dismissed the notion as mere self-comfort, a ploy to justify accepting the brown sugar. That evening, Chen Hao's family gathered in their modest home for dinner. The overhead incandescent light illuminated the room. On the small wooden table lay 2 dishes, a generous bowl of steamed eggs and another of winter melon sautéed and lard. Despite having some money, meat still remained a rare indulgence, with eggs being the more accessible option. We should raise some chickens. It would be more convenient for the 2 little ones to have eggs without constantly running to others' homes, Chen Hao suggested. And occasionally we could slaughter one to enhance our meals. He scooped 2 spoonfuls of steamed eggs for Nini, then for Xiaoduo, and finally for Tong Qian. You have the audacity to bring this up when we once had 5 hens and a rooster, Tong Qian retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. You sold them all at the market when you were being reckless. Next time we go to the market, if there are chicks for sale, let us buy some to raise at home, she continued. Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly. He picked up a slice of winter melon, savoring its flavor. The dishes, cooked in lard, were quite delicious. After a few bites, he remarked, tomorrow the materials will arrive, and we need to harvest the vegetables from the garden. We should keep some at home and sell the excess. Such fine vegetables. And you speak of harvesting them just like that? Tong Qian sighed. She felt it was a pity but refrained from saying more, fearing that excessive words might provoke Chen Hao's temper. Let it be. We can endure hardship once more if necessary, as long as Chen Hao takes care of the family. Chapter 12. Enough. It's full on the following morning. The production materials that Chen Hao had requested, including straw mats, plastic film, and cucumber seeds, were transported using a cart. The vegetables from the private plot were all harvested. Chen Hao enlisted several helpers from the team, providing lunch and dinner in exchange for assistance in constructing the greenhouse. Many villagers gathered to witness this unusual endeavor. Why harvest all the fine vegetables? What a chaotic mess. Tong Qian, why don't you manage your man? Chen Hao is acting recklessly. Is he really planning to build a house for the vegetables? This is quite absurd, they remarked in disbelief. The villagers were skeptical, expressing their doubts and predicting significant losses, fearing that not only would there be no vegetables to eat in winter, but that they would also incur a deficit. Chen Hao paid no heed to their comments, instead instructing the villagers on how to assemble the greenhouse. Using bamboo as the framework, they covered it with plastic film, digging trenches on either side and lining them with dried straw. The top of the greenhouse was then draped with a layer of straw mats. It was a simple structure. In the north, such a design would be inadequate, but in the south, where winter temperatures were milder, this greenhouse would suffice. Wang Hongmei and Chun Dagong were among the onlookers. Tong Qian, you must stop him. The fruits and vegetables planted by the team are valuable. The ones from the private plot are not worth anything. Once harvested, they won't last long, and what will you cook when it gets cold? Chen Dagong voiced his concerns loudly. He sighed, lamenting, they say men fear choosing the wrong profession, and women fear marrying the wrong husband. If only you had chosen to be with me, your life would not have turned out this way. He intentionally raised his voice. But no worries. If your family struggles later on, lacking rice and vegetables, I can lend you some. But only you can borrow. I want to lend to others. He harbored ulterior motives, hoping that the more chaotic Chen Hao became, the more difficult life would be for him, thus increasing his own opportunities. You're ugly, Tong Qian suddenly remarked. What? Chen Dagong was taken aback. My husband may not be perfect, but he is handsome and eloquent, Tong Qian retorted. One must follow their chosen partner. Even if it leads to hunger, that is my fate. Although she was worried, Tong Qian did not hesitate to defend Chen Hao in front of others. A man is the pillar of his family, the cornerstone of support. Outsiders merely seek amusement and opportunities to take advantage. They shall not have their way. Do not lead the production team astray. When your family lacks grain and vegetables, do not seek assistance from the team, Wang Hongmei chastised. Even during the new year when pork is distributed, your family will not receive any, and you will be shortchanged during year-end settlements. She was there to witness the embarrassment of Chen Hao's family. The entire village was skeptical, including the deputy team leader, an adept farmer, who merely shook his head at Chen Hao's actions. So pleased now, yet come year-end, when your family is out of food and your money is gone. You will be begging me on your knees, Wang Hongmei thought to herself. The villagers exchanged glances and shook their heads, believing that Chen Hao had once again lost his sanity, now shifting his chaotic energy from his wife and children to the vegetable plot. At noon, Tong Qian prepared a large pot of rice, borrowing a stove from Chen Xiaoting's household to cook the vegetables. Pork fat with bok choy, pork fat with winter melon, and scrambled eggs with green peppers. The meal was rather simple, but it sufficed for now. I shall purchase some meat during the next market visit. Chen Hao settled down, offering a cigarette to one of his companions. The four who came to assist were those who usually kept close company with him, or the more earnest villagers who readily responded to a call for help. They were all quite young, merely in their 20s. Is this really simple? 3 dishes and still so much. My family is still consuming wild vegetables. This is far superior to what we have at home, where we only have thin porridge that leaves us unsatisfied and lacking energy for work. The aroma is delightful. Indeed, the flavor of stir-frying with pork fat is unparalleled. The group expressed genuine satisfaction with the meal, their praise sincere rather than merely polite. A hearty meal, with dishes rich in oil and sufficient to eat, is all that matters. Shouting, come and eat with us. What about your grandmother? Chen Hao inquired, glancing at Chen Xiaoting. She is inside. I will just bring her a bowl of rice, Chen Xiaoting replied. I want to eat. I didn't help with the work. I wanted the team to earn work points. I can't just eat for free. What is a bowl of rice? It's merely a matter of using a pair of chopsticks, Chen Hao remarked. We have no bowls or chopsticks at home. Go fetch your own. After serving her grandmother, Chen Shouting returned with her own bowl and sat beside them, chatting with Nini and Xiaoduo, nibbling at her rice. Eating plain rice is truly delightful. Are you a mouse? Only eating rice and not vegetables? Just as she was chewing her rice, Chen Hao brought a bowl of vegetables over, adding a generous portion of scrambled eggs with green peppers and pouring some pork fat soup over her rice. The aroma was intoxicating. That's enough. I can't take any more. I'm full, Chen Shouting protested. Chen Hao had given her too much, and she struggled to keep up. When you were swinging that stick to hit me, you were quite fierce. Now at the dinner table, you're all shy. Where did that energy go? Chen Hao returned to his seat. He glanced at Tong Qian, saying, when your Aunt Qian was your age, she was already with child. Don't be too reserved. Especially when you go to the city, you must be a bit fiercer, or you'll be bullied. Looking at her bowl brimming with food, the glistening pork fat soup, a mist clouded Chen Shouting's eyes. If I go to the city in the future, I will bring Sister Qian and Uncle Hao to play for a few days. She murmured softly. Aunt Qian is beautiful. I'll call her sister instead, and calling you uncle is perfectly fine. The fragrant pork fat rice had not graced her palate since her parents passed away. How delightful it is. The tasks in the simple greenhouse posed no significant challenge. With 4 people, along with Chen Hao, Tong Qian, and occasionally Chen Shouting lending a hand, the structure was completed in just 5 days. During this time, Chen Hao had also been busy. The temperature was quite pleasant with ample sunlight, not too hot or cold. He chose a patch of land in a secluded corner, tidied it up, and began cultivating cucumbers. After spending several days, the couple tidied up the greenhouse. The cucumber seedlings had sprouted, and they were busy transplanting them inside. The warmth within the greenhouse was noticeably more comforting than the chilly air outside. Tong Qian ventured into the greenhouse and remarked, indeed, it shields us from the wind. When the weather turns colder, we can lower the grass curtains to maintain warmth. Chen Hao replied, by the time the new year arrives, this batch of cucumbers will be ready for harvest. I'm confident that we will be able to sell a considerable amount. He had faith that the limited supply of fertilizer, which team leader Chen Ziqiang had procured through connections, would undoubtedly impact the yield of cucumbers. However, he felt it was of little consequence. As long as they could grow and market them before the new year, they would fetch a good price. Chapter 13. Can I wash with you nearby? 1 pound of cucumbers was priced at 6 cents, but by the time the new year came around, when cucumbers would be scarce in the market, they could potentially sell for 10 cents, allowing for some profit, Tong Qian calculated. She believed that a price of 10 cents per pound would be quite high. 10 cents? If it only sells for 10 cents per pound, then why bother farming or maintaining the greenhouse? Chen Hao shook his head. Even if they rot in the field, I wouldn't sell them. Resources are scarce. A few years ago, peanuts were sold by the individual piece, and 10 cents could only buy 8 peanuts. And how much do you plan to sell them for per pound? Tong Qian inquired. At least 30 cents, Chen Hao responded, adding that the final price would ultimately depend on market conditions. 30 cents per pound. Tong Qian gasped at this figure. Pork is only 70 cents per pound. With 30 cents, you could buy nearly half a pound of pork, yet you plan to price cucumbers at 30 cents. Will anyone even buy them? You must be out of your mind. She expressed her disbelief. We will see in due time, Chen Hao assured her with confidence. 30 cents is merely the lowest estimate. Winter vegetables are already scarce, and prices will rise. 6 cents for cucumbers is hardly significant. They won't make a splash in the market. With their scarcity, prices will surely soar. Some people are content with just a meal, while others are indulging in mitai and flying on airplanes, while their children explore cultural centers. The villagers might struggle to afford them, but city dwellers would certainly have no trouble. After spending some time in the greenhouse, they began to feel a bit warm. Tong Qian remarked, once the weather cools down a bit, we can bathe in the greenhouse. It will be warmer than bathing indoors. Chen Hao agreed, noting that bathing in the village was often a hassle. While summer offered some relief, winter posed challenges, as the temperature inside could be even colder than outside. The film allows light to pass through, so we can see, Tong Qian noted. Once the grass curtains are lowered, visibility will be gone. Chen Hao winked at her, saying, I'll bring the water to the greenhouse, and you can wash while I keep watch nearby. You'll feel at ease. Tong Qian's face flushed immediately. Can I really wash with you there? She glanced around. Despite the greenhouse, they were still outdoors. Her husband was quite playful. After 2 days of hard work, they had successfully transplanted all the cucumber seedlings into the greenhouse, and it was now October. That day, the villagers gathered at the rice field, each household holding a piece of paper, ready to verify their work points. Every month, the team conducts a reconciliation of work points to avert potential disputes in the future. lest the passage of time renders the figures incongruous. The adage rings true. Each party holds their own reasoning, leading to endless bickering. This monthly reconciliation stands as a significant event for the production team. Chen Hao and his family arrived at the rice field, and from his pocket, he produced a pack of Big Rooster cigarettes. He first offered one to the team leader, Chen Ziqiang, and then distributed one to others he was familiar with. Holding the Big Rooster cigarette in hand, Chen Ziqiang felt a swell of pride. As the leader, he held sway over the team's production decisions and wielded authority in numerous other matters. Though a single Big Rooster cigarette costs less than 2 cents, he felt an uncharacteristic sense of importance. The fact that Chen Hao chose to share with him, while several others in the team who held positions did not receive one, added to his sense of prestige. Despite its triviality, after all, it was merely a cigarette, and a pack cost just over a dime. It seemed to elevate his status. Chen Dagong, amidst the crowd, noticed Chen Hao distributing cigarettes and felt a pang of displeasure. A young man in his 20s nearby received a cigarette from Chen Hao, which only exacerbated Chen Dagong's irritation. It was not a matter of being able to afford them. Rather, it was the principle of the thing. A single cigarette could nearly buy a pound of cabbage. The young man, named Chen Dongsheng, overheard this sentiment and spoke up. He did not dare to smoke the Big Rooster cigarette, but instead tucked it behind his ear. These cigarettes required tickets. Typically, one had to sell some grain and fulfill procurement tasks to obtain a few reward tickets, many of which were claimed by the brigade. To buy cigarettes for oneself, one had to procure tickets from the market, which constituted another expense. Villagers had 3 primary avenues to obtain tickets. The first was through the completion of mandated procurement tasks, which would yield rewards such as meat tickets, fabric tickets, and cigarette tickets. The second avenue involved discreetly purchasing tickets at the market, while the third relied on occasional assistance from relatives in the city who might provide some tickets. Having relatives in the city was a matter of great pride for any household. You usually align yourself closely with Chen Hao. Of course you would speak in his favor. Chen Dagong remarked, feeling aggrieved. I see you as merely a pawn, helping him count his money after he has sold you out. Previously, he called upon you to help with the private plots, erecting bamboo scaffolding and covering them with film, costing you several days of labor. And now a single cigarette suffices to placate you while you defend him. He aimed to sow discord between Chen Hao and Chen Dongxing, hoping to isolate Chen Hao within the village. You know nothing, Chen Dongxing retorted. If Brother Hao needs assistance with the private plots again, I would gladly help. Working with him means ample meals. The dishes are fried in lard, and there are stir-fried green peppers with eggs. I enjoy 2 hearty meals a day, far surpassing what one might experience even during the new year. You simply cannot fathom how delightful lard over rice tastes. I devoured 3 large bowls, feeling somewhat sheepish about asking for more, yet Brother Hao generously served me half a bowl more, leaving me quite full. Who else could provide such treatment for labor? Rather than feeling exploited by Chen Hao, he perceived helping him as an exceedingly worthwhile endeavor. Indeed, Brother Hao did not summon you, but rather invited us, solely for our comfort. Each morning, a cigarette, each afternoon, another, such delightful indulgence. Additionally, a young man from the neighboring village, Chen Wei, also joined our ranks. After assisting with labor at Brother Hao's residence for several days, he has managed to restore my appetite. Upon returning home, I am met with thin porridge and dishes devoid of oil, utterly tasteless. The vivid descriptions from both parties had Chen Dagong licking his lips, while the nearby villagers listened, their mouths watering. In these times, to dine in such a manner is only feasible during the New Year's Eve. Spare him your praises, mark my words. He may not survive this winter. With such reckless behavior, his household will surely face hunger. Chen Dagong remarked gloomily. At that moment, Captain Chen Ziqiang interjected, enough chatter. Let us have some quiet. Today we have 2 primary matters to address. Firstly, we will discuss work points. Each household must reconcile their work points with the record keeper. Any discrepancies must be clarified to avoid disputes during year-end settlements. We will reconcile monthly, and there will be a final accounting at year's end. The year-end settlement will entail distribution of autumn grain and calculation of work points. Households in need will strive to receive a larger share to celebrate the new year adequately. Having spoken, Chen Ziqiang turned his gaze towards Wang Hongmei. Please call out the work contributions for September from each household, and ensure any objections are addressed directly. Rectify any mistakes, while those with no issues need not speak. Chapter 14. Do you wish to be the record keeper? Wang Hongmei stood forth, clutching a ledger that documented each household's work points. Dressed impeccably clean, she eagerly anticipated this day each month. Holding the record book was akin to wielding the power over the very livelihoods of each family, granting her profound satisfaction, one that surpassed even what her husband could offer. Before we discuss work points, I have a few words to impart, Wang Hongmei declared with authority, casting several glances at Chen Hao. Our production team has 2 households receiving basic living allowances, placing an already significant burden upon us. If we do not fulfill our labor obligations, we will fail to meet the national procurement targets. Wouldn't that be a source of embarrassment? Amongst numerous production teams, if others accomplish their tasks and we do not, it would be a disgrace. Not only would it reflect poorly on the team leaders, but it would equally tarnish the reputation of the team members. Chen Hao, quietly smoking, recognized that her words were clearly directed at him. The matter of work points is not particularly troublesome. Many aspects are established customs, with specific tasks already allocated their respective points. Wang Hongmei's lengthy words, punctuated by furtive glances at him, seemed intended to provoke. I must address certain team members. Wang Hongmei stated, fixing her gaze upon Chen Hao, your family has set a poor example for our production team. By shirking your labor responsibilities, you have led others astray into idleness and neglect. This behavior is detrimental to our collective morale. You must, in front of your fellow team members and the captain, make a declaration of your commitment. From now on, one must cease their frivolous pursuits and focus their thoughts on the agricultural production of the team. As she concluded her statement, all eyes turned towards Chen Hao. Some secretly rejoiced, others remained indifferent, while a few contemplated speaking on Chen Hao's behalf. Chen Hao stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Wang Hongmei. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to strike? Wang Hongmei retreated several steps, shielding her face. She made a point to emphasize, I am not harboring personal grievances. I am merely considering the welfare of the production team. She felt a twinge of fear towards Chen Hao. When others argued with her, it was merely a verbal exchange. They dared not resort to physical confrontation. But Chen Hao is indeed capable of violence. Do you aspire to be the team leader? Chen Hao inquired. Why would I want to be the team leader? Wang Hongmei retorted, puzzled by the sudden question. In truth, the thought had crossed her mind, yet she felt hesitant to voice it, especially with Chen Ziqiang standing nearby. The team leader held the highest authority within the production team, far more prestigious than that of a record keeper. If you have no desire to be the team leader, why have you echoed all the leader's sentiments? Your role is to meticulously record each individual's work contributions without error or omission. That is your responsibility. Chen Hao fixed his gaze upon Wang Hongmei. The leader has spoken little, yet your words surpass theirs in quantity, undermining the team's morale and productivity. You insinuate that the leader has failed in their duties. When engaging in debate, one must avoid falling into the trap of self-incrimination. Chen Hao deftly ensnared Wang Hongmei in his argument. Upon hearing Chen Hao's remarks, Chen Ziqiang's expression soured, acknowledging that Wang Hongmei had indeed spoken excessively. I did not. Wang Hongmei hastily clarified. Still making excuses. Our production team has 2 recipients of the 5 guarantees who genuinely face hardships due to illness or age. This reflects the leader's commitment to addressing the needs of struggling members, Chen Hao asserted. If you wish to target me, then confront me directly. Do not use me as a pretext for your own ambition to become the leader. Have you been covertly reporting our team's shortcomings to the higher authorities? Wang Hongmei's reputation was already tarnished, particularly with connections in the higher echelons. Chen Ziqiang's countenance grew increasingly dark, as did those of several other leaders within the production team. Wang Hongmei had a history of bypassing team leadership to report to the higher authorities, resulting in reprimands for the leadership without them even grasping the situation. It was a source of great embarrassment. Focus on your work points and refrain from discussing unrelated matters, Chen Ziqiang said tersely. Team leader, I truly have not reported anything. I simply cannot tolerate Chen Hao. Wang Hongmei quickly defended herself. While she did contemplate making a report, she had yet to act on it. One who stands upright fears no shadows. I have committed no wrongdoing. If you wish to report, then do so. I am unafraid. Chen Ziqiang, let us not waste everyone's time. Quickly tally the work points and fulfill your duties. Other matters do not require your input. Were it not for Wang Hongmei's relatives and the higher authorities, the role of record keeper would not even fall to her. The other villagers murmured quietly among themselves. She spoke excessively, even more than the captain. Every time it came to labor points, she dressed flamboyantly, leading one to believe she was preparing for marriage. Many harbored grievances against Wang Hongmei. Well, I shall refrain from further comment and focus on the labor points instead. Wang Hongmei dared not speak further. Chen Ziqiang's household accumulated 410 points in September. Wang Hongmei opened her notebook and read aloud. Chen Ziqiang, the captain of the production team, had a family of 7. The couple, 2 elderly relatives above, and 3 children below. The entire family earned a total of 410 labor points in a month. Among them, Captain Chen earned 12 points daily. Other leaders of the production team also received 12 points a day, which was 2 points more than the average strong laborer. A perk of leadership. Captain, please verify if my records of these points are accurate. If there are any discrepancies, I will adjust accordingly, Wang Hongmei remarked. Gazing at Chen Ziqiang. No mistakes, it's all correct, Chen Ziqiang affirmed. I believe it should be accurate. I have double-checked it thrice, Wang Hongmei replied with a smile. She then proceeded to read the labor points of others. The individuals at the top were all from the cadre families of the production team, and she had calculated their points multiple times, with minimal errors. However, the subsequent villagers were not as meticulous, often making mistakes when tallying the points. Whether by miscalculating totals or failing to account for work done simply because she had witnessed it. Tempers flared. Do you even know how to calculate? Dressed so flamboyantly yet unable to tally points accurately, you're worse than a child. They felt overlooked simply because they were not cadres. Labor points represented their hard-earned efforts. And each household kept records of their daily contributions. When their records didn't align with Wang Hongmei's, they were incensed. What are you shouting about? Isn't it inevitable that mistakes will occur in labor points? If there were no errors, why would we even discuss them? Wang Hongmei replied, quite self-assured. She displayed one demeanor towards the leadership of the production team and another towards the ordinary villagers. The Chen family stood together, while Chen Xiaoding was beside Tong Qian. Suddenly, Chen Hao turned to Chen Xiaoding and asked, would you like to become the recorder? Chapter 15. She is soft and easily molded. Become a recorder? Chen Xiaoding thought she had misheard. She looked at Chen Hao in astonishment, her dancing eyes filled with confusion. Wang Hongmei can barely recognize a few characters. She is unsuitable for the role of a recorder and would waste everyone's time, Chen Hao remarked. This task requires a certain level of education, and I believe you are quite suitable for it. If you have the desire, I will advocate for you. Engaging in greenhouse vegetable cultivation was merely a stepping stone. He intended to pursue other ventures subsequently. However, the management of individual businesses was relatively stringent, necessitating the guise of a production team. In this context, it was essential to foster relationships with leaders within the production team who held favorable views and were non-hostile, while those who were adversarial should ideally be replaced. Wang Hongmei would be the first target. She was soft and easily manipulated. This task, undoubtedly, is commendable, yet it appears that Wang Hongmei possesses connections within the brigade, rendering even the captain hesitant to replace her. Chen Xiaoding murmured. All labor is not created equal. Within the production team, there exist positions of authority such as the captain, vice captain, accountant, custodian, and work recorder. Although they are all part-time officials engaged in agricultural toil, their burdens are considerably lighter than those of ordinary team members. Their work points are also notably superior. While other able-bodied workers earn 10 work points for a full day's labor, their female counterparts garner only 8. However, leaders of the production team, even if female, can accrue as many as 12 work points. If you desire it, I shall assist you in obtaining it. Chen Hao asserted with unwavering confidence. What do the brigade leaders truly amount to? The captain and the party secretary, who will later become the village director and village secretary, are deemed officials, yet in reality, they hold no genuine authority. The leaders of the commune are the true authorities. In the midst of their conversation, Wang Hongmei cast a glance in their direction. Below is Chen Hao's family's work points for September, totaling a mere 220 points. She clicked her tongue in disapproval. How shameful. A couple earning only 220 work points in a month. This tally is indeed quite low. Typically, their family's work points are higher, but in September, Chen Hao was preoccupied with greenhouse work, and Tong Qian occasionally assisted, which hindered their labor contributions. This tally is incorrect. I recorded 246 work points, Tong Qian interjected, producing a sheet of paper with her own calculations. Does it truly matter if the points are so few? Why be so calculating? Wang Hongmei retorted with evident irritation. Chen Hao was tempted to slap her. The low points due to their absence from work were indisputable, yet a mistake in recording is still a mistake. And it is Wang Hongmei's responsibility. It was outrageous for her to place blame on them. Tong Qian stepped forward and compared work points with Wang Hongmei, discovering that the contributions of Ni and Xiao Duo had been overlooked. These two little ones also performed certain tasks, albeit of low value, yet their efforts had gone unaccounted. Other children in the village had similarly engaged in comparable work, but their contributions were duly noted. Why do you consistently make errors? This has happened before. My family's work points are always omitted. Tong Qian expressed her dissatisfaction. Every month, the tally of work points seemed to be miscalculated. And if one does not pay attention, they would surely be misled. Wang Hongmei evidently held a bias against their family. What do you mean by that? With so many families, so many individuals, and countless work points, is it not normal to make mistakes? Wang Hongmei dismissed this notion. Recording work points is a laborious task. It may appear simple, yet it is fraught with difficulty. Late at night, I must verify everything at home, my eyes growing weary, and the electricity bill has risen considerably. Seizing the opportunity, she expressed her grievances. She was quite irked with Chen Hao, having previously struck herself twice and now, after speaking out, he had caught her in a flaw, leaving a negative impression with the captain. The work points for Chen Hao's family were deliberately miscounted. Do you genuinely believe that recording work points is a strenuous task? Chen Hao inquired. Of course it is exhausting. You have never done this, so you cannot fathom the effort involved. It may seem merely like writing and drawing, yet it demands considerable energy, Wang Hongmei replied. Will there still be mistakes or omissions in recording work points in the future? Chen Hao inquired. Errors and omissions are quite normal. They will undoubtedly occur again. Wang Hongmei replied with a nod. I lack education, making this work exceedingly difficult for me. You have no understanding of my struggle. If it weren't for the production team, for your sake, I would not undertake this task. Her words carried an implicit threat, deliberately overlooking your family's work points. What could you do about it? Chen Hao chuckled. And seeing his smile, Wang Hongmei felt a twinge of discomfort. What was he laughing at? Upon reflection, she believed she had not misspoken. Emphasizing her toil and sacrifices should invoke sympathy from others. Yet, the way Chen Hao smiled made her feel as if she were being regarded as a fool. Given that, perhaps you should cease your duties as the record keeper, Chen Hao suggested nonchalantly. Wang Hongmei stared at him in astonishment, never having anticipated such a declaration. The conversation had been heading in one direction when it abruptly veered into another. Chen Hao's sudden shift left her momentarily at a loss. Only a few astute leaders in the team exchanged glances with Chen Hao, as if they were re-evaluating him. Why should I stop? Wang Hongmei retorted loudly, nearly spitting as she spoke. Who do you think you are? You can't just decide that I won't be the record keeper anymore. She was determined to continue her work. A mere stroll through the fields with some record keeping would earn her 12 points. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. Did you not just say that being a record keeper is exhausting? Chen Hao countered, observing her closely. If it is that strenuous, then let someone else take over. And you should rest. You yourself admitted that your educational background is limited, making this task quite challenging, and mistakes are bound to happen each month. Work points are a recognition of everyone's hard work. If fairness and accuracy cannot be ensured, then let another handle it. After speaking, Chen Hao turned to the other villagers. Comrades, do you not agree with this reasoning? He refrained from addressing the team leader, Chen Ziqiang, fearing he might have reservations. Instead, he sought the consensus of the other villagers. Once their opinions aligned, Chen Ziqiang would find it easier to act accordingly. Step by step, Chen Hao guided Wang Hongmei into his narrative, leading her in rhythm with his own. He relished in maintaining control of the situation. If you cannot manage it, let someone else do it. You made no errors in recording the work points for the leaders of the production team, yet when it comes to others, numerous mistakes arise. Surely, this is intentional. It is high time for a change in personnel. Is there not some questionable connection that allows you to remain the record keeper? Sometimes. All it takes is a leader to ignite change, and Chen Hao took the initiative, launching an assault on Wang Hongmei. Others quickly fell in line, rallying behind him. Wang Hongmei was thrown into disarray. However, Chen Hao did not wait for her response. He turned to Chen Ziqiang, team leader. Wang Hongmei has drawn the ire of the crowd. The people's eyes are discerning. She herself has stated that she is unfit for the role of record keeper. Should we not heed the people's voices and assign someone else to this task? Chapter 16. Uncle Hao's true malice. Chen Ziqiang remained silent, caught in a moment of hesitation. In truth, he harbored the desire to oust Wang Hongmei from her position as the record keeper, yet he refrained from doing so, mindful of her connections within the brigade. To his astonishment, today, Chen Hao had taken matters into his own hands. Who dares? Wang Hongmei exclaimed hastily. I have powerful backing in the brigade. She turned her gaze towards Chen Ziqiang, pleading, Captain Chen, you must not act without conscience. I have always recorded 12 points for you. And your family's contributions have also been noted generously. If it were someone else, your family's points would not be so high. Her words dripped with veiled threats. fearing that Chen Ziqiang might heed Chen Hao's words and strip her of her duties as the record keeper. However, after uttering those words, Chen Ziqiang, who had initially wavered, suddenly transformed his expression. You shall record points based on the work done. Even the captain is no exception. I have never allowed you to record more than what is warranted. We must adhere to the truth. His countenance darkened considerably. What do you mean by that? Are you not casting aspersions upon me? The captain wielded significant power. The well-being of each household in the production team was closely tied to his authority. Yet, great power should not be wielded with blatant disregard. Wang Hongmei's words were akin to placing Chen Ziqiang upon a searing grill. The gazes of the villagers shifted, tinged with judgment. At last, Chen Ziqiang resolved his indecision. From today onward, Wang Hongmei, you will no longer record points. Wang Hongmei was instantly bereft of composure. Dressed splendidly in her finest attire, she had envisioned a moment to bask in glory, perhaps even to trample Chen Hao underfoot and relieve her frustrations, only to find herself stripped of her role as record keeper. She was left in a state of bewilderment. Captain Chen, you have taken away my duties as record keeper. How am I to survive? Wang Hongmei cried out, her demeanor resembling that of a petulant child. Is your survival contingent upon being the record keeper? You shall work as others do, Chen Ziqiang retorted, his heart seething with disdain for Wang Hongmei. This woman was utterly foolish. He had hesitated initially, but her insistence on dragging him into her mire had compelled him to revoke her position as a testament to his integrity. Otherwise, he would have no standing within the production team. Realizing that Chen Ziqiang had made an irrevocable decision, Wang Hongmei turned her ire towards a man in the crowd, scolding. Are you a fool? Your wife is being bullied, and you remain silent? The man she berated, Chen Mingkai, was her husband, known for his meek disposition. Did you not just declare that you did not wish to undertake this task? It is too exhausting. Perhaps it is best to save on electricity, he replied placidly. Wang Hongmei, incensed, approached and pinched his flesh. How did I end up marrying such a useless man? I must have been blind. She gritted her teeth. Your wife has been slapped twice, and her face is still swollen. You do not utter a word. Now, because of this, I have lost my position as record keeper. And still, you remain mute. If you do not teach Chen Hao a lesson today, do not expect to share my bed again. She dared not confront Chen Hao herself, instead urging her husband to take action against him. Chen Mingkai was pushed in front of Chen Hao by Wang Hongmei. He gazed at Chen Hao, a fellow villager, and remarked that he should not resort to violence. I am merely teaching her a lesson, Chen Hao retorted. You are a man. How can you allow a woman to dominate you? With Wang Hongmei's fierce temperament, she probably calls the shots even in the bedroom. A man should stand tall and strong. Isn't it humiliating to be outdone by a woman? Chen Mingkai lowered his head, feeling ashamed. Indeed, he could not assert his authority over Wang Hongmei at home. As the saying goes, if a woman is not reprimanded for 3 days, she will take over the roof. Chen Hao continued. Now that she no longer holds the position of work recorder, she will lose some of her power at home. You must reclaim your authority. He patted Chen Mingkai on the shoulder in encouragement. Uncle Hao is truly mischievous, Chen shouting whispered to Tong Qian, who nodded in agreement. He was openly mischievous before, but now he is cunningly so. Chen Hao's family was the last to discuss work points. With the work points accounted for, Chen Ziqiang no longer focused on Wang Hongmei but instead announced loudly, having concluded the work points for September, let's move on to the second matter of the day. The production team has raised 1 sow and 3 pigs. The sow has given birth to piglets that have been sold. And now there are 2 piglets left in the pen, each 4 months old. Which family is willing to buy them to raise? Don't be shy. Come forward and be proactive. In these times, people struggle to feed themselves, let alone the pigs. There is hardly any feed, just a bit of pigweed mixed with bran. It will take nearly a year for them to be ready for market, and they will weigh only around 120 pounds. The production team sow is meant for breeding, while the 3 pigs include 2 for assigned tasks and 1 to be slaughtered for the new year, to be distributed among the team members. The piglets can either be sold to team members or taken to the market. However, 2 piglets remain unsold and are still being kept. A villager remarked. People can hardly fill their own stomachs. How can there be food to feed pigs? The villagers were astute in their economic calculations, realizing that raising pigs was not profitable. They grew slowly, and if they fell ill, the investment would be wasted. They had learned from past experiences. Other villagers shook their heads, clearly uninterested in Chen Ziqiang's proposal, even fearful that he might mention their names. These 2 piglets are 4 months old, each weighing over 30 pounds. The outside market offers 4 dimes per pound, while our team members can buy them for 3 dimes per pound. totaling about 10 yuan each. Chen Ziqiang continued to persuade. If raised properly, there is still a profit to be made. However, his words lacked conviction, and no one responded. Even 10 yuan was a considerable amount for the villagers. Seeing the silence, Chen Ziqiang grew anxious. If it weren't for the fact that these piglets were too small, and fearing criticism from the brigade after slaughtering and distributing the meat to the team members, he would have been tempted to kill the 2 piglets for meat. Keeping them in the pen was neither here nor there. Let me take care of them, Chen Hao offered. Indeed, it is imperative for everyone to learn from Chen Hao and take the initiative to alleviate the burdens of the production team. Chen Ziqiang promptly commended him, instructing that he should select a pig from the pen shortly. I want both, Chen Hao asserted. In the village, no family has ever raised 2 pigs. Only the production team does so, primarily to meet task quotas and distribute pork to team members during the new year. It was unexpected that Chen Hao desired 2 piglets. Upon hearing this, many villagers shook their heads in disbelief. Such folly! How can one sustain themselves while raising pigs, let alone 2 at once? When the time comes, there will be nothing to eat and no meat will be produced. It would be a futile endeavor. They lamented the construction of bamboo shelters for vegetable cultivation in the bitter cold. And now the prospect of raising 2 pigs would leave them with even less time for labor. This winter, Chen Hao's family might find themselves borrowing money and grain from others. Chapter 17. Where would these 2 piglets be kept? They all presumed that Chen Hao was being foolish. If it were truly advantageous, wouldn't everyone be eager to participate? The absence of others in this venture indicated it was not a wise decision. Observing the expressions of the villagers, Chen Hao remained resolute. His intention for raising the pigs was not for sale. At a mere 20 yuan for 2 piglets, it was quite a bargain. Once all matters were addressed, Chen Ziqiang announced the meeting's adjournment and led Chen Hao to the pig pen. Keeping these 2 piglets in the pen will only result in slow weight gain. Your decision to buy both is indeed a significant assistance to me, Chen Ziqiang remarked. As a member of the production team, contributing to its welfare is a duty. Chen Hao retrieved a large cigarette and offered one to Chen Ziqiang. He had been preoccupied with his personal plot, which delayed his labor and caused some discontent among others, stirring gossip that would require the team leader's intervention. Production is a serious matter. Often, it is not merely about physical labor, but entails political responsibilities. Many villages impose restrictions on strong laborers, prohibiting them from seeking work elsewhere, thereby preserving their workforce to maximize production and fulfill various agricultural tasks assigned by higher authorities. Chen Ziqiang cast a thoughtful glance at Chen Hao, increasingly perceiving his exceptional nature. His manner of speaking and acting mirrored that of the leaders in the commune. Can the vegetables in your personal plot truly thrive? Chen Ziqiang inquired. Initially, he believed they would certainly not flourish in the frigid weather, which is unsuitable for cucumber growth, a sentiment shared by other skilled agriculturalists in the team. However, Chen Hao's transformation had become hard to overlook. Today, he had even ousted Wang Hongmei from the position of record keeper, prompting Ziqiang to wonder if perhaps Chen Hao could indeed succeed in cultivating cucumbers in such cold conditions. There shouldn't be significant issues, Chen Hao replied. If they do thrive, they should fetch a good price. Normally, they sell for 6 cents per pound, and in winter, with fewer fruits and vegetables available, selling for 10 cents per pound should not pose much of a problem, Chen Ziqiang stated, estimating the price in alignment with Tong Qian's calculations. Chen Hao smiled but remained silent. While he could confide in his wife, he felt it unwise to share with others, even the team leader. Regarding the selection of the record keeper, whom do you consider more appropriate? Chen Ziqiang further inquired. In the past, he would not have sought Chen Hao's opinion. But at this moment, he was eager for his insight. It would be best if the individual could read and calculate accurately, avoiding frequent errors. Chen Hao remarked that another essential quality is being obedient and capable of performing assigned tasks diligently. I believe Chen Xiaoting is quite suitable for this role. During her time in school, her academic performance was commendable. Had it not been for her family's challenging circumstances, she would have undoubtedly qualified for university. Her family is classified as a 5-guarantee household, and appointing her as a record keeper could enhance their living conditions, making life somewhat more bearable. She would undoubtedly appreciate the arrangement made by the team, demonstrating care for families in difficulty. Chen Hao expressed all these reasons. Well then, let us proceed as you suggested, and have Chen Xiaoting take on the role of record keeper. Chen Ziqiang nodded in agreement. Chen Hao's influence within the team had grown significantly. The 2 piglets had been weighed in advance, totaling 68 pounds, at 3 dimes per pound, amounting to 20 yuan and 40 cents. Armed with a stick, Chen Hao herded the 2 piglets home. Halfway there, Tong Qian and the 2 children approached. Dad, did you really buy little pigs? We'll have meat. Nini rushed over, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the two piglets. Dad, will these two piglets belong to our family from now on? Yes, they will be ours. You won't need to cut pig grass to feed the production team as piglets. Just tend to our two little ones, Chen Hao replied. That's wonderful, Nini exclaimed with joy. She picked up a stick from the ground, mimicking Chen Hao as she attempted to drive the piglets. Xiao Duo was not to be outdone. She also grabbed a stick, albeit a short one, barely 10 centimeters long, and each time she lifted her hand to guide the piglets, she failed to reach them. The two piglets squealed and scurried away, while the children chased after them, filled with delight. By the time the new year arrived, they should weigh over 100 pounds. And selling them would yield some profit. Tong Qian noted, there is no need to buy two. One would suffice. The farm work is demanding. And the children are still small, lacking the energy to feed pigs. No, I intend to raise both pigs and slaughter them later to make cured meat, which can be preserved in a ventilated area for up to 5 months without issue. A little cut daily will enhance our meals. It is genuinely difficult to obtain meat in the countryside, Chen Hao explained. His plan was to raise the two piglets until it was time for the new year, planning for a prosperous celebration. They could be rendered for oil or cured into meat. Are you raising two piglets just for meat? Tong Qian shot him a glance. That is quite extravagant. I've never heard of such a way of eating, not even among the leaders in the brigade or commune. Initially, it was assumed that Chen Hao bought the two piglets for future sale, but it was rather for their consumption. The two children were still growing. Relying solely on rice and vegetables was insufficient. A good diet is essential for growth, Chen Hao stated. He looked at Tong Qian. After all these years of marriage, I haven't provided you with a good life, not even during your confinement after childbirth. I will ensure you enjoy a prosperous life, becoming the envy of other families in the village. The two piglets, raised in the pen for several months, had become well-behaved, not straying even when Nini and Xiao Duo attempted to herd them. Chen Hao and Tong Qian walked a short distance away. He took Tong Qian's hand, soft and small, and began to playfully tease her. Tong Qian felt a sense of shyness, glancing around anxiously, fearing the gaze of others. Although they were husband and wife and had a child together, being held by Chen Hao still made her feel embarrassed. She tugged at her hand twice, but he held on tightly. His strength was considerable, and he always gripped firmly. This time was no exception, even though they had been married for a while. She felt it was somewhat uncouth to be holding hands in public, fearing it might invite ridicule and embarrassment. How embarrassing, Tong Qian murmured, her face slightly flushed. It felt as though they were engaging in a covert mischief, making her hesitant to lift her head. Yet, there was an exhilarating thrill within her. Were they truly considered an old married couple now? She recalled someone saying that, yet at just 25, she was still capable of having more children. Chen Hao chuckled, finding her bashful demeanor endearing. It reminded him of the early days of their courtship when he would coax her into secluded groves. Maturity had its own charm, while youthful innocence had its own flavor. Both were delightful. Where shall we keep the two piglets? Our home lacks a pig pen, Tong Qian inquired. Just a few steps later, they arrived at their doorstep, where over 10 chicks were joyfully scurrying about, pecking and scratching for food. The addition of the two piglets made the scene even livelier. Isn't there an empty plot behind the house? I can enlist some help to enclose that area with bamboo, creating a pen for the piglets, and build a chicken coop nearby, Chen Hao suggested. Chapter 18. This is tradition, not liberalism, though their home was a humble earthen dwelling. The land surrounding it was quite spacious and could be put to good use. Fortunately, it was now 1975, had it been a few years earlier. Such endeavors would have been deemed remnants of capitalism. Not only would self-cultivation be forbidden, but raising chickens, ducks, or pigs would also be out of the question. The policies were gradually loosening. Taking advantage of the moment while the regulations were still lenient was essential. The following day, Chen Hao called upon Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, a few acquaintances from the village, to venture into the nearby mountains and gather bamboo. After dragging the bamboo back to his home, they spent 2 days constructing a bamboo fence. If only your family had a constant stream of work, it would be splendid. I truly wish to work for you, as every time I do, I get to enjoy a hearty meal of rice and dishes cooked with lard, Chen Dongsheng remarked as they completed the last task just in time for dinner. Eating dishes made with lard at your place makes everything else taste bland. I'd even be willing to work for you as a son, he added, eyeing a piece of crispy rice from his bowl. The rice cooked in the earthen stove often had a crispy layer at the bottom, which many favored for its delightful crunch. They bore no resentment towards working for Chen Hao. On the contrary, they eagerly anticipated future opportunities. There will certainly be more work down the line. And I will call upon you again, Chen Hao assured them. Once the cucumbers are ready for harvest, I will need assistance to sell them in the county, as I cannot manage it alone. Chen Dongsheng and Chun Wei would be ideal helpers. I called for Xiao Ting to come and dine, but she did not arrive. Presumably, she felt shy. Tong Qian suggested, you should go and summon her. Very well, I shall go. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. It was merely next door, just a few paces away. At that moment, the elderly lady was in front of her house, peeling Remy. Her hair had turned completely white, her feet were small, and her hands were dry and calloused, yet she moved with remarkable dexterity. Chen Hao greeted the old lady and stepped inside the house where Chen Xiaoting was in the kitchen, preparing to light the fire for cooking. Just as she struck a match, Chen Hao approached and promptly extinguished it. Did I not say to come to my house for dinner? Why are you lighting a fire here? Chen Hao chided. It feels inappropriate to intrude, Xiaoting replied bashfully. I have already washed the vegetables and intended to have dinner at home. It is only right to assist with the work and then share a meal, Chen Hao insisted. If you do not come to eat, who would be willing to help me in the future? He looked at Xiaoting and reproached her. You are causing me trouble. Do you not realize? You help drag the bamboo to the front, and yet you sneak away at mealtime. What will the others who help think? If this continues, how will you have the face to dine at my home again? Good relations must be reciprocated with kindness. Perhaps next time, Xiaoting demurred. That little task does not warrant such a splendid meal. At your tender age, you are already so self-deprecating? You assisted this time, thus, you must eat. Chen Hao firmly declared, taking 2 bowls from the stove. Come, follow me to fetch the meal. He assertively pressed 1 bowl into Xiaoting's hands and led her to his home, where he filled 2 bowls with rice and added some dishes on top before finally allowing Xiaoting to leave. Grandma, this is the meal from Uncle Hao's house. Xiaoting said upon returning home, handing a bowl of rice to the elderly lady. The old lady paused her work, glanced at her granddaughter, and then towards Chen Hao's direction, softly remarking, in the old days, such a situation might allow one to take a concubine. With a strong man in the household and a capable housewife, one would not suffer. Xiaoting's face flushed crimson. Grandma, what are you saying? That is rather too liberal. This is tradition, not liberalism, the old lady replied. In October, the weather grew increasingly cold. However, the cucumber seedlings in the greenhouse thrived remarkably well, producing 2 true leaves. The production team's work had not ceased. They were primarily peeling Remy, planting wheat, and harvesting sweet potatoes. Most of the Remy and sweet potatoes would be sold, providing one of the few sources of income for the production team. However, not all would be sold. Sweet potatoes also served as staple food, with a portion distributed among team members and some stored in the production team's granary for emergencies. Similarly, some of the previously harvested rice would also be stored for contingencies. Most of the rice in Chen Hao's household was purchased from the production team, which could be considered as returned grain. Tong Qian, and Ini, and Xiaoduo, along with the other members of the team, went to the fields to gather sweet potatoes, while Chen Hao remained at home tending to the cucumbers. Just as he applied some ecological urea, he heard familiar voices calling out, Sister, Ini, Xiaoduo. They stood right at his doorstep. Chen Hao shook himself free and emerged from the greenhouse, only to find a young woman standing in front of his house. In her early 20s, carrying something in her hands, she possessed an appealing figure. This young woman was none other than Tong Qian's younger sister, his own sister-in-law, Tong Man. Chen Hao clapped his hands and approached her with a smile, informing her that their mother and sister had gone to the fields to harvest sweet potatoes, inviting her to sit inside for a while as he fetched her a glass of water. Tong Man, 3 years younger than Tong Qian, had been sent to the countryside to work in a neighboring commune. However, fortune smiled upon her, and in the first 2 years, she was recommended by the commune to teach at a junior high school in the county. Although she had not returned to the city, she had managed to escape the rural life, earning a stable salary each month, which was considerably better than her previous life in the production team. As Chen Hao moved to find her family, Tong Man merely cast a glance at him before turning to leave, holding him in disdain. Her contempt stemmed not from mere prejudice, but from his history of domestic abuse and neglect towards his family. They will return shortly. There's no need to seek them out. Just sit for a while, and I will bring out a stool, Chen Hao said. He entered the house and retrieved 2 small stools, placing one beside Tong Man before settling down next to her. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Tong Man shot him a sidelong glance, shifting her stool slightly away before finally sitting down, clearly unwilling to be close to him. You don't like my smoking? Chen Hao inquired. It doesn't concern me if you smoke yourself to death. I simply dislike you, Tong Man replied bluntly. What has my sister done to deserve such treatment from you? Where has she fallen short? You mistreat her unjustly. She glanced disdainfully at the cigarette in his hand. Noting his lack of funds, yet still attempting to imitate the urbanites by smoking expensive brands. Her words were sharp and incisive, contrasting starkly with her sister's gentle demeanor. If looks could kill, Chen Hao would have been left utterly wounded by her gaze. Cigarettes pave the way for connections, and alcohol opens doors to achieve one's aims. Both are quite significant, Chen Hao remarked. What I smoke is not merely tobacco, but the nuances of human relationships. What I drink is not just liquor, but the essence of navigating this world. Bah! Tong Man spat out in disgust. Only my sister possesses the patience and gentle nature to endure your bullying, unwilling to divorce. Still caring for the family, hoping for your improvement. If it were me, I would have taken scissors to you in the middle of the night to teach you a lesson. As their conversation continued, Tong Man's eyes lingered on a particular spot on Chen Hao for several seconds. You are quite handsome. Perhaps you should learn some temperance from my sister, he advised. Chen Hao inhaled sharply, cautioning her not to be too fierce lest she remain unmarried. He was reminded of events from his past life, where, after his mother's suicide, Tong Man had seized an opportunity to invite him to dinner, urging him to drink and offering words of comfort to lift his spirits. However, once he was intoxicated, she had mercilessly beaten him, leaving him with a swollen head for days. You seem to have quite the fantasy, thinking you can learn my sister's temperament and avoid being bullied, don't you? Tong Man shot back, refusing to meet his gaze, her words laced with barbed wit. People inevitably change. One must not judge others through the lens of past perceptions. I, too, have transformed, now understanding the hardships faced by my sister. Have you not noticed the changes in our home since your previous visits? Chen Hao remarked. We have raised some chicks, and in the back there is a pig pen with 2 pigs. When the new year arrives, we shall prepare some cured meats. You are welcome to join your sister in the celebrations. The nature of a person is hard to alter, Tong Man responded. She indeed caught sight of the chicks pecking at the ground by the door, but doubted that Chen Hao had genuinely changed overnight. After years of consistency, a sudden transformation seemed suspicious. She chose to disregard Chen Hao and sat on a small stool, lost in thought. After a little over 10 minutes, Tong Qian returned, accompanied by 2 little shadows, Ni and Xiao Duo. In her hands, she carried a bamboo basket filled with pig feed, while the 2 girls held some as well. Ni and Xiao Duo, look, is that your aunt coming? Tong Qian exclaimed upon noticing her sister seated at the door. Her face lit up with joy. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working today? I took a 2-day leave to visit you and spend time with Ni and Xiao Duo. Tong Man replied with a smile as she approached. Auntie has brought you gifts. Thank you, Auntie. You are the best. The 2 little girls exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Auntie, I must tell you, we have 2 piglets at home. Let me take you to see them, and we can feed them together, Chen said, tugging at Tong Man's hand as they headed toward the back of the house. Tong Qian, holding Xiao Duo's hand, followed closely behind. The piglets, hearing the commotion, rushed to the bamboo fence, snorting eagerly. Times are hard at home. How can we afford to raise 2 piglets? Tong Man inquired. It's your brother-in-law's idea. He said that by the new year, we can make cured meats, and it will be easier to have meat later, which can help nourish Ni and Xiao Duo. Tong Qian explained. Tong Man cast a glance toward the front of the house, wondering how he could possibly have such good intentions. Sister, they say it is better to tear down a temple than to destroy a marriage, but given your situation, my heart truly aches for you. Her eyes reddened. She was all too aware of the struggles of rural life. She had managed to escape and secure a teaching position in the county, while her sister remained trapped in the countryside. Your brother-in-law has changed. He now shows concern for me and cares for our daughters. Life at home has improved considerably. Tong Qian reassured her, grasping her hand. Do not worry, I am managing. You are too stubborn and easily taken advantage of, Tong Man asserted. If he dares to raise a hand again, tell me, I'll make sure he receives a good thrashing on your behalf. She had offered similar advice many times before. Yet Tong Qian still refused to consider divorce. Tong Man felt helpless and could only visit more frequently to provide support. As the sisters chatted and finished feeding the pigs, they retreated indoors. Chen Hao was nowhere to be found. He had stepped out. Oh, has electricity been installed in the house? Tong Man exclaimed upon entering, noticing the light bulb overhead. During her last visit, they had relied on kerosene lamps, which she remembered distinctly. The electricity had been installed for several days, thanks to her brother-in-law's initiative. Tong Qian remarked, there are 2 light bulbs, one in the room and one in the kitchen, both of which are 25-watt bulbs. The others in the team mostly have 15-watt bulbs. Has he truly changed for the better? Tong Man asked in surprise. Just then, Chen Hao returned with a chicken. He had purchased a chicken in the village, intending to slaughter it for a meal later. Chen Hao stated that he had deliberately gone out to inquire among the villagers and bought a hen, which was somewhat more expensive due to the urgency of the purchase. What scheme do you have up your sleeve? Tong Man scrutinized him, questioning his motives. It was evident that this chicken was procured specifically to host her. In the past, whenever she visited, Chen Hao had always devised ways to extract more from her, such as borrowing money, yet today, he had unusually bought a chicken to prepare a meal for her. Do not always think the worst of me. I admit I have wronged your sister in the past. But rest assured, I will take good care of her moving forward, as well as ensure the well-being of the two children, Chen Hao assured. The life of my sister-in-law is not easy either. The salary of a teacher in the county is not high, merely 23 yuan a month. However, in comparison to the villagers, this position and income are quite enviable. Each time Tong Man visited, she would secretly supplement Tong Qian. Xiao Man, please have a seat. I will prepare the meal, Tong Qian said, rising to head to the kitchen. Today, I will handle the cooking since Xiao Man has come all this way. You should have a good chat with her, Chen Hao waved his hand. With that, he proceeded to the kitchen. He first lit the fire, scooped some water into the pot, and began to heat it. Then he picked up a knife, took a coarse porcelain bowl, and carried the hen's wings outside. He grasped the hen's neck, securing its wings and neck, plucked the feathers from its neck, revealing the bare skin beneath. With a swift motion, he drew the blade across, collecting the blood in the bowl. The hen flapped a few times before becoming still, the action executed with precision. Once the water in the stove boiled, he ladled some out into a tin bucket, placed the hen inside to scald it, and began to pluck its feathers. After 3 rounds of this, it was finally clean. Over an hour later, the dishes were ready and placed on the table. A large bowl of stir-fried chicken pieces, a bowl of cabbage and lard, and a bowl of loofah and egg soup. Enjoy, Chen Hao said as he handed the bowl and chopsticks to Tong Man. Taste your brother-in-law's culinary skills and see how the chicken turned out. Steam wafted from the chicken, carrying a delightful aroma. He had used minimal seasonings, just ginger and salt, with the oil derived from the chicken itself. Yet, despite the simplicity of the ingredients, the stir-fried chicken exuded an enticing fragrance. Are you trying to borrow money? Tong Man held the bowl and chopsticks, hesitating to dig in, cautiously inquiring. She feared this meal might be a trap laid by Chen Hao. It was too unusual. Your teacher's salary is only a few yuan a month? Chen Hao served rice to Tong Qian and the 2 children, reassuring her, do not worry. I won't borrow money from you, nor is there any poison in the food. This is merely to express my gratitude for all you have done for your sister, as well as for Nini and Xiao Duo. This should have been my responsibility, yet you have taken on the burden. Once you are married, I shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope. Chapter 20. I am quite tight-lipped. Just how generous can you be with your red envelopes? Tong Man curled her lips in skepticism. She doubted Chen Hao's capabilities to present a substantial red envelope, believing he was merely indulging in idle talk. Enjoy some chicken. Savor your brother-in-law's culinary skills and see how it tastes, Chen Hao beckoned. He felt immense gratitude toward the sister-in-law, who had supported them during their difficult times. She had assisted during Tong Qian's confinement, and any shortcomings on her part stemmed from his own inadequacies. He had no complaints about Tong Qian and her 2 daughters. Tong Man picked up a piece of chicken, took a bite, and nodded in approval. The flavor was indeed delightful. Tasty, isn't it? Chen Hao smiled. This year for the new year, you need not go anywhere. Just come here. The 2 pigs we've been raising in the pig pen will certainly be slaughtered by then. We will have plenty of steamed pork, braised ribs, and stir-fried intestines. There will be more than enough. The 2 pigs were raised specifically for consumption, and by the year's end, they would be of sufficient weight. Chen Hao had meticulously planned how to allocate the meat, some for personal consumption and some as gestures of goodwill, laying the groundwork for his future intentions. Don't just focus on food. First, ensure your life is well established before boasting, Tong Man remarked. Being able to eat for a moment does not equate to skill. Being able to eat for a lifetime, that is true prowess. Though her words were somewhat brusque, they were considerably softened compared to her initial attitude. Living life encompasses food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, Chen Hao interjected, serving chicken to Ni and Xiao Duo. Following Tong Man's sentiment, he believed that securing sustenance would lead to resolving other aspects of life. A large bowl of chicken was a luxury few families could afford during the new year. The 3 adults and 2 children enjoyed their meal, leaving no morsel of meat on the bones. After dining, Chen Hao detained Tong Qian, encouraging the sisters to converse and stroll around the village while he tidied up the dishes. Who is this girl? Nini's mother. She is truly charming. Is this Tong Man? She visited before, and I heard she is now a teacher in the county. Is she here to see you? Your sister's life has improved. They just installed electricity at home a few days ago. Villagers greeted Tong Man. Many young, unmarried men gazed at Tong Man with eagerness, but their timidity prevented them from approaching her. A few were eager to make their move, yet when Tong Man turned her gaze towards them, they instantly retreated. The county was about 15 li away, with passenger transport available between the county and city, but none between urban and rural areas, necessitating a long walk. The 15 li journey would take Tong Man 2 to 3 hours. That evening, Tong Man chose to stay overnight instead of returning to the county. Chen Hao gathered some straw and laid a simple bed in the kitchen, using an old quilt to make do for the night. The sisters and the two little ones settled on the wooden bed. Is this quilt new? Tong Man inquired as she nestled under the covers. The cotton and the cover are indeed new. You can tell just by the scent, Tong Qian replied. I bought the cotton and fabric at the market last time and sewed them at home. Your brother-in-law even suggested we prepare 2 more new quilts, just in case any guests should arrive. He truly hit the nail on the head. Fortunately, I had prepared a quilt in advance. Otherwise, you would have nothing to cover yourself with upon your arrival. He also mentioned that once the carpenter returns to the village, he will have him construct 2 cabinets, one for the kitchen and the other for the bedroom. While there are carpenters and masons in the village, they are often absent, working elsewhere to earn cash, which they must turn over to the team in exchange for work points. Although they spend less time at home, it is considerably easier than farming, and they earn more points in the process. Nini and Xiaoduo had already fallen asleep. Yet the two sisters found themselves restless and engaged in intimate conversation. Sister, where did he find so much money? He has been wiring electricity, installing light bulbs, slaughtering chickens, and buying numerous things, Tong Man curiously inquired. Is he secretly borrowing money without your knowledge? You must be cautious. If it is borrowed money, and he cannot repay it, you will be the one to fill that void. Tong Man was apprehensive about a repeat of past occurrences involving Chen Hao, hence her warning. You are wronging your brother-in-law. This time, he truly has borrowed any money, Tong Qian whispered. He has found other avenues for earning, but I must insist you keep this to yourself. I am quite adept at keeping secrets. Even if Chen Hao were to try, he would find it difficult to pry information from me. But you can easily extract anything from him, Tong Man replied. The new bedding felt wonderfully comfortable against her skin. She turned on her side, conversing with Tong Qian. While her curiosity about Chen Hao's newfound means of income lingered, could it possibly surpass her own salary as a teacher? In her daily life, devoid of a confidant, she often felt stifled, but now, as the sisters shared secrets in the intimacy of their chamber, their conversation flowed freely. Indeed, your lips are quite sealed, Tong Qian nodded. Your brother-in-law collected some mushrooms and sold them in the county, which has significantly improved our household circumstances. How much can mushrooms possibly sell for? Tong Man pondered, perplexed. At this time, food supplies were scarce, yet many wild edibles thrived, though few ventured to gather them. The reason was simple. Most families meticulously calculated their expenditures on essentials, and wild foods require considerable skill to prepare deliciously. Even bear paws taste terrible without the right seasonings, Tong Qian remarked. Do not underestimate this. City dwellers cherish them, and they can fetch 10 yuan a pound. Tong Man gasped. Is it truly that valuable? My monthly salary is only 23 yuan. 2 pounds of mushrooms equate to an entire month's earnings. The revelation struck her profoundly. Yes, they are remarkably valuable. But your brother-in-law has nearly exhausted the supply from the back mountain. It will take at least 10 days to gather more, Tong Qian explained. The forest behind the village was not extensive, and Chen Hao had diligently harvested mushrooms for several days. He would wait 10 days or so before returning to collect more and sell them in the county. This is outrageous. You've made me want to sell mushrooms myself, Tong Man exclaimed, still in shock. You have a stable job, and your salary is not insignificant. Why would you sell mushrooms? Tong Qian questioned. This endeavor is not stable, and your brother-in-law has indicated that by November, the mushrooms will be gone, so we will need to devise other means of earning. As their conversation progressed, the sisters shifted their focus to matters of marriage. Xiaoman, you are no longer young. It is time for you to consider finding a partner, Tong Qian remarked. When I was your age, and I was already 3. You are quite attractive. Surely there must be admirers? Indeed, there are many pursuing me, yet I find them unworthy, Tong Man replied. They are merely lecherous individuals, lusting after my body. I shall not be deceived by them. The two sisters stayed up late that night. The next morning, after breakfast, Tong Man set off for the county, with Chen Hao accompanying her to the village entrance. If you find yourself in the county without a place to rest, feel free to visit me at school, Tong Qian suggested. I live alone, and the school cafeteria offers affordable meals. I regret not bringing you a gift this time. Please do not take it to heart. Next time, I shall make it up to you. I'm no child. There's no need for such formality, Chen Hao waved dismissively. This young sister-in-law exuded a certain competence in her words and actions. Do not overthink it. Had you not changed and learned to care for your family, I would not share these thoughts with you, Tong Qian stated. Isn't it all for my sister's sake? After a brief pause, she added softly. With the price of wood-ear mushrooms being so high, why not simply gather some to sell instead of constantly meddling about? Building a shed for cucumbers won't yield much profit. She held a dismissive view of the cucumbers grown in greenhouses. Looking down on cucumbers? Chen Hao replied confidently. Your brother-in-law's cucumbers will undoubtedly astonish you. Just wait and see. Chapter 21. Can they be sold for the price of meat? What is so special about your cucumbers? Tong Qian retorted, expressing her skepticism towards the cucumber venture. Growing vegetables isn't worth much. It would be better to sell wood-ear mushrooms. She muttered. If you have time, gather some mushrooms to help with household expenses. She could not fathom how wood-ear mushrooms could be so valuable. After exchanging a few more words, Tong Qian departed. Chen Hao returned to the village, continuing to tend to the 6-mu plot of greenhouse cucumbers. Time swiftly passed, and by November, the cucumbers had begun to blossom. The villagers, who initially scoffed, ceased their mockery. The blooming meant that within 10 days or so, the first batch of cucumbers would be ripe for harvest. On this day, the production team finished harvesting sweet potatoes, and households gathered at the rice threshing ground to distribute them. Strong laborers received 50 jin of sweet potatoes, the elderly 40 jin, and children 30 jin. Team leader Chen Ziqiang called out, once weighed, take your share and do not impede others. The harvested sweet potatoes, along with grains, would be partially allocated to the villagers as rations. These rations were distributed based on household size. Families with more members received a larger share, while those with fewer received less. This was one reason why rural families preferred to have more children. More offspring meant a greater share of provisions. Nearby, amount of sweet potatoes towered, with some individuals weighing their portions while the team's accountant recorded the figures. After his family received their share of sweet potatoes, Chen Hao moved aside, allowing his wife and daughter to gradually transport them home. Instead of assisting them, he approached Chen Ziqiang and offered him a cigarette. Have your cucumbers started to bloom in the greenhouse? Chen Ziqiang asked after accepting the cigarette and lighting it. His feelings were somewhat complex. Initially, he had doubted Chen Hao's decision to grow cucumbers in the cold, but now, seeing the blossoms, it seemed they would soon bear fruit. Indeed, once they bloom, they will be ripe in about 10 days. I shall save some for you to taste, team leader, Chen Hao replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Hao then addressed the captain. It's quite cold now, and the tractors in the brigade aren't being utilized much. Would it be possible to borrow one? I need to transport the cucumbers to the county for sale. The production team was exceedingly poor. They had no bicycles, let alone tractors. The brigade had 2 hand tractors, which were often busy, but during the bitter winter months, they remained mostly idle. Borrowing as an individual might pose some difficulties, as it needed to be done under the name of the production team. Chen Ziqiang remarked, I'll take some time to inquire with the brigade. Even if they are idle, borrowing as an individual could face opposition. Borrowing on behalf of the production team would be considered collective use, thus attracting less dissent. Thank you, Captain, Chen Hao replied, occasionally offering a cigarette to build rapport with Chen Ziqiang. His efforts were not in vain, at least in the matter of borrowing the tractor. Chen Ziqiang was indeed considering his interests and proactively seeking reasons to facilitate the request. Once the cucumbers are sold, I plan to donate a bicycle to the team committee in my name, Chen Hao stated. Chen Ziqiang immediately turned to him. Are you serious? To the brigade or the production team? Certainly to the production team, Chen Hao replied. Captain Chen. Other members of the committee often need to travel to the brigade or even to the commune for meetings. Having a bicycle would greatly facilitate this, which in turn benefits the agricultural production of the team. You have a commendable awareness. Very good, Chen Ziqiang said with delight. Rest assured, the tractor matter will be no issue. The brigade has 2 tractors. What's the harm in borrowing one for use? Do you have any other requests? Anything that the production team can manage will certainly be addressed. He had previously hesitated slightly, but now he was very proactive. A bicycle costs 1 to 200 yuan. The committee had no funds to purchase a bicycle, and even if they did, they would not dare to buy one, as it would not only attract criticism from the brigade but also cause discontent among the team members. However, Now that Chen Hao is willing to contribute his own money for the bicycle to benefit the production team, this issue was no longer a concern. The thought of riding a bicycle to meetings was indeed something to look forward to. There's still one matter I need to trouble the captain with, Chen Hao said. I plan to transport the cucumbers to the county for sale, and I need a certificate proving that they were grown in my private plot. This certificate is to prevent any accusations of speculation. That's no problem. I'll provide that certificate for you, Chen Ziqiang readily agreed. Chen Hao is adept at handling matters, and he did not hesitate to grant Chen Hao the utmost convenience within his authority. Once everything was agreed upon, Chen Hao then returned home with his wife and daughter, transporting the remaining sweet potatoes. In total, there were 160 jin. At the back of the kitchen, in a corner against the wall, there was a cellar specifically for storing sweet potatoes. They set aside some for immediate consumption over the next few days, placing the remainder into the cellar and covering it with wooden boards. After distributing the sweet potatoes at the rice paddy, Chen Ziqiang and several key committee members of the production team did not rush to leave. Instead, they sat down and engaged in conversation. At last, the sweet potatoes have been distributed, and each household's rations can last a little longer, remarked the team accountant. Distributing rations was always the busiest time for the accountant. As the internal manager of the production team, this role held significant importance. After this busy period, the focus would shift to the harvest of the late rice. The agricultural deputy captain added, "You are all idle while I remain occupied, as the year-end settlement looms. The dividends and expenditures of each household must be meticulously calculated. Indeed, the task of an accountant is no easy feat," the accountant lamented. The early rice, late rice, sweet potatoes, wheat, and an array of fruits and vegetables will all be distributed after harvest and at the end of the year. A thorough inventory of the production team's annual income will be conducted. Each household's share of dividends and expenditures is tallied once a year. As the conversation progressed, it turned to Chen Hao. "Have those in the village who borrowed money and grain from the team repaid their debts?" asked the agricultural deputy leader. "Our production team still has a considerable number of outstanding debts, more than any other team in the entire brigade. The production team's lagging output has drawn criticism, particularly directed at the team committee. Only Chen Hao has repaid, the others have not," the accountant remarked. He glanced at the agricultural deputy leader. Chen Hao has some talent. The greenhouse he established is flourishing, with cucumbers blooming beautifully. You, as the agricultural deputy leader, are not performing well. You previously claimed he was being foolish. The agricultural deputy leader's face flushed with embarrassment, acknowledging his misjudgment. "It's not just me who was mistaken. You all failed to see it as well," he retorted. "Now that he has produced so many cucumbers, what will he do with them? I believe he should have planted cabbages and radishes instead. These vegetables have a longer shelf life and are less prone to spoilage." Chen Ziqiang interjected. "His cucumbers are intended for sale in the county. However, I wonder what price they will fetch. If they can command a high price, I must consult him regarding next year's vegetable planting plan for our production team. Our production team lacks significant sideline industries. Labor points are nearly worthless, at merely 5 cents each, thus we must devise strategies to enhance their value. As the team leader, he bears greater responsibility. Selling in the county might yield at most 10 cents per pound," the agricultural deputy leader remarked. "How could fruits and vegetables possibly fetch meat prices?" Chapter 22. I am quite diligent in planting indeed. Our production team's sideline income is minimal, and labor points hold little value. Even if we consider increasing sideline income, vegetables should not be the focus, asserted the agricultural deputy leader. Grains and fruits are primarily for ensuring we do not go hungry. The state controls them, and prices cannot rise significantly. Growing cucumbers in the dead of winter is indeed a skill, but this technique is not suitable for widespread adoption. The investment is too substantial. Covering just a few acres with greenhouses might be manageable, but for dozens or even hundreds of acres, the cost would be astronomical. He held little optimism for the economic value of cucumbers. This is true. No matter how expensive cucumbers become, they could never reach meat prices, 10 cents per pound at most. It would be wiser to focus efforts on cabbages and radishes, which are easier to preserve and cultivate, thus saving considerable effort. Other committee members echoed the agricultural deputy leader's sentiments. They were indeed surprised by the ability to grow cucumbers in such cold weather, but remained skeptical about their economic viability. "I always feel that Chen Hao is somewhat different. He has become quite shrewd. If it were not profitable, he would not pursue it," Chen Ziqiang mused, puffing on a cigarette. "What difference does it make? He merely married a young intellectual who was sent to the countryside," came the retort. Despite his current carefree demeanor and apparent financial ease, it is his wife's family who provides the necessary support once his funds are depleted. He will undoubtedly be compelled to tighten his belt, remarked the deputy leader of the agricultural team. Having a relative in the city is indeed advantageous, as they can occasionally offer assistance. Just a few days ago, his sister-in-law visited the village, surely extending some aid to her sister. Even though he serves on the team committee, most members possess limited education, with only a primary school level being considered relatively high, and their understanding is narrow. They all attribute Chen Hao's transformation to the support from Tong Qian's family. The cucumbers grown in the greenhouse do not fetch a high price. The production team merely follows the routine, without the need for unnecessary experimentation. After the cucumbers bloom, their appearance changes daily, and the fruits grow gradually. Chen Hao closely monitors the growth of the cucumbers, estimating the yield from the greenhouse. "It's time to eat," called Tong Qian from the front of the house, directing her voice toward the greenhouse. A while later, Chen Hao emerged from the greenhouse. "You seem to want to spend every day in the greenhouse, even wishing to sleep there at night," Tong Qian remarked, noting his unusual diligence in this endeavor. "How could that be? I am also quite industrious when it comes to sewing," Chen Hao winked at her. "Pfft, you're all over the place," Tong Qian blushed. There was hot water in the thermos, and she washed her hands with it to warm herself. "I've kept the dishes warm in the pot. I'll serve them shortly." After mixing hot water and washing up, the meal was served on the small wooden table. The door closed, and the family sat around the table. There were winter melon and steamed eggs, just these two dishes, along with rice soup. The rice soup and crispy rice were characteristic of their traditional stove. Others in the team were not optimistic about the cucumber prices, claiming they would barely sell for a dime per pound. "What do they really know?" Chen Hao said, picking up a piece of winter melon and chewing it. When they were setting up the greenhouse, many doubted the feasibility of growing cucumbers, yet here they were, thriving. Achieving a yield of 8,000 pounds from the 6 acres of cucumbers is certainly within reach. And soon they would be ready for the first harvest to sell in the county. Due to limitations in variety and fertilizers, the yield of cucumbers now pales in comparison to that of decades later, when an acre could yield around 30,000 pounds. Nonetheless, producing 8,000 pounds from 6 acres is quite sufficient. Halfway through the meal, I looked at Chen Hao and declared, "Daddy, I want to eat sweet potatoes." "I can smell them. I want sweet potatoes too," chimed in Chen Hao duo. The stove was fueled by firewood, with several sweet potatoes buried within, now roasted and emitting a delightful aroma. "You can have sweet potatoes after we finish eating," Tong Qian instructed. "By the time we finish, there won't be any room left for the sweet potatoes," Chen Hao countered with her reasoning. "Mom, could you give me 2 extra questions to solve later? Let me have the sweet potatoes now." Though I had yet to start school, Tong Qian occasionally taught her some basic knowledge, counting, pinyin, reciting poetry, and simple calculations. With little hope of returning to the city after marriage, her only wish was for her 2 daughters to study diligently and escape the confines of rural life. I was right. After the meal, she should indeed be given 2 extra questions, but for now, let her enjoy the sweet potatoes. Chen Hao remarked that if left too long, the sweet potatoes would become overcooked and unappetizing. He led his 2 daughters to the earthen stove and retrieved the red sweet potatoes with tongs. Feeling their charred exterior and soft interior, he confirmed they were perfectly cooked. After allowing them to cool for a moment, the 3 of them gathered around the stove, savoring the sweet potatoes. The discarded skins were promptly tossed into the fire. After their meal, Tong Qian sat on the bed, knitting a sweater, while the 2 little ones played under the covers until they eventually drifted off to sleep. Chen Hao went to feed the pigs and scattered a handful of shriveled rice for the chickens before returning indoors. The couple exchanged a few soft words before Tong Qian set aside her knitting, extinguished the light, and nestled under the covers. The children shared one blanket, while Chen Hao and Tong Qian shared another. "Where are your hands wandering?" she teased, feeling his cold hands. "Just leave them be. No pinching allowed." In the darkness, the couple whispered to each other. In their small blanket, amidst the vast universe, Chen Hao's hands roamed like an eager student, tirelessly exploring and seeking knowledge. As dawn broke, Chen Hao rolled up the straw curtain and entered the greenhouse. When he emerged, he was holding several cucumbers, slightly curled but each measuring around 20 centimeters in length and quite substantial in weight. "We'll stir-fry cucumbers today," he declared as he passed the cucumbers to Tong Qian. "I need to visit the team leader's house. The pigs await my return." He picked a few more cucumbers, cradling them in his arms, and made his way to team leader Chen Ziqiang's home. "Leader, the cucumbers are ripe, and I've brought some for you to taste," Chen Hao announced upon entering. On this frigid day, the late rice harvest had recently concluded, leaving little work in the fields. Most villagers were lounging indoors, and Chen Ziqiang's family was no exception. "How kind of you," Chen Ziqiang replied as he accepted the cucumbers. Examining them, he noted, "These greenhouse cucumbers are thriving. They resemble those grown in warmer weather. The seeds are the same. The fruits should not differ significantly." Chen Hao responded as he offered him a cigarette. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Ziqiang produced 2 pieces of paper from his pocket, an introduction letter and a cucumber certification. "Take a look. Let me know if there are any issues." The introduction letter served to verify identity, as population movement was restricted, and it was necessary to prove one was not a drifter. The cucumber certification confirmed they were produced in a personal plot. Chen Hao glanced over the documents and declared, "Everything seems in order. It's quite well written." "Thank you for your assistance, Captain Chen." "Not a bother, just a small matter." Chen Ziqiang waved his hand dismissively. "I'll have the tractor brought over tomorrow." "Can you drive it yourself?" Operating a tractor was a rare skill among the production team. "Yes, it's quite simple," Chen Hao nodded. In his previous life, he had learned to drive and was quite skilled, having obtained various licenses for different vehicle types. After a brief conversation with Chen Ziqiang, Chen Hao departed, gathering a few more cucumbers to deliver to some close families in the village, including Chen Wei, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Shouting. "Your cucumbers have truly flourished," Chen Shouting exclaimed, astonished as she held one of Chen Hao's cucumbers. Measuring 20 centimeters in length and slightly bent, it felt quite firm in her hands amidst the cool weather. "Feel free to pick cucumbers from the greenhouse yourself," chuckled Uncle Hao. "I have no defenses against my cucumbers. The weather has turned cold, and with fewer tasks at hand, you should spend your leisure time reading more books. Trust me, reading is undoubtedly beneficial. Do you know why I have advocated for you to take up the role of a record keeper?" Chen Shouting, with her enchanting phoenix eyes, gazed at Chen Hao, first nodding, then shaking her head. Was she aware or not? Chen Hao inquired. "Someone told me, Uncle Hao, that you want me to become a record keeper so I can bear you a son," Chen Shouting whispered, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Having engaged in the role of a record keeper for some time, she had conversed with several young wives and older sisters. Even the team leader dared not offend Wang Hongmei, yet Chen Hao did. If there were no substantial benefits, what would compel him to take on such a villainous role? Surely he had his sights set on your ample figure, hoping for a son. He had not arranged for his own wife to be a record keeper, but chose you instead. Surely you can discern the implications. Despite his apparent kindness towards his wife and children, he undoubtedly still yearns for a son. Numerous young wives and older sisters whispered in her ear, speculating on Chen Hao's intentions. Even her own grandmother seemed to agree with such sentiments. "Am I truly that kind of person?" Chen Hao retorted immediately. Chen Shouting hesitated for a moment before nodding. "This is not the old society. One cannot take a concubine," she replied earnestly, fearing Chen Hao might not grasp the concept. "If it were the old society, would you agree?" Chen Hao responded, "Let us not stray from the point. My advocacy for you to be a record keeper is rooted in my belief that you will surely succeed. This role is designed to afford you the time to study, enabling you to thrive in the future. The city is where your talents can truly flourish, where vast opportunities await you. You must delve into the knowledge from middle school and high school. When you achieve success, do not forget Uncle Hao. Should the occasion arise, lend me a hand, allowing me to lean on you for support." Chen Hao offered her a few more comforting words before taking his leave. 3 days later, on a crisp morning, Chen Hao harvested the first batch of cucumbers, over 1,000 pounds from 6 mu, loading them into the tractor. Straw was laid beneath and around the tractor to prevent any bruising of the cucumbers, topped with a layer of plastic sheeting and straw mats. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei sat on either side of the tractor's rear, while Chen Hao drove the hand tractor towards the county town. At the village entrance, several onlookers gathered curiously. Tong Qian, accompanied by her 2 daughters and Chen Shouting, had come to see Chen Hao off. Team leader Chen Ziqiang, agricultural deputy team leader Chen Dagong, and Wang Hongmei also arrived, along with a few villagers eager to partake in the spectacle. "Isn't it uncomfortable to stay home by the fire on such a cold day? Why go to the county to sell cucumbers?" Chen Dagong shook his head. "I've never seen him so eager to work for the production team during regular days. In this frigid weather, he seems intent on seeking out his own troubles. I truly do not comprehend. If I had a wife as lovely as Tong Qian, I would certainly remain indoors, cozy under the blankets, and if free, perhaps even start a family. How delightful that would be. Show off your abilities if you can," Wang Hongmei remarked. "While others cannot cultivate cucumbers in the dead of winter, he manages to do so, which makes him appear quite capable." perhaps even surpassing the agricultural deputy leader. She glanced at the agricultural deputy leader, expressing her grievances about Chen Hao having undermined her position as a record keeper, lamenting the lack of support from others. Mark my words. You might find yourself ousted as the agricultural deputy leader as well. She still harbored resentment over the matter. As long as it aids the production team in enhancing agricultural output, anyone can assume the role of agricultural deputy leader, he replied. However, despite his eloquent words, he felt a twinge of concern and, after taking a puff from his pipe, added, "It is indeed rare to cultivate cucumbers in such cold weather. But it remains merely an anomaly. When it comes to winter vegetables, nothing surpasses cabbage and radishes, which are easy to store and ensure everyone has vegetables to eat during winter. These cucumbers can barely fetch 10 cents per pound." He did not hold the position of agricultural deputy leader in high regard, yet he believed his agricultural expertise was unmatched, particularly compared to Chen Hao, a mere youth in his early 20s. If I were to be outdone by Chen Hao, what would that say about my decades of experience? He pondered. 10 cents per pound is still decent. With a tractor load weighing over 1,000 pounds, that amounts to over 100 yuan. A curious young woman, observing the scene, remarked enviously, in my opinion, Chen Hao may be unreliable, but those who are least dependable often come up with the most creative ideas. She cast a sidelong glance at Tong Qian, expressing her envy. Chen Hao may have his faults, but at least he possesses a silver tongue, capable of sweet talk. My husband, on the other hand, cannot utter a single romantic phrase. He struggles to articulate even the simplest sentiments. The young brides, having married into the village, looked at Tong Qian with great admiration, wishing to experience Chen Hao's charming words, lamenting their own husband's lack of eloquence. As the conversation flowed, the topic was deftly changed by a nearby woman, leading to a gathering of several ladies whispering among themselves, occasionally erupting into peals of laughter. The speed of the tractor was not particularly swift, yet it was certainly faster than walking. A journey that would take roughly 2 hours on foot could be accomplished in about 40 minutes by tractor. How go? Where shall we sell the cucumbers? Chen Daoxing inquired as he hopped off the tractor. The air was chilly, prompting him to stamp his feet and glance around, somewhat bewildered. Selling goods was an endeavor he had only previously undertaken during market days, trading eggs and vegetables from their homestead, never venturing this far into town for commerce. Let us head to the vegetable market. There must be one in the county. We can park the tractor next to it, Chen Wei suggested, rubbing his hands together. Chen Hao rummaged in his pocket for cigarettes and offered one to each person. We want to go to the vegetable market. Chen Hao promptly declined. The market is state-run. Selling vegetables right outside would be no different than challenging them directly. Find a busy intersection and lift the grass curtain, he instructed. After smoking half a cigarette and stomping his foot to warm himself, Chen Hao maneuvered the tractor to a bustling intersection, lifted the grass curtain, and revealed the cucumbers. The vibrant green cucumbers, some still adorned with petals, immediately caught the attention of several passers-by. Brother Hao, Chen Daoxing quietly inquired, "What is the price of cucumbers?" Chen Hao took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, pondered for a moment, and replied, 50 cents per pound. Chapter 24. Pay per use what? Chen Daoxing exclaimed. Taken aback, Chen Wei also gazed at Chen Hao in astonishment, both believing they had misheard. 50 cents per pound. When the customers arrive, we will adhere to this price. Chen Hao took another couple of puffs and then discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot. A resident approached, intrigued. Are these cucumbers? The resident, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, pointed at the cucumbers on the tractor, visibly surprised. You have a keen eye. Indeed, these are cucumbers, Chen Hao responded, understanding her astonishment. For someone accustomed to frequenting the market and managing a household, the presence of cucumbers in the frigid winter was indeed remarkable. It's astonishing that cucumbers can be grown in such cold weather, the woman exclaimed. She then asked, how are these cucumbers sold? Do I need a ticket? Within moments, a crowd of residents had gathered, drawn in by the conspicuous display of cucumbers on the tractor. Though they had seen cucumbers before, many had never encountered Chen Hao's variety, which was quite rare. No tickets required. These cucumbers are from our collective's reserved land, Chen Hao explained. The grain taxes have been paid, and the quotas fulfilled. What remains is for the farmers to dispose of as they see fit, to ensure that city residents can enjoy fresh vegetables during the winter. The team asked me to bring this tractor load of cucumbers. As he spoke, Chen Hao presented a certificate from his pocket, raising his voice for emphasis. Rest assured, we have proof. Feel free to buy and enjoy. The absence of a ticket requirement was a significant advantage. And the availability of cucumbers in this cold weather was another boon. How much do they cost? A resident asked. 50 cents per pound, Chen Hao stated nonchalantly, maintaining his composure. Beside him, Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei were speechless, their throats tight with apprehension. Chen Hao was not joking. He genuinely quoted 50 cents per pound. And they feared a backlash from the residents. Are you trying to rob us? 50 cents per pound? Is your cucumber made of gold or silver? A pound of meat is only 70 cents, one disgruntled resident retorted. The others echoed their disbelief, never having encountered such an exorbitant price for cucumbers. Yet Chen Hao observed that while many voiced their objections, few chose to leave. This could work. Although the price was indeed high, it had not deterred the residents. If dried mushrooms could sell for $10 a pound, the consumption potential of the county's residents remained strong. You get what you pay for, Chen Hao elucidated. In the depths of winter, to cultivate such exceptional cucumbers requires considerable effort, which reflects the costs involved. Several residents nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his points. Chen Hao continued, these cucumbers are grown in a greenhouse. They are not mere supplementary food, but rather products that enhance quality of life and elevate the dining experience. I urge you, dear friends, to purchase moderately, just enough to savor the novelty. His emphasis on cost and consideration for the customers left the gathered residents feeling reassured. What does greenhouse mean? One person inquired, puzzled. The growth of cucumbers necessitates an appropriate temperature, leading to the construction of greenhouses to cultivate them. It is within these greenhouses that cucumbers thrive, which explains their availability even during winter months. Chen Hao transformed the shed into a greenhouse. For the term shed carries an air of modesty. In urban areas, there are numerous makeshift housing districts that sound rather unappealing. In contrast, greenhouse conveys a sense of sophistication and elegance. Fashionable and refined concepts tend to garner recognition and admiration effortlessly. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei were drenched in sweat, oblivious to the biting cold as their hearts raced with excitement. Could one truly sell goods in such a manner? Moreover, the expressions of the residents indicated their acceptance of Chen Hao's words. How astonishing. Typically, at the market, a few cents could incite heated exchanges, yet now, when cucumbers were priced at 50 cents per pound, the townsfolk merely asked a few questions before losing interest. Please, hand me a cucumber, one resident requested. Selecting a perfectly ripe specimen. Hesitant to purchase more, she opted for just one to sample. What are you waiting for? Weigh that cucumber for this lady. Chen Hao called out to his still-dazed companions. Equipped with a scale, the two quickly weighed the cucumber, which came to a hefty 6 taels, costing 30 cents. The scale tipped impressively, and after the lady paid, Chen Hao handed her the cucumber. Once the first customer boarded the bus, a steady stream of patrons followed suit. The same principle applies to business. Once the initial customer appears, others are quick to follow. I'll take 2, another customer stated. Admittedly, the price was a bit steep. But given the frigid weather, it was understandable. As customers selected their cucumbers, some even murmured justifications for the high prices. In less than 3 hours, over 1,000 pounds of cucumbers were sold. Even the few that were accidentally broken found eager buyers. Is it truly sold out? Chen Dongxing was still in disbelief. Are the residents of this county so affluent? Chen Wei echoed his astonishment. Business seems too easy, too lucrative. As they prepared to return, he stuffed the bag of money into his coat and remarked to the others, the county is bustling with people. We shouldn't linger here. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei climbed onto the tractor's rear compartment while Chen Hao grasped the tractor lever, inserting it into the small opening and manually starting the engine. Amidst the roaring sound, he drove the tractor out of the county town. Once on a quieter stretch of road, Chen Hao halted the tractor and counted out 20 yuan, handing 10 to each of his companions. Brother Hao, that's unnecessary. We merely accompanied you. It's not fitting to accept such an amount. The two were reluctant to accept the money. Accepting 10 yuan for such a small favor feels inappropriate. After all, the cucumbers were grown by you, and the tractor was borrowed from you. We simply helped weigh them. Since you both call me Brother Hao, how could I allow you to leave at a loss? Chen Hao placed money into the hands of the two individuals, stating that he had earned a considerable amount, each receiving 10 yuan, an amount he could afford. He mentioned that he would be selling cucumbers in the county soon and invited them to join him, assuring them of the same remuneration each time. Chen Hao was known for compensating his workers fairly, paying them per task. He remarked that to ensure a horse runs swiftly, one must provide it with ample fodder. The two men were pleased to accept the money. Brother Hao, this matter must remain confidential, correct? Chen Dongxing inquired. It is acceptable to mention we have made a profit, but let us not disclose the exact amount, Chen Hao replied. He noted that while others toiled throughout the year only to net a modest sum after expenses, their trip to the county yielded significant earnings. Selling over 1,000 jin of cucumbers, even with some minor losses, still brought in at least several hundred yuan. With 6 mu of land yielding about 8,000 jin, a profit of 5,000 yuan was easily attainable, especially as prices for vegetables were likely to rise as the year-end approached. Chapter 25. Counting the tractor returned to the village just as lunchtime arrived, the sun shining brightly. Some villagers, bowls in hand, basked in the warmth outside their homes. "You're back so soon?" one villager remarked, surprised by the early return with a full tractor of cucumbers. In the county, there are mostly non-agricultural households with stable jobs and high incomes. Given the cold weather and limited vegetable supply, cucumbers should sell well, another villager added. Curiosity sparked among the villagers, many of whom had only ever sold small items at the market and had never ventured to the county. Chen Hao was the first to do so, ignoring the inquiries. Chen Hao merely smiled and greeted them before driving the tractor to his doorstep. "Brother Hao, we'll be heading back now," Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei said as they dismounted. "Return home, and I'll call you in advance for the next trip to the county," Chen Hao nodded, having no intention of staying for a meal as he needed to count the money tucked in the cloth bag he held. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei made their way home. Upon arriving, Chen Dongxing found his wife, Li Xia, engaged in conversation with Wang Hongmei. "Didn't you go with Chen Hao to sell cucumbers? How come you're back so quickly?" Wang Hongmei asked. "We sold everything and returned," Chen Dongxing responded, his demeanor indifferent. He held little affection for Wang Hongmei, who was known for her penchant for gossip. Turning to his wife, he asked, "Have you prepared any food? I'm terribly hungry." The three of them had returned without eating, and it was mealtime. "Didn't Chen Hao invite you and Chen Wei for a meal after your trip to the county?" Wang Hongmei scoffed. "You two are so kind, treating him like a brother and helping him out, yet he didn't even offer you a meal. In this cold weather, you followed him to the county and returned hungry. How inconsiderate of him." Li Xia's expression mirrored her discontent. "Sister Wang is right. Chen Hao is rather stingy. Even if he didn't want to dine out, he could have bought something warm to fill your stomach. It's unreasonable to let someone go hungry while helping," Li Xia complained. Upon hearing those words, Chen Dongxing's expression shifted drastically. Day after day, instead of pursuing knowledge, he merely indulged in the idle gossip of the town, incessantly chattering away. Chen Dongxing berated his wife. Was Hao Ge truly such a person? In the past, he had assisted in constructing greenhouses and building pig pens. Had he ever let anyone go hungry? There was always ample food, with dishes cooked in lard. Even their own meals were not that splendid. "If I hear you spouting such nonsense again, I shall give you a resounding slap." In these times, men may possess little wealth, yet their status within the family remains elevated. Beside him, Wang Hongmei was taken aback but soon retorted, "Your wife has not spoken incorrectly. Why do you scold her? Chen Hao is no kin of yours, so why defend him so fervently? Are you truly prepared to strike your own wife? You better get out of my sight, or I'll strike you as well," Chen Dongxing shouted. "You defend him and yet wish to resort to violence? If you continue to associate with Chen Hao, you will surely bring ruin upon your own household." Wang Hongmei muttered as she departed. Her curiosity piqued. What charm did Chen Hao possess that warranted such protection from Chen Dongxing? In the future, avoid mingling with people like Wang Hongmei, Chen Dongxing advised his wife. She surely came to gossip and disparage Chen Hao, correct? Now that Chen Hao has taken away her job as a clerk, she must harbor some resentment. It is only natural for her to grumble, Li Xia remarked. Her eyes slightly reddened. Chen Dongxing had never scolded her so fiercely, especially not in front of others. "Ignore her," he instructed, pulling 10 yuan from his pocket. "Take this money. More will come in the future." "Where did you get this money?" Li Xia asked, astonished. 10 yuan was no trifling sum for a rural household. It could buy 500 jin of cabbage or over 70 jin of rice. "Hao Ge gave it to me," Chen Dongxing replied. "I couldn't speak of it in front of Wang Hongmei. This 10 yuan is worth more than a meal, isn't it? Stop emulating Wang Hongmei and merely gossiping." "Is this for me alone?" Li Xia exclaimed joyfully, the earlier grievances dissipated. "Chen Wei has some too," Chen Dongxing added. "Hao Ge mentioned that when we go to the county to sell cucumbers, he will take both of us along, and each time we will earn 10 yuan. "Really?" Li Xia asked, her excitement palpable. "Is there any doubt?" Chen Dongxing nodded. "Hao Ge is a decent fellow. I noticed that when he helped with the greenhouse. I estimate we will go to the county at least 8 or 9 more times. By the end of the year, we could have around 100 yuan. A net income of 100 yuan would significantly enhance their living conditions, allowing the family to enjoy a prosperous year. If we distribute the money, that amounts to 200. Can selling cucumbers be so lucrative?" Li Xia marveled. "How much did Chen Hao earn from his cucumbers?" "Quite a bit," Chen Dongxing replied. But do not concern yourself with the specifics. From now on, refrain from speaking ill of Hao Ge. I have a feeling he has suddenly become quite astute. To improve our family's fortunes, we must stick with Hao Ge. Similar exchanges were occurring in Shan Wei's household. Meanwhile, within their own home, Chen Hao sat with a bowl and chopsticks, enjoying sweet potato porridge. The door was closed, and at Tong Qian's feet lay a fabric bag filled with money. Two children were in the kitchen, playing with a small chicken. Had anticipated that her partner would not return until the afternoon. Observing him, she noted that only a small amount of sweet potato porridge remained in the pot. Is this enough? Should I prepare a dish or cook some rice for you? She offered. No need for such trouble. On a day as cold as this, a bit of sweet potato porridge is quite delightful, Chen Hao replied, dismissing her concern with a wave of his hand as he counted and secured the money. The porridge still had some broth left, and as he stirred it with his chopsticks, he found the temperature to be just right, warming him considerably. When Tong Qian opened the cloth bag, she was astonished to discover a pile of coins inside. This is an astonishing amount, she exclaimed, counting. Chen Hao looked up and smiled. The more she counted, the more her astonishment grew. After pulling out 100 yuan, she found that there was still a considerable sum left. When she counted out another 100 yuan, more than half remained. In total, she had counted over 160 yuan. How could there be 467? 5 yuan? I thought it was only over 1,000 gene of cucumbers? She pondered, her mind filled with questions. It is indeed over 1,000 gene of cucumbers, sold at 0.5 yuan per gene. After deducting some change, I gave Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei each 10 yuan, leaving us with this amount. Chen Hao explained, confirming her confusion. Is anyone really buying cucumbers at 0.5 yuan per gene? Tong Qian was astonished. Are cucumbers truly that delectable? Or perhaps it is that my husband's cucumbers are exceptional, which is why so many people are fond of them. As we near the new year, who knows? Even if the price rises to match that of pork, there will still be buyers. People crave novelty. They desire what others cannot have, Chen Hao remarked. Your husband's cucumbers possess a unique charm. Chapter 26, Making Glutinous Rice Cake 0.5 yuan per gene for cucumbers is already rather steep. Can the price really increase further? That's quite alarming, Tong Qian thought. Unable to believe it, she carefully folded the money she had counted, her brow slightly furrowing as she murmured to herself, calculating their finances. With this additional 467 yuan, their household cash had nearly reached 1,000 yuan. With food in the pantry, I feel secure, she declared proudly. Having money means that even if the house is drafty, it remains warm and inviting. She felt content, free from worries about food and drink. However, she lamented that the mountain behind the village yielded no more mushrooms. Realizing that future earnings would rely on other ventures, Chen Hao shared that, after several trips to the mountains, he had picked some mushrooms and sold them in the county, adding to their cash reserves. With the 467 yuan, their total cash assets had approached 1,000 yuan. As November drew to a close, mushrooms became increasingly rare. During their conversation, Chen Hao finished his bowl of sweet potato porridge. You should rest for a bit. I will wash the dishes, he offered, as Tong Qian placed the fire basin before him. Taking her husband's bowl, she went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. The fire basin was crafted from coarse pottery, shaped like a circle, standing over 10 centimeters tall with a diameter of about 20 centimeters, complete with a handle. Inside, it was lined with ash from burnt wood, with partially burned firewood placed atop, all covered with a thin layer of ash for prolonged heat. As the weather turned cold, this became a common source of warmth for many in the village. Father, I am going outside to gather some straw to line the chick's nest, Chen Hao declared, clutching a small chick as she dashed out of the kitchen. Behind her followed Chen Xiaoduo, mimicking her sister with a chick in hand, albeit with less precision. One chick was caught by its foot while another was grasped by its wing. The chill in the air made the two girls anxious, fearing the little creatures might succumb to the cold. Leave the chicks in the kitchen. Do not take them outside, Chen Hao instructed, casting a glance at Xiaoduo. If she runs towards the water or tries to pick up anything and put it in her mouth, you must spank her. Don't spank me. Spank my sister, Chen Xiaoduo protested, stamping her foot in frustration. Now able to comprehend the situation, she was quite displeased with Chen Hao's directive. The two little girls ventured outside to fetch the straw. On such a frigid day, while adults hesitated to step out, the children remained undeterred by the cold. Their faces flushed, hands icy, and even noses running, yet they were eager to play. After washing the dishes, Tong Qian prepared a basin of warm water and placed it before Chen Hao for a foot soak to warm him up. As he immersed his feet in the hot water, the chill and fatigue melted away. "Wife, you are truly wonderful," Chen Hao complimented. "In the past, I prepared foot baths for you, yet I never heard such sweet words from you." Tong Qian shot him a sideways glance, replying, "You are the pillar of our family. Toiling hard for our livelihood, it is only right that I prepare your foot bath." She willingly joined him, settling beside Chen Hao with her hands warming over the fire. Last year, the two little ones had expressed their desire for glutinous rice cakes upon seeing others enjoy them, and recently, An had mentioned it again, not having forgotten. Given that their circumstances had improved, she yearned to fulfill her daughter's wishes. "Next time we go to the market, let us see if we can buy some glutinous rice to make those cakes," Chen Hao suggested. As the new year approached, some production teams would sell grains at the market, and private sellers might discreetly offer their surplus for cash. "If we can procure glutinous rice, we can buy it at the market without needing tickets." Before bed, Tong Qian filled 2 thick glass bottles with hot water and tucked them into the blankets, causing the children to squeal in surprise. After a bout of playful chaos and some reprimands, they finally succumbed to sleep. She extinguished the light and climbed into bed. The moment she settled in, Chen Hao embraced her, his hands skillfully finding their place. On such a cold night, having a woman to warm the bed was truly delightful. Chen Hao made 2 trips to the county to deliver cucumbers, each time spaced about 10 days apart, harvesting approximately 1,000 pounds of cucumbers to sell at once. Together, these trips earned him 978 yuan. Their savings were on the verge of surpassing the 2,000 yuan mark. In the county, a family with 2,000 yuan in cash was not common, and within the entire brigade, Chen Hao's family was the wealthiest. "Captain, come, have a smoke." Chen Hao set upon visiting Chen Ziqiang's home, immediately offering him a cigarette. "Is anyone using the stone trough in the team? We need it for making glutinous rice cakes, and there is one stored in the team's warehouse." "Is this for making the rice cakes?" Chen Ziqiang inquired. At the market, some glutinous rice was purchased to prepare for the New Year festivities. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. With the weather being pleasant today, preparations were underway to make rice cakes. "You seem to be doing well. Are cucumbers quite popular in the county?" Chen Ziqiang inquired tentatively. "Few indulge in glutinous rice. Firstly, it is expensive, and secondly, it is not easily digestible. During festive occasions, some families do make rice cakes, but this is typically reserved for those who are relatively well off, as rice cakes are considered a rare delicacy in rural households during the new year. Traditionally, Chen Hao's family would never have made rice cakes. Yet this year they were preparing so early. Life is visibly improving." "Not too bad," Chen Hao replied, thanks to Captain Chen's assistance in borrowing a tractor from the team. Otherwise, transporting it with a cart would have been quite troublesome. "You're too polite," Chen Ziqiang waved his hand dismissively. "The stone mortar is in the storeroom. Just gather a few people to help you move it. No one in the village is making rice cakes yet. Your family is the first." He pulled out a set of keys from his pocket, selected one, and handed it to Chen Hao. "This key is for the storeroom where the stone mortar is kept. Remember to lock the door after you take what you need, and just return the key to me." The storeroom was not far, and Chen Hao found some people to assist in carrying the stone mortar back to the empty space in front of his house. After returning the key, he found a group already busy at work. Tong Qian and Chen Shaoting were together, diligently scooping the glutinous rice from the buckets, preparing to bring it inside to be cooked on the stove. The rice had been washed and soaked in several buckets since yesterday, and after nearly 24 hours, it was ready to be used. "Is it time to light the fire?" In the kitchen, Qin Dongchen's wife, Li Xia, emerged with a fire tong and a bundle of dry straw to inquire. She had also come to help, ready to tend to the stove. "It's time. Go ahead and light it," Tong Qian nodded. As the fire ignited and the water in the pot boiled, the glutinous rice was added to the bubbling water. Tong Qian, Chen Shaoting, and Li Xia, the 3 women, stood watch over the kitchen. Outside, Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei were cleaning the stone mortar with dry straw, scrubbing away the grime with water, followed by a thorough wash with old loofah. Chen Hao was also busy, rolling up his sleeves to clean the wooden mallet. Chapter 27. Calling in a few men for assistance. "Uncle Hao, my grandmother says that you might need more winnowing baskets. You'll have to borrow 2 more. Chen Shaoting called out as she stepped outside. The elderly lady was also in the kitchen, occasionally offering reminders and advice. The ones making rice cakes were all young girls and wives, taking on the main role for the first time in steaming glutinous rice. Having an elder to oversee the cooking and provide guidance made them feel much more at ease. "All right, I'll go borrow some more," Chen Hao replied. He went to the captain's house to borrow a winnowing basket. then to another family he was familiar with to borrow another. Men were busy cleaning the tools while the women tended to the kitchen. Nini, Xiaoduo, and several other little ones were bustling about, darting in and out of the kitchen, running outside, and even tossing some straw into the pig pen. All right, scoop out the glutinous rice, drain it, and place it in the steamer, the elderly lady instructed. The rice should be cooked to about 70% doneness in the boiling water. A group of women scooped out the glutinous rice, which had reached a 7/10 degree of doneness, placing it into a bamboo sieve prepared nearby to drain excess water. They then transferred the drained rice into the steamer. It's quite heavy. Call a few men for assistance, instructed Tong Qian, shouting. The steamer was rather cumbersome, and the women lacked the strength to lift it. Uncle Hao, the glutinous rice is in the steamer and needs to be placed over the fire for steaming. It's too heavy. We need a few more hands. Chen shouting called out, rushing to the doorway. The assistance of men was indispensable for such labor-intensive tasks. Chen Hao and Chen Dongsheng entered the kitchen to help lift the steamer onto the stove, while the women continued to transfer the remainder of the partially cooked glutinous rice into the steamer. The steamer was now filled to the brim with rice. Cover it up, said Tong Qian. We can now add firewood to cook the rice thoroughly, much like steaming buns. The purpose of placing the glutinous rice into the steamer was to ensure it was completely cooked. Mom, is the rice cake ready? I'm hungry, exclaimed Chen Hao as she rushed in, followed closely by Chen Xiaoduo, who patted her belly and echoed, I'm hungry too. Just wait another half hour. We'll have some glutinous rice later, replied Tong Qian. Go outside to play, and don't mess around in the kitchen or get your clothes wet. It'll be cold. She ushered the two children out, as the kitchen was small and crowded, with too many items around, making their presence a distraction. After half an hour, the glutinous rice was thoroughly steamed. Each person took a portion to satisfy their hunger before commencing the rice cake preparation. The stone trough and wooden pestles are all clean. Let us put the glutinous rice in, said Chen Hao. The glutinous rice was placed in the stone trough, and the men took turns pounding it with wooden pestles until it transformed into a sticky mass. It was indeed a laborious task. In the biting cold, it didn't take long for the men to break into a sweat. Once the rice was pounded to the desired consistency, it was set aside in the sieve, and the women resumed their work, shaping the sticky rice into cakes approximately 20 centimeters in diameter. From morning until dusk, they worked tirelessly, turning dozens of pounds of glutinous rice into rice cakes, which were then laid out to cool on the sieve. Li Xia, come take these rice cakes home. Thank you for your help, said Xin Wei. This is for you, shouting, come and take your rice cakes. As the families who helped prepared to leave, Chen Hao and Tong Qian distributed 3 cakes to each. Are we cooking dinner tonight? Tong Qian arranged the rice cakes neatly in the house. No. Let us stir-fry some vegetables and pan-fry the rice cakes, suggested Chen Hao. He turned to his daughters. Nini, Xiaoduo, what do you think? I want to eat brown sugar rice cakes, replied Chen Hao. After I eat, I'll brush my teeth, so I want to get cavities. The family had indeed purchased brown sugar. All right, let your mother fry some brown sugar rice cakes for you, Chen Hao chuckled. He turned to Tong Qian, saying, I'll return the sieve now. Don't go empty-handed. Take some rice cakes with you. Tong Qian reminded him, in our village, when people help, we either provide a meal or give them rice cakes in return. If someone assists with butchering pigs, we might offer some pork or offal. When borrowing items, we should return them with something extra. I understand. I won't forget. Chen Hao replied with a smile as he returned the sieve to the team leader and another villager, bringing along the rice cakes. Upon returning home, the golden brown sweet rice cakes were perfectly fried, sprinkled with brown sugar, and one bite revealed an exquisite flavor, crispy, tender, and sweet. I ventured to pick a few cucumbers. Chen Hao set down the rice cakes and stepped outside, diving into the greenhouse before the house to gather several cucumbers. After a simple wash, I took a bite, pairing it with the sweet rice cake, and it was delightful. I want to have some too. So do I. The two little ones reached out, eager for a taste. Chen Hao generously divided half a cucumber for each of them and handed one to Tong Qian as well. The family enjoyed their meal with great joy. 2 days later, more cucumbers were harvested, and Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei ventured into the county together. With their previous experiences, Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei had become quite familiar with the business, adeptly handling the customers seeking cucumbers. I'll take a stroll. You two keep an eye on things, Chen Hao suggested, intending to explore the market. Go on. We've got this. You can rest easy, Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei assured him, not far into his walk. Chen Hao arrived at the largest shopping mall in the county, Changfeng Mall, a comprehensive state-operated establishment The mall bore the name of the county it resided in, boasting a substantial area of approximately 2,000 square meters and employing around 70 to 80 staff members. Numerous counters displayed a variety of products, including hardware, textiles, and sundries. Although most required special tickets for purchase, Chen Hao made his way to the television section, where a glass counter showcased a range of televisions lined up against the wall in various sizes: 9-inch, 12-inch, 16-inch, and 19-inch black and white models. Here, have a cigarette. Chen Hao offered to a nearby staff member who appeared to be on a break. There's a rule against smoking in the mall to prevent fire hazards, the employee replied. Yet, despite the admonition, he accepted the cigarette from Chen Hao. Such a large mall is indeed well managed, Chen Hao remarked. However, rules are rigid while people are adaptable. Serving the public also necessitates moments of respite. After exchanging a few pleasantries and building a rapport, Chen Hao discreetly inquired, "Excuse me, do you happen to have tickets for televisions or bicycles? If so, I'm willing to purchase them." Tickets for these items were scarce. Although he had managed to acquire food, oil, fabric, and even meat tickets through discreet transactions, he had yet to find those for televisions and bicycles, items that were particularly elusive. "I don't have any of those tickets. Even if I did, I wouldn't sell them, as I need them for myself," the staff member replied. He then observed Chen Hao, adding, "You don't necessarily need to have those tickets. Tomorrow marks the 3rd anniversary of the mall's opening, and there will be promotions where many items won't require tickets. You should come early to queue up. Best to arrive at dawn, otherwise, if too many people show up, you might find yourself waiting in line only to have the items sold out by the time you reach the front," he cautioned. Dawn it is. Such coveted goods truly attract a crowd. Chen Hao contemplated, considering the need to find someone to queue with and arrange for a place to stay overnight. Both a television and a bicycle are on the agenda for purchase, necessitating the presence of 2 individuals, one being himself, and the other someone he must recruit. He thought of his sister-in-law in the county town. Chapter 28. Fear of being spoiled. Having gathered the necessary information, Chen Hao wandered around the mall once more, feeling quite helpless. Without tickets, he could scarcely buy anything, let alone a television or a bicycle. He couldn't even procure basic necessities like candies. Money was of no use. For farmers, the grand shopping mall in the county was less convenient than a market, where many items did not require tickets. Upon exiting the mall, he returned to the cucumber selling area. The truckload of cucumbers had nearly sold out. "I want to head back today. I'll return tomorrow," Chen Hao informed the 2 men. The tractor must remain in the county town, and he would drive it back the following day, leaving them to walk home. Goods purchased at the mall did not come with a delivery service, so he intended to transport the bicycle and television back via tractor. "Brother Hao, where will you stay tonight?" Even with a letter of introduction, it's hard to find accommodation in the county, isn't it? Chen Dongxing inquired. As for walking back, neither of them felt particularly perturbed. They had walked even farther distances than the 15 li ahead. In the biting cold, walking would warm them up. "I have a place to stay. You need not worry about that," Chen Hao replied. "After I return to the village, I'll send a message to my wife, informing her that I'll be back tomorrow." While there were ghost houses in the county, most of their clientele were personnel within the system. As an agricultural household, even with a letter of introduction, it would be challenging for him to find lodgings there. However, his sister-in-law, Tong Qian, likely had accommodations available, and he could inquire about it. Having not sold all the cucumbers, he intended to bring 6 or 7 home for his sister-in-law. He pulled out a pack of unopened cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to the 2 men. "This is the only pack I have on me. You 2 can smoke it on the way. I'll keep the remaining half for myself." He also counted out 20 yuan from his cloth bag and gave it to them. "Brother Hao, there's no need for such formality. It's not that far. And in this cold weather, walking back is even more comfortable than riding the tractor," Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei said, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Chen Hao's generosity. "Business is business," Chen Hao stated. "Your willingness to accompany me signifies your trust, and I have confidence in both of you. Yet, while affection is important, certain rules must be maintained. If I feast on meat, you both must be served the broth, and it must be warm. If left too long, it would spoil. Wouldn't it?" He patted their shoulders, encouraging them to work diligently alongside him, assuring them that their wives and partners could join them in the future. Chen Dongsheng was already married, while Chen Wei remained single. "My wife has long wished to work with you," Chen Dongsheng immediately responded. "There will undoubtedly be opportunities. Selling cucumbers can be quite lucrative, and other ventures can be equally profitable," Chen Hao remarked. "Let us proceed like this for the year. and we shall strategize more thoroughly next year. The two men walked back to the village while Chen Hao drove the tractor to the school where his sister-in-law worked, Changfeng County Middle School. The gate stood wide open. Not only was there no fence, but even a guard was absent. Chen Hao drove his tractor into the school grounds and found an empty patch to park. Clutching the joystick, he awaited beside a low-rise building where the teachers resided. He had visited this place in his previous life. After a brief wait, several school staff approached him. Chen Hao explained he was waiting for Tong Man and offered them some cigarettes. Among them, someone who recognized Tong Man volunteered to assist in reaching her. Approximately 20 minutes later, Tong Man appeared from the direction of the teaching building, radiating warmth despite the frigid weather. "What brings you here? Did my sister and the others come too?" Tong Man inquired, scanning the area to see if her sister Tong Qian and her two nieces had also arrived but found no sign of them. "Your sister and the girls didn't come. I was in the county selling cucumbers and thought I'd stop by," Chen Hao replied, handing her the cucumbers he had freshly harvested that morning. "It's freezing outside. Let us go inside for a bit." Tong Man felt a tinge of disappointment as she led Chen Hao into her dormitory. It was small, yet impeccably tidy, with just her residing there. "You made a special trip just to bring me cucumbers?" she asked, pouring him a cup of hot water. "Is that all?" "Actually, there is something," Chen Hao admitted. "I plan to buy a television and a bicycle. The Longfeng shopping mall is having a sale tomorrow, and these items don't require tickets. Since it's Sunday, would you accompany me and help me queue up to purchase them?" His gaze drifted to the clothes hanging by the bed. Suddenly, a hand reached out and tucked them under the blanket. "I'm your sister-in-law, your wife's sister. Mind your eyes," Tong Man warned playfully, though curiosity flickered in her expression. "Do you have that much money? A television costs several hundred yuan, and bicycles aren't cheap either." Teachers at the school enjoyed relatively stable jobs, and while many families were dual income, few could afford a television. The thought that Chen Hao intended to buy both a television and a bicycle suggested that he might not be financially strained. Chen Hao lifted the cloth bag he had been carrying. "This is the money from selling cucumbers. It's about 500 yuan, and I have some extra cash on me. If it's not enough, could you lend me some? I'll repay you the next time I'm in the county." Tong Man had already noticed the bag Chen Hao was holding. Selling cucumbers for 500 yuan? How was that possible? She pondered, intrigued. Chen Hao opened the bag slightly, revealing the cash that hadn't yet been counted. Quite a lot. Tong Man's heart raced as she hurried to close the door. "I remember now. A colleague mentioned buying cucumbers. Was it from you?" she exclaimed, seemingly impressed. "I heard they were quite expensive. 5 mao per jean," Chen Hao confirmed. "So expensive?" Tong Man exclaimed, astonished. "The black fungus is priced at 10 yuan per pound, while cucumbers are merely 50 cents per pound. How is it that these items, upon reaching Chen Hao's hands, can be sold at such exorbitant prices? If they weren't so overpriced, I wouldn't even consider selling them," Chen Hao chuckled. "Indeed. Changfeng Shopping Mall occasionally holds promotions requiring one to queue at dawn. It is advisable to stay in the county town overnight." After a moment of astonishment, Tong Man inquired, "Where do you plan to sleep?" She felt a sense of joy knowing that Chen Hao could earn money, as it would certainly ease her sister's burdens. "I hold an agricultural household registration," Chen Hao replied, "and although I have a letter of introduction, I cannot stay at the guest house. I must queue at dawn. If I arrive late, the televisions and bicycles will undoubtedly be sold out." He looked at Tong Man and casually asked, "Is this convenient for you? What do you think?" Tong Man shot him a glare. A solitary man and woman together, regardless of whether anything occurs, others will surely misconstrue the situation. Moreover, I do not trust you. Sharing a room with you makes me apprehensive of being taken advantage of. Chapter 29. I will bring you a cotton sweater later. She spoke candidly, harboring significant doubts about Chen Hao's character. "I am your brother-in-law. Why would you fear this?" Chen Hao replied, exasperated. "We need not share a bed. A simple mat on the floor will suffice." "Even that is unacceptable," Tong Man declared firmly. "My sister has informed me that it was your coaxing that led her to secluded spots in the woods, holding hands and embracing. She would never have committed to you otherwise. A person like you deserves not even the slightest opportunity." Her resolve was unwavering, entirely unyielding. Then she shifted her tone. "Tonight, I will stay over at a colleague's place. You can sleep in my dormitory. However, I warn you, do not rummage through my belongings. I know exactly where everything is placed. If you disturb anything, you will certainly regret it." She brandished a cucumber threateningly, though sensing its lack of intimidation, she took a hefty bite out of it. Accompanying Tong Man to the cafeteria, they shared a meal. After a brief tidying up, she headed to her colleague's dormitory to rest. Chen Hao, having soaked his feet and consumed a considerable amount of water, retired to bed. Awakened by the pressing need to relieve himself, Chen Hao found it impossible to fall back asleep. He donned his clothes and made his way to the restroom at the end of the building. Using the toilet in this communal building is far worse than a rural latrine, he muttered to himself. After sitting in his room for a short while, Tong Man approached him. "You're up quite early," she remarked, her hair slightly disheveled. "Let me freshen up and change my clothes. Then we can head to the mall to queue." "All right," Chen Hao nodded. "I'll wait for you downstairs." He took a cloth bag, grabbed the tractor's lever, and went outside to smoke. After approximately 10 minutes, Tong Man descended the stairs. "Let us take the tractor," she suggested. Chen Hao pointed to where the tractor was parked and asked, "You brought money, right?" "Yes, I have over 200 yuan, Tong Man confirmed. "And I also have some vouchers." As a teacher with a stable job, she received grain and oil vouchers periodically, as well as occasional allocations of fabric and sugar vouchers. During their conversation, lights began to illuminate in numerous rooms within the communal building. Many were preparing to venture to the shopping mall for purchases. Even though city workers received vouchers, they often found them insufficient, especially when the mall held promotional days that did not require vouchers, prompting many to rise early to queue. Chen Hao drove the tractor, carrying his sister-in-law, to the Chongfeng Mall. They arrived quite early, with only a sparse gathering of people. Tong Man remarked, "There will be more people shortly." Chen Hao found an empty spot, parked the tractor, and said, "Come, let us secure our position." Although the main entrance of Chongfeng Mall was not yet open, it didn't matter, as the two stood at the doorway, claiming their place. After waiting for over 10 minutes, more and more people began to arrive, clustering at the entrance, men, women, and children alike. As time passed, the crowd swelled, becoming increasingly congested. The once quiet street grew louder, filled with families discussing strategies and plans. Once inside, they would rush to the fabric section to grab as much material as they could, without needing tickets, just in time for the upcoming New Year. This was the conversation between two spouses preparing to gather fabric. They eagerly anticipated the moment, planning to purchase a 12-inch Feiweb brand television without a ticket, ensuring their funds were counted accurately, 360 yuan. "Counted again," one urged. "What if we miscalculated? We can't stand in line for so long only to discover we lack sufficient funds." This family shared Chen Hao's goal of acquiring a television. Having already inquired about the price, their objective clear. Despite the frigid weather, the residents' enthusiasm remained undeterred. People continued to arrive, and as dawn broke, the area outside Chongfeng Mall was packed, with the street filled to capacity. Chen Hao and Tong Man found themselves squeezed amidst the throng, barely able to move. "Later, you'll head to the bicycle counter to purchase a bicycle, preferably a 28-inch model, ideally from the Phoenix or Forever brands," Chen Hao instructed. He had previously informed team leader Chen Ziqiang about gifting a bicycle to the team, and it was time to fulfill that promise. The crowd continued to grow. Finally, the doors of Chongfeng Mall swung open. "Charge!" someone shouted. "Don't push me." Residents who had been waiting eagerly surged into the mall, reminiscent of scenes decades later when elderly patrons scrambled for free eggs at the market. Among the crowd rushing in, many youthful faces were visible. Despite the throngs, Chen Hao and his sister-in-law had arrived early, positioning themselves at the front. As soon as the doors opened, they swiftly entered. With Chen Hao heading straight for the television counter, the sales staff had yet to arrive. After another 10 minutes, the attendant at the television counter finally appeared. Glancing at the throng before her with a calm demeanor, her movements leisurely. This scene was all too familiar for the sales staff, who had grown accustomed to such chaos. "Form a line, no pushing," the attendant called out. "Prepare your money, and come one by one." Chen Hao was first in line. He had already prepared his funds and pointed to a television. "I'll take that one, the Jinxing brand, 16 inches. 650 yuan, the attendant replied. The 12-inch television cost only 360 yuan, while the 16-inch was priced at a steep 650 yuan. Chen Hao pulled out a sizable stack of cash, placing it on the glass counter. "Fortunately, I had some money on me. Otherwise, I truly could not have afforded the 16-inch television and would have had to settle for a smaller model. Alas, I only had small change to buy a television. I wondered if I could exchange it for larger denominations. This was wasting my time." The salesperson displayed a hint of impatience. The state-owned store's staff were quite assertive. "I apologize, comrade. Please bear with me," Chen Hao said, attempting to smooth things over. In this era, being a salesperson in a department store is a highly coveted position. And these individuals exuded confidence. One had to be polite, for if they displeased the staff, they might refuse to sell to you. After counting the money, which totaled 650 yuan, Chen Hao finally acquired the television. He glanced around, noticing the crowd but failing to spot his sister-in-law, and awkwardly maneuvered the television out of the store. He stood beside the tractor, waiting. Approximately half an hour later, Tong Man arrived, pushing a brand-new Phoenix bicycle. In the future, do not make me do this. I would rather die than queue up for a bicycle again. I nearly lost my sanity. Tong Man expressed her frustration, casting a resentful glance at Chen Hao, her hair tousled. You've worked hard. I'll bring you some rice dumplings later, Chen Hao said gratefully. Thank goodness for your help today. 138 yuan. Tong Man exclaimed, her eyes wide. I was planning to buy a thermal shirt, but in this situation, I couldn't even manage that. The Phoenix bicycle cost 138 yuan. I'll bring you a thermal shirt later, Chen Hao replied. As for the bicycle money, I'll deliver it to you when I go to the county in a couple of days. The cucumbers had not yet sold out. He still needed to go to the county. After securing the television and bicycle at the back of the tractor, Chen Hao drove back to the village. Chapter 30. Acting like a woman. By the time they arrived in the village, it was still early. The weather was cold, and a few villagers were busy tending to their plots, arranging the vegetables in their front and backyards, and adding straw to the nest for their chickens and ducks. Some villagers spotted Chen Hao. You're back? Why are you home so early? It's quite chilly. Going to the county every few days must be exhausting. Many were unaware that Chen Hao had gone to the county yesterday to sell cucumbers, and didn't return last night. Seeing him drive back on the tractor today left them perplexed. Chen Hao greeted everyone with a smile. The tractor did not stop, heading straight towards his home. The villagers who had just greeted him naturally shifted their gaze to the television and bicycle at the back of the tractor. What is that? Is it a bicycle? A couple who had just spoken to Chen Hao were astonished to see the items. The television was wrapped in a corrugated cardboard box, requiring a closer look, while the bicycle was unwrapped and immediately visible. No family in the village owned a bicycle. Even the village leader, Chen Ziqiang, did not have one. Yet here was Chen Hao's tractor displaying a bicycle. The couple was taken aback. It truly is a bicycle, but what is in that box? It looks like it might be a television. Don't be ridiculous. Televisions are so expensive. There are hardly any families in the entire brigade that own one. How could Chen Hao's family afford a television? Many whispered among themselves, filled with curiosity. Chen Hao paid no heed to these matters and drove the tractor home. At the entrance, Chen and Chen Xiao duo were playing with some chicks, accompanied by a small native dog. Chen Xiaoting was nearby, joining the two children in their playful activities. Upon hearing the sound of the tractor, Chen called out excitedly. Chen Xiao duo jumped up and down in delight. The little girl expressed her anger by stomping her feet, and her joy in the same manner. Before the tractor had even come to a stop, Chen loudly reported, Dad, I have something to tell you. Last night, my sister cried because she missed you. Mom tried to comfort her, but she wouldn't listen and just kept sobbing. As soon as the tractor halted, Chen Hao scooped up Chen Xiao duo. Chen rushed over, and with some effort, he lifted his eldest daughter as well. One in each arm. Recently, the family's circumstances had improved, and both girls had grown taller and heavier. Tong Qian stood at the door, observing this scene with a smile. The little one cried for over an hour last night, and only fell asleep after exhausting herself. No matter how I tried to explain, she wouldn't listen. She just wanted you. The elder one was the same. She is usually quite lively, but last night she was downcast and hardly ate anything. I just miss Dad, Chen said, wrapping her arms around Chen Hao's neck, feeling aggrieved. You must not have eaten alone out there, and I can't eat either. I miss you too. Chen Xiao duo chimed in, her earnest gaze fixed on Chen Hao. The two girls were vying for attention. Tong Qian then noticed the items behind the tractor. Did you buy a bicycle? Not just a bicycle, but also a television. Chen Hao replied as he set the two girls down. The bicycle is meant for the team committee, as previously agreed, and the television will be installed once I return home. Chen Hao carried the television into the house and then pushed the bicycle towards Chen Ziqiang's home. At Chen Ziqiang's place, the door was ajar, and several committee members were seated together, sipping tea and chatting. The tractor is an asset of the brigade. How can it be used for personal purposes? If the brigade finds out, we will surely be criticized, and may even have to write a self-criticism, the agricultural vice-captain remarked, expressing his discontent with Chen Hao's frequent use of the tractor over the past few days. It's freezing cold, and the tractor isn't often needed by the brigade. It's not as serious as you claim, Chen Ziqiang countered. Moreover, Chen Hao mentioned that the tractor was lent to him on the condition that he would donate a bicycle to the committee later. This will also benefit the production team greatly, enabling quicker travel to the brigade and commune meetings, thus enhancing production efficiency. You trust Chen Hao's words? What kind of person is he? Everyone in the village knows him well, the agricultural vice captain retorted. A bicycle isn't cheap. It costs 1 or 200 yuan. He wouldn't part with that for the committee. His words are merely to placate you. He took a puff of his cigarette. And my discontent is not directed personally at Chen Hao. Rather, it is his actions that adversely affect our production team. Throughout the entire year, he has barely contributed to our work, and now he frequently drives the team's tractor to the county. If such matters were to reach the ears of our team, we, as committee members, would face criticism. The other committee members nodded in agreement. Witnessing their attitude, Chen Ziqiang couldn't help but feel uneasy. The bicycle is not inexpensive. Would Chen Hao truly be willing to spend that much? The team leader and several other leaders are present. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Chen Hao's face. He glanced at the agricultural deputy team leader and said, "If you have any objections, feel free to express them directly. I am not one to shy away from criticism. Gossiping behind someone's back, like a woman, is quite petty, don't you think?" He overheard the previous discussion, which had grown somewhat loud. Chen Hao did not wish to offend the committee members without cause, but he was also unafraid of confrontation. The leaders of the team are hardly considered officials. They lack formal positions, and the committee members of the production team must labor alongside everyone else, lacking any official status. Calling them leaders or officials is merely a polite formality. "I have not spoken falsely, it is merely the truth," stated the agricultural deputy team leader. He was taken aback by Chen Hao's unexpected arrival. Is the truth always correct? Chen Hao stood his ground, appearing somewhat aggressive. Every person has their day of reckoning. When your relatives celebrate the arrival of a new family member, you do not openly proclaim that the child will surely meet their demise one day. As the new year approaches, how can you speak so insensitively? The agricultural deputy team leader's face flushed with indignation. "Tell me, is there no merit in my words? I merely offered an analogy, with no ill intent. It is the truth I speak, so why do you take offense?" Chen Hao replied, "With their own spear, they shall attack their own shield." The cucumber greenhouse has yielded results, and the villagers have taken notice. He now possesses leverage and can speak with greater authority. Women ought to be gentle, while men must be resolute. Only with sufficient firmness can one gradually press forward to achieve their goals. To accomplish anything in the village, one must wield influence and have allies. Both carrot and stick are necessary, for virtue and authority must coexist. The other committee members, including Chen Ziqiang, were perplexed. Unsure why Chen Hao was exhibiting such dominance today, particularly in his confrontation with the agricultural deputy team leader. Previously, the deputy had also spoken insensitively. Yet Chen Hao had remained patient. "Team leader, there's a bicycle parked outside. It is the one I promised to donate to the committee," Chen Hao said, directing his gaze toward Chen Ziqiang. "It's a Phoenix brand, the 2/8 model." Chapter 31. The scene emerges. Chen Ziqiang immediately stepped outside and saw a bicycle parked nearby. It was brand new, a Phoenix brand, the 2/8 model. Chen Hao had not spoken falsely. The other committee members also rushed out. "When did you purchase this?" Chen Ziqiang inquired. He approached the bicycle, gently touching it here and there, afraid to apply too much pressure, lest he damage it. He had never been so cautious even with his own wife. Now, as he circled around the bicycle, his eyes sparkled with excitement. And he dared not exert too much force, fearing he might damage it. The other committee members wore similar expressions. It truly was a Phoenix brand bicycle. Renowned for its quality, several officials in the brigade rode this very make. One committee member remarked, "The thought of donating a bicycle to the committee had lingered in my mind, yet procuring a bicycle ticket proved to be a formidable challenge. After several fruitless trips to the county, I learned yesterday that the local store was holding an event where bicycles could be purchased without tickets. I hardly slept that night. Rushing over to queue up, terrified of missing the opportunity, Chen Hao recounted. His words were a blend of truth and embellishment, lending credibility to his tale while highlighting his own efforts. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. You had to line up in the dead of night to buy a bicycle? One committee member gasped in disbelief. Indeed, bicycles are not only precious in the countryside, even in the county, many desire to buy one. It's incredibly popular. Many lack tickets, so they must queue up at night. If they arrive late, they risk losing their chance, Chen Hao explained. You've truly gone through a lot. Did you really donate this bicycle to the committee? Chen Ziqiang asked Chen Hao, his heart racing in anxiety. He felt more urgency than he did on his wedding night. "How long to write it?" Chen Hao replied with unwavering certainty. When he said he donated it to the committee, he meant it. He pulled a receipt from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang. "This is the receipt for the bicycle. You all chat. I must return home. I've not eaten a morsel since last night." With that, Chen Hao left without hesitation, decisively. Chen Ziqiang placed his hand on the bicycle seat, caressing it gently, then glanced at the receipt in his hand. 138 yuan, quite steep, yet he had indeed donated it. He turned to the agricultural vice captain. "The comments you made earlier should not be repeated. Comrade Chen Hao may have his quirks, but he has not committed any unforgivable offense. He genuinely donated a bicycle to the committee. Such a good comrade is rare, not only in our production team but across the brigade and the commune. I have not seen anyone with such awareness. This is a commendable comrade. Your previous remarks were quite disheartening." The agricultural vice captain's face flushed crimson. The other committee members also appeared somewhat embarrassed. Chen Hao is a good comrade. Moving forward, we must assist him in any way we can. It resembled the dynamics of a romantic relationship, when an initially oblivious partner suddenly begins to express affection through sweet words and gifts. It is often not due to newfound insight, but rather an attempt to atone for past misdeeds. As they observed Chen Hao's departing figure, Chen Ziqiang and the other committee members felt a similar sentiment. They had hurt Chen Hao and wished to make amends. Upon returning home, Chen Hao discovered a crowd gathered at his doorstep. Chen Daoxing and Chen Wei, without further ado, along with several other villagers, gathered at their doorsteps. Even those who seldom visited had suddenly appeared. Chen Hao had returned. "Is this the television you purchased from the county? Quite impressive. No one in the village has a television yet. Your family is the first." It seemed that everyone had come for the novelty of the television. Men and women, young and old, drawn by the news, flocked to witness the spectacle. The television, a 16-inch Jinxing model, was indeed a rarity in the village. "Please make way. I shall set up the television," Chen Hao announced. Setting up a black and white television was no great challenge. One merely needed to plug it in and attach the antenna. He found a piece of bamboo, secured the outdoor antenna, propped it in front of the house, connected the power, made some adjustments, and it was ready. The set offered 12 channels. Yet only one station could be accessed, the provincial station. The program was rather mundane, featuring a lecture on boilers aimed at boiler workers. There's a picture, exclaimed the villagers in awe at seeing an image on such a small device. However, the picture appeared somewhat blurred. The room was filled to capacity, each person fixated on the television screen, expressing their wonder in hushed tones, even the children, who had momentarily ceased their antics. Their eyes glued to the screen with keen interest. "The antenna's position is off. Dongsheng, adjust the bamboo pole," Chen Hao instructed. "I'll call out when it's right." Outside, Chen Dongsheng turned the pole while Chen Hao monitored from within, calling stop when the picture improved. As the television was fine-tuned, more villagers, having heard the news, hurried to Chen Hao's home. Eventually, the room became overcrowded, prompting Chen Hao to place the television outside the window on a small wooden table, ensuring that all could enjoy the broadcast. "Bring your own stools. I won't supply them. It's cold, so dress warmly to avoid catching a chill," Chen Hao called out. At that moment, the villagers abandoned their winter chores, reveling in the festive atmosphere akin to a New Year celebration. "Someone's head is blocking the view. Tiger. Go home and bring back a couple of stools. Wang Hongmei, could you possibly shift your rear end? Are we here to watch television or merely to showcase your backside?" The crowd humorously chided one another, eventually forming a circle a few meters away from the television to watch the program. Even Chen Shouting and the elderly woman next door, who seldom ventured outside, brought their stools and a fire bucket to enjoy the show. "It seems that the television will likely remain outside for most of the time," Tong Qian remarked. "It'll be on from 6 to 8 in the evening for just 2 hours," Chen Hao replied. "When the time's up, we'll turn it off." With only one channel available and such a hefty price, it feels less useful than a radio, Tong Qian observed. "Why buy a radio when a television offers such a superior experience?" Chen Hao glanced around to ensure no one was listening before quietly confiding in Tong Qian. "I plan to seek the position of deputy leader in the production team. With the television's arrival and the villagers coming to visit, I believe I will have garnered their goodwill, and when the time comes to vote for deputy leader, they are likely to support me, especially Wang Hongmei, who would feel awkward voting for anyone else. Becoming deputy leader will enable me to accomplish more." "You intend to run for deputy leader?" Tong Qian expressed her surprise. "Unexpectedly. My husband harbors such ambitions. What else could it be?" Bestowing bicycles upon the team committee and purchasing a television set, the villagers gathered to witness the spectacle. For what purpose? Chen Hao chuckled. Does he truly believe I am foolish and affluent? He gazed at his wife and said, select a few fine rice cakes. In a couple of days, when I head to the county to sell cucumbers, I shall deliver them to Xiaoman. She has worked hard today, rising early to queue in the cold with me. Do we have any fabric coupons left at home? It's getting chilly. Let's buy her a new garment. I'll go and check, Tong Qian replied. Each market day, she would acquire some fabric coupons, which not only allowed her to procure cloth for sewing clothes and bed linens, but could also be exchanged for ready-made garments. No need to rush. Just find them for me when I go to the county in a few days. Chen Hao waved his hand. You should go and watch some television. Tong Qian scampered over to the television. Although it was said to be inferior to a radio, she found herself engrossed once seated. Indeed, you really bought a television. Chen Ziqiang approached, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Chen Hao. This is hand-rolled. It cannot compare to your brand. He had been at home discussing bicycles with several committee members when he heard of Chen Hao's television purchase and was initially skeptical. However, upon seeing his wife and child run over, he was compelled to verify for himself. To his astonishment, half the village had congregated. No matter how expensive your brand of cigarettes may be, it cannot compare to what the team leader has to offer, Chen Hao remarked with a smile. Showing no disdain as he took the cigarette, struck a match, and lit it. Logically speaking, the cucumbers are grown in our own plot. I shouldn't inquire. But I am genuinely curious. How much do your cucumbers sell for? Chen Ziqiang could not contain his curiosity. A few months prior, Chen Hao's household had been struggling, and now, before the new year, their fortunes had dramatically improved, allowing them to purchase glutinous rice for rice cakes, donate bicycles to the committee, and acquire a television. If cucumbers were truly priced at 10 cents per pound, how could they afford such luxuries? 50 cents per pound, Chen Hao replied. Chen Ziqiang took a deep drag from his cigarette, holding his breath for an extended moment. After a while, he broke into a fit of coughing, nearly brought to tears. Pork is only 70 cents a pound, he said, his emotions a complex tapestry. He cast a glance at the greenhouse in Chen Hao's private plot. Realizing it was not merely a covering, it represented wealth. In a few days, as we approach the new year, it should sell for 70 cents per pound, Chen Hao continued. Raising prices now would be unwise. It would appear quite unsightly. Is that even reasonable? Look at what you're saying, Chen Ziqiang exclaimed, his expression a blend of incredulity and disbelief. 50 cents is already quite high. Are you truly suggesting it will rise to match the price of pork? He gazed at Chen Hao with a complex expression, akin to a woman in a secluded chamber, for many believed that 10 cents per pound was already exorbitant. They never anticipated it would become so costly. Value is determined by rarity, and the same principle applies to fruits and vegetables. The scarcer they are, the more precious they become, Chen Hao explained. The advantage of greenhouse cucumbers is that they are available out of season. Purchasing one or two for a few cents is still manageable for most households. Come to my home for dinner tonight, Chen Ziqiang suddenly declared. I have some rice wine. Let us drink and converse. The bicycle, priced at 138 yuan, was generously donated to the team committee upon your suggestion. As the captain, it is only fitting that I treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Over the years, Chen Ziqiang has never extended an invitation to Chen Hao for a meal at his home. Yet, at this moment, he wishes to invite Chen Hao to dine with him. Placing greater importance on their relationship and intending to discuss certain matters during the meal, Chen Hao nodded in agreement. Shortly after 5 in the afternoon, he harvested a few cucumbers from the greenhouse and arrived at Chen Ziqiang's residence. I have asked my wife to prepare a couple of dishes just for us, so we can converse in the storeroom, where it will be quieter, Chen Ziqiang mentioned, carrying a jug of rice wine. The storeroom was not far. With bowls and chopsticks in hand, the two made their way there. On the table lay half a bowl of fried peanuts, half a bowl of pork cracklings, a bowl of stir-fried lean meat with winter melon, and a jug of rice wine, a substantial spread indeed. You are quite astute, so I will be direct, Chen Ziqiang began. He poured a bowl of rice wine for Chen Hao and continued, next year, I intend to promote the use of greenhouses throughout the village, encouraging every household to cultivate their private plots in this manner. A portion of the production team's land will also be designated for greenhouse cultivation. What are your thoughts? The potential profits are exceedingly high, and the economic value is immense. He envisioned a widespread implementation across the entire production team. Private plots refer to the vegetable gardens of each household. My suggestion is to encourage this initiative without imposing it. Otherwise, it could cause discontent and lead to complications with the brigade and commune. Chen Hao responded. As for the production team's land, since it is collective property, as long as there are no issues with grain procurement, the captain can make decisions regarding cultivation methods. I do not oppose it. On the contrary, I find your suggestion considerate and reasonable, Chen Ziqiang remarked, surprised by Chen Hao's response. He had prepared himself for opposition, thinking that an increase in greenhouse cultivators would inevitably affect Chen Hao's business. To his astonishment, Chen Hao exhibited no dissatisfaction whatsoever. A true comrade, Chen Hao declared. This is a positive development that can enhance the income of the production team and boost the villagers' dividends, which I wholeheartedly support. In truth, such matters are unavoidable. Opposing them serves no purpose. Since resistance is futile, why not embrace the opportunity? Greenhouses merely serve as a stepping stone. Agricultural cultivation yields only modest profits. His ambition was to expand his business to the county level. I plan to open a store in the county, Chen Hao remarked, picking up a peanut. Captain, after the new year, the committee members of our team will need to be re-elected, correct? Yes, indeed. A re-election is necessary, Chen Ziqiang affirmed, observing Chen Hao closely. Are you considering running for a position? I do have such intentions, Chen Hao replied. Greenhouse cultivation allows for the production of off-season fruits and vegetables, thereby enhancing economic returns, which would serve as supplementary income. Our production team lacks substantial side ventures, and the average income of villagers is not high. We must devise ways to expand these supplementary incomes to improve the villagers' livelihoods. Many production teams have side enterprises. In areas rich in mountains, one can rely on forestry. In regions abundant in water resources, aquaculture flourishes, and in areas with thriving mulberry trees, sericulture thrives. This is permissible under policy. That is a sound reasoning, Chen Ziqiang nodded. Curious about which position Chen Hao intended to run for. I plan to contest for the role of deputy head of side enterprises. Chen Hao lifted his bowl of rice wine and clinked it with Chen Ziqiang's, consolidating the resources of the production team to aid in the development of side enterprises. Captain Chen, do you support this? He asked. Running for the leadership position in the production team requires not only the villagers' backing but also the captain's endorsement. This is a good initiative. I support it, Chen Ziqiang replied. When the greenhouse vegetables and fruits are harvested, you shall take them to the county for sale, and your work points will be fully accounted for, 12 points a day. The production team lacked a deputy for side businesses. If Chen Hao wished to take on this role, he should proceed. I also aspire to pursue other side ventures, Chen Hao stated, such as opening a restaurant in the county. The profits from greenhouse planting are meager. As more people engage in it, the value of the produce will inevitably decline. Don't even dream of selling cucumbers at pork prices next year. The restaurant business is where the real profit lies. But no one has ventured into this before. Everyone toils in the fields. Opening a restaurant requires investment. And what if it fails? Chen Ziqiang expressed his concerns. I will cover the investment. I will find partners. If there are losses, they will be mine. Chen Hao reassured him, already prepared. If we profit, the production team will receive 20%. Chen Ziqiang pondered Chen Hao's words. He furrowed his brow, realizing that the production team would be at a significant advantage. It seemed that the production team would be guaranteed a profit, which raised questions about the fairness of such an arrangement. Even a father wouldn't treat his son this well, he mused. Chapter 33. It's time to slaughter the pig. The fruits and vegetables produced by the team and sold externally must first be provided to me. Additionally, the team must issue a certificate stating that the restaurant serves agricultural purposes, Chen Hao added. 20% of the profits in exchange for the certificate. Quite a bargain. Chen Ziqiang finally grasped the situation, looking at Chen Hao. You are essentially establishing a private business. How can this be considered a private business? Chen Hao corrected him. There's still 20% of the profits going to the production team. This is merely a form of public-private partnership. Private enterprises operate in secrecy, but public-private partnerships are perfectly acceptable. Chen Hao had effectively sealed any loopholes. Allow me some time to think, Chen Ziqiang said, setting aside his rice wine. A frown etched on his face. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally nodded. All right, I will issue that certificate for you. If it fails, so be it. Chen Hao's fortunes visibly improved. A television set and a bicycle donated to the team stirred his spirits. Once the meal was finished and the wine consumed, he returned home. The others who had watched television had already left, and the television had been moved indoors. His children were in bed, while Tong Qian sat at the foot of the bed, knitting. Are they asleep? Chen Hao whispered. Yes, they are. Their eyes were already half closed, and they mumbled about waiting for you to return before sleeping. They play too hard during the day, Tong Qian replied. She set aside her knitting, went to the kitchen, and prepared warm water for Chen Hao to soak his feet. I spoke with the captain. I will run for the position of deputy for side enterprises next year. Chen Hao said softly while soaking his feet. Next year, I will open a restaurant in the county. Once we earn some money, we can renovate the house. Is it feasible to open a restaurant? Tong Qian inquired, puzzled. Why would we want to do that? Selling cucumbers is quite profitable, and once the mushrooms start to grow, we can occasionally pick and sell them as well. If we save up, we could still live decently. Saving alone will only lead to poverty. Money must circulate. It must be invested in the market to improve our lives, Chen Hao replied. I operate a restaurant under the guise of a production team, navigating the occasional troubles that arise. While greenhouse cultivation can yield profits, they are modest. It is through the restaurant business that one can achieve substantial wealth, far surpassing the profits derived from greenhouse cucumbers, and potentially transforming one into a modestly affluent individual. Which business is the most lucrative? Clothing? Animal husbandry? Light industry? Food? Or perhaps the culinary arts? None of these. The most profitable ventures are those that monopolize the market, with public-private partnerships. Compounded by 3 years of natural disasters and poor management, the number of dining establishments in Changfeng County does not exceed 5 fingers, and their scale remains limited. Opening a restaurant during such times is akin to a bachelor entering a realm of maidens, where the solitary man must announce his presence. As life gradually improves, I have no aspirations of becoming a wealthy matron, as Tong Qian remarked. I am quite content with the present state of affairs. After a soothing foot bath, Chen Hao retired to bed, with Tong Qian following suit, setting aside her yarn, extinguishing the light, and joining him under the covers. Has your period ended? Chen Hao inquired. It departed yesterday. What are you implying? Tong Qian blushed. Chen Hao responded with silence, opting for a more tangible reply. 2 days later, he drove his tractor to the county to sell cucumbers. Chen Daoxing and Chen Wei had become quite adept, and while he found a moment of respite, Chen Hao took his ration tickets to the Changfeng market, purchasing 2 cotton shirts at 4.35 yuan each, totaling 8.70 yuan. With a portion of rice cake in hand, along with the shirts, he made his way to the county middle school, offering a cigarette to summon his sister-in-law, Tong Man. I brought you some rice cakes. Let us go to your dormitory, Chen Hao said, striding towards her quarters. I haven't cooked, so there's no need for you to bring me rice cakes, Tong Man replied. Upon reaching the dormitory, she filled a cup with water for Chen Hao but stood at the door, not entering. Why are you lingering at the door? Aren't you cold? Chen Hao asked. Last time you came, rumors spread that you were my boyfriend, Tong Man explained. It's better to stand here, lest someone sees us and starts gossiping. It was not only the villagers who reveled in gossip. Even the school teachers, with their respectable jobs, indulged in it. Tong Man, being attractive, attracted the attention of many male students, resulting in increased scrutiny whenever there was even a hint of scandal. I'll leave the rice cakes here and take my leave, Chen Hao stated. Indeed, one must be cautious of the opinions of others. Don't worry about them. My actions are honorable, and I have nothing to fear, Tong Man replied. The door is open, and I'm already standing here. Let them talk. Besides, even if I were to find a partner, it certainly would not be someone like you. Chen Hao, sipping his water, was caught off guard by her words and coughed several times. You are quite outspoken, he remarked, pulling out a wad of cash. This 138 yuan is from the previous bicycle purchase, and the rice cakes are not intended for you. Your inability to cook is no matter. Take the rice cakes to present to the school leaders, 1 for each, as a gesture. Such gestures can only benefit your future endeavors. In the city, acquiring rice cakes is contingent upon timing. Most of the time, grain shops do not supply them, and they are only available during the days leading up to the new year, requiring tickets and patience. It is far more cumbersome than in the village. Several pieces of glutinous rice cake serve as an appropriate gesture of goodwill. Is it something the leader would appreciate? Tong Man questioned with skepticism. Despite their modest cost, there are occasions when the essence of gift-giving transcends the need for extravagant offerings. Chen Hao remarked that, oftentimes, the act of gifting is merely a means to convey one's stance to the leadership. This becomes even more pertinent when new leaders assume their roles. In simple terms, it is about aligning oneself with a faction. He gazed at Tong Man, noting that her heart is larger and more prideful than her sister's. This county is merely a temporary stopping point. If one wishes to ascend, this principle must be comprehended, no matter how capable an individual may be. If the leader perceives them as not part of their team, they will undoubtedly be overlooked. Conversely, even someone of lesser ability, but who is adept at networking, will surely find themselves in a position of greater responsibility in the future. In her past life, Tong Man spent over a decade merely transitioning from the county to the city. She was beautiful and capable, yet those attributes alone were insufficient. Are you truly Chen Hao? Tong Man asked, astonished at his words. She found great resonance in his statement, yet could hardly believe it was uttered by him. I share a bed with your sister every night. If it were false, how could she remain unaware? Chen Hao replied. Bah. Tong Man spat in response. Chen Hao then rose, retrieving a cotton sweater from his pocket. This sweater is for you. It should fit well. After placing the sweater down, he departed. In her dormitory, Tong Man picked up the cotton sweater and felt its texture. She closed the door, removed her outerwear, and tried on the sweater, finding it to fit perfectly. Snug yet comfortable around her chest. After leaving his sister-in-law, Chen Hao wandered around the county. In the bustling part of town, he visited a small eatery named Sanchi, which was modest in size and frequented by a few local employees, with business being mediocre. After a brief exploration, Chen Hao arrived beside the tractor, only to find that the cucumbers had sold out. As the new year approached, residents seemed more generous with their spending, resulting in the quick sale of cucumbers. Next time I come, the prices are bound to rise, Chen Hao mused. Time flew by, and it was now January 1976, with merely 2 weeks until the new year. A fresh snowfall blanketed the surroundings in white. Inside, the television played provincial programming as two children watched with rapt attention. Come. Try on this sweater and see if it fits, Tong Qian said, holding up a knitted sweater. The shoes are ready too. Give them a try to see if they're too small. Chen Hao donned the clothing, thinking that in a few days, when the weather cleared, it would be time for the pig slaughter. When you have a moment, head to the county and tell Xiao Man to come here for dinner during the new year. Tong Qian adjusted the sweater on Chen Hao. Thanks to her support, their family had managed to endure thus far. Chapter 34. Why do you have so much water? The sisters shared a bond of mutual concern. I mentioned to her earlier that I would speak to her in a few days. Chen Hao replied. Dad, tell Annie that when she comes, I will make her grilled glutinous rice cakes. Chen Hao suddenly turned her head and said, the rice cakes I make are truly fragrant. Every time Annie visits, she brings me gifts. Since I'm still young and lack money for gifts, I will make her grilled rice cakes with plenty of sugar. She will surely love them. Even at such a tender age, the child understood who treated her kindly and wished to reciprocate. Eating chicken, I have many little chicks. Chen Hao remarked. The two children were eager to eat, competing with each other, concerned about falling behind regardless of who they favored. All right, once the snow ceases, I will head to the county and speak with her, Chen Hao replied with a smile. The growth cycle of the chickens is rather slow, even after a month. They weigh only about 2 kilograms and have yet to lay eggs. However, if one insists on consuming them, it is not impossible. I have tried on the sweater and shoes. They fit quite well. You should wear the sweater and shoes tomorrow, Tong Qian suggested. It's getting cold. And you're always out and about. You must dress warmly to avoid catching a chill. Go to the county and buy yourself a decent outfit. Don't just focus on purchasing for me. As a man, you ought to pay attention to your attire when out in public, as it will earn you a modicum of respect. I'm in the village and not venturing far. There's no need to buy me a thermal shirt. Previously, Chen Hao had bought 2 thermal shirts in the county. One was given to his sister-in-law, Tong Man, while the other was kept for his wife. It had been several days since then, and Tong Qian had tried it on but decided to set it aside until the new year. After chatting for a while, they sat down to watch television. Tong Qian went to the kitchen to prepare some wood ash, which she sprinkled over the brazier to maintain warmth until morning. A night passed in silence, merely actions exchanged. 3 days later, the skies cleared. Chen Hao's family prepared to slaughter pigs, with numerous villagers coming to lend a hand. Even more than the last time they made rice cakes. Are both of them being slaughtered? Shen Ziqiang stood beside the pig pen. Noting that the pigs were still a bit underweight, they likely weighed just over 100 pounds. If they were raised for a few more months, they could gain several more pounds of meat. He was the team leader and quite skilled at slaughtering pigs. Each year, during the production team's pig slaughtering, it was always Chen Ziqiang who wielded the knife, and Chen Hao had called him over for assistance. Nearby, other villagers gathered to watch the spectacle. Chen Hao's family was suddenly thriving. While the pigs from the production team were not being slaughtered, his pigs were ready for butchering. With just 100 pounds, it was certain that they could grow to 120 pounds with a bit more time. His family had already purchased a television, so a few extra coins were of no concern. In my opinion, Chen Hao is quite capable. He ventured into greenhouse cucumber cultivation, which was met with skepticism, even from the deputy agricultural team leader. Yet, He managed to sell cucumbers at 0.5 yuan per pound. The news of selling cucumbers for that price spread through Chen Ziqiang's words, leading many villagers to regret not joining in earlier. Everything was within Chen Hao's calculations. Next year, many villagers would undoubtedly pursue greenhouse cultivation, and a portion of the production team's fields would certainly be transformed into greenhouses. He could then extricate himself to the county to open a restaurant, establishing reliable channels for sourcing vegetables and fruits, alleviating any concerns. They're all slaughtered, Chen Hao stated. If we can't consume them all, we can make cured meat to preserve. All right, since you say they're all slaughtered, then let it be so. Chen Ziqiang flicked the cigarette butt from his mouth, and with a few strong young men, they seized the pigs and carried them out. The benches were prepared, and the blood-catching basins were set in place. Soon, several robust young men approached, each grasping a pig's leg, holding down the pig's head as they lifted it out of the pen. In front of the house, 3 benches were arranged together, and a wooden basin rested on the ground beside them. Lift it up and hold it down, Chen Ziqiang directed. Fortunately, it weighed only 100 pounds. If we were to project a few decades into the future, a pig would casually weigh 200 to 300 pounds, making it quite a challenge for a few individuals to restrain it. Add some cold water and a pinch of salt to the basin, Chen Ziqiang instructed. Chen Hao had already prepared, adding cold water and a sprinkle of salt to the mixture. This was done to ensure the pig's blood coagulated more swiftly. As pig blood was indeed a rare delicacy, Chen Ziqiang rolled up his sleeves, the slaughtering knife sharpened to perfection, and struck the pig's heart with a single, decisive blow, allowing it to bleed out. Is the water boiling? Can we ladle it out? Tong Qian called from the kitchen. It's ready. The weather is chilly. So ladle out extra hot water, Chen Ziqiang replied. The boiling water filled the wooden basin to the brim. With the pig's blood prepared, the group lifted the pig into the hot water. Chen Ziqiang then took his knife and made a small incision on the pig's hind leg, using a sturdy wooden stick to puncture the skin. He blew air into the opening, a task requiring considerable strength, and several individuals took turns, including Chen Hao. That's sufficient. Tie it up tightly and scrape the hair off. Ensure it's secure. We don't want any air escaping. Chen Ziqiang observed the expanding pigskin, nodding in approval. Each year, they would slaughter a pig. This task was not only familiar to Chen Ziqiang, but also well understood by the other villagers, who worked in perfect harmony. They skillfully scraped, dissected, and divided the 2 pigs. Could I buy a bit of the pig's blood? My child often suffers from nosebleeds. It would help him recover. Do you sell the intestines? I would like to purchase some pork for frying. We've run out of oil. How much is it? Villagers gathered, some to witness the spectacle, others hoping to procure various parts of the pig. They sold off much of the meat, including blood, intestines, heart, and lungs, all of which were in high demand during times when meat was scarce. Those who assisted, including Chen Ziqiang, Chen Dongsheng, Chen Wei, and other villagers, were given portions of the pig's offal, head, and meat without charge. The weather has been fair lately. We must prepare the meat promptly for curing, Tong Qian remarked. With the pig slaughtered and some meat sold and distributed to helpers, plenty remained that needed to be cured into preserved meat for longevity. I will cut the meat. You handle the curing, Chen Hao suggested, urging speed and gathering the necessary seasonings. The simple process of curing meat required only salt, and Chen Hao had purchased a considerable amount of soy sauce, sugar, and pepper, including Sichuan peppercorns, during market day. Local production teams cultivated Sichuan peppercorns as an additional income source, and buying these at the market proved more convenient than at the supply and marketing cooperative. As no tickets were required, and there were no limitations on quantity, just pay for what you need. The couple worked tirelessly until dusk, finally completing the curing process. With the beams of their home adorned with strings of cured meat, the kitchen could not accommodate all of it, so even the sleeping quarters contained several hanging pieces. I never imagined our home could be filled with so much meat. After a long day's work, Tong Qian felt exhausted. Yet her eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of the abundance of cured meat. The last batch of cucumbers had also been sold, and their savings now exceeded 1,000 yuan. They had purchased a television, their rice jar was full, and they had acquired plenty of flour during market day. With the slaughter of 2 pigs, their home was now brimming with meat. As she smiled, tears of joy welled in the corners of her eyes. Why do you have so much water constantly flowing? Chen Hao remarked, tomorrow, I shall venture to the county to deliver a pig's head to Xiaoman, encouraging her to come here for the new year. He still had one more pig's head, which he intended to take to Tongman. What is the purpose of delivering a pig's head? Tong Qian asked in astonishment. Can't she cook for herself? There's one pig's head divided, and another remains. She can present it to her superiors, Chen Hao explained. You are well aware of her temperament. Even after teaching in the county, she remains restless, aspiring to climb the social ladder. It appears inappropriate to give cash, thus offering food seems more suitable. Previously, our family lacked the means, and I hesitated to send her gifts while relying on her assistance. Now that our situation has improved, it is only fitting to support her. Chapter 35. Thank you. Brother-in-law. The next morning, Chen Hao found a clean urea bag, filled it with a whole pig's head, and set off on foot towards the county. After selling the cucumbers, the tractor was returned to the collective. The snow had yet to fully melt, making the journey somewhat arduous. After 2 hours of walking, Chen Hao finally arrived at the county. He headed straight for his sister-in-law Tong Man's dormitory. It was Sunday, and Tong Man had no work, so she was at home. Upon entering, he found not only Tong Man but also his mother-in-law, Huang Yufeng. Xiaoman, Mom, Chen Hao greeted. Huang Yufeng had come to the city, presumably to visit Tong Man. What brings you here? Huang Yufeng, initially engaged in conversation with Tong Man, suddenly appeared displeased upon seeing Chen Hao. She held a strong dislike for him, viewing him as a poor rural man, lacking both wealth and employment, and felt embarrassed to have such a son-in-law. I've brought some gifts for Xiaoman, Chen Hao said, shaking off the snow from his legs as he entered the room, placing the urea bag down. He remained outside for a moment as Huang Yufeng frowned, expressing disdain for the mess. She refused to even glance at him. Mom, please refrain from speaking so harshly, Tong Man interjected, rising to her feet. Her feelings towards Chen Hao were not as negative as before. Last time you brought those rice cakes, I delivered them to my superiors. What have you brought this time? Please, have a seat. I'll pour you some water to warm you up, she said, pouring him a cup. Huang Yufeng scoffed. What could a rural man possibly bring? At most, it's some radishes or cabbages. Don't follow in your sister's footsteps. I have already endured enough embarrassment. If you were to find someone like him, our relatives would mock us. She openly expressed her disdain for Chen Hao, disregarding him entirely. We slaughtered a pig at home and made some cured meats. This urea bag contains a pig's head, Chen Hao replied, taking the enamel cup from Tong Man to warm his hands. You can give it to your superiors. Upon hearing this, Huang Yufeng was intrigued. How can you afford to raise pigs when you barely have enough to eat? Tong Man also found it curious. Just a short while ago, Chen Hao had brought rice cakes for her to give to her superiors, and now he was presenting a pig's head? It's quite inconvenient to buy meat in the countryside, and it's no easier in the city. Even with tickets and supplies from cooperative food stations, it is often sold out. Pork, especially a pig's head, is a rare delicacy. A pig, with a meat yield exceeding 60%, can indeed provide dozens of pounds of meat. However, there is only one pig's head, and many covet it. Its cost is another matter entirely, but its scarcity is undeniable. Tong Man opened the urea bag, revealing an actual pig's head, meticulously cleaned of its fur. It was indeed a substantial specimen. Tong Man felt a swirl of emotions as she regarded Chen Hao. Previously, he had presented glutinous rice cakes to their superior, and now he brought a pig's head, seemingly to ensure that the leadership would look favorably upon her. Being a young woman in the county, one must inevitably make sacrifices to gain favor. Chen Hao remarked that one could never be sure of the intentions of some, who might expect a physical exchange for their assistance. The glutinous rice cakes merely signified goodwill. The pig's head was intended for a key figure in leadership, ensuring her future would not be fraught with disadvantage or hardship. Your brother-in-law, who once lacked the means, now finds his family in a better position and naturally wishes to support you, he continued. The absolute power held by some leads to absolute corruption. With limited avenues available, one's vulnerabilities become easily exploited. The hardships faced by educated youth, particularly young women, were profound. While settling down in the countryside was not the worst fate, many suffered far worse, having been exploited for the chance to return to the city. Thank you. Tong Man paused for a moment before adding 2 more words. Brother-in-law, sincerely addressing him as such. In the past, she had either called him Chen Hao or remained silent. We are family. There is no need for such formality. Chen Hao responded, I will stand behind your sister, support her, and I am equally willing to stand behind you. Should you encounter difficulties or challenges at work, do not be afraid. Remember, you have me as your brother-in-law. True sincerity begets sincerity. Tong Man approached her sister-in-law, Nini, and Xiaodua with genuine affection, and he was equally inclined to reciprocate. Why bestow such an extravagant gift upon a leader when such a sizable pig's head could serve well for oneself? Finally, her mother-in-law, Huang Yufeng, cast a glance at the urea bag. The pig's head appeared remarkably fresh and intact, even in the city. An ordinary family would find it challenging to procure such a complete specimen. Securing any pork would be commendable, but how long could one savor such a large piece? The rarity of it was what made it valuable. I haven't started cooking yet, Tong Man remarked. While you have not, I have. Your brother and sister-in-law have long been expressing a desire for pig's head meat. This is quite fortuitous, Huang Yufeng planned. This sizable pig's head could even be sent to your sister-in-law's family. Huang Yufeng had 2 daughters and a son. During the educated youth movement, parents were permitted to keep one child in the city while sending others to rural areas. Huang Yufeng had chosen to send her daughters to the countryside while retaining her son in the city. Hearing her mother-in-law's intentions, Tong Man's expression darkened. Her mother seemingly prioritized her son over her daughters, not acknowledging the privileges of remaining in the city, and now sought to secure the pig's head meat for her son and daughter-in-law. This meat was meant for Tong Man to present to her superiors, pivotal for her future prospects. Chen Hao interjected, Mom, you work at the savings bank. You should understand this logic. Huang Yufeng's position was respectable. Employed at a savings bank under the People's Bank. Though merely a regular employee, it was a position held in esteem compared to many others. And now you dare to lecture me? Huang Yufeng was reluctant to listen to Chen Hao. As a young woman, what need did she have for such a promising future? Having a teaching position and relocating her household registration to the county was more than sufficient. Such exquisite pork head should be reserved for family rather than given away to outsiders. A married daughter is like spilled water, and an unmarried daughter is not much different. As she spoke, Huang Yufeng reached for the bag of urea. I reminded her that this pork head was meant for Xiaoman. Chen Hao swiftly seized the bag, asserting that if her son and daughter-in-law desired it, they could procure it themselves. If they couldn't find it, they could eat something else. If she wished to indulge, she was welcome to come to my home, where I would prepare it for her. Chen Hao held a certain disdain for his brother-in-law. In his past life, when he married Tong Qian, his brother-in-law had not attended, and later, when Tong Qian and their 2 children passed away, he likewise failed to show up for the funeral. If he held contempt for him, that was fine. Like Tong Man, he could easily get him drunk and ride over him without much thought. For he truly was not worth much. However, to neglect attending both a wedding and a funeral once could be excused as a matter of circumstance, but twice? Such a brother-in-law was beneath his regard. What's so appealing about the countryside? When you married Xiaoqian, I went once and never wanted to return, Huang Yufeng remarked. Such a wonderful daughter, marrying you without asking for any dowry, and yet you withhold the pork head. This is not the same matter. Chen Hao replied that this pork head held greater significance for Xiaoman. If you are unwilling to part with it, then I do not covet it. Huang Yufeng was entirely disinterested in further explanations. She glanced at Tong Man, reminding her that during the new year, her eldest brother and sister-in-law would be at home. And she should not return empty-handed. She ought to bring some gifts for them. She had come to check on Tong Man and to encourage her to return home for the new year. After speaking, she ignored Chen Hao and departed. I came not only to deliver the pork head, but also to hope that you would celebrate the new year with your sister and me, Chen Hao said. He noted that his mother-in-law favored males over females, which was no different from his own situation, a fact both Tong Man and her sister were well aware of. With her brother-in-law now married, Tong Man would have even less standing during the New Year festivities. Yet it mattered not. He and her sister were still her family. If you wish to return home for the new year, then do so. If you prefer not to, then celebrate with your sister and me. Chen Hao had a fair understanding of the circumstances at his father-in-law's and mother-in-law's home. Tong Qian and Tong Man were also cognizant of the dynamic. Do not fear being a burden to your sister and me. Nini and Xiao Duo are both eager to see you. Chen Hao looked at Tong Man and said, All right. I must return now. There is still much to attend to at home, and your sister cannot manage it all alone. Do not forget the pork head. Be sure to deliver it to the leaders promptly. He observed the cotton sweater on Tong Man, noting that it fit her quite well. You and your sister are of similar stature. I bought it according to her measurements. Chapter 36, wishing to call him brother-in-law. It fits perfectly, Tong Man replied. She quite liked the cotton sweater, finding it far superior to the rough knit she had made herself. It was comfortable to wear. That's wonderful to hear. Chen Hao nodded. Your sister tried it on once and couldn't bear to wear it, so she left it aside. She has a lovely figure. It would look wonderful on her. Well, I must take my leave. If you do not return home on New Year's Eve, remember to come by for the festive dinner. He turned to leave. I'll see you off, Tong Man said, following him out. There's no need to send me off. I'm not a child. I can manage. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. The coldness of the day urged him to retreat to the dormitory. As I gazed at Chen Hao's departing figure, my eyes fell upon his pants, dampened by the snow, before turning back to the pig's head nestled within the urea bag. My eyes reddening with emotion. Tong Man leaned over the corridor railing, peering down. Chen Hao had exited the building and was making his way out of the school. "Be careful on the road, brother-in-law," Tong Man called out loudly, wishing to shout his title once more. Chen Hao turned back, waved at her, and flashed a toothy grin. With a cigarette in hand, the return journey felt less tedious. Without the burden, his pace quickened, and he reached the village in under 2 hours. A group of children were building snowmen, leaving footprints in the snow, seemingly unfazed by the cold. Arriving home, I noticed 2 bamboo racks propped up in front of the house, laden with strips of cured meat. The meat required drying. The winters in the south lacked the biting chill of the north, where one could utilize water to create a makeshift freezer, freezing the meat. In the south, however, temperatures are insufficiently low, necessitating the drying of cured meat for preservation. "Did you bring the pig's head for Xiaoman?" Tong Qian asked. Seated at the doorway with a brazier at her feet, busily knitting a sweater. Upon noticing Chen Hao's wet pants, she quickly stood up. "Change your trousers immediately. They're soaked. After such a long journey, you must be freezing. You should have worn your child's shoes." The term child's shoes refers to rain boots, a necessity for children. "Xiaoman is there, and mother is too. I'll go see her and tell her to come back for the New Year's dinner." Chen Hao replied as he stepped inside. The cold was not unbearable while he was walking. In the meantime, Tong Qian had already retrieved a pair of long trousers, woolen leggings, and a new pair of shoes. "How could it not be cold? I'm sitting here with my feet over the brazier and I'm freezing. Hurry and change." After Chen Hao changed his pants, Tong Qian took the wet ones, washed off the mud, and wrung out the excess water, placing them to dry over the brazier. "What did Xiaoman say? Is she coming home for the New Year?" Tong Qian inquired. Before Chen Hao could respond, she continued, "Our parents are incredibly biased. My brother stayed in the city while Xiaoman and I were sent to the countryside. Even during my wedding, my brother didn't come, claiming he had matters to attend to. It's just an excuse. He thinks living in the countryside is shameful and deliberately distances himself from me. It hurts to feel such favoritism from our parents, especially when my own brother can't even show up for my wedding. In the early days of my marriage, I would hide and cry in secret. Though I have since come to terms with it, the thought still stings. They may not cherish you, but I do." Chen Hao grasped her hand firmly. "For the rest of our lives, I will stand by you. We shall soar together as husband and wife." "Who is soaring with you?" Tong Qian's cheeks flushed. "Honestly, you're being quite ridiculous." It was broad daylight, and here he was, whispering sweet nothings outside. The notion of soaring together momentarily alleviated her earlier feelings of frustration regarding her parents' favoritism and her brother's indifference. "I told Xiaoman that if she doesn't wish to return home, she could celebrate the New Year here with us." Chen Hao rubbed his hands together. "Regardless of her decision, we must prepare everything for the festivities. There is plenty of pork, and although the chickens have yet to lay eggs, we do have one weighing about 2 pounds, which we can use for the feast." Tong Qian remarked that the rice jar was full, there was ample flour, and they had even prepared glutinous rice cakes, with all the necessary condiments purchased in abundance. She had sewn several pieces of cloth and made clothes for the 2 children, as well as cotton shoes, rendering any further purchases unnecessary. She felt quite content with their current circumstances. In previous years, having half a kilogram of pork for the New Year was considered fortunate. This year, not only was there plenty of pork, but also a variety of other foods. More preparations were in order. Chen Hao shook his head, noting that there would be one more market gathering before the New Year, where many production teams would showcase their goods for sale. Some members would also bring their homemade items to exchange for cash, enabling them to purchase New Year goods. Their family planned to attend the market as well, requiring them to push their cart there. "Do we really need to push the cart?" Tong Qian inquired, adjusting her trousers by the fire pit to dry them out, flipping them over to continue drying the damp spots. "A cart is necessary," Chen Hao affirmed. He gazed at Tong Qian, reflecting that this would be their family's first true celebration of the New Year. In the past, they had little, and a few ounces of meat in their dishes had been a luxury. "You have endured hardship alongside me, and it is unfortunate that our 2 children were born into such a family. Now that life has improved, we must prepare a sumptuous feast to ensure a joyous celebration for you and the children. This is a recompense for your years of toil. This year, I will take charge of the New Year's meal. As long as you thrive, I am already deeply satisfied," Tong Qian replied. The following day, the team conducted its year-end accounting. Cash earned from side businesses was compiled, then divided by the total work points to ascertain the value of each work point, which was then multiplied by each family's annual work points to determine household income. after deducting expenses such as rations, fruits, vegetables, straw, and prior loans. The remaining amount was what each household would receive. Some families enjoyed a surplus of over 100 yuan, while others still owed money to the team, reflecting little change from previous years. However, after the year-end accounting, families lingered in small groups at the rice threshing ground. Shouldn't we reconsider next year's planting plans? Suggested a villager. We ought to explore greenhouse cultivation. Look at Chen Hao. He has successfully grown cucumbers in greenhouses, and his family has even purchased a television. Chen Hao's family was faring significantly better, and while other production teams might not be aware, the villagers from their own team were envious. In the past, merely avoiding overspending during the year-end accounting brought happiness if they could manage an extra yuan or two. But this year, the villagers' ambitions had been ignited by Chen Hao's success. Let us appoint Chen Hao as the agricultural deputy team leader to oversee the team's farming activities. One villager exclaimed. No one opposed this idea. Not even Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong, who typically had conflicts with Chen Hao. I will discuss next year's agricultural arrangements with the team committee, Chen Ziqiang stated. As for Chen Hao becoming the agricultural deputy team leader, I have already spoken with him. He is interested in running for the position of deputy leader for side businesses. The committee elections will take place after the new year, so let us refrain from discussing it further until then. Let's enjoy the holiday. Chen Ziqiang never anticipated the villagers' enthusiasm would be so fervent. In previous years, year-end discussions revolved around who received a larger share of the profits and how to earn a few more work points, with individuals eager to elevate their own standings. Yet this year, they took the initiative to inquire about the collective's planting plans, even urging Chen Hao to assume the role of agricultural deputy team leader. One villager approached Chen Hao, expressing, I intend to cultivate a greenhouse in my private plot next year. I hope you can assist me then. Other villagers also gathered around, attempting to forge closer ties with Chen Hao. I will certainly support your candidacy for deputy leader. When the team committee votes come around, you can count on my vote. The annual dividends yielded a meager sum for a family of 5, barely enough to suffice. We've pickled some radishes at home. I'll bring you some later. Each villager engaged Chen Hao in conversation, extending their warm regards. Nearby, Tong Qian held on to her 2 daughters, watching this scene with great satisfaction and a smile illuminating her face. Father is quite popular, Chen Hao remarked, glancing up at Tong Qian, relieved that no one was calling him a villain or comparing him to a flower growing in manure. Anyone who speaks ill of my father will get a kick from me, Chen Hao declared, playfully kicking the air, her little face serious and resolute. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 37. Preparing for the new year. The following day marked the last market day before the new year. Almost the entire commune was in attendance, creating a lively atmosphere. Each production team showcased their wares. Those who had planted fruit trees brought carts laden with their harvest to sell, while pig farmers left some for purchase and transported the rest to the market. Rice flour, glutinous rice cakes, and bean vermicelli were also in abundance. Some villagers brought homemade rice wine, accumulated eggs, pickled radishes, and freshly made tofu to sell at the market. The excitement of the occasion surpassed that of previous gatherings. Hurry up. We must leave early and return promptly. There is still much to tidy up at home. Chen Hao had already prepared everything and was waiting outside. He called into the house. Why are you taking longer than I am? We agreed last night to go to the market today, and after all this time, you're still dawdling this early in the morning. You always say I procrastinate. I think you enjoy it even more, he added, noting the cart was ready and the 2 children were bouncing with anticipation while Tong Qian remained inside. I'm coming, she replied. The meat needs to be hung properly to avoid any rodents, and the door must be securely closed, as we have many valuables inside. We must be cautious. With their household wealth increasing, every time the family set out together, she meticulously checked everything, fearing any oversight. After securing the door and locking it, Tong Qian muttered, we need to return early. The cured meat must be dried out properly to prevent spoilage. When they were poor, there were many concerns. Even with a bit more comfort, worry still lingered. Daddy, I want to sit on the cart, Chen Hao said. I want to sit too, Chen Hao chimed in. All right. Both of you can hop on, Chen Hao smiled. He turned to Tong Qian, adding, wife, you should join us as well. It's fine for the 2 children to sit. What would it look like for someone as large as I to climb on? Tong Qian shyly protested. What is there to be embarrassed about? Chen Hao lowered his voice slightly and winked at Tong Qian, expressing gratitude for her efforts the previous night. Though they had 2 children, both were merely 25 years of age, brimming with vitality and desires. With an unrestrained tongue, he spoke freely. Tong Qian shot a disapproving glance at her husband. Instead of sitting on the cart, she walked alongside him as they headed towards the market. Along the way, they encountered numerous villagers, some pulling carts and others carrying bamboo baskets, all preparing for the year-end settlements, and thus, accumulating a bit of cash. "Brother Hao, we've been waiting for you. Let us head to the market together," called out a neighbor. Nini and Xiaoduo seemed to have grown quite a bit. With the cart already loaded, they wondered how much New Year's goods they intended to purchase. One by one, they greeted Chen Hao, including familiar faces like Qin Dongxing and Chen Wei, who had specifically waited at the village entrance to accompany him to the market. Upon arriving at the market, families dispersed to seek out their pre-planned purchases. "Citrus, grown by our production team, just 30 cents a pound. In the county, they sell for 35 cents, shouted one vendor. Accompanied by 2 or 3 others, he stood beside a cart laden with oranges. This was from another production team that had harvested a considerable amount, seizing the opportunity of the bustling market before the new year to sell their fruit. "Let us buy some citrus," suggested Chen Hao. 30 cents a pound isn't too expensive, but it is cold out. "Should we?" Tong Qian inquired. "Yes, roasting them over the fire will warm us up," replied Chen Hao, insisting that they should not only have meat but also enjoy some fruit. The family approached the vendor selling oranges. "May we taste?" Chen Hao asked. "Of course, they're very sweet, not sour at all," responded a young woman nearby, eager to attract customers. She picked up a peeled orange and handed it to Chen Hao, also offering a segment to Nini and Xiaoduo. Most villagers who came to the market were primarily there to buy rice, cloth, oil, meat, and other necessities. Fruit was not in high demand. After tasting, Chen Hao confirmed the sweetness. Although the appearance was less than appealing and the fruit was small, the flavor was delightful. "I'll take 10 pounds, he decided. 10 pounds. "Certainly. I'll weigh it for you right away," the young woman replied, her enthusiasm rekindled. She cast a curious glance at Chen Hao, surprised that he would purchase such a quantity, as most villagers typically bought just 1 or 2 pounds, some only enough to satisfy their children's cravings. 10 pounds is substantial. "I'll throw in 2 extra, she added, selecting 2 more oranges. Demonstrating her business acumen, she arranged the citrus carefully within the cart, secured by wooden boards to prevent any from falling out. Chen Hao retrieved 3 yuan, counted it out, and handed it to her, expressing his gratitude. "You're too kind. If you wish to buy more oranges later, you can find me at Sun's team, East Wind Production Team. I'm Sun Miao Miao," she introduced herself. "All right." Chen Hao nodded in response, and the family continued their exploration. "Tofu, just 2 cents a block," announced a villager who had made tofu at home. "Let us buy a block for a yuan. Winter vegetables are scarce, and we need to change up our meals," Chen Hao suggested. He gazed at Tong Qian and said, "You and the child wait here. I will go buy some things." The crowd was dense, making it inconvenient to maneuver his cart through the bustling market. Chen Hao made his way to purchase a block of dried tofu for just 1 yuan, a total of 50 blocks, which, when stir-fried, would taste delightful. He also acquired some white carp, freshly caught that morning at 3 yuan 50 per pound, quite plump indeed. A vendor from a neighboring production team was calling out to sell aquatic products. "Let us buy some to make fish balls," Chen Hao suggested. He then bought 3 sizable white carps, each weighing over 5 pounds, undeniably fresh, having just been netted that morning. He packed them into a urea bag and placed it on the cart. After spending over 2 hours at the market, the cart was finally piled high, and the family began their journey home. Upon reaching the village entrance, a villager alerted him, "Your family has a visitor, a remarkably beautiful young lady." Chen Hao expressed his gratitude. "Is it Xiaoman who has come?" Tong Qian whispered. "Most likely, who else could it be? She should be on winter break now." Chen Hao nodded in agreement. As the family arrived at their doorstep, Tong Man stood gracefully in front of the house. "Brother-in-law, sister. I won't be going home for the new year this year. I'll celebrate it with you," Tong Man stated. "Did you go to the market?" She took a few steps forward and was astonished by the contents of the cart. Oranges, dried tofu, rice wine, lotus root, eggs, beef, mutton, and a generous supply of seasonings, Sichuan peppercorns, garlic, pepper powder, and peanuts. A fish's tail peeked out from the urea bag, quite impressive in size. "You bought so much," she exclaimed. "Even my colleagues and superiors in the county and my parents in the city have never prepared so many New Year goods. Your brother-in-law spends money like water, buying whatever he sees," Tong Qian remarked. During the new year, there ought to be a semblance of festivity. Chen Hao lifted the urea bag, declaring, "Today, I will make fish balls. Tomorrow, I will fry lotus root slices and meatballs. The day after, We shall have our New Year's feast. Chapter 38. Don't listen to your brother-in-law. I was just going to say that I would come back on New Year's Eve, Tong Man replied. Observing Chen Hao's expression, it seemed he intended for her to stay in the village tonight. There is no need for that fuss. You can return to the county and not be alone, Chen Hao suggested. You can stay here and sleep with your sister. I will sleep in the kitchen. There are blankets at home. It may be a bit shabby, certainly less comfortable than your solitary dormitory in the county, but the food will undoubtedly be satisfying. As they spoke, Tong Qian entered the house to fetch a kitchen knife, an enamel basin, and an iron bucket. She also brought out a cutting board. I will scale the fish, Chen Hao instructed. Xiao Man, don't just stand there. Bring out the small wooden table from inside. The family busied themselves. Even Nini and Xiao Duo helped by bringing the oranges into the house. Chen Hao rolled up his sleeves and began to scrape the fish scales. I will take out the cured meat to dry it a bit, and then boil some hot water. Tong Qian busily moved in and out. After scaling 3 large white carps, removing their entrails, cleaning the black membranes, and washing away the blood and dirt, he scraped the flesh off and chopped it into minced meat. It was indeed a labor-intensive task. 3 5-pound white catfish were filleted, yielding a full enamel basin of fish flesh. After being minced and seasoned, the mixture was stirred continuously. Though it appeared simple, it consumed the entire afternoon. Brother-in-law, come and have some citrus. We'll continue later, Tong Man suggested. She, along with Nini and Xiao Duo, had already finished their tasks and were gathered around the fire pit, roasting citrus fruits. The cold weather rendered the fruits quite chilling, but warming them over the fire enhanced their flavor. You all enjoy. I will boil the fish balls, Chen Hao declared as he carried the prepared fish paste to the kitchen stove. The fish balls needed to be thoroughly cooked. Tong Qian was tending to the fire. She looked up at Chen Hao. Let me boil the fish balls. You should take a break. Since her husband returned from the market, he had been tirelessly busy. Having a man in the house to lend a hand certainly alleviated her burdens, and the festive spirit was much more pronounced than in previous years, when the household felt rather desolate even during the New Year celebrations. Just keep the fire going. I'll handle the cooking, Chen Hao insisted. I want to create some sense of ritual, to personally prepare the New Year's meal. When we married, you came to me with just a handful of dowry. Life post-marriage has not been easy, but I must provide you with some emotional value. Ritual? Emotional value? Tong Qian found these terms somewhat perplexing. Yet she grasped the general sentiment. Whether rich or poor, as long as there was hope, it would suffice. It was the absence of hope that made life truly unbearable. The fish balls merely needed to be boiled. Despite his past indiscretions, Chen Hao was adept at such tasks. Having washed his hands, he pinched the fish paste between his thumb and forefinger, deftly shaping it into balls before dropping them into the boiling pot. Brother-in-law, come, have some citrus, Tong Man said, holding out a peeled citrus fruit beside Chen Hao, her mouth agape. Let me feed you. The roasted citrus was pleasantly warm. After feeding Chen Hao half of the fruit, Tong Man exited the kitchen. Little man's attitude towards you has changed. She wouldn't he have called you brother-in-law or fed you before? Tong Qian remarked as she added another log to the fire. True feelings beget true feelings, Chen Hao replied, gazing at Tong Qian. You will still feed me later tonight. Want you? When did that happen? I was aware, Tong Qian asked, and upon realizing the implication, she blushed furiously, casting a quick glance outside. Tong Man was watching television, oblivious to their conversation. You speak too freely, she glared at Chen Hao. The entire basin of fish paste was fashioned into fish balls. The household had purchased noodles, and for dinner, they prepared a large pot of fishball noodles enriched with 5 eggs. As the new year approached, no one was inclined to watch television. Even the children, tempted by the screen, were swiftly ushered away by adults. That evening, the family gathered around the fire pit, watching the Seoul regional broadcast. The weather had been pleasant these past few days. Tong Qian sat on a small stool, suggesting, let us take a bath tomorrow. Let us start the new year fresh and clean, right in the greenhouse. The cucumbers have been picked, and the greenhouse remains, with its temperature significantly warmer than outside. Not to mention, there is no wind. A bath sounds good, Chen Hao nodded in agreement. He gazed at Tong Man and suggested she take a bath, noting that it might be inconvenient in the county. The rooms in the communal building merely provided a sleeping area, with the kitchen and bathroom located in the corridor, which was quite troublesome. I didn't bring any change of clothes, Tong Man remarked. She mentioned that she intended to return home today, only to be persuaded by her sister and brother-in-law to stay. Wear your sister's clothes, Chen Hao suggested, referring to intimate apparel, adding that her sister had also purchased new garments during her earlier trip to the market. even having crafted some herself. Besides, in this frigid weather, it matters little if you go without. Who will see? Such nonsense, Tong Qian interjected. How old is Tong Man now? She is not a child anymore. She continued, moreover. Won't you take off your outerwear at night? She looked at Tong Man and said, do not heed your brother-in-law. He is a man and knows little of these matters. You must wear something, and I have clean, new clothes here that I can find for you tomorrow. That evening, Chen Hao slept in the kitchen, while Tong Qian, Tong Man, Ni and Xiao Duo each occupied a room next door. Initially, Ni and Xiao Duo were somewhat noisy, but gradually their voices faded as they drifted off to sleep. The two sisters, Tong Qian and Tong Man, conversed quietly. There always seemed to be an endless array of topics among women, especially when one was married and the other was not. The mud brick walls separated the kitchen from the sleeping quarters, and although their voices were soft, some snippets reached Chen Hao's ears. You fed him oranges. And his eyes sparkled with delight. Sister, your life has improved. You are still young and could consider having another child. This was what I told him. Yet he always ended up outside. As their conversation grew more intimate, their voices dwindled further, likely retreating beneath the covers. Eventually, muffled laughter and suppressed squeals echoed. As it seemed, the two sisters were playfully engaging beneath the blankets. The following day dawned clear, though the temperature remained low. Fortunately, the sun emerged, filling the space with light. After basking in the sun for a while, Chen Hao lowered the grass curtains, moved a wooden basin inside, and set a pot of water to boil. They took turns bathing. In the afternoon, Chen Hao began frying lotus root slices, sweet potato cakes, and fish pieces. The kitchen was filled with a tantalizing aroma. Is the sweet potato cake ready? I want to eat. I want the lotus root slices. Ni and Xiao Duo watched eagerly, their mouths watering. The sweet potato cakes were made from diced sweet potatoes, coated in flour, and fried into palm-sized patties, while the lotus root slices contained pork. Such delicacies were rare during the New Year celebrations. They were quite extravagant, even within the commune, where few families could indulge in such treats. All right, serve it up, but let your aunt carry it out. It's still hot. Let it cool a bit before eating. Chen Hao instructed. The entire family was gathered in the kitchen when suddenly a voice called from outside. Hao Gu, my father, uncle, and grandparents want you to come for New Year's dinner tomorrow. Chapter 39. This is my home. It was Chen Hao's cousin, Chen Chuanfu, the son of his third uncle, who had come to invite him for the New Year's feast. Chuanfu has arrived. We are frying lotus root slices. Come and have a taste, Tong Qian greeted him warmly. At the tender age of 19, Chen Chuanfu bore a hint of fuzz at the corners of his mouth, lending him a prematurely mature appearance. He gazed in astonishment at the cured meats drying in front of the house, exclaiming how plentiful they were. As he approached the entrance, the enticing aromas of fried lotus root, fish, and various delicacies wafted from within. I won't partake, Sister Qian, he waved his hand dismissively. I merely came to inform brother how that you are invited to join us for the New Year's feast tomorrow. His eyes wandered to the television in the living room, and he noticed an array of items scattered about, citrus fruits, eggs, and an assortment of meats. His surprise deepened. He was well aware of his cousin's impoverished circumstances, where festive occasions rarely featured meat. What had changed this year to bring about such prosperity? I won't be joining. I'll have the New Year's meal at home, he insisted. Chen Hao drained the excess oil from the freshly fried meatballs, placing them into a bowl. In previous years, he had never received an invitation. This sudden call to dine together suggested that his cousin had learned of his family's improved fortunes. His relationship with these relatives was far from cordial. When his parents were alive, his uncle and third uncle often took advantage of them, and with his grandparents showing favoritism, Chen Chuanfu had been further marginalized after his parents' passing, even relocating to another production team. The notion that his cousin, who had never before extended an invitation during the festive season, was now calling him over seemed suspect. Is it because you've heard I purchased a television? Chen Chuanfu, though still young and lacking the guile of his elders, openly acknowledged, Brother Hao, how much did you pay for this television? You truly possess remarkable capability. I have never seen anyone else acquire one. You're the first. Tong Qian, holding a bowl, served him some lotus root, meatballs, and a fried delicacy. I really can't eat. Chen Chuanfu quickly declined, though his mouth watered at the thought. He knew all too well the strained dynamics with the Chen Hao family, making him reluctant to indulge. Go ahead and eat, Chen Hao encouraged. I can discern who is good and who is not. You harbor no ill intent. My issues with the third uncle, the elder uncle, and the grandparents are unrelated to you. These are freshly fried and utterly delightful. Were it any of his other cousins, Chen Hao would not have been so gracious. It was often said that the eldest was naive, the second clever, and the third cunning. However, in his own family, the second child, his father, was the most overlooked. And as a result, he too received little affection from his grandparents. After his parents' demise, he frequently found himself marginalized. Well then, I shall have a taste, Chen Chuanfu conceded. Accepting the bowl, he savored a bite of the lotus root, exclaiming, "This is delicious. My family didn't fry any lotus root this year. This is truly delightful, so fragrant and crispy." He relished the meal with gusto. After finishing the contents of his bowl, Chen Chuanfu wiped his mouth and said, "Brother Hao, I overheard my mother and aunt discussing plans to invite you over for New Year's dinner, hoping to coax you into giving your television to our grandparents. They claim it is to honor them, but it's truly for their own viewing pleasure." He expressed his disapproval of their intentions, discreetly sharing this information with Chen Hao. After a brief conversation, Chen Chuanfu took his leave. "Are you truly not going to join for the New Year's feast?" Tong Qian inquired. "No, I shall not." Chen Hao shook his head. Some relatives were hardly better than strangers, and there was little reason to maintain contact. Didn't T. Chuanfu just mention it? They're inviting us over for the meal solely for the television. This is the feast at home in. During this festive season, one should be filled with joy. To burden oneself with past grievances is akin to a heavy weight upon the mind. Having lived a second life, Chen Hao has gained profound insights into many matters. As the sun began to set, his cousin Chen Yin hurried over. She was older than Chen Hao and worked as a private teacher at the village primary school. Before even entering the house, she raised her voice. "Chen Hao, your attitude is quite grand. Your elders have called you to partake in the New Year feast. Yet you refuse to budge. Must they personally come to summon you before you deign to move?" Chen Hao's family was in the midst of gathering cured meats inside the house. Upon seeing Chen Yin, he frowned slightly. "Am I not allowed to choose where I dine on New Year's Day?" he retorted. "And spare me the talk of elders. When you were concerned about me losing my ancestral land and pushed me away, you didn't mention anything about being an elder. The entire family had once lived together. But after his parents passed away, his uncle and third uncle, fearing a division of property, had grown distant. His grandparents also remained silent, which led him to leave. In recent years, there had been little communication between the two sides, as he feared borrowing money from them. Now that his own circumstances had improved, they were quick to invite him for the New Year feast. First it was Chen Chuanfu, and now it was Chen Yin, employing moral coercion. Such a clumsy tactic. Seeing the unfinished cured meats outside, Chen Yin was taken aback. She had initially thought Chen Chuanfu had exaggerated. But the reality was that Chen Hao's family was indeed living quite well. "You are overthinking it. The harsh words from the elders were merely out of concern for your future, to spur you on," Chen Yin asserted. Though she was a teacher, her education was limited to a primary school level, yet she was quite loquacious. "So, you pushed me out of the old home to ensure I become self-sufficient sooner?" Chen Hao laughed. "Do you truly believe that? Spare me the flattery. Let bygones be bygones. Do not hold on to grudges so tightly. We are family, after all. What unresolved issues could there possibly be?" Chen Yin quickly shifted the topic. She stepped forward, standing at the door, peering inside. She inhaled sharply. The television was on, and the rafters were adorned with cured meats, meatballs, and citrus fruits. The New Year's provisions were indeed plentiful. They had not even prepared half of such abundance at home. "Enough of this nonsense. Don't try to persuade me. I will dine at my own home." "This is where I truly belong," Chen Hao said coldly, dismissing her. "Tong Qian is my family, and I and Xiao Duo are my family. My sister-in-law is my family. As for you, you are but a distant stranger with whom I share blood." Chen Hao did not extend the same courtesy to Chen Yin as he did to Chen Chuanfu. This cousin was no benevolent character. She spoke ill of him not only in front of the elders but also among others in the village. "Now that your life has improved, you seem devoid of any sense of kinship. Even if you harbor grievances against me, you should still visit our grandparents. They're the elders," Chen Yin remarked. "Have you prepared enough provisions to last with all that you have gathered?" She yearned for Chen Hao to speak, to offer a morsel of food, or at the very least, to stay and share a meal. Upon returning home, Chen Chuanfu extolled the virtues of the lotus root fritters, boasting of the ample meat within and their robust flavor, and she found herself quite tempted. During the New Year celebrations, the only meat available was from the pig slaughtered by the production team, and there were no fish balls or lotus root fritters to be had, let alone the cured meats hanging from the rafters. "You need not worry. There will be enough to eat," Chen Hao assured her. "It's getting late. You should head home. I must prepare dinner as well," he added, showing no inclination to invite Chen Yin to dine. Chapter 40. Take this 100 yuan. I am merely being kind, yet you show no gratitude, Chen Yin mumbled, surprised at Chen Hao's apparent lack of appreciation. After becoming the teacher at the village primary school, who would dare to be anything but polite? Everyone was required to address him as Teacher Chen or Teacher Yin. It was only fitting that she personally invite Chen Hao to the New Year's feast, and he ought to have been profoundly grateful. Kindness, you say? Chen Hao chuckled. If you were truly kind, your relatives would share a portion of the homestead with me. While others feasted on the meager offerings of distant relatives or families without male heirs, his own kin bullied him, even his own brothers. Was this what you call kindness? In those arduous times, families with many children often experienced a lack of emotional closeness. Survival was the foremost concern, and familial ties were relegated to a lesser priority. You are so stubborn, always fixating on trivial matters. I mentioned this to motivate you. Look, hasn't your life improved considerably? Chen Yin adeptly twisted the narrative, attributing the betterment of Chen Hao's circumstances to her malicious tactics. Chen Hao silently picked up a broom. If you wish to leave, then leave. Here I am, inviting you for the New Year's feast, and yet you require a broom to be shooed away. Such kindness is met with ingratitude, he said. Startled, Chen Yin fled in haste. Chen Hao returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Get to bed early. Tomorrow morning, many in the village will be setting off firecrackers. And it will be quite noisy, he remarked after their meal. Will we be making the New Year's feast first thing in the morning or at some other time? Tong Qian inquired. In the village, most families celebrated their New Year's meal on New Year's Eve, but the specific timing varied. Some dined early, others at midday, and still others in the evening. Let us cook at noon. It's far too cold to start early, Chen Hao suggested. The next day, before dawn, the sound of firecrackers erupted. It began with one or two, then spread to the western part of the village, continuing until daylight. Chen Hao's family rose early as well. Let us have some chicken noodle soup to warm our bellies, Chen Hao proposed. In the earthen stove, a clay pot simmered with chicken soup. The meat was tender, the broth golden and fragrant. He ladled the soup into bowls, adding noodles, salt, and pepper for seasoning. And soon everyone felt a comforting warmth. Nini, watch over your sister and play inside. Do not go outside, Chen Hao instructed. Xiaoman, tend to the fire. And dear wife, lend me a hand. While the two little ones played, the three adults busied themselves. They prepared stir-fried cured meat with tofu, beef with green peppers, lamb stewed with white radishes, lotus root fritters, and fried meatballs, along with fish ball and cabbage soup. That makes 5 dishes. Is that enough? Tong Qian counted, inquiring. Once again, another dish was prepared, bringing the total to 6, a symbol of good fortune. Chen Hao added a dish, crafting a crab imitation using several eggs, resulting in a table brimming with food. Everyone, please sit down. It's time for the New Year's dinner, Chen Hao announced. He retrieved the rice wine, glancing at Tong Man. Would you care for a drink? He was aware of her impressive alcohol tolerance, having witnessed it in his previous life. Sure, Tong Man replied as she went to the kitchen to fetch 3 porcelain bowls. Chen Hao first poured a bowl for Tong Man, then another for Tong Qian. That is sufficient. They're all full, and we can't consume so much, Tong Qian interjected. Though the alcohol content appeared low, consuming too much could still lead to inebriation. On festive occasions, it's perfectly acceptable to indulge a bit more, Chen Hao remarked as he filled his own bowl to the brim. Before we begin our meal, I wish to say a few words, Chen Hao declared. Lifting his bowl of rice wine, he turned to Tong Qian, expressing his gratitude for her sacrifices. Marrying me has not been easy for you, but I assure you, our lives will undoubtedly improve from here on out. Today's New Year's dinner is merely the beginning. He took a hearty sip of the rice wine. Take it easy. I am your woman, and we are family. There is no need for such formality, Tong Qian replied with a touch of concern. This year, she had taken on the supporting role while her husband managed various affairs, even preparing this feast himself, an uncommon occurrence in their village. She understood that he was using this gesture to convey his apologies for past neglect. I used to be foolish, misplacing my priorities by valuing appearances before outsiders while being harsh with those closest to me, Chen Hao admitted, acknowledging his faults. This habit must change. The greatest flaw in a person is to be amiable with strangers yet irritable with loved ones. He then raised the remaining half bowl of rice wine, directing his gaze towards Tong Man. Sister-in-law, I owe you a debt of gratitude. These past few years of neglect would have been unbearable without your support. Thank you for helping our family through these trying times. With that, he downed the rest of the rice wine in one go. Reforming oneself is invaluable. Brother-in-law, your capabilities are impressive. The future will surely hold brighter days for you, Tong Man remarked. Just look at this New Year's dinner. Few families in the village, let alone the city, could rival this. Chen Hao seemed transformed, and her perception of him had shifted significantly. No longer merely a family man. He openly acknowledged his past mistakes. Such honesty was indeed rare among men. Initially, she had looked down upon her brother-in-law, but now, she recognized that no other man dared to act with such boldness. The dinner was a joyous affair, with all three enjoying generous amounts of rice wine. After a simple wash-up, they retired for the night. In the days that followed, it was time to pay New Year's visits. On the second day of the new year, Tong Qian returned to the county, where she had certain social obligations to fulfill. Chen Hao accompanied her to the village entrance. Here, take this 100 yuan, he said, pulling out 10 crisp bills from his pocket and handing them to her. No need. I have money, and my salary is sufficient. She quickly protested, waving her hand. Your money is yours, but this 100 yuan represents the good intentions of both you and your sister, he insisted. It is wise to always have some cash on hand, lest you be easily swayed like your sister. He added, I plan to develop my business in the county and will open a restaurant. I hope to see you and your colleagues come by often. After speaking, Chen Hao placed a 100 yuan note into Tong Man's hands. Money embodies a person's courage. A father represents a child's authority. The support from a benefactor, even if just a small step, surpasses years of struggle. Chen Hao advised, your salary suffices for survival, yet it falls short for advancement. Problems that can be resolved with money are not true problems. Your sister and I are your family. There is no need for such formality. Holding the 100 yuan, Tong Man felt its warmth, and a surge of warmth blossomed within her. As she walked away, her figure gradually faded from sight, and Chen Hao returned home. Should we visit your parents? He inquired of Tong Qian. Over the years of marriage, Tong Qian had only returned to her family home a handful of times, mostly during the earlier years. Let it be. The weather is frigid, and the children are still small. There's nowhere to stay if we go back. Tong Qian shook her head, knowing that a visit would only invite disdain. Her family home was merely a 40-square-meter apartment shared by her parents and her brother's family. We can wait until the weather warms up to make a trip back, Chen Hao suggested. The phrase wealth should return home resonates deeply. A life is akin to a face, and a tree to its bark. When times improve, one should return to show their success. On the 6th day of the new year, the celebrations were essentially over. On this day, Chen Ziqiang approached Chen Hao regarding the election for the team committee, instructing him to gather others at the rice field. All right, let us commence the voting, Chen Ziqiang announced after notifying Chen Hao. He went door to door, calling villagers to the rice field meeting for the committee election. Are you truly running for the committee? Tong Qian stepped out. With a committee position, many matters become easier to manage, Chen Hao replied. Despite the lucrative profits from greenhouse cultivation before the new year, where cucumbers fetched the price of meat, that is merely a unique advantage. This information is not closely guarded. Many villagers have witnessed the improvement in our living conditions and will undoubtedly follow suit with greenhouses. However, as production increases, achieving the same prices as meat will become increasingly challenging. We must engage and trade with the county and city to earn the money of non-agricultural residents. How much can farmers earn? To profit from farmers, one must deal in seeds, fertilizers, and agricultural machinery, resources that are largely monopolized. Agricultural populations make up 80% of the total, yet their purchasing power is only 20%. In contrast, urban populations constitute 20%, but their spending power reaches 80%. A pound of cabbage sells for 2 cents at the market, and villagers haggle over it. While a few cabbage leaves served in a restaurant can cost 5 cents, with generous seasoning earning praise from city dwellers, Chen Hao articulated. Chen Hao and his family made their way to the rice field, joined by other villagers in small groups. Soon, a considerable number had gathered at the rice field, braving the biting cold, with many bringing out fire pits for warmth. To promote revolution and production, though the new year has passed and the weather remains cold, we must not slacken in our efforts, Chen Ziqiang began, reiterating his unchanging opening remarks over the years. Every endeavor requires a leader to guide and unify efforts. While the weather remains favorable today, let us elect the committee for our production team. Anyone, whether an incumbent committee member or a villager, is welcome to run for election. This process is familiar to the villagers, having been followed in the past. Subsequently, Chen Ziqiang and other veteran committee members delivered speeches encouraging the villagers to vote. Almost no villagers stepped forward to compete, except for Wang Hongmei, who had previously been expelled but retained her original position. The political engagement of the populace was notably low. Most individuals simply wished to live contentedly, ensuring they had enough to eat, warm clothing, a roof over their heads, and perhaps a partner to embrace. Chen Ziqiang expressed his gratitude for the support he and the other committee members received, his spirits buoyed. He cast a glance at Chen Hao before continuing, "This year, our production team has decided to appoint an additional vice captain, whose responsibility will be to assist in augmenting the team's cash income. If Comrade Chen Hao wishes to run for the position of vice captain of side businesses, those in favor can raise their hands to vote." In Chen Ziqiang's mind, the candidate for vice captain was undoubtedly Chen Hao. Not only was Chen Hao astute, but his capabilities were also commendable, earning Chen Ziqiang's full endorsement. "Captain, your remarks are decidedly biased. While the addition of a vice captain for side businesses poses no issue, how can it be presumed that it must be Chen Hao? Shouldn't others have the opportunity to compete?" Wang Hongmei interjected. "I, too, wish to run for the position of vice captain for side businesses." Her declaration elicited immediate laughter from the other villagers. "You can't even manage the record-keeping duties correctly. How can you aspire to be vice captain? The role demands someone who can help the team generate profit and enhance the value of work points at year-end dividends. What qualifications do you possess?" The villagers voiced their opinions on Wang Hongmei's candidacy. "Do not underestimate me. What difficulty is there in managing side businesses? It merely involves setting up a greenhouse to cultivate some fruits and vegetables. When the market lacks supply, I can sell them too," Wang Hongmei retorted, finding the task deceptively simple. "I also wish to run for vice captain," Chen Dagong announced, fearing the villagers would mock him as they had Wang Hongmei. He quickly added, "My character is well known. I am diligent and reliable, consistently ranking among the top in work points each year. Should I take on the role of vice captain for side businesses? I assure you that by year-end, each work point will be worth 6 cents. Typically, work points were valued at 5 cents each, and a robust laborer could earn approximately 3,000 work points annually. According to Chen Dagong, this would translate to an additional 30 yuan for a laborer over the year. For 2 laborers, that would amount to 60 yuan, significantly improving household circumstances." Chen Hao regarded Chen Dagong, recognizing that his approach was evidently superior to Wang Hongmei's, as he understood the persuasion of profit. "If I were appointed vice captain, I would conservatively estimate that by the end of the year, each work point would be worth 10 cents, Chen Hao asserted. The allure of financial gain was undeniable. His campaign strategy mirrored that of Chen Dagong. The villagers, seeing the potential for improved conditions in their homes, began to shift their perspectives. To win the villagers' votes, one must indeed speak the language of profit. The promised work point value had effectively doubled, rising from 5 cents to 10 cents, surpassing Chen Dagong's commitment by 4 cents. All the villagers turned their attention to Chen Hao, including Chen Ziqiang and Chen Dagong, who regarded him with astonishment. Such words should not be spoken lightly. A work point valued at 10 cents is truly alarming, Chen Ziqiang softly advised, suggesting that if they failed to deliver on such promises, the villagers would undoubtedly voice their discontent. While a work point may not hold that much worth valued at 6 or 7 cents, the majority of villagers still support you. I too stand by you. He was taken aback. Chen Hao's proposed value for the work points was exceedingly high. What would happen if they fell short by the year's end? Although it was Chen Hao who spoke, as the team leader, he would inevitably face repercussions and be subjected to the villagers' reproaches. Such grandiose claims, if a work point were truly worth 10 cents, the brigade would surely commend this and adorn the leaders with red flowers, parading them through all the production teams. Chen Dagong did not believe it. No production team within the entire brigade could boast such a high value for their work points, let alone reach 10 cents. Even those teams with numerous side businesses could not claim their work points held such value. For the teams exhibiting exceptional performance, the brigade would offer rewards, bestowing red flowers upon the principal leaders, akin to the ancient tradition of celebrating top scholars with public displays. The grandeur of such an event would be unparalleled. With such conviction, I must possess assurance, Chen Hao declared confidently. By operating a restaurant in the county, sourcing fruits and vegetables, as well as rice and flour from the production team, they would advertise meals without requiring tickets, ensuring a thriving business. This exemplifies the advantage of conducting business under the banner of the production team. A well-known example of such enterprise is the practice in Yiwu of exchanging chicken feathers for sugar. Some cunning individuals claimed that chicken feathers benefited agricultural production, prompting the production team to issue certifications. These individuals traversed the streets, engaging in bartering while also peddling small goods. Although this business appeared unprofitable due to its near monopoly, it quietly amassed considerable wealth. Merchants from Wenzhou, Yiwu, and Chaos Han, among others, began their clandestine ventures during the 1960s and 1970s, accumulating substantial capital. With the advent of reform and opening up in the late 1980s and 1990s, they further developed their enterprises using their prior capital. All right, let us commence the voting. Chen Ziqiang announced. Chapter 42. To organize once, and then not again? Let us begin with Wang Hongmei. Chen Ziqiang surveyed the room and asked those in favor of Wang Hongmei becoming the vice team leader for side businesses to raise their hands. No hands were raised. Even her husband did not support her. Why was there not a single hand raised? Wang Hongmei was furious. Had they not reached an understanding in private? They had agreed to support her candidacy, promising that she would assign them lighter tasks in the future. Why had they all suddenly changed their minds? Do you not know why they agreed to you? One villager remarked, laughter in his voice, as he deliberately left the 2 buttons of his coat unfastened on this frigid day. Indeed, spreading rumors and speaking ill of Chen Hao, do you truly believe we cannot discern right from wrong? A young woman chimed in. When it comes to men, they are flirtatious. When it comes to women, they resort to gossip. In ordinary circumstances, this tactic would prove effective. However, at this moment, confronted with the earnest promise of tangible rewards, not a single soul cast a vote for her. Wang Hongmei found herself in an embarrassing predicament. She vented her frustration upon her partner, exclaiming, "Are you still my man? Others may refrain from voting for me, but you too? What prowess do you possess that I am unaware of? If you truly aspire to become the deputy team leader, what benefit will it bring me, save for the burden of your superiority over me?" Her partner, Chen Minkai, replied sullenly, "You seem to remember my words. Yet you are well versed in Chen Hao's assertions. He claims that as I assumed the role of the team committee member, you will lose your standing within the family. And you won't even cast a vote. If you heed his words so closely, why not go live with him?" Wang Hongmei retorted. "To have no support from my own is utterly humiliating." At that moment, Chen Dagong called for a show of hands to endorse his candidacy for the position of deputy team leader. Chen Ziqiang echoed the call. This time, a few individuals raised their hands. Chen Dagong fell silent. Finally, there was Chen Hao. Chen Ziqiang cast a glance at Chen Hao and announced to the villagers. Chen Hao is a commendable comrade. The bicycle for the team committee was donated by him. I support his candidacy for deputy team leader. Is there anyone else in favor? Please raise your hands. Chen Hao's enthusiasm was markedly palpable as he was the first to raise his hand. Tong Qian, Chen Xiaoting, Chen Dongxing, Chen Wei, and several others who were closer to Chen Hao followed suit, including the 2 children, Nini and Xiao Duo, who excitedly raised their hands, declaring, "I vote for Daddy. My daddy is the best. I've eaten so much meat." They bounced up and down, eager to ensure they were noticed by everyone around. The other villagers soon followed suit, raising their hands, including the agricultural deputy team leader, who had previously targeted Chen Hao on multiple occasions, as well as Wang Hongmei's partner, Chen Minkai, who also raised his hand. It was only Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong who refrained from voting. The outcome was clear. Chen Hao was elected as the deputy team leader of our production team, as announced by Chen Ziqiang. He turned to Chen Hao, asking if he would like to say a few words. "All right, I shall speak," Chen Hao replied with a nod. Many members of the team committee often stammered while speaking. Being farmers, they had no issue conversing with others, yet addressing the assembly as if they were in a leadership role made them anxious. Chen Hao, however, bore no such psychological burden. He began, "The land I rented from Chen Xiaoting and Chen Tianfu was initially under a 1-year contract, but as of today, that contract is null and void. The greenhouse on the land shall remain intact. I shall not dismantle it nor require payment from you for it. You need not return the money you previously paid. We are square now." The villagers had already come to recognize the profitability of greenhouses. While Chen Xiaoting would not seek to tear up the contract, Chen Tianfu's intentions remained uncertain. Moreover, with the focus shifting towards the restaurant business, holding on to the 4 acres of rented land felt like a burden. It would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to annul the contract. Winning hearts. Establishing a persona. How could that be feasible? Contracts had been signed and sealed, and the materials for the greenhouse would certainly cost a considerable sum. Chen Xiaoting hesitated to take advantage of Chen Hao. She had already benefited from his generosity on numerous occasions, yet Chen Hao had not sought any advantage from her. Such opportunistic behavior was something she could not bring herself to execute. The contract has indeed been signed, and it must be executed accordingly. However, as the deputy captain of the production team, I must also consider the interests of the entire team and its members. Chen Hao continues to elevate his persona, embodying seriousness and dignified presence. Thus, it is settled. I have long asserted that Chen Hao is destined for success, and indeed, I have been proven correct. Such a kind heart. As the year concludes and the weather remains severely cold, might it be time to expand our own plots with greenhouse cultivation? A villager, unable to contain himself, proposes to erect a greenhouse on his land, fearing that profits may dwindle. A greenhouse must certainly be established. But the approach requires discussion with the team committee and the captain's approval, Chen Hao states. He is not encroaching upon Chen Zijiang's authority. Chen Hao pulls out a cigarette and lights it. Engaging in side ventures involves more than just greenhouse farming. It can encompass various other endeavors. I intend to open a restaurant in the county, but the production team's funds are insufficient, necessitating a personal investment, thereby establishing a public-private partnership restaurant initiated by the production team. Who is willing to contribute funds to open a restaurant in the county? Chen Hao possesses sufficient capital to start a simple eatery entirely on his own, presenting no issues whatsoever. However, should he undertake it entirely alone, the number of participating villagers would undoubtedly increase, a scenario he wishes to avoid. Allocating 20 of the profits to the production team is to obtain proof that operating the restaurant benefits agricultural production, allowing him to conduct business under the guise of legitimacy. It serves as a protective fee. Any other villager wishing to share in the profits must contribute something substantial. Using capital as a threshold will encourage villagers to withdraw voluntarily. What need is there for a restaurant? Is this truly a side venture? Other production teams engage in sideline activities, be it fruit cultivation, fish farming, or silkworm raising. We should concentrate solely on greenhouse planting. If funds are invested, what happens in the event of a loss? Is it accounted to oneself or to the team? As most villagers instinctively distrust and hesitate to participate in untried ventures, Chen Hao insists that while greenhouses must be developed, the restaurant business should also be pursued. The restaurant is intended to better utilize the produce from the greenhouse, thus benefiting agricultural production. Seeing the overwhelming opposition from the villagers, particularly the vehement objections of Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong, Chen Hao feels a surge of delight. Having just assumed the position of deputy captain, he's already contemplating how to extract funds from everyone. Chen Hao, you are truly something. Wang Hongmei scolds. Only a fool would invest their own money in a restaurant. I, for one, will not invest, and I advise everyone else to ignore his suggestions. Your greenhouse has indeed yielded results, but after just one attempt, you abandon it to pursue other ventures. This scattershot approach is nothing short of chaotic, Chen Dagong remarks. In truth, it is not only Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong. The majority of villagers also harbor skepticism towards the restaurant venture. This reflects a broader mindset, observing others profit from certain endeavors. They merely follow suit without having tried or witnessed the process themselves. This is reminiscent of corporate operations, where many enterprises dare to follow trends but lack the capacity for innovation and exploration. Brother Hao, I am willing to join you in this endeavor. I, too, am prepared to invest, and if we incur losses, then so be it. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei stepped forward, having witnessed Chen Hao's capabilities firsthand. They previously accompanied him in selling cucumbers, earning 10 yuan each time, and with some money in hand, they were willing to take risks. Chapter 43. Entering the house to speak, I will take the lead as well, Chen Shouting declared, standing in support of Chen Hao. Her endorsement was not rooted in confidence in the restaurant business, but stemmed purely from her desire to support Chen Hao. It was a reciprocal gesture. Chen Hao often assisted her family, and she was well aware of it. Chen Hao backed her, and she wished to reciprocate. You are merely 18. What are you thinking? Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, you are still occupied with your role as a record keeper. Focus on documenting the work points and dedicate your spare time to studying. Your future lies not in business but within the pages of books. It is now 1976, and by the end of next year, the college entrance examination should be reinstated. I am indeed studying, Chen Shouting replied. Though she harbored doubts in her heart about Chen Hao's insistence on reading and his claim regarding the potential restoration of the college entrance examination. After so many years of suspension, replaced by recommendations from workers and peasants, could it truly be reinstated? The meeting concluded, and the villagers dispersed. Chen Zijiang called out to Chen Hao, "Don't leave yet. Let us hold a meeting at the production team's office to discuss the greenhouse planting issue. As the weather warms, agricultural planting will become busier, and this year's primary change is the introduction of greenhouses." Along with Chen Hao, several other key committee members were summoned to the production team's office. The office was a modest blue brick room, merely over 10 square meters in size. A slogan adorned the wall at the entrance: "Learn from design and agriculture, learn from Daqing and industry." Inside stood a rickety table and a few dilapidated chairs, some with broken legs and others missing parts of their seat. Chen Hao, the agricultural team leader, the production team's accountant, and several other important committee members entered the room. Are you genuinely planning to open a restaurant in the county? Chen Ziqiang inquired, gazing intently at Chen Hao. In order to achieve a profit share of 1 dime per work point by the end of the year, it is essential to open a restaurant in the county. Chen Hao affirmed. This endeavor will not only enhance the living standards of the team members and augment their cash income, but it will also allow urban residents to experience the benefits brought about by advancements in agricultural technology, enriching their dining options and showcasing the improvements in agriculture to townsfolk across the nation. He continued to articulate the same rhetoric he had employed before the villagers. Who will oversee the greenhouse project? It is crucial, especially since your focus appears to be on the restaurant, the agricultural team leader remarked, scrutinizing Chen Hao. The greenhouse planting is vital, and it requires dedicated oversight. The agricultural team leader, the deputy team leader, and others, including those managing the silkworm production, were all deputy leaders responsible for particular aspects of the production team's operations. Indeed, Chen Hao nodded. The greenhouse planting will need your supervision. As you are the agricultural team leader and possess expertise in agricultural techniques, I will handle the restaurant in the county. Should there be losses, I will bear the cost. And should there be profits, 20% of the profits will be shared with the production team. As for the greenhouse planting, I prefer not to get overly involved, as it demands significant energy, and often the input does not correlate with the output. The agricultural team leader, Chen Hongxing, aged 50, has faced several challenges, primarily stemming from jealousy and fears regarding his capabilities. At this age, villagers are often quite confident in their areas of expertise and possess a strong sense of pride. However, Chen Hao had no intention of engaging in agriculture. Am I responsible for managing the greenhouse? Chen Hongxing expressed his astonishment, not expecting Chen Hao to relinquish that authority so easily. But you conceived the idea of the greenhouse, and you are the deputy team leader. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? Chen Hao appeared overly agreeable. Is it really inappropriate? Are you concerned about your ability to manage it? He replied. Individuals like Chen Hongxing are relatively easy to handle. A simple provocation combined with appropriate flattery can easily sway them. If managed well, I've spent most of my life working the land. Controlling the temperature in a greenhouse is not particularly difficult, Chen Hongxing quickly asserted. Following this, the group engaged in discussions regarding the types of fruits and vegetables to be cultivated, the scale of production, and the procurement of greenhouse materials. As for the restaurant, it was scarcely mentioned. After all, since the production team was not financially contributing, Chen Hao could proceed as he wished without significant consequences for the team. Over an hour later, Chen Hao returned home to find Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei awaiting him. Come in and speak, Chen Hao invited. The atmosphere inside was more relaxed as they warmed themselves by the fire. Tong Qian handed over a brazier, remarking, I just called them in, but they insisted on waiting outside for you. It was clear they were cautious. In Chen Hao's absence, Tong Qian had remained alone at home while the two men chose to wait outside. Those who are prudent and discerning are worthy of assistance and collaboration. You two are my own people, and I can trust you, Chen Hao stated candidly. He then addressed the matter of opening a restaurant in the county, presenting it as a public-private partnership, though in reality, it would operate as a sole proprietorship. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei's breaths became slightly heavier. The notion of sole proprietorship is often criticized as a remnant of capitalism. Do not worry. I have already informed the team leader that 20 of the profits will be allocated to the production team, Chen Hao continued. Since profits would be shared with the team, it would necessitate obtaining a certification from the team. Thus, on the surface, the restaurant would represent a cooperative economy, a business contributing to agricultural production. He fixed his gaze on the two men, indicating that should they relay his words to others, he would neither confirm nor deny it, but would emphasize that the restaurant's purpose is to enrich the dining options for urban residents and support the production team's agricultural efforts. Without any recording devices, the conversation could be expressed with a degree of subtlety. While there are inherent risks, they remain manageable. It is crucial for Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei to comprehend who ultimately benefits from this venture, which would ensure their commitment. When it's for oneself, one will give their utmost effort. Brother Hao, I assure you I won't disclose anything. Last time you asked me not to mention how much the greenhouse cucumbers sold for, I didn't even tell my wife, Chen Dongxing immediately affirmed. I will say what you want me to say, and refrain from what you don't want me to say, Chen Wei echoed, both men demonstrating their intelligence. You each need to invest 300. The shares in the restaurant will be divided equally at 10 each. The dividends will also be distributed accordingly. 300 yuan, Chen Hao concluded. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei were taken aback. They had anticipated a sum of perhaps a few dozen yuan, at most 100. But were astonished to find it was 300, a burden they found difficult to bear. Just as they were about to speak, Chen Hao continued, outwardly. You should state that it amounts to 300 yuan. Internally, you need not contribute anything. I shall bear the entire expense of opening the restaurant. I will retain 60%, while you, Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, will each hold 10%, and the production team will possess 20%. This 20% will be emphasized as a share in dividends, rather than equity, when we sign the agreement. In essence, I will command 80% of the decision-making power. We have contributed nothing, yet we hold 10%. That seems unjust to you, Brother Hao. Both Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei felt they had struck a great bargain. How could it be said they contributed nothing? Hadn't they provided labor? Chen Hao replied, if you have no objections, prepare yourselves over the next few days. Once the weather improves, we shall head to the county to establish the restaurant. The winds of reform would take 2 years to truly blow. Yet in the spring of 1976, Chen Hao exhaled a breath of determination into their ears. Chapter 44. I will miss you. To open a restaurant and engage in business in the county meant the household would be short of strong labor. Much preparation was required. After returning home, Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei realized they needed to withdraw some money for the restaurant. After they left, Chen Hao turned to Tong Qian and said, whenever you need the funds, just let me know, and I will withdraw them for you. Tong Qian sat beside Chen Hao, warming her hands over the brazier. Should I accompany you to help? You need not come. You must take care of the 2 children. Chen Hao shook his head. As for labor points, do not be overly concerned. Avoid heavy work and stick to lighter tasks. As for household chores, let what can be postponed wait until I return. He feared that his wife would overexert herself. Did you not say that by the end of the year, each labor point would be worth 10 cents? If you work a bit more and accumulate more points, your share of the profits will increase, Tong Qian remarked. Rest assured, I will not tire easily. When you were not managing affairs, I persevered. Now that life is much better, with no worries about food and clothing, how could I falter? She was a woman, yet indeed capable of supporting half the sky. Are you foolish? Other villagers lack means of livelihood and are timid, only daring to engage in visible businesses. Satisfied with a mere 10 cents per labor point. My family's situation is different. We need not rely on labor points for income, Chen Hao asserted. He took Tong Qian's hand and held it within his own. The restaurant will surely thrive. Do not furrow your brow. Keep your heart at ease. There is no need to scramble for labor points. In the county, rice and vegetables required tickets. But the restaurant he was establishing under the production team's name would not need tickets, which afforded it a competitive edge, akin to the potency of sildenafil. My concern is not this. It is that once you go to the county, the children will surely miss you, Tong Qian shyly admitted. I will miss you too. Her cheeks flushed. What did you say? Chen Hao's spirit was stirred. I said the children will miss you, Tong Qian replied, her gaze lowered. The latter words did not satisfy Chen Hao. He glanced outside, where the 2 children were frolicking with other village friends, yet to return. I will miss you. Tong Qian's voice was as delicate as a whisper, marked by a profound shyness. Chen Hao abruptly rose to close the door. The room echoed with the refrain of I will think of you, sung with even greater timidity than before. 3 days later, the weather cleared, and Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei departed from the village, making their way on foot to the county town. Brother Hao, there is no need to search for a specific place. Let us observe where other restaurants are opening, and we can follow suit, right? Suggested Chen Dongsheng, stamping his foot. Though the skies had brightened, the temperature remained relatively low. While on the journey, they did not feel the chill, but upon reaching the county, meandering through the streets, the cold began to seep in. The trio spent over an hour wandering the county, deliberating on the location for their restaurant. The selection of a restaurant site is paramount. It cannot be chosen haphazardly. Chen Hao produced a cigarette and offered one to each of his companions. Aside from observing foot traffic, we must consider other factors. We should not simply imitate how other restaurants select their locations. A prime spot is ideally situated at a crossroads, where 2 streets converge. The adage goes, golden corners, silver edges, and trash waistlines. Furthermore, there are many insights regarding opening a shop, such as the notion that smaller establishments thrive in larger cities while larger ones flourish in smaller towns. Many have already compiled their experiences on this matter. Some are indeed valuable, while others may be less so. Pointing to a spot at the crossroads, Chen Hao remarked, the restaurant should be established right there. This is the heart of the county, surrounded by residential buildings, ensuring a significant flow of people. That location is a prime corner, and the space in front is quite spacious, making it suitable for a restaurant. He indicated the intersection of Nanpu Road and Wenqing Road. There were several shops, but their doors were closed. Due to stringent regulations, commerce was not thriving. In the context of public-private partnerships, most shops had been nationalized, including real estate. The scarcity of open businesses amidst numerous vacant shops resulted in many establishments remaining shuttered. That location is indeed promising, but with the doors closed, how can we rent it? There isn't even anyone around to inquire, Chen Wei remarked. Shall we find a nearby open shop and ask around? Suggested Chen Dongshen. The two had grown accustomed to being in the county, no longer feeling daunted by the prospect of business, yet they remained perplexed, unclear about many aspects. They struggled to find a way in. Indeed, we must seek someone to inquire. Chen Hao's gaze fell upon an individual in the distance. Not looking for shopkeepers, but rather approaching a community safety officer. Due to insufficient police personnel, the demand for public security was substantial, prompting various organizations to assign members to assist in patrolling and maintaining social order. The wages and personnel matters were managed by their original units, while operational guidance came from the police station. This is what constituted a community safety officer, akin to auxiliary police decades later. Wearing a red armband emblazoned with the words community safety officer, they were easily recognizable. Chen Hao extracted a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the officer. Hello, comrade. We are members of the Huashan commune and would like to inquire about something. Although smoking is detrimental to health, it serves as an excellent means of establishing rapport. Conveniently pocket-sized and not overly expensive, it facilitates connection. What is it? Zhang Yonke inquired, surprised as he touched the cigarette. Chen Hao and his companions claimed to be from the commune, yet their attire was remarkably clean, devoid of any patches. And the cigarettes they offered were of the prestigious swimming brand. Priced at 30 cents per pack, he typically refrained from indulging in such luxuries. Pointing to a promising location, Chen Hao inquired, do you know which system those few shops belong to? The security patrol officers, being employees of a significant institution, were well acquainted with the local shops due to their duties of maintaining public order in the county. Crucially, they might even serve as intermediaries. What is your interest in this? Zhang Yonke did not answer directly, but scrutinized Chen Hao. It is freezing, and the new year has just passed. You, as commune members, should be occupied with agricultural production. Why have you come to the county? The restrictions on population movement were stringent, not only between provinces and cities, but also for agricultural households attempting to enter urban areas, often facing considerable obstacles. Fortunately, the offer of a cigarette seemed to ease the tension. Although Zhang Yonke was questioning them, he had no intention of dismissing them. In order to assist agricultural production and enrich the diets of urban residents, our production team's committee has, after thorough analysis and careful consideration, resolved to overcome all difficulties and open a restaurant in the county, stated Chen Hao, producing a document from his pocket. It bore the committee's signatures, fingerprints, and the production team's seal, providing comprehensive proof. Thus, your inquiry about those shops is to rent them for the restaurant? Zhang Yonke's tone softened considerably. Indeed. Chen Hao nodded affirmatively. You have come to the right person. Those shops belong to the county's food service company. Zhang Yonke smiled. I work at the county food service company. However, opening a restaurant is no easy feat. As both the county food service company and the supply and marketing cooperative have restaurants, yet their businesses are not thriving. It's not that I look down on you. Coming from the village, you may excel in farming, but business ventures often lead to losses, especially in the restaurant industry, which is even less profitable. Chapter 45, Taking Dark Paths, Cultivating Lean Fields, and Entering Narrow Doors. Although Zhang Yonke was an employee of the county food service company, he held a pessimistic view regarding the restaurant business, believing it would not yield significant profits, a perspective rooted in professional insight. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei exchanged anxious glances, their initial confidence wavering upon hearing Zhang Yonke's unfavorable assessment, leaving them feeling unsettled. Nevertheless, despite their inner turmoil, they kept silent and continuously looked to Chen Hao for guidance. Opening a restaurant for the production team cannot solely be about profit. Making money is the concern of individual businesses and private enterprises, remnants of capitalism, which I vehemently oppose. Chen Hao proclaimed with fervor. He gazed at Zhang Yonke, asserting, our production team's restaurant aims to facilitate agricultural production and allow urban residents to enjoy the benefits of this labor. Profit is of no consequence. What matters is service and contribution. His words rang with grandiosity. Even Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, who were initially aligned with Chen Hao, began to harbor doubts upon hearing his rhetoric. Was the intention truly to serve? Were they genuinely considering renting a shop to open a restaurant? If you truly intend to pursue this, undeterred by potential losses, I can certainly assist in making introductions, as these few establishments remain vacant, Zhang Yonke remarked. He was willing to facilitate this connection as an intermediary. Comrade, if you are willing to assist in this endeavor, I would be immensely grateful, Chen Hao replied. With the guidance of an intermediary, the prospects of progress seemed significantly more favorable. After agreeing to reconvene at this location in 2 days, Chen Hao, Chen Dongxing, and Chen Wei made their way back. Along the route, Chen Dongxing voiced his concerns. Brother Hao, that individual, he is from a food service company and seems skeptical about opening a restaurant. Is the business truly that unviable? It appeared that the restaurant scene in the county was indeed lackluster, with only a handful of patrons. Chen Wei shared his apprehensions as well. Both were influenced by Zhang Yonke's words. Opening a restaurant, after all, was not comparable to selling cucumbers in the county. One was a street vending enterprise, while the other was a sit-down establishment, each carrying different risks. For those lacking background and resources, what must one be mindful of to succeed? Do you two understand? Chen Hao inquired. One must be diligent and trustworthy. It is essential to comprehend social dynamics and navigate interpersonal relations with finesse. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei expressed their thoughts. Chen Hao shook his head, asserting that individuals without connections or resources must often take unconventional paths, cultivate less fertile fields, and enter narrow gateways. As the trio continued their conversation, Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei struggled to grasp Chen Hao's sentiment. To put it simply, it meant that those without connections and resources must bravely undertake endeavors that others deem unlikely to succeed. Those easy ventures have already been claimed by those with means. One must learn to explore alternative avenues and tread where others hesitate to go, Chen Hao elucidated. In truth, there are no paths in this world. As more tread upon them, they become roads. While engaged in conversation, they returned to the village. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei went home, and Chen Hao also returned to his abode. In a couple of days, I plan to take 3 pieces of preserved meat to the county, Chen Hao announced. Tong Qian was at home, with their 2 daughters playing nearby. Are you preparing to send them to Xiaoman for her to deliver to the leaders? Tong Qian inquired. No, they are not for her. Her side hasn't initiated any preparations, and during the new year, I already presented glutinous rice cakes and a pig's head to the leaders. Overdoing it can be counterproductive, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. Respect has been paid. Gifts have been given. The leaders must also reciprocate with some action, much like a marital relationship where mutual exchange is essential. If one side is fervent while the other remains utterly passive, it simply cannot work. Employees must possess awareness, and leaders must also be cognizant. In relationships, one should align with Chen Duhuan, seek allies like Li Myung-bak, befriend individuals akin to Moon Jae-in, and choose a partner like Yoon Suk-yeol. Mutual exchanges are fundamental principles. It's unfortunate how your words distort good intentions, Tong Qian remarked, casting a sideways glance at her husband. What occupies your mind so persistently, filled with such base notions? The 3 pieces of preserved meat were intended as a gesture of goodwill towards Zhang Yonke. It is essential to recognize the unspoken rules of human interactions. One must not take assistance for granted without reciprocation. After spending 2 days in the village, I tidied up the pigsty, expanded the chicken coop, and uprooted all the cucumber vines from my plot, laying them out to dry on the ridge for future use as firewood. On the day I had arranged to meet Zhang Yonke, I carried 3 pieces of cured meat and, accompanied by Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, returned to the county. We met at the intersection of Nanpu Road and Wenxing Road and waited for over half an hour until Zhang Yonke arrived. This time, he was not wearing the armband of a public security volunteer. I mentioned this to the leader responsible for the shop, who assured me that it was not an issue. Zhang Yonke then stated that if we had made our decision, we could sign the agreement today. Many of the arrangements were made in the form of agreements, mostly handwritten. Although not as detailed as formal contracts, they sufficed. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. You have been a tremendous help to the production team. Chen Hao expressed his gratitude. There is not much of value in the village, but this is my family's homemade cured meat, a small token of appreciation. He handed the cured meat to Zhang Yonke, who, upon approaching, noticed its beautiful color and dryness, with plenty of spices still visible. If sliced and stir-fried with garlic shoots, its flavor would be exquisite. Even in the city, it is challenging to find such fine cured meat, and if it were available, it would likely be reserved for personal consumption. How can I accept such a generous gift? This cured meat clearly shows great care in its preparation. Zhang Yonke thought to himself, feeling quite tempted yet remaining polite. It's the least I could do. Without your mediation, we would have been like headless flies. Wandering aimlessly in the county, unsure of whom to approach, Chen Hao responded, offering all 3 pieces of cured meat to Zhang Yongke. Regarding the agreement with the county dining service company, Chen Hao inquired whether any additional preparations were necessary or if there were important details to keep in mind, subtly asking if he should bring a gift for the signing leader. During their last meeting, they had exchanged names, but Chen Hao was not familiar with the specific titles. Referring to Zhang Yongke as director might not be entirely accurate, yet it was a harmless mistake. Much like calling someone beautiful or handsome decades later, it generally poses no offense. Whereas addressing someone as aunt or sister under the guise of politeness might provoke unintended consequences. I am no director. If I were, I wouldn't be a public security volunteer, but rather in an office. Zhang Yongke chuckled. Just call me by my name. There is no need for titles. As for gifts, you needn't worry. I will pass 1 piece of cured meat to the director of the property division at the dining service company. Your endeavor to open a restaurant is to allow the citizens of the city to enjoy the benefits of agricultural production. You are making a contribution, and I will certainly advocate for you where possible. Chen Hao felt reassured. It was evident that Zhang Yongke held a fondness for the cured meat, a valuable currency in their dealings. Furthermore, Zhang Yongke did not appear overly greedy, suggesting that he was a person worth cultivating a deeper relationship with. Come, let me show you the shops, Zhang Yongke said, producing the keys. He proceeded to unlock the doors to several shops. At the intersection of 2 streets, the shop situated at the center boasts the largest area. The room directly facing the entrance spans over 50 square meters, accompanied by 2 smaller rooms at the back, each exceeding 10 square meters. The spacious room serves as the dining area for a restaurant, while one of the smaller rooms is designated as the kitchen and the other as a sleeping quarter. This arrangement is exceptionally suitable. This shop is indeed perfect, and Chen Hao is quite satisfied. All right, let's go. I will take you to the catering service company to finalize the agreement, Zhang Yongke stated. Chapter 46. You are right to feel it is a waste. The county's catering service company is a subordinate unit of the commercial system, offering commendable welfare benefits and housing allocations. Zhang Yongke first returned home and, upon his return, found that only 1 of the 3 preserved meats remained. He then accompanied Chen Hao and the others to locate the relevant personnel. They promptly signed the agreement on site. The lease term is 3 years, with a monthly rent of merely 10 yuan. The 3 rooms, comprising 1 large room and 2 small ones, cover nearly 90 square meters, with the monthly rental set at just 10 yuan. Furthermore, it stipulates that the rent will be adjusted annually. Upon exiting the county catering service company, Chen Hao held the agreement in hand, his eyes fixed on the rental price and other terms, feeling a surge of excitement. It was incredibly affordable. If the restaurant fails to generate profit, he could always consider alternative ventures, such as selling agricultural products or handicrafts, without any issues. Zhang Yongke followed him out. Noticing Chen Hao gazing down at the agreement in silence, he mistakenly assumed that Chen Hao was dissatisfied with the terms. In truth, the rent is not exorbitant. Other systems renting from the county catering service company pay the same price, which is considered an internal rate. Having secured 2 pieces of preserved meat, Zhang Yongke felt compelled to ensure Chen Hao's satisfaction, believing that Chen Hao had concerns regarding the rental fee, and thus felt the need to clarify. 10 yuan a month amounts to 120 yuan a year. We haven't even started the business yet, and we already face this expense. Chen Doxian's expression was notably serious, burdened by a sense of pressure. He failed to perceive Chen Hao's actual feelings, assuming that Chen Hao's prolonged silence was a sign of overwhelming stress. If all else fails, they could simply sell the fruits and vegetables cultivated in the greenhouses. Chen Wei suggested reassuringly. The villagers toil in the fields year-round, often concluding the year with meager cash amounts, sometimes just 20 or 30 yuan, equivalent to 2 or 3 large yuan notes. The prospect of incurring 12 large yuan notes in rent before even commencing business is daunting. This apprehension is indeed the reason many villagers, including production teams and communes, hesitate to venture into urban commerce. They lack business experience and are reluctant to spend money before earning it, fearing losses. How can one retreat before even beginning? Revolutionary work must not shy away from hardship and obstacles. If a mountain lies ahead, we shall climb over it. If water stands in our way, we shall wade through it. If there are pits, we will fill them. Chen Hao raised his head, his expression resolute, suppressing his inner excitement. He looked at Zhang Yongke and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, and once the restaurant opens, you are most welcome to come and taste the dishes. You're too kind. Zhang Yonke replied. You have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further. Very well, we shall take our leave now, Chen Hao nodded. He departed with Qin Dongxing and Chen Wei. Zhang Yonke observed the departing figures of the three individuals, shaking his head, harboring doubts about the venture. At that moment, his wife, Wang Quande, descended from the adjacent staff building and inquired whether the 2 pieces of cured meat at home were indeed delivered by them. Wasn't it said that life in the village was quite difficult? Typically, during the new year, the village would only allocate about half a pound of meat. To receive 2 pieces of cured meat must surely be stretching their resources to the limit. There were 3 pieces of cured meat, one of which was given to the head of the housing asset department, Zhang Yonke replied, noting that a single piece weighed no less than a pound. Indeed, a considerable investment. He gazed at his wife, the cured meat perfectly sun-dried, and suggested they stir-fry some garlic shoots to accompany it. Was there any wine at home? If not, he would go out to procure some. Such exquisite cured meat deserved to be savored with wine. He wiped his lips, truly tempted. Is there any garlic shoot available at this time of year? I heard they intend to open a restaurant in the county. Didn't you urge them against it? Wang Quande remarked. There are several restaurants in the county, and their business isn't thriving. Opening a restaurant is tantamount to incurring losses. I did advise them, but they were unwilling to listen. There was little I could do, Zhang Yonke responded. Once I find some time later, I will drop by and treat them to a couple of dishes as a gesture to reciprocate the kindness of the cured meat. He held a favorable impression of the individual named Chen Hao, noting that he was not older than himself and had come from the countryside. Yet was quite shrewd in his dealings. The trio of Chen Hao arrived at the shop. The 3 rooms were quite barren. Save for dust and a few fragments of bricks, there was nothing else of worth. Dongxing, your culinary skills are commendable. Once the restaurant opens, you shall be in charge of the cooking, Chen Hao assigned. You will need to procure a coal stove, an iron pot, and other necessary cooking utensils. Inquire at the supply and marketing cooperative. They should have what we need. The commune has a supply and marketing cooperative, and so does the county. Miscellaneous goods fall under their purview, and both wholesale and retail options are available. Understood, Chen Dongxing nodded. Chen Wei, you were tasked with purchasing tables and chairs, and also some cotton fabric for tablecloths, Chen Hao continued, delegating responsibilities. When the restaurant opens, we will need to reside here. We must have beds. Find a carpenter to construct 2 bunk beds, and bring your own blankets from home. After concluding his directives, Chen Hao produced several fabric coupons from his pocket, along with some tickets for chairs and tables, as well as a few large Unity coupons, distributing them accordingly. Tablecloths require tickets, and so do tables and chairs. Are we really going to put cloth on the tables? Chen Wei questioned, taken aback by the notion, deeming it excessive. You mustn't hesitate to invest if you wish to entice customers, Chen Hao replied. If you think it wasteful, you are correct. This approach will generate conversation. And with conversation comes engagement. Customers who enter the shop will spontaneously promote us, ensuring a steady stream of patrons. The 3 worked diligently for a week, finally organizing the shop and gathering the essential items. However, due to a shortage of tickets for tables and chairs, they ultimately sought out a carpenter at the commune's market, belonging to a production team that specialized in crafting tables and chairs as a side business, thereby fulfilling their needs. The result is that the specifications of the tables and chairs vary. Some are square, some rectangular, and others round. The bed frames were also crafted by a carpenter. Ultimately, Chen Ziqiang, with a pack of cigarettes in hand, borrowed a tractor from the commune and made several trips to transport the tables, chairs, and other items to the county, where they were arranged in the store. How good? Will we open tomorrow? Chen Dongxing asked, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. The spacious room of over 50 square meters now displayed 8 dining tables of different styles, and the chairs were set in place, while the kitchen was fully equipped with cooking utensils and coal. Running a restaurant is truly no easy feat, Chen Wei remarked, expressing his sentiment that everything requires connections. How good? If you don't seek out Zhang Yonke, we want to even have coal. We'll have to resort to a mud stove and burn firewood. The items in the store were somewhat expensive, but they hadn't actually cost much. The main issue was the restrictions. Everything required tickets, introduction letters, and certificates. Today, let us return to the village and prepare the ingredients. We officially open for business tomorrow at noon. Chen Hao nodded. He glanced around and said, let us go back to the village and rest well. The 3 of them had hardly rested that week. Upon reaching the village entrance, they encountered Wang Hongmei, Chen Dagong, and several other villagers. The weather had warmed, and some villagers were clearing the silt from the irrigation ditches. The busy people are back, We hardly see you. Just know you're running to the county, Wang Hongmei remarked sarcastically. She was irked that while Chen Hao and his companions were not doing farm work, they still earned work points, whereas she had to toil. Enough with the sarcasm. We've been extremely busy. You have no idea how much preparation goes into opening a restaurant and how challenging it is, Chen Dongxing replied. Am I wrong to say this? You don't want to hear the truth? We're all working, and we can see each other's efforts. You three run to the county every day, and no one is watching, yet you still earn work points. You claim you're opening a restaurant, but has it started after all this time? Wang Hongmei questioned. Chen Hao and his companions were in the county under the pretense of aiding agricultural production and earning work points. The restaurant opens tomorrow at noon. Since you're so concerned about its progress, are you planning to visit? Chen Hao responded. Is it truly that difficult to establish a restaurant? It's only just now set up, Wang Hongmei scoffed, shifting her hips dismissively. 3 men, all strong laborers, and yet they dawdle. If it's free, I might consider it, but if there's a charge, I won't be a fool. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei felt a surge of frustration at her words. The three had invested considerable effort to get the restaurant up and running. While it appeared simple, many items required tickets, and as agricultural households, they had none. Although Chen Hao had managed to acquire some tickets from the market, there were still many lacking, and they had to seek connections for more. Yet Wang Hongmei spoke so lightly, still expecting free meals. Earlier, during the busy farming season, the production team was occupied with double cropping, and both men and women were engaged in field work, leaving no time to cook at home. I cooked for over 100 people in the team, and it was ready in under an hour, Wang Dagong interjected, a hint of pride in his voice, his chin held high. The villagers nearby, upon hearing the words of Wang Hongmei and Wang Dagong, displayed expressions of mixed emotions, swayed by their remarks. Such is human nature. Whispers can easily turn into storms, and in times of conflict, mere gossip can lead to significant misunderstandings. Much like the dynamics of romantic relationships, when love is in the air, one yearns to be together every moment, yet when love fades, the desire to separate becomes intense. Chen Hao glanced at Chen Dagong, surveying the onlookers who still muttered discontent, some even cursing, as if they had quickly forgotten the grievances of the past. When year-end bonuses were due, they assured that each work point would be worth 10 cents, urging them to keep their worries at bay. Tomorrow, the restaurant would open. He welcomed anyone wishing to visit, though they would need to pay their own way, as the establishment was meant to bolster the production team's secondary income, not serve as a free handout. Keep your unkind words to yourself, stifle them within, for I have no desire to hear them. With that, Chen Hao departed, followed closely by Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei. Why the arrogance just because he is a deputy team leader? Wang Hongmei muttered under her breath, stretching her neck to watch his retreating figure. She dared not speak loudly, fearful of his temper, knowing well that Chen Hao could be quite formidable when angered. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much. Running a business in the county, especially a restaurant, is no simple task. Isn't it good to hear that by year-end, a work point could be worth 10 cents? Her husband, Chun Ming, interjected. Whose side are you on? Wang Hongmei's voice rose slightly. Does he truly believe a work point can be worth that much? After all this time preparing for the restaurant's opening, he expects me to spend money? I'm not that foolish. Business will surely be scarce, otherwise he would be flaunting his success already. Her feelings were indeed complex. She wished for the year-end dividends to hold true, yet secretly hoped for Chen Hao to stumble, avenging previous trespasses. Fair point. It's not that I'm against Chen Hao, but his inefficiency is infuriating, and he refuses to listen. Isn't this just dragging his feet? Chen Dagong added. While he had succeeded in greenhouse cultivation, it did not imply competency in other ventures. Whatever the endeavor, a commendable work ethic is essential. After such a lengthy period of restaurant preparations, asking us to financially support it while profiting from our efforts seems absurd. It only hampers agricultural production and squanders our resources. I, for one, will not be attending. Those who are willing to spend their money foolishly may go. The villagers, already short on funds, would not be keen on paying to dine out. They, like Wang Hongmei and Chen Dagong, were reluctant at heart. Meanwhile, Chen Hao returned home. Inside, Tong Qian was busy cutting a tablecloth, tailoring it to fit the size of their table while stitching areas prone to fraying. She was diligently handling these tasks, while their 2 children played nearby, feeding the chicks with pieces of cabbage. The restaurant was set to open tomorrow, and preparations were nearly complete. Chen Hao entered the kitchen, scooped a ladle of water, and gulped down most of it. The remainder was splashed outside. It was cold. Wouldn't it be better to have something warm? The family had boiled hot water. Tong Qian remarked that the tablecloth would soon be mended. It was such fine fabric, too precious to be merely used as a table covering. She looked up at her husband, pondering whether they should inform the villagers of the restaurant's opening, so they could come and enjoy the bustling atmosphere together. No need, Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. There are only 3 of us. If they come, we would have to expend energy attending to them. We wouldn't be making money from them, would we? It would disrupt the normal operation of the restaurant. If we were to profit from them, they would resent it and grumble behind our backs. He had intentionally let the villagers take care of the business, but by clarifying that he would bear the costs himself, he aimed to dissuade them from visiting. That night, Tong Qian had a restless sleep, tossing and turning. Was she worried about the restaurant's business? Chen Hao's hand was steady. Well, if the business doesn't flourish, a little loss wouldn't matter. The main concern is that you previously boasted that there would be dividends by year-end, each work point worth a dime. If we fail to meet that standard, our family won't be able to stand in the village, Tong Qian expressed. She turned to face Chen Hao. Promise me, if the business truly falters, don't lose hope or resort to illegal activities. If worst comes to worst, we can simply give up the side job. Let the villagers talk. What matters is that our family stays together. The pressure weighed heavily on her. I promise, Chen Hao replied without hesitation. He believed in their success. Drawing from experiences of a past life, though Tong Qian was unaware, no amount of explanation would change that. An affirmation sufficed. If it were me, whenever I have free time, I become uneasy, Tong Qian volunteered. Chen Hao paused for a moment, then acquiesced to her request. Early the next morning, Chen Hao carried the finished tablecloth and 2 baskets towards the county, followed closely by Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, who also bore baskets. The baskets contained vegetables and rice, cabbage, garland chrysanthemum, spinach, glutinous rice cakes, pickled radishes, and a few pieces of cured meat. The village's greenhouse was still under construction, offering only seasonal vegetables. The pickled radishes were sourced from the village, and the cured meat was from their own stock. Upon arriving at the county's restaurant, they found it early still, yet the trio dared not idle. Instead, they began their preparations. Hang the sign. You 2 come lend a hand, Chen Hao instructed. The restaurant needed a name, which had been decided long ago. They had simply not hung it yet. After moving 2 chairs to the entrance, Chen Hao took the wooden sign and hung it in the center of the door, Huashan Restaurant. The commune they were part of was called Huashan Commune, so it was fitting to name the restaurant after it. Brother Hao, shouldn't we determine the dishes and their prices? Chen Dongxing inquired. Indeed, we must write them down. What dishes can you prepare with the current ingredients? Chen Hao responded. He retrieved a black wooden board from the corner and picked up a piece of chalk from the box. There was no menu. The daily offerings had to be handwritten. In this day and age, dining out is less about personal cravings and more about the offerings available at the restaurant, as daily dishes may vary according to the seasonal produce. Pickled radish can stand as a dish on its own, alongside shredded radish, pork lard with bok choy, pork lard with spinach, pan-fried rice cakes, stir-fried chrysanthemum greens, steamed eggs, and cured meat, which can also be served as a standalone dish, representing the most robust fare. Chen Dongsheng had already formulated a plan in his mind. The 2 dishes of pickled radish and shredded radish would be the most prevalent. For lunch today, he prepared 4 dishes: pork lard with bok choy, scrambled eggs with shredded radish, red sugar rice cakes, and stir-fried chrysanthemum greens with cured meat. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Hao settled on this selection. Chen Dongxing envisioned separating the shredded radish, eggs, cured meat, and chrysanthemum greens, yet Chen Hao chose to combine them, even adding red sugar to the rice cakes. Although red sugar rice cakes could technically not be classified as a dish, including them would not detract from the overall menu. Chen Dongxing remarked that this approach would limit the variety of available dishes. While the selection may be fewer, the prices could be elevated. Adding a touch of sugar to the rice cakes could justify a slight increase in cost, and slicing a few pieces of cured meat into the chrysanthemum greens could classify it as a meat dish. Chen Hao recorded these 4 dishes on the chalkboard. Next came the pricing. After some calculations, Chen Hao pinned the prices next to each dish. Pork lard with bok choy, 10 cents. Scrambled eggs with shredded radish, 20 cents. Red sugar rice cakes, 25 cents. Stir-fried chrysanthemum greens with cured meat, 30 cents. Rice, 2 cents per tael. This pricing was somewhat higher than that of typical restaurants, where pork lard with bok choy might cost around 6 cents. Chen Dongsheng, who had never dined out, was taken aback by Chen Hao's pricing, wondering if it might be set a tad too high. With cabbage priced at 2 cents per pound, yielding 2 dishes at a cost of merely 1 cent, Could they truly expect city dwellers, who may have money but are not foolish, to accept such inflated prices? Chen Hao countered that the costs extend beyond mere ingredients. They include lard, labor, utilities, coal, and rent. He acknowledged that while these prices are indeed higher than those of other establishments, such pricing is justified. Our restaurant operates without tickets, saving patrons the need for meal or dish tickets. This near monopoly allows for slightly elevated prices. Chen Hao added a note on the chalkboard. No tickets, cash only for dining. This was the restaurant's greatest advantage, as the tablecloths were spread across the tables and the cutlery arranged neatly. Chen Hao hung the small chalkboard at a conspicuous spot by the entrance just as lunchtime approached. Coincidentally, at quitting time, a cyclist passed by, and a few pairs of eyes turned towards the sign bearing the name Huashan Restaurant. The group paused to discuss briefly before reversing their bicycles towards the establishment. Guests were arriving. Chen Wei, observing the scene outside, lowered his voice in excitement, his enthusiasm palpable. This was his first venture into the restaurant business, akin to a maiden's ride in a bridal sedan chair, leaving him quite anxious. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chen Dongsheng held a spatula, equally apprehensive. Several comrades. Are you here to dine? Chen Hao stepped outside. The group stood before the small blackboard mounted on the wall, scrutinizing the menu displayed there. What kind of restaurant is this? Charging 10 cents for pork lard and cabbage. At our Unit S canteen, cabbage is merely 3 cents a serving. Is this a newly opened establishment? Surely you must not have prior experience in the restaurant business. Did you not think to inquire about pricing from other eateries before setting your rates? The group expressed their discontent regarding the menu prices. With respectable jobs and riding bicycles, they exuded an air of confidence. You have keen eyes, indeed, remarked Chen Hao with a smile, acknowledging the restaurant's recent opening and the somewhat steep prices, though he attributed the cause to the commune's regulations to avoid fruitless dialogue. Emphasizing the merits while downplaying the shortcomings, he continued, It's commendable that you openly admit the truth. One individual, satisfied with Chen Hao's honesty, asked, Does your restaurant really not require tickets? The ingredients for the dishes and rice are provided by the production team, Chen Hao replied. Would you gentlemen care to step inside for a moment? Even if you do not wish to eat, it would be perfectly fine to have a cup of tea and rest your feet. The group, evidently associated with reputable organizations, would surely feel awkward merely sipping tea without ordering food. Though the prices may be somewhat elevated, the absence of ticket requirements simplifies matters considerably. Thirsty and hungry, they decided to order the red sugar glutinous rice cake, stir-fried pork with Chinese amaranth, and the lard cabbage, urging the chef to expedite their meal. The group left a favorable impression on Chen Hao, appreciating his sincerity and the convenience of not needing meal tickets. Please, gentlemen, make yourselves comfortable, Chen Hao said with a welcoming smile, ushering them inside. Upon entering the restaurant, the group was taken aback by the tablecloths adorning the tables. This restaurant is quite impressive, they remarked. Not to mention, it surpasses several others in the county in terms of decor, lending it a certain prestige. The emotional value is palpable. The simple arrangement diminished their aversion to the high prices. Chen Wei, please serve tea to our esteemed guests. Using the finest tea, Chen Hao instructed. In truth, the establishment only offered one type of tea purchased from the market, but such a statement elevated the customer's sense of importance, further enhancing their emotional experience. Subsequently, Chen Hao entered the kitchen, instructing the staff to prepare the lard cabbage, red sugar glutinous rice cake, and stir-fried pork with Chinese amaranth promptly, as the gentleman had work to attend to, and he did not wish to waste their time. His voice was deliberately raised so that the patrons waiting for their meals could hear, once again providing an emotional benefit. As the group sipped their tea and engaged in conversation, they noted that this restaurant offered superior service compared to others. This observation held true. The staff at the other establishments often displayed foul tempers, and any attempt at conversation could lead to hostility. Many state-run canteens bore a peculiar slogan, prohibition of unprovoked assault on customers. It was not a blanket ban on assaulting customers, but rather a limitation on unprovoked aggression. If one had a reason, it was permissible. The dishes had long been prepared, and the coal stove was ablaze, within a mere 20 minutes. 3 delectable courses were presented upon the tables of several patrons. In this establishment, dining did not require tickets. At that moment, 2 additional customers entered. Despite the clear signage outside, they felt compelled to inquire. Yes, comrade, we do not require tickets at our restaurant, Chen Hao responded warmly. Please, take a seat. It is quite chilly outside. Should you desire any particular dish, do let me know, and I will hasten the chef. with utmost courtesy. They ordered stir-fried shredded radish with eggs and stir-fried cured meat with Chinese mustard greens. The two patrons settled at a smaller table, joining the throng of diners, who all shared a fondness for cured meat. Chen Wei, please serve the guests some tea to warm them up, Chen Hao instructed, before returning to the kitchen to relay the forthcoming orders to Chen Dongxing. The first group of diners had already begun their meal and offered their evaluations. This glutinous rice cake is truly delightful. I purchased some at the grain store during the new year, but with so many at home, each person could only enjoy a small piece. Now, this cured meat is utterly satisfying, authentic indeed. Where is the rice? The dishes are served, yet the rice has not arrived. They fretted, anxious that the dishes might be consumed too quickly, leaving them unsated. It will be ready shortly, Chen Hao reassured them. The rice had long been steamed, and he proceeded to serve it from the kitchen. Yet, once again, more customers entered. In less than an hour, all 8 tables were fully occupied. Chapter 49. Holding it in, there were still patrons waiting to be seated, yet all the tables were taken. Newcomers, having entered, looked around in search of a greeting, their tempers flaring at the lack of attention. I apologize for the oversight, esteemed guests. We have no available tables at the moment. Chen Hao hurried over. The business of dining without ticketing was indeed thriving. Without any advertising, the restaurant was bustling within just 2 hours. While tables were occupied, there was still space available. In this cold weather, a little crowding could provide warmth. The new customer was undeterred, noticing some tables were large enough for 8, yet only 3 were seated at one. Despite the tables being full, there was indeed room for more. Without waiting for Chen Hao's assistance, the newcomer approached a partially filled table. Comrades, there are no empty tables. Shall we squeeze together at this table? Seating arrangements were hardly a matter of concern. The patrons already seated were amicable, even shifting their dishes to create more space. The new arrivals were equally accommodating. Decades later, it would be unthinkable for strangers to share a table in such a manner. Not even for a simple stir-fry or breakfast would diners feel comfortable sharing space. I'd like some brown sugar glutinous rice cake with extra brown sugar, and a portion of stir-fried cured meat with mustard greens as well. Where are the dishes? It has been quite some time since we ordered. Please expedite the service, for we must return to work this afternoon. Check, please. They called after finishing their meal, yet there was no one to settle the bill. The clamor of voices, orders being placed, requests for dishes, and the chatter of satisfied diners filled the restaurant with a lively din. Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei were all drenched in sweat from their exertions. Brother Hao, please settle the bill for those customers while I tidy up the table, Chen Wei called out, deftly clearing the dishes, unable to spare a hand for the payment. It was overwhelming. At the outset of the business, they had worried about a lack of patrons. Yet now it felt as though they wished for several more hands. Chen Hao proceeded to the register, only to hear Chen Dongxing's voice from the kitchen. Brother Hao, the dishes are ready. Hurry and bring them out. After settling the bill and bidding farewell, Chen Hao hurried back to the kitchen to serve the meals. The temperature was not particularly high, yet the 3 men were sweating profusely, shedding their outer cotton jackets. In the kitchen, Chen Dongsheng leaned against the stove, having removed his woolen sweater, now clad in merely a light shirt. Whenever there was a brief respite, he still had to wash vegetables and prepare the cured meats. By 8 in the evening, after sending off the last table of customers, Chen Hao promptly locked the restaurant's door. Let us take a breather. Come, have a smoke, he suggested, pulling out cigarettes and sharing with Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei. All 3 were utterly exhausted. This is more tiring than farming, at least in agriculture. There are moments to rest. Cooking offers no such reprieve, Chen Dongxing remarked. I had intended to relieve myself earlier, but I held it in. And now I no longer feel the need, he confessed, having been so busy cooking that he hadn't even had time for the restroom. Standing beside the coal stove while trying to fit in washing and chopping vegetables. The people in the county are indeed affluent. The meals are quite expensive. If it were up to me, I would never dine out but would always eat at home, Chen Wei added. After finishing their cigarettes, they began to tally the earnings. They counted $63.57. That is quite a sum. If every day were like this, wouldn't that amount to $2,000 a month? Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei expressed satisfaction with the revenue. Is this amount truly sufficient? Chen Hao questioned, his discontent evident. Brother Hao, you have quite the appetite. $2,000 a month, over $20,000 a year, is no small fortune. I've never even experienced $1,000, let alone more, Chen Dongxing replied. Since I've been selling cucumbers with Brother Hao, my family has never seen $100. It's only because of Brother Hao's support that we felt the thrill of saving $100, Chen Wei concurred. The two were perplexed. With such a high daily revenue, why was Chen Hao still unsatisfied? $63 a day, $2,000 a month, over $20,000 a year. By mere calculations, that seems accurate. However, business cannot be assessed this way, Chen Hao explained. He looked at them. Can you guarantee that a month from now, the business will remain this robust? A year from now, will we still have this many customers daily? One must maintain a sense of urgency. Money tucked away is what counts. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei felt a flicker of apprehension. Chen Hao's words indeed held a semblance of truth. Brother Hao, what then? The tables are filled, and I can barely keep cooking to serve this many patrons. Chen Dongsheng frowned. The restaurant's limited space dictated a cap on clientele. How could they possibly increase sales? That is simple. We can raise the prices of the dishes. Chen Hao had already formulated a plan in his mind, calculating a monthly income of 2,000 yuan. The profit margin can reach 70, yielding a profit of 1,400 yuan. With a personal dividend ratio of 60, this amounts to 840 yuan, barely reaching 1,000 yuan. Such meager profits do not satisfy Chen Hao. There is an urgent need to elevate the sales volume. Should we raise the prices of the dishes? Chen Dongsheng inquired. Glancing at Chen Hao, the prices we have set are not low, are they? If we increase them further, we might face backlash. Indeed, Chen Wei added. We have just opened. If we alter the prices now, returning customers who have already dined with us might become outraged. The two pondered whether Chen Hao was being overly hasty. Is it reasonable to expect a hefty newborn the very next day after a wedding? They mused. Even in urgency. We must exercise patience. You both are missing the point, Chen Hao interjected. The prices for today's dishes, including rice, will remain unchanged. But we must elevate the prices of other dishes. We should offer more fish, pork, chicken, and duck. Although the prices for meat dishes may be higher with a slightly reduced profit margin, the overall profit will be substantial. A monthly turnover of 2,000 yuan with a 70 profit margin is inferior to a turnover of 4,000 yuan with a 60 margin. Our production team does not raise fish, and the number of pigs we rear is limited. We need to procure from other teams, Chen Dongsheng noted. I will handle the issue of the dishes. You two focus on the restaurant operations, Chen Hao directed. The villagers in the production team often lead frugal lives. Yet they are not without advantages, especially when it comes to catering and obtaining food supplies, which is considerably easier. Chen Hao skillfully identified these opportunities and was determined to seize them. Brother Hao, the restaurant's business is thriving on its first day. Can we publicize this? Chen Dongsheng asked. Do not speak of it, just like when we sold greenhouse cucumbers last time. If asked, we will say it is going well. But do not divulge whether we made a profit or incurred a loss, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. Of course not, Chen Wei chimed in. Yesterday, upon returning to the village, I witnessed the disdainful expressions of Wang Hongmei and others. Despite our tireless efforts for the restaurant, they accuse us of idleness. Today, on opening day, not a single person came to the restaurant. Yet, if it turned a profit, they too would benefit, fearing even a slight loss. The three of them tidied up the restaurant, washed up briefly, and soon collapsed into bed. The following morning, Chen Hao arose early and headed to his sister-in-law Tong Man's school. He intended to borrow a bicycle to expedite his return to the commune, where he could negotiate partnerships with production teams that raised fish and poultry, thereby enhancing the quality of the restaurant's offerings. Chapter 50. Do not let him into your room. The school allowed free entry and exit. In front of the teaching building, Chen Hao encountered his sister-in-law Tong Man, alongside his mother-in-law Wang Yufeng. What brings you here again? Are you following me? It seems every time I come, I run into you, Wang Yufeng remarked, her face betraying her displeasure. Such a statement held no logic. It was not that Wang Yufeng was particularly dim-witted, but rather that she held Chen Hao in low regard, often speaking without consideration. Any offense toward Chen Hao would not weigh on her conscience. Mother, please do not speak so harshly. My brother-in-law is quite decent. Tong Man defended Chen Hao. Her perception of him had undergone a complete transformation. You used to frequently tell me that your sister made a poor choice marrying him, claiming he was unworthy. Why are you now speaking in his defense? Wang Yufeng questioned, perplexed. Tong Man often criticized Chen Hao, hoping to persuade Tong Qian to divorce him. Yet now, she spoke fondly of him, even referring to him as brother-in-law with such warmth. People do change. When I visited my brother-in-law's home for the new year, I noticed that their lives had improved significantly. The festive meal was far superior to what we had at home. Tong Man herself began to mention Chen Hao's virtues. Is it really as exaggerated as you say? What delicacies can one find in the countryside? With no proper job, life is tough. During festive seasons, receiving half a pound of meat is quite something. I've been there before, Huang Yufeng remarked. She scrutinized Tong Man closely and suddenly asked, "You aren't romantically involved with him, are you?" "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Tong Man hurriedly replied. "That's good to hear. Such matters aren't unheard of. You'd better not entertain such thoughts, or I would truly feel embarrassed. What would people say if my eldest daughter married a rural man, and my second daughter were to get involved with him too? It would be utterly disgraceful," Wang Yufeng warned. As before, she didn't spare a glance at Chen Hao, only addressing Tong Man. "During the new year, I invited you to come home for the feast, but you chose to suffer in the countryside instead. In a few months, Hang will celebrate his 10th birthday. We must hold a banquet, and you must return with a red envelope. Avoid going back to the village, settle down here in the county, find a partner, and establish a home." Hang is Huang Yufeng's grandson and the son of Chen Hao's elder brother-in-law. In this day and age, children typically celebrate significant events like their full moon, their first birthday, or their 10th birthday. After saying this, Huang Yufeng turned to Chen Hao. "You and Xiao Qian should bring the two children along, dress nicely, and avoid looking shabby. If you can't afford a red envelope, at least bring some eggs. Don't show up empty-handed and become the subject of ridicule." "All right, I'll be there," Chen Hao replied after some thought. He had already planned to visit the city with his wife and children once the weather warmed up, to see his mother-in-law and father-in-law. "I must warn you, both my daughters are quite beautiful. The eldest was deceived by you and remains in the village without prospects. Don't think of having any designs on Xiaoman now that she is in the county." Huang Yufeng expressed her concerns. "What business does a rural resident have running around the county? You should come by less often. Without a few coins in your pocket, your ambitions are quite fanciful." She suspected Chen Hao's motives for frequent visits to the county. "Such matters are not uncommon, whether it be brother-in-law and sister-in-law or father-in-law and daughter-in-law," she added. "I have legitimate reasons for going to the county. I'm currently the deputy team leader of the production team and have opened a restaurant there," Chen Hao stated. He looked at Huang Yufeng and said, "Mom, if you don't return home for lunch, you can come to the restaurant to eat with Xiaoman. Just go a bit earlier. If you go too late, there will be too many people and you'll have to queue. Don't flaunt your status in front of me. What is so special about being a deputy team leader? You're still a rural person, just an ordinary citizen. Do you really think I lack experience?" Mistaking a team leader for a cadre, Huang Yufeng scoffed. "If you truly have the capability, you should settle down in the county and secure a household registration there. That restaurant surely isn't yours, so stop embellishing your achievements. With a non-agricultural household registration and a respectable job, many individuals find themselves able to hold their heads high, even with an air of superiority. Huang Yufeng exemplifies this, with her urban household registration and employment at a savings institution under the People's Bank. She possesses a sense of pride. "Brother-in-law, your restaurant is up and running, yet you didn't inform me. I would have liked to join in the festivities," Tong Man remarked. She glanced at Huang Yufeng and suggested, "Mother, why not stay for lunch, and we can dine at brother-in-law's restaurant?" She was eager to lend a hand with Chen Hao's business. "What's the point? I'm quite busy. I took leave just to come here today," Huang Yufeng replied disinterestedly. "Be wise and don't be easily deceived like your sister. He brings you gifts and frequently visits. He surely harbors ulterior motives. Do not allow him into your room, and avoid going out alone with him. Having lived through it, I can assure you that both you and your sister, with your youthful appearances, attract the attention of many men." After advising Tong Man, Huang Yufeng hurriedly departed, always preoccupied with her own affairs. Transportation is inconvenient, and holidays are scarce. Even within the county city, it is common for years to pass without seeing one another across provinces. In these times, marrying far away truly means distant marriages, and the frequency of children visiting their parents can be counted on one hand, diminishing with each meeting. Chen Hao harbored some doubts. His mother-in-law often found reasons to visit. Was it because she missed her daughter? Yet, she would never admit it, so she came to take a look instead. "Xiaoman, I came to borrow a bicycle. I need to return to the commune urgently," Chen Hao said, glancing at his sister-in-law. "I'll return it by noon." "Certainly. I'll fetch you a bicycle right away," Tong Man readily agreed. Lacking a bicycle herself, she asked Chen Hao to wait a moment. In less than 10 minutes, she returned with a bicycle. It seemed she had a good rapport at school. Otherwise, borrowing a bicycle would not have been so effortless. "This is the vice principal's bicycle. A female leader who joined our school just last year," Tong Man whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. She leaned closer to Chen Hao and added, "The pig's head you gave me last year, I presented it to this vice principal. She knows I want to go to the city, and just a few days ago, She hinted that if any positions opened up, I would be prioritized for recommendation. On Sunday, you should join the vice principal at my restaurant for a meal, Chen Hao suggested. If any other familiar colleagues or leaders are available, feel free to invite them as well. We can use the borrowed bicycle as a reason to treat them. With the bicycle secured, Chen Hao returned swiftly. However, instead of going back to the village, he headed to another brigade to purchase 8 grass carp, 10 hens, and some dried chili peppers before returning to the county. Time was still on his side, as Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei scaled the fish and slaughtered the hens. Chen Hao cleaned the bicycle and returned it to his sister-in-law before heading back to the restaurant to write down the day's menu and prices on a small chalkboard. Chapter 51. I will listen to whatever you say. Lard and cabbage, 10 cents. Spinach with oil, 15 cents. Braised fish pieces, 35 cents. Stir-fried bacon with Tong Qian, 30 cents. Braised chicken pieces, 50 cents. The glutinous rice cake, a favorite among patrons, sold out quickly, prompting the addition of 3 new dishes. There are more dishes than yesterday. When I visited yesterday, both the fish and chicken were unavailable. Just as the menu was displayed on the small blackboard, customers began to arrive. There was no spinach yesterday. Where did the glutinous rice cake go? This individual returned to the restaurant, bringing friends along today. After inquiring, he took a moment to commend the establishment to those nearby, remarking on its excellence, the dishes requiring no tickets, and the delightful flavor of the brown sugar glutinous rice cake, perfectly golden and exceedingly delicious. He holds a particular affection for the glutinous rice cake. This is a returning customer, now introducing new friends to the culinary delights. His appreciation for Washan restaurant is evident. The glutinous rice cake has run out and will not be available until tomorrow. Chen Hao said, if you wish to enjoy the glutinous rice cake, please return tomorrow at noon, and I shall reserve some for you. The glutinous rice cake and bacon are sourced from home. A pound of bacon, when sliced thinly, yields a substantial amount, stir-fried with the Tong Qian, with some leftover. However, the glutinous rice cake is no longer available. Without the glutinous rice cake, today's choice will be braised chicken pieces, a portion of braised fish, and oil-drenched spinach. Just these 3 dishes, the loyal customer decided. The group settled into their chosen seats at the restaurant. Chen Wei poured tea for them. The restaurant boasts a variety of tables and chairs, yet surprisingly, the tables are adorned with cloths, reflecting a certain level of sophistication. The young attendant who greeted us was sincere and even invited us to return tomorrow. As they engaged in conversation, the patrons expressed their satisfaction with both Chen Hao and Huashan restaurant. Having learned from yesterday's experience, the customer turnout today was significant, and they managed the busyness with newfound proficiency, closing the restaurant's doors by 7 in the evening. Chen Hao, Chen Dongsheng, and Chen Wei gathered once more to settle the accounts. The total was 76.15 yuan, an increase of over 10 yuan compared to yesterday. Raising the prices and offering more meat dishes has considerably boosted sales. The bacon is running low, and we must bring more tomorrow, Chen Dongxing noted, adding that the supply of fish and chicken is also insufficient. City dwellers truly possess wealth. In the village, meat dishes are only prepared during festivals. City residents, however, readily indulge in them on ordinary days, Chen Wei lamented. People are fundamentally the same, yet the city and countryside feel like entirely different worlds. In the village, every household, including that of Chen Ziqiang, wears patched clothing. In the city, few residents bear such marks of wear. When dining out, at the very least, one would order at least 1 meat dish. Over the past couple of days, he has been deeply affected, experiencing a significant emotional upheaval. Chen Dongxing shared similar sentiments, observing that city dwellers have stable jobs, receiving monthly salaries. Otherwise, how could they afford such indulgence? Do not harbor resentment. What of the rural folk? Regardless of being from the countryside or the city, as long as one strives for progress, there is a path forward, and life will improve. Those who remain stagnant and fail to keep pace with the times will undoubtedly find themselves stuck in place, Chen Hao encouraged, clapping his hands to motivate his companions. Work diligently. Perhaps one day we too shall relocate to the city, purchasing a home there, and allowing our children to attend school in an urban environment. It is not the scarcity of resources that troubles us, but the inequality that arises from it. Witnessing the vast disparity between urban and rural areas, both Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei inevitably feel a sense of discomfort. Let us tidy up the store and return to the village, Chen Hao suggested. Not only do we have little cured meat or rice cakes left, but also a few other ingredients. Tomorrow, we should rise early to gather a substantial amount of produce at the market. After organizing the store, the 3 of them hurried back to the village. carrying empty shoulder poles and baskets. The air was chilly and darkness fell swiftly. By the time Chen Hao arrived home, the door was already shut. "Why have you returned so late?" Upon opening the door, Tong Qian expressed her concern upon seeing her husband. Running a restaurant in the county is no easy task. Each round trip consumes considerable time. Is there any way to earn money without hard work? Even if one were to earn while lying down, it would still be laborious. Chen Hao replied. Nini and Xiaoduo were still awake. He cradled both children for a moment before settling down. "How is business at the restaurant? Have you eaten? If not, I can prepare some noodles for you," Tong Qian offered, sitting beside him. In the past, she would have preferred if Chen Hao kept his distance, but now, like their children, she yearned for his presence and wished to be held by him as they slept. "Can one run a restaurant and still go hungry?" "I've already eaten. There is no need for you to fuss." Chen Hao waved his hand. "Business is decent. We made 63 yuan yesterday and 76 yuan today." He was well aware of the sensitivity of his wife's tongue, as long as he reminded her not to disclose the restaurant's basic situation. Tong Qian would remain discreet, unlike Wang Hongmei, who, despite numerous warnings, could not be trusted to keep her mouth shut. "So much? That's before deducting costs. Isn't it? After expenses, how much profit is left?" Tong Qian was astonished. The daily revenue from the restaurant was unexpectedly high, far surpassing the earnings from farming. "The gross profit margin is approximately 60 to 70%, Chen Hao remarked. He observed Tong Qian, noting that business at the restaurant was thriving. From around 11 in the morning until 6 or 7 in the evening, there were customers consistently. "I'll give 20% of the profit to the production team. So Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei will each receive 10%, while I keep 60%. Earning several dozen yuan a day is quite promising. Once we raise the prices of our dishes, we can earn even more." He provided such detailed information to reassure Tong Qian. During the day, while working, Wang Hongmei and several other women from the village had been gossiping, claiming that restaurants were not profitable, though they were uncertain where they had heard such rumors. Stating that several restaurants in the county were struggling. "Wang Hongmei is always talking too much. Let her chatter while we surreptitiously earn," Chen Hao chuckled. "Tomorrow, I still need to take some rice cakes and cured meat to the county. Feel free to take whatever you need. There's no need to consult me." Tong Qian said. "You are the one with grand ambitions. You know best how to navigate this. Life at home has improved significantly, and we have some money on hand. Even if the children's appetites are growing, we can buy some treats at the market." At that moment, Nini, who was watching television, suddenly turned her head and said, "Dad, you need not worry about home. I am now a grown girl and will take good care of Xiaoduo. Mom mentioned that your absence tonight is due to important matters. I will not be a bother. I just wish to keep you in my heart, not voicing my thoughts until I see you." When Chen Hao was away, Tong Qian would share some wisdom with the two children, and Nini was already beginning to grasp certain truths. "By the way, today I visited Xiaomon's school for a matter and ran into Mom. In a few months, we will celebrate Hong Hong's 10th birthday, and she wants us to join. What are your thoughts on this?" Chen Hao broached the subject. "I will follow your lead." Tong Qian replied. "If I were to say we shouldn't go, would you heed my words?" Chen Hao inquired. "Of course, I will listen. I am your woman, and you are my man, my anchor. Whatever you decide, I shall follow," Tong Qian affirmed without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 52. Your brother-in-law is truly courteous. Tong Qian beautifully exemplified the notion of following one's spouse, for her husband was her universe. They had previously planned to return to her family home once the weather warmed up, especially with Hang Hang's birthday approaching in a few months. In these times, returning home after the rural work assignments is indeed challenging. Poor transportation is one issue, but after marrying and having children, it becomes even more complicated. It is inconvenient to travel with the kids. If they are too young to go, they still yearn for their mother. Chen An'er has only visited her grandparents once, and Chen Xiaoduo has yet to go at all. "I will follow your wishes," Tong Qian agreed. The following morning, Chen Hao and his family, along with Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, set out together for the market. "Let us split up. The market is crowded, and carrying the bamboo baskets makes it less convenient. We need to buy quite a bit, so it's better to shop separately," Chen Hao suggested. "Purchase plenty of meat, such as chicken, duck, fish, rice cakes, and cured meat." Initially, Chen Hao intended to keep the rice cakes and cured meat for their own consumption, but after taking some to the restaurant, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. However, this cannot last forever. He would need to procure more cured meat and rice cakes from others, along with additional vegetables. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei each took a bamboo basket and went their separate ways. "You can go about your own business. I can manage with the kids," Tong Qian said. She looked at the two children, Nini and Xiaoduo, nestled in the baskets. Daddy has work to do. So you both stay close to Mommy and enjoy our outing. Mommy will buy you something to eat. The children, each seated in a basket, were carried from home to the market. The joy of children is truly uncomplicated. Nini, keep an eye on Xiaoduo and stay with Mommy. Don't wander off. If you get lost, do not panic. If you encounter someone familiar, let them help guide you home, or ask them to help find Mommy. Stay away from the water and don't go off with strangers, Chen Hao cautioned his eldest daughter. He then looked at Tong Qian. Once you have completed the shopping, I want to return home, as it would delay me. I must head to the county early. Time was of the essence. Go ahead, I can manage alone. Tong Qian assured him. Chen Hao nodded and began to wander through the market with a shoulder pole, having purchased some spices, as well as fish, cured meat, and poultry. A voice called out to Chen Hao while he was wandering near Chen Hao West. He turned to see a woman, her eyes gleaming with mirth. You bought 10 pounds of citrus from me last year. I am Sun Miao Miao from Sumping Brigade. Do you remember? She recalled vividly how Chen Hao's family had visited her stall to procure the citrus, a memory that lingered with her. Spotting Chen Hao now, balancing a bamboo pole laden with various fish carp, wuchang fish, grass carp, and poultry, she felt a twinge of curiosity. It had been several days since the new year. Why was he purchasing so much? Isn't your production team growing citrus? Why the fish? Chen Hao had a faint recollection of her. Unlike many villagers, Sun Miao Miao exhibited a boldness and warmth in her business dealings, showcasing an acumen that set her apart from those who often approached commerce with trepidation or a sense of meticulousness. Talent, after all, can sometimes go unnoticed. Some individuals, despite their humble means, possess an innate ability to attract attention wherever they go, and Sun Miao Miao evidently had a flair for trade. Our production team has a forest where we cultivate some citrus and other fruits as side projects. We have also dug ponds to raise fish and shrimp. Sun Miao Miao explained with a smile. Not just our team. The entire brigade is engaged in these activities. She glanced at Chen Hao's bamboo basket. With all that fish and poultry, this can't be just for personal consumption. What is your plan? This is our production team's sideline. Chen Hao replied vaguely, omitting specific details about the restaurant. I'll take all these fish. He noted that the cold weather allowed for keeping such provisions, unlike the summer when one could not buy in such quantity. Do you want some turtles? Sun Miao Miao inquired, mentioning that villagers had caught 2 turtles and 2 wild rabbits, which she could sell at a bargain. She revealed a bag of urea, lifting it to expose the live turtles and the injured wild rabbits, likely caught in traps. I'll take them all. Chen Hao was pleased to find suitable items to elevate the price of his vegetables. After weighing and pricing the goods, Sun Miao Miao assisted in placing them into the bamboo basket, wiped her hands clean, and accepted the money he offered. Will you need these again? She asked. Our village has residents skilled in catching turtles and setting traps, so we can procure them daily. If you want, I can reserve some for you. Or I can deliver them to a location of your choosing. Sun Miao Miao was eager to establish a long-term partnership with Chen Hao. Please reserve them for me. Chen Hao nodded, requesting that they be delivered to the market every couple of days. I'll come to collect them. They must be alive. I want to take anything that is not fresh, including fish and shrimp. All right, I'll come by the day after tomorrow, Sun Miao Miao replied cheerfully. Chen Hao has long been engaged in the collection of fish, shrimp, turtles, and wild rabbits, which spares her considerable hassle. These items tend to sell better during the festive season, while their sale during ordinary times proves to be rather challenging. Typically, only families hosting significant events or those facing grave illnesses are willing to purchase a turtle or wild game. Otherwise, it is primarily city dwellers who show interest. However, she does not dare to venture into the city for sales. With a shoulder pole in hand, Chen Hao proceeded to the designated meeting point, where she encountered Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei. Together, the trio returned to the county. On this day, the menu featured 2 new dishes, braised turtle priced at 2 yuan, limited to 2 servings, and spicy rabbit heads at 1.5 yuan, also limited to 2 servings, alongside braised rabbit meat at 1 yuan. The rest of the offerings were similar to those from previous days. Around 10:30, Tong Man and several companions arrived at the Huashan restaurant. Is this the restaurant opened by your brother-in-law? The location seems quite favorable, one remarked. I heard a new restaurant had opened in the county. It must be this one. The group exchanged comments at the entrance, with some already familiar with the establishment's name. Spotting Tong Man outside, Chen Hao quickly stepped out. Brother-in-law, allow me to introduce you to Principal Hu Xiaoying, who has been very supportive of me at school. Tong Man said, presenting the vice principal to Chen Hao. She also introduced 3 other colleagues, all of whom shared a good rapport with her and had come along. I've heard so much about the leaders from Xiaoman. I've eagerly awaited their arrival. Come, let us head inside, Chen Hao invited. He guided the group to their seats, personally poured tea for them, and entered the kitchen to instruct Chen Dongxing on cooking. With few customers in the restaurant at that moment, the dishes were soon served: braised rabbit meat, pan-fried fish, cabbage and pork lard, braised turtle, and a steamed egg. If the dishes are insufficient, feel free to let me know. This meal is on me as a token of gratitude for your care towards Xiaoman. I also greatly appreciate Principal Hu for lending me a bicycle, which was a tremendous help, Chen Hao expressed. With only 3 employees in the restaurant, he needed to attend to other guests. Xiaoman, please ensure the leaders are well taken care of, he instructed before heading to the entrance to update the small chalkboard, reducing the braised turtle servings from 2 to 1. As they surveyed the array of dishes before them, Hu Xiaoying and the others began to converse. Xiaoman, your brother-in-law is truly generous. These dishes do not come cheaply, one colleague remarked, noting the 2 yuan price for the turtle and its limited availability. This table of food costs quite a bit, especially the turtle and rabbit meat, which are rare delicacies that are hard to come by even when one desires to eat them. Your brother-in-law treats you exceptionally well, Hu Xiaoying observed, glancing at the dishes and then around the table. Her thoughts ran deeper. While the other colleagues were merely there to accompany Tong Man due to their good relationship, her invitation had a more significant implication. With the variety of delicacies in the feast laid out, Chen Hao was evidently establishing connections for Tong Man, seeking to ingratiate himself with this vice principal. Such a level of support from a brother-in-law towards a sister-in-law is indeed commendable. He is indeed quite remarkable. Currently, he serves as the deputy team leader of the production unit, and the establishment of this restaurant aims to assist agricultural production while enriching the dining options for urban dwellers. Tong Man noted that the customer base has been rapidly expanding, and soon, the restaurant was filled to capacity. The soft-shelled turtle, rabbit meat, and even rabbit heads were quickly sold out, demonstrating their popularity. After finishing their meal, Tong Man and her companions prepared to leave, with Chen Hao graciously escorting them out. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, making it difficult to provide adequate service. Chen Hao clasped his hands in a gesture of courtesy, expressing his gratitude to team leader Chen for the expenses incurred. Hu Xiaoying remarked that comrade Tong Man is diligent in her work at the school, and many students hold her in high regard. She also maintains excellent relationships with her colleagues. I am quite satisfied with her performance. Her family resides in the city, and I will certainly keep an eye out for suitable opportunities for her. This statement indirectly assured Chen Hao of her support for Tong Man. Such interpersonal relationships operate on the principle of mutual respect. When one party shows respect, the other is likely to reciprocate within their capacity. To gain something, one must first be willing to relinquish something else. To draw water, one must first drive piles. I am immensely grateful to Principal Hu, Chen Hao expressed. There is no need for such formality. It's merely a small matter, Hu Xiaoying replied. In the future, if any parents from the school seek a restaurant for hosting banquets or similar events, I will certainly recommend Huashan Restaurant to them. Changfeng County Middle School is a junior high school and also has a high school division. Some students will attend vocational schools, while others may pursue university studies. In such circumstances, many parents tend to host banquets. Hu Xiaoying was reciprocating a favor for her. It was simply a casual remark to praise Huashan Restaurant and recommend it when parents inquired. However, for Huashan Restaurant, this demographic could significantly enhance overall sales. The standards for hosting banquets are considerably higher than those of regular patrons. Thank you so much, Principal Hu, Tong Man said sweetly. Chen Hao echoed his gratitude, and after escorting them a few steps further, he returned to the restaurant. The sales figures at Huashan Restaurant have been steadily increasing, stabilizing at nearly 160 yuan per day after a month, with a profit margin of 60. The 3 of them had lost quite a bit of weight. They were overwhelmed with work and fatigue. Particularly, Chen Dongxing had developed thicker arms from constant cooking, yet he felt exhausted and gaunt. This cannot continue. If it does, one might end up utterly worn out, feeling as though he is working longer hours than an old ox in the production team. Chen Dongxing was beginning to feel overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that earning money would be so exhausting. Initially, he was filled with excitement, but now that enthusiasm had waned, he looked at Chen Hao and said, Brother Hao, should we call a couple more people from the village to assist? We need someone in the kitchen and another outside. It is indeed necessary to add 2 more hands. Chen Hao nodded. He himself was not faring much better. Every few days, He had to visit the commune market to meet with Sun Miao Miao, transport vegetables to the county, and during his spare moments, help with meal preparations, clean dishes, and attend to customers. It wouldn't be prudent to recruit from the village. If the villagers learned that the restaurant was quite profitable, they might all seek employment there. Chen Wei remarked. There is indeed a risk in this regard, Chen Hao agreed, as if the villagers were to discover the restaurant's lucrative business. Many would likely flock to work there. Understanding that we hold shares and are entitled to dividends, they too will desire a share of the profits. The dilemma lies in whether to grant them this. If we do, our portion diminishes, yet if we refuse, it could create discord among our community. After all, we are operating the restaurant under the auspices of a production team and a commune. If the situation escalates, we risk being prohibited from continuing our business, which would result in significant losses. In truth, the villagers are aware that the production team is profitable. But what truly matters is their knowledge of Qin Dongxing and Chen Wei receiving a 10 dividend. If they do not receive any, that is the crux of the matter. We cannot recruit from the village. We have established the restaurant ourselves, and it would be unfair for others to reap the benefits without contributing. Both Qin Dongxing and Chen Wei immediately expressed their opposition. Chen Hao need not persuade them further. The mere suggestion of diminished dividends made them reluctant to involve the villagers. No one is willing to share the profits. Qin Dongxing, Chen Wei, and Chen Hao are all in agreement on this. If we cannot enlist our fellow villagers, should we then seek assistance from residents of other villages? This poses a dilemma for Chen Wei. Engaging individuals from other villages would also complicate matters, as they do not possess urban residency and are not part of our production team. In the event of an inspection by business authorities, it would be challenging to clarify the situation. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. As for the kitchen, Dongxing, you cannot manage alone. We must find someone skilled in culinary arts. Chen Hao's plan involves hiring a chef to expedite service and alleviate some of Chen Dongxing's burdens, beyond merely assisting with food preparation. Brother Hao, do you mean to recruit someone from the county? Chen Dongxing inquired. However, those in the county are non-agricultural residents, typically holding stable jobs. Would they be inclined to work at our restaurant? The Huashan restaurant has been performing well, yet it remains a business of the production team. Albeit nominally, in reality, it functions as a private enterprise. Would non-agricultural residents be willing to work for an agricultural entity? Not everyone in the city enjoys stable employment. Many are unemployed, and even those who are employed do not necessarily earn substantial wages, countered Chen Hao. I will handle the recruitment. I can offer wages without dividends, which will surely attract applicants. He plans to enlist Zhang Yongke's assistance in finding candidates. It is unwise to post recruitment advertisements at the entrance, as it may attract accusations of capitalist tendencies. We must tread carefully. The Huashan restaurant has been operating for a month now. We should review the accounts and settle the dividends. Chen Hao produced the ledger. He had meticulously calculated that the total revenue amounted to 3,614.83 yuan, with costs around 100 yuan, bringing the profit to approximately 2,500 yuan. As previously agreed, each of you will receive a 10 dividend, totaling 250 yuan each. This figure may seem modest, but the money is indeed tangible. Chen Hao handed over the prepared 500 yuan, distributing 250 yuan to each of the two. We made this much in just 1 month. Qin Dongxing and Chen Wei clutched the money, filled with exhilaration. The single man may not comprehend, but those in relationships understand that overstimulation of the body's organs can lead to a significant decrease in sensitivity, resulting in numbness. Thus, one must seek variety. Both Qin Dongxing and Chen Wei felt exhausted, both physically and mentally, and Chen Hao's timely bonus invigorated them. Chapter 54. The County Savings Office that night. Qin Dongxing and Chen Wei stayed up later than usual, brimming with excitement. We earned 250 yuan this month. We can buy a bicycle. Qin Dongxing exclaimed cheerfully as he lay in bed. Indeed, it's all thanks to Brother Hao that we could receive such a substantial share, Chen Wei added. People in the city, working at legitimate institutions, don't earn this much in a month. The two regarded Chen Hao almost as a paternal figure. While their biological father granted them life, Chen Hao had provided them with a second chance at life. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be busy. As long as you follow my lead. Earning 250 yuan a month is nothing. Making 250 yuan a day is entirely feasible, Chen Hao said. The following morning, after Chen Hao had finished his morning routine, he went to the county dining service company to find Zhang Yongke. Your restaurant business is truly thriving, bustling every day. Many people have frequented it, yet some still prefer to dine at their own establishments, Zhang Yongke remarked with a smile upon seeing Chen Hao. He expressed his surprise. initially believing that the county residents would be reluctant to spend money on dining out, opting instead to save by eating at home or in their workplace cafeterias. The lack of business in several county eateries seemed to confirm his assumptions. However, he was astonished by the remarkable success of Huashan Restaurant. Thanks to your assistance, our production team's fortunes have improved significantly this year. You are a benefactor to our production team, Chen Hao complimented. Financial incentives can indeed sway hearts. The restaurant's success is evident, and there's no need for false modesty. Excessive modesty can border on hypocrisy. Yet, acknowledging this may cause discomfort. I merely wish to uplift Zhang Yongke's spirits, allowing him to feel a sense of achievement, Chen Hao thought. I merely facilitated connections. Zhang Yongke waved his hand. Did you come by today for a specific purpose? Indeed, there was a matter at hand. Huashan Restaurant currently had only 3 employees, which was insufficient to manage the workload. While the production team had many available workers, agricultural tasks could not be neglected, making it impossible to transfer personnel. Chen Hao pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Zhang Yongke. Could you assist me in finding a chef and an additional worker? On behalf of the production team and the commune, I extend my gratitude in advance. As an employee of the county dining service company, Zhang Yongke was well equipped to find suitable candidates. Being a public security volunteer, he frequently patrolled the area, giving him a solid understanding of the county's circumstances. Zhang Yongke was the perfect person to help with this request. I do know some individuals, but they are already employed. However, their unit is currently underperforming. With a monthly salary of only 25 yuan and limited work, they would have no issue coming to cook or assist at your restaurant. But should their original unit become busy again, they would need to return, Zhang Yongke said as he took a puff of his cigarette. Rest assured, they will notify you at least a week in advance before returning to their original unit, allowing you ample time to find replacements. In the system, seasoned veterans often require careful consideration and interpretation of their words. Zhang Yongke's discourse is laden with meaning. The individuals he intends to recommend seek to receive dual salaries, one from their original unit and another from the Huashan Hotel. The original unit pays a meager 25 yuan per month. Surely, the compensation from Huashan should not fall below that, right? No problem, Chen Hao assented. Noting that for those skilled in culinary arts, the Huashan Hotel would offer 35 yuan per month, while those assisting would receive 28 yuan. Zhang Yongke scrutinized Chen Hao with a hint of surprise, realizing that Chen Hao is remarkably astute and well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships. He grasped the underlying message with clarity. Very well, I shall send someone over this noon, Zhang Yongke assured. Rest assured, although these 2 individuals have some connection to me, it will not interfere with your affairs. I will remind them to work diligently once they arrive at the Huashan Hotel. You may pay them wages exceeding those of their original unit, and you can direct their tasks as you see fit. Chen Hao was equally straightforward in his response. With the recruitment matter resolved, he returned to the Huashan Hotel. Upon his return, he found a young woman in her 20s seated in the establishment, impeccably dressed. Clearly a worker from an organization. Brother Hao, this young lady is an employee from the savings office. She has come to discuss depositing money with us, Chen Wei explained. I informed her that you were in charge of the hotel, and it is best for her to speak with you directly. She has been waiting here for your conversation. In China, people tend to prefer storing money at home, a practice prevalent in both rural and urban areas. Most individuals have yet to develop the habit of depositing money in banks, prompting many banks to assign employees to encourage deposits. The satisfactory business performance of the Huashan Hotel over the past month made it unsurprising that a bank employee would approach them. Are you Comrade Chen Hao? Greetings. I am Yang Min from the County People's Bank Savings Office, the young woman said, rising to extend her hand. She appeared youthful and spoke with a certain timidity, indicating she had only recently commenced her career. Generally, individuals of her age, having just entered the workforce, brim with enthusiasm. Chen Hao's mother-in-law, Huang Yufeng, also worked at a savings office, though in the city rather than the county. Hello, Chen Hao replied, taking a moment to appraise young Min before shaking her hand. I have come to speak with you in hopes that you will deposit the hotel's earnings into the bank. This would yield numerous advantages. Not only would you earn interest, but it would also ensure security, and furthermore, the savings office can assist in tallying your earnings, thereby alleviating your workload, Yang Min stated, her gaze fixed nervously on Chen Hao. She had observed the Huashan Hotel for several days. The number of customers was consistently high, and the prices of dishes had been steadily increasing, with daily revenues exceeding 100 yuan. Over the course of a month, this could amount to several thousand yuan. For the savings office, this would represent a significant opportunity, and securing Chen Hao's deposits would undoubtedly earn her commendation. She was eager to persuade him. Will the savings office indeed assist in tallying the revenues? Chen Hao inquired. Indeed, I observe that the Huashan Hotel is quite bustling. By saving this time, you may also engage in other endeavors which would be greatly beneficial for the establishment. Yang Min nodded in agreement. Chen Hao turned to Chen Wei, instructing him to retrieve the enamel basin filled with coins. Chen Wei promptly went to the sleeping quarters, and from beneath the bed, he extracted an enamel basin brimming with coins, 1 cent, 2 cent, and 5-cent pieces. Comrade Yang Min, this represents the revenue of the Huashan Hotel. Please count it. This money should be deposited in the bank, Chen Hao stated. Chen Wei shot a puzzled glance at Chen Hao. The monthly revenue of the Huashan Hotel certainly exceeds this amount. This basin contains merely coins, while paper currency is kept separately. Moreover, these coins have been meticulously counted. Is Brother Hao intentionally making things difficult, or perhaps jesting with the female comrade? He could not fathom Chen Hao's reasoning but chose to remain silent. I find it hard to believe that the Huashan Hotel has only this meager sum after more than a month. It seems improbable, considering these are only 1 cent, 2 cent, and 5-cent coins. The total cannot be significant. Yang Min expressed her confusion. Chapter 55. This is caution, not fastidiousness while the basin appears filled with coins. They're trifling amounts. For the average worker, they accumulate to a substantial sum, yet for the Huashan Hotel, they merely represent a fraction of the total revenue. Yang Min eagerly aspired to establish a partnership, hoping to persuade the Huashan Hotel to deposit its earnings through her into a savings institution, excluding larger enterprises. The Huashan Hotel could be considered a fairly successful establishment. Convincing Chen Hao to foster a long-term collaboration would undoubtedly earn her commendation and potential advancement. The Huashan Hotel sees a considerable number of patrons daily, yielding a decent income. However, Chen Hao remarked, the hotel exists to serve farmers, and the profits must be allocated elsewhere. The coins in this basin have yet to be counted. Is this truly all the Huashan Hotel possesses? If you count them, then they can be deposited at the savings institution. If it seems too cumbersome, we can forego it, he added. It is not a bother. This is my line of work, and I must borrow a space from you. These funds must be counted in person, Yang Min asserted. Although the situation diverged from her expectations, she remained undeterred. She carried the enamel basin to a corner and began the counting process. Chen Hao turned to the kitchen to assist with meal preparations. Chen Wei hurriedly followed, glancing outside, lowering his voice to inquire, Brother Hao, has that basin of coins not already been counted? There should be a total of 172. 51 yuan. Why ask the female comrade to count again? Despite his internal skepticism, he refrained from questioning Chen Hao's decision in front of others, choosing to seek clarification in private later. This was also why Chen Hao preferred to collaborate with Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei. They understood their boundaries. Keeping money on one's person is indeed insecure. It is prudent to deposit it in a bank for safety, though it is essential to select a trustworthy individual for such matters, Chen Hao concluded. She was instructed to count the coins, a test of her patience and diligence, for the task at hand would require considerable effort given the multitude of coins. This exercise would also serve to verify the accuracy of the amount. Should everything prove satisfactory, the subsequent step would involve her depositing the funds into the bank, thereby alleviating various concerns. Decades hence, the money deposited could mysteriously vanish, leading to dismay upon withdrawal. Thus, one must consider the current situation. With limited deposits in banks and a prevailing mindset among the populace to hide their money, akin to Tong Qian, many prefer to conceal their funds in a secure spot. This has compelled numerous banks to assign tasks to their employees, urging them to solicit deposits far and wide. Some bank staff even position themselves at the entrance during salary disbursement, encouraging employees from other institutions to deposit their money into their bank. To streamline the process, banks often reduce approval procedures, enhancing efficiency and facilitating deposits. However, in practice, errors occasionally arise due to the lack of expertise among bank employees, leading to miscalculations and other inaccuracies. The Huashan restaurant generates several thousand yuan in monthly revenue, with potential for further growth, compelling Chen Hao to exercise prudence in this venture. He first needed to assess Yang Min's capabilities. Brother Hao, your consideration is meticulous, Chen Wei remarked. I was puzzled earlier, thinking those funds had just been counted. You couldn't possibly forget so quickly. Yet, the reason eluded me until your explanation clarified everything. You are indeed thorough, he added. This is caution, not meticulousness. Chen Hao corrected him, expressing his distaste for the latter term. I just consulted Zhang Yonke, who introduced two individuals, a chef and an assistant. They should arrive shortly. The chef will earn 35 yuan a month, while the assistant will receive 28 yuan, Chen Hao explained. He turned to Chen Dongxing, noting that this wage was not insignificant. Zhang Yonke was reliable, and his recruits were assuredly skilled, particularly the chef. Be courteous and learn from their expertise, he advised. Chen Dongxing could prepare dishes, yet his skills paled in comparison to those of a professional chef. He was competent in homestyle cooking at best. In the county, the Huashan restaurant held a significant advantage by not requiring food or vegetable coupons, resulting in minimal competition. As long as the food's quality was reasonable, it would not detrimentally impact the establishment. However, to expand the business, whether in terms of the restaurant's scale or by opening additional locations in the city, culinary skills must undoubtedly improve. Chen Dongxing's current abilities would soon prove insufficient. Rest assured, Brother Hao, I am not foolish, Chen Dongxing assured him, confident in his understanding of the necessary actions. Outside, Yang Min remained engrossed in counting the coins. Chen Hao poured her a cup of tea. Thank you, Yang Min replied, looking up briefly before returning to her task. Around 10 o'clock, two individuals arrived, summoned by Zhang Yonke. One was a man in his 30s named Su Jianxin, the chef, and the other was a woman in her 20s named Tu Dandan, the assistant. After brief introductions and discussions regarding their wages and responsibilities, Chen Hao set them to work. Gradually, the number of customers in the restaurant began to increase. In no time, 8 tables were filled to capacity, many occupied by regular patrons and returning customers. With the assistance of 2 individuals, the workload lightened considerably, granting Chen Hao some well-deserved respite. After more than an hour, Yang Min finally finished counting the money and sought out Chen Hao. I have meticulously counted these coins, totaling 172.51 yuan, she affirmed. That is correct, Chen Hao replied, noting that the amount was precise, indicating Yang Min's thoroughness in her counting, and that she had not taken advantage of the situation. She is a commendable colleague. No issue. I will come by tomorrow at 10, Yang Min nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, is it possible for me to handle all the transactions for Huashan restaurant and deposit them in the bank? She candidly revealed her predicament, explaining that her superiors had tasked her with attracting more depositors to secure additional savings. Having just begun my career, I lack the necessary connections. Other larger institutions have already established contacts, with even leadership stepping in. She expressed her genuine need for the deposit business from Huashan restaurant, acknowledging the truth in her words. Chen Hao responded, let us discuss this later. For now, let us focus on depositing the sum of over 100 yuan into the bank. He did not relent on the matter. All right, your business seems quite busy, so I won't impose any further. I shall return tomorrow, Yang Min said as she departed Huashan restaurant and made her way back to the savings office. Upon arrival, she shared her day's experiences with a friendly colleague. They're deliberately making things difficult for you. Huashan restaurant has been thriving since its opening day, with customers filling the place daily. How could it possibly have garnered only over 100 yuan after a month, and in loose change no less? They are putting obstacles in your path without outright refusal, likely hoping for some form of exchange. You're still young and might not see their intentions clearly. Men, when given a bit of power or money, often think inappropriately. I advise you to refrain from going tomorrow. It may prove futile or, worse, detrimental. Chapter 56. I will guide you. Follow my lead. Could it be that Chen Hao is indeed hinting at something? Did he wish to taste some benefit from her in order to be inclined to direct Huashan restaurant's revenue through her bank? Yang Min pondered these thoughts. As she contemplated, Chen Hao was on his way home. With 2 more helpers at the store, he found himself with ample free time. Thoughts of his wife and daughter filled his mind, coupled with the need to retrieve the household registration booklet. As he hurried home, the weather had warmed considerably, and he noticed many farmers busily tending to their fields. March marked the season when wheat began to head and rapeseed sprouted, leading to an increase in agricultural activities. Many villagers prefer to work in the month of March, as the weather becomes milder and agricultural tasks are not as overwhelming. However, a strong laborer can earn 10 work points in a single day. With his wife and 2 daughters away, Chen Hao wandered through the village fields until he found Tong Qian and the 2 children diligently weeding the wheat field. The children, imitating the adults, bent over with their bottoms in the air, tugging at the grass with great effort, while a few other children joined in the labor. Daddy, hug me. Daddy, the 2 children exclaimed, their faces lighting up with excitement as they spotted Chen Hao. They ran toward him, with an eye stopping to hold her sister's hand before they both reached him and clung to his legs, overjoyed. What brings you back at this hour? Tong Qian approached him, noting that her husband usually returned home late in the evening or early in the morning, rarely in the afternoon. I hired 2 people at the restaurant, so I have some time to spare and don't need to help out at the shop, Chen Hao replied. I also need to get the household registration book. The household registration system had been established as early as the 1950s, while the first generation of identity cards would not be introduced until the 1980s. Are you going to the county later? Tong Qian inquired. No, I'll go tomorrow morning. Chen Hao shook his head. He looked at Tong Qian and said, let us return home early, heat some water, and take a bath together. Why do we need to bathe? You haven't mentioned it. Tong Qian blushed fiercely. There are so many things to do, and you're thinking about that. Aren't you worried about exhausting yourself? She shot a glare at her husband, though inwardly she felt a flutter of happiness. She preferred her husband to be eager rather than indifferent. Life thrives on movement, Chen Hao chuckled. Take the 2 kids to play over there. There is still plenty of grass to pull in the wheat field. I'll finish weeding and then return. Tong Qian explained that work points were sometimes calculated by time and at other times by the volume of tasks completed. For weeding, which was visibly quantifiable, it was typically based on task completion. A group of women would share responsibility for a certain area of land. Once finished, each would receive a full day's work points, allowing them to attend to their own affairs sooner. Chen Hao nodded, embracing the 2 children as he walked toward the distant edge of the field. Numerous greenhouses had already been erected in this area. Chen Ziqiang, the agricultural team leader Chen Hongxing, and several other important cadre members, along with some young laborers, were nearby. Just back? How is business at the restaurant? Chen Ziqiang greeted Chen Hao as he approached, his brow furrowed, revealing his troubled mood. The restaurant is doing all right, but you seem preoccupied, team leader. Are you worried about the greenhouse planting issues? Chen Hao asked. The meeting at the brigade was quite harsh. I was reprimanded for our production team's greenhouse efforts. Accused of wasting resources and acting recklessly, Chen Hongxing lamented. How can that be reckless? Previously, your greenhouse cucumbers were quite valuable. Everyone saw that. In my opinion, it's merely Wang Quande trying to make a fuss over nothing. Due to his familial ties with Wang Hongmei, her position as the labor recorder was unjustly stripped away, leaving him harboring resentment and declaring that our production team was not reputable. Wang Quande, the deputy leader of the brigade, oversees the agricultural machinery and is also Wang Hongmei's uncle. When Chen Ziqiang attended a meeting at the brigade, Wang Quande seized the opportunity to berate him without sparing his dignity, speaking harshly. In the past, even amid disagreements, they would consider each other's reputation and avoid such a public confrontation. However, this time, Chen Ziqiang was subjected to severe criticism. Pay him no mind. Our production team has fulfilled the planting area required for grain procurement. How other areas produce and cultivate is our own affair, and even the brigade cannot interfere, Chen Ziqiang asserted. He glanced at Chen Hao, adding, however, be prepared. Wang Quande mentioned your name and scolded you indirectly. It's likely he will come to the village for a face-to-face reprimand. Let him come, Chen Hao replied, unperturbed, just as Chen Ziqiang had said. As long as the production team met the grain procurement planting task, it was up to the team to decide what to plant on the remaining land, particularly the private plots. After conversing with Chen Ziqiang and others for a while, Chen Hao led the 2 children home. Tong Qian had already returned, and hot water was boiling in the kitchen. After bathing, they prepared an early dinner, and after eating, they lulled the 2 children to sleep. How do we manage the kitchen? I'll teach you. Just follow my lead. That night, Chen Hao assumed the role of teacher, while Tong Qian played the student. The instructor's skills were exceptional, and the pupil's learning pace was swift, albeit a touch reserved. The following morning, Chen Hao stepped out with the household register in hand. Why not ride the team's bicycle over? He encountered the early rising Chen Ziqiang, who inquired. That bicycle is designated for team officials. It must remain at the team. And it's inappropriate for me to ride it to the county, especially since I want to be returning every day. Chen Hao shook his head. He offered Chen Ziqiang a cigarette, exchanged no further words, and continued on his way. In truth, he held a certain disdain for bicycles. Although private ownership of cars was prohibited at this time, and he could not afford one even with his current assets, acquiring a motorcycle posed no significant issue. A high-end motorcycle would cost around 3,000 yuan, while a standard motorcycle could be procured for about 1,000 yuan, considerably pricier than a bicycle, but far more convenient. Upon arriving at the shop, he found the hour still early. Besides Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei, Su Jianxin and Tu Dandan had surprisingly arrived as well. You're here so early? Chen Hao expressed his astonishment. They arrived at 8 this morning, Comrade Su Jianxin is prepping ingredients, while Comrade Tu Dandan is busy cleaning. Chen Dongxing replied. With an additional chef of commendable skill, his workload had lightened considerably. Both individuals worked at a restaurant under the county's dining service company, regarded as a legitimate establishment with stable employment, and he had assumed they would only arrive by noon. Thus, their early presence was unexpected. Zhang Yonka certainly made a wise choice. These two are diligent and eager to work. Once they receive their wages, they must earn their keep, Su Jianxin remarked. If I remain idle too long, my culinary skills will surely rust, and I'll lack confidence in my abilities. Some individuals prefer to remain idle, while others, like Su Jianxin, are perpetually restless, eager to prove themselves through their work. Such employees are indeed commendable. Tu Dandan remained silent, diligently cleaning the tables and chairs with great care. At 10 o'clock, Yang Min arrived punctually at Huashan Hotel. Comrade Chen Hao, did you bring your household registration book? Let us proceed to the savings office now. Chapter 57. Brother Hao, I heard you have become the team leader? I have brought it. Chen Hao nodded, carrying a bag of urea as he followed Yang Min to the savings office. There were few employees at the savings office, only 3 individuals, as the others were out. Each staff member was responsible for all tasks to streamline processes and promptly assist clients with their transactions. Yang Min worked with remarkable efficiency, freeing up staff to promote the benefits of depositing money in the bank. She served as a savings promoter, a transaction handler, as well as an accountant and auditor. Chen Hao placed the bag of urea on the table. Please count the money once more. Didn't I already count it yesterday? Have you moved these coins again? Yang Min looked at Chen Hao in surprise, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Counting a large basin of coins left her fingers sore. It would take several hours for one person to count, and Chen Hao's request seemed deliberately vexatious. She recalled what a colleague had said the previous day. When a man has a bit of power and money, his thoughts often stray towards inappropriate desires. Yang Min paused her work and scrutinized Chen Hao. Do you have ulterior motives for depositing money with me? Isn't it simply a matter of opening a savings account, being meticulous while counting the money, and having immediate access to service? What other requests could there possibly be? Chen Hao responded, perplexed by the implications of Yang Min's words. What she articulated seemed to be the fundamental requirements of savings, the essential duties that a bank ought to fulfill. Is that all? Nothing more? Yang Min fixed her gaze on Chen Hao, attempting to discern clues from his expression. What additional requests do you think I might have? Chen Hao felt bewildered, as if he was expected to have demands. Then why did you ask me to recount it? Yang Min retorted, it was already counted yesterday, which took several hours, and my hands are worn from it. She extended her fingers to show Chen Hao, summoning her courage and setting aside her embarrassment to voice her concerns. Are you intentionally making things difficult for me, hoping I would acquiesce to some unreasonable demands of yours before you would allow me to deposit the future earnings of Huashan Hotel into the bank? At last, Chen Hao understood. Yang Min spoke of the transformation of power and capital. Such occurrences are not uncommon, especially in decades to come when societal norms become more liberal and utilitarian motives intensify. Some female real estate agents and bank employees, in pursuit of closing deals or securing substantial deposits, might exploit their bodies as bargaining chips. This is similarly reflected in various enterprises. In this era, while the conversion of capital might not be as prevalent, the manifestation of power is still quite significant, particularly among some female-educated youth sent to rural areas, many of whom have suffered indignities in their quest for proof of return to the city. I have married, and my wife is exceedingly beautiful, Chen Hao remarked. Open the urea bag and see what lies within. Then you will comprehend my insistence on recounting the contents. Yang Min opened the urea bag, her eyes widening in astonishment. Inside, alongside the previously counted coins, there were bundles of cash, neatly tied with string, 5s, 2s, 1s, as well as 50, 20, and 10-cent notes. The coins had been counted the day before, while the paper currency amounted to 2,000 yuan, which you may recount if you wish, Chen Hao stated. Didn't you mention that most of the money was allocated to agriculture? How is it that there is more now? Yang Min gazed at Chen Hao in disbelief. A deposit slip for over 2,000 yuan. This is undoubtedly a significant sum. The frequent political struggles not only led to house searches but also resulted in the freezing of bank savings accounts, causing many to hesitate in depositing their money. A deposit of over 2,000 yuan is rare in the entire county, save for large institutions or fiscal deposits. Currently, agricultural work is not overly demanding, and there are fewer immediate financial needs. It is prudent to deposit the money for later use as a demand deposit rather than a fixed one, Chen Hao explained, offering a casual excuse. Yang Min was meticulous and exhibited a commendable attitude. The profits from the restaurant, once entrusted to her, would undoubtedly be managed with greater ease. I will count it right away. Please wait a moment. Would you like some tea? Yang Min's hands trembled with excitement. With this deposit slip, she was certain of receiving commendation from her superiors, and promotion was within reach. Do you have any tea? Chen Hao glanced around, gesturing dismissively. No need for tea. Just ensure the money is counted accurately and the deposit book is arranged promptly. Next time you come, I will certainly have the tea prepared, Yang Min replied. Maintaining a long-term partnership with Chen Hao and Huashan restaurant would likely lead to greater deposits passing through her hands, perhaps even an opportunity to reach the city. Paper currency is inherently easier to count than coins, and since it had already been sorted into bundles of specified amounts, Yang Min swiftly counted the bills without error and promptly issued a deposit book for Chen Hao, excluding the time spent counting. The entire process of preparing the deposit book took roughly 5 minutes, a commendable efficiency. Should you wish to deposit more money in the future, please inform me beforehand. I will come to your establishment to assist you. Yang Min courteously saw Chen Hao out of the savings office. With the deposit book and household registration booklet in hand, Chen Hao returned to the restaurant. In his spare time, he purchased another coal stove for the kitchen, setting it up with a large iron pot. With Chen Dongsheng and Su Xinjian each operating a stove, the speed of serving dishes increased significantly. With the enhanced efficiency, they saved considerable time throughout the day, resulting in an increased table turnover rate, meaning more customers were being served at each table daily. After 20 days, their daily revenue finally surpassed 200 yuan. As April arrived, so did the Qiming festival. Chen Hao returned to the village early in the morning, around 7 or 8 o'clock, carrying yellow paper, incense, and firecrackers. As the family made their way to the gravesite of their parents, in the village, when someone grows old, they are typically laid to rest in an open area, with family members, especially those of close kinship, interred together. Only when there is no more space will they be buried elsewhere. Upon arriving at the gravesite, Chen Hao encountered his uncle and his third uncle, along with their families. His grandfather was also present. Brother Hao, I hear you are now the captain? His cousin, Chen Chuanfu, expressed his delight upon seeing Chen Hao and even referred to Tong Qian as sister-in-law. However, the others in the presence of Chen Hao's family were not as jubilant, particularly his grandfather, who wore a sour expression. Despite Tong Qian's greeting and the affectionate calls of Nini and Xiao Duo to their great-grandfather, he remained unresponsive. Captain, my foot. Merely an auxiliary captain, scoffed his cousin, Chen Yan. In some places, women are prohibited from visiting graves, but here, there are fewer restrictions. One may go if they wish, and no one is compelled to attend against their will. Your production team has chosen you as the auxiliary captain. The villagers' hard times are upon us, remarked his third uncle, Chen Qinggu, with an expression of amusement. Chen Ziqiang is indecisive. Under your guidance, he has invested in greenhouses, squandering agricultural resources and funds. No other production team operates in such a manner. There are already whispers in the brigade that if agricultural production suffers, your team will be made an example of and face public criticism. Especially you and Chen Ziqiang. You will be required to make a self-criticism before the entire brigade's leadership. Chapter 58. You just keep being stubborn. Third uncle Chen Xinggu serves as the captain of a production team, belonging to the same brigade as Chen Hao but operating in a different team. He attended the brigade's spring agricultural planting meeting as a key member of his production team. You missed the brigade meeting and are unaware of the circumstances. I, too, am a team leader and was present. Chen Ziqiang faced criticism and even argued with the brigade's leadership. Chen Xinggu glanced at Chen Hao. The greenhouse initiative originated from you, and your name was mentioned at the meeting. Yet, you still have the presence of mind to bring your family to honor the ancestors. You should consider how to explain this to the brigade and the villagers. He relished the unfolding drama. Those unaware of the familial ties might believe Chen Hao and he had no connection, but they were indeed uncle and nephew. In today's society, the rural community still resembles a traditional society, with a distinct urban-rural divide and limited interaction between the two realms. Casual visits and conversations among villagers are commonplace, especially among blood relatives. Yet, Chen Qinggu only anticipated Chen Hao's misfortune with glee, devoid of any concern. Third uncle, Chen Hao is your nephew. You share a blood bond. You should not revel in his misfortunes, Tong Qian interjected, unable to bear the blatant schadenfreude. As relatives, this behavior is excessive. Even strangers would not act thus. Do not claim kinship with me. When Chen Hao is criticized, do not invoke our blood relationship. I have no such nephew. Chen Qinggu retorted. Last year, when we invited you for the New Year's dinner, you refused to come. Did you expect us to carry you there in a grand procession? He was still incensed over that slight. When elders summon juniors for a meal, how dare you refuse? Such disrespect. You invited me over for the New Year's dinner, but your intentions were far from benevolent. You simply wanted to exploit the fact that my family purchased a television, hoping I would gift it to you during the festivities, Chen Hao remarked. To mention a television at a New Year's dinner is utterly shameless. Even if you were to request a television, it would be improper, as a younger generation. What need do you have for a television? There are many years ahead, and it is fitting to offer the television to the elders. To allow my grandparents to enjoy it, as a matter of filial piety. Beside him, his cousin, Chen Yin, interjected with a smirk, so now you know fear. Hoping Uncle Sam will intercede on your behalf and speak kindly of you to the brigade? Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Who said I'm afraid? Chen Hao replied coolly, casting a brief glance her way. I am aware of the criticism you received from the brigade's leadership. Captain Chen Ziqiang informed me. Wasn't it just Wang Hongmei's relative, Wang Quande, looking for trouble? Greenhouse cultivation is the future of agriculture. An excellent means to enhance the production team's yield and increase the commune's revenue. Your failure to pursue greenhouse farming this year is a sign of your short-sightedness. Not our fault. You are young and your thinking is overly simplistic. Agricultural practices encompass not only economic concerns, but also political dynamics and interpersonal relationships. Chen Qinggu seemed to have grasped the underlying rules of society, wearing a self-satisfied expression. Wang Quande, the brigade's deputy leader, oversaw agricultural machinery, including the water pumps essential for farming. Relying solely on manual labor for irrigation is impractical when the weather turns hot and rainfall diminishes. The teams must draw water from rivers and lakes, leading to fierce competition over pump access. As the deputy in charge of agricultural machinery, Wang Quande's power swells in the heat of summer. Absolute power breeds absolute corruption. Those in high society, who wield power, often engage in strategic negotiations, showing restraint and balance, even while waging battles in one arena and collaborating in another. Conversely, when individuals at the lower levels gain power, they may abuse it if their subordinates comply. Any dissent will trigger their authoritarian tendencies. This is not a significant matter. Chen Hao maintained his calm demeanor. Chen Qinggu was taken aback. He had anticipated that revealing this information would leave Chen Hao stunned, pleading for his assistance with the brigade. Instead, Chen Hao remained unflappable. Has he changed so much? Continue to be obstinate. Just remember, when the time comes, do not come begging me. I forewarn you. If your production team lacks access to the water pumps and you seek my help to plead your case to the brigade, I will not be inclined to assist you. Chen Qinggu declared. He was eager to see if, in the future, Chen Hao would still maintain such composure and indifference. Similarly, I shall convey to you my sentiments. Should you wish for my return to the ancestral home, it is incumbent upon you to beseech me, Chen Hao remarked. There is a saying I wish to impart, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I am not akin to my father. He clings to the bonds of brotherhood, refraining from contention, enduring every grievance himself. Yet, what utility is there in such a self-effacing good man? At a tender age, he has succumbed to fatigue, causing my mother to suffer excessive sorrow, leading to her demise. As the sole son, I am subjected to the bullying of my brothers and cast out from our ancestral abode. Chen Hao cast a glance at the two modest mounds beside him. Due to our impoverished state, his parents' graves bore not but the simplest of markers. He surveyed his relatives, particularly the elders, and declared, "Remember my words. Should you seek my assistance in the future, you must come to me in supplication. You must bow 3 times before my parents' graves and utter an apology." Chen Hao burned yellow paper for his parents, lit incense, and bowed thrice. Nearby, Tong Qian instructed the 2 children to kneel and also pay their respects to their grandparents, bowing 3 times. After visiting the grave, the family departed without a backward glance. You see, I told you he is exceedingly arrogant. He was insufferably irritable last year, and now he appears even more haughty than before. Chen Yin spat contemptuously at Chen Hao's retreating figure. And he expects us to beg him. What a delusion. I am a teacher at the village primary school. Surely this position will not vanish, necessitating me to plead with him? She believed that her role as a teacher could sustain her for a lifetime. What Yanzi said is true. Expecting us to beg him is pure hysteria. The entire village has but one water pump. When the weather warms and the need for water arises, without a means to draw it, the crops shall perish from thirst. I wonder how resolute he will remain then. Chen Qinggu commented. He glanced at Chen Chuanfu, who was burning paper at the gravesite of Chen Hao's parents, and chastised him. "What paper are you burning there? Uncle and aunt were quite kind to me in my youth. I am merely offering them some paper for their use in the afterlife," Chen Chuanfu replied. After burning the yellow paper, he inserted 3 sticks of incense and knelt, bowing thrice. Chapter 59. More meat, less wood-ear mushrooms on the way back. Tong Qian was filled with concern. Were those words from my third uncle truly spoken in earnest? Is it merely a threat, or does the village intend to target you? The leaders of the production team and village are not part of the official cadre. In the eyes of the commune and county officials, they are inconsequential. Yet to the common folk, they wield influence over their lives. Villagers are generally reluctant to confront these leaders, and even more so to offend them. Captain Chen Ziqiang has already alerted me to this matter. I am well aware and have a plan to address it, Chen Hao replied with a smile. It is merely a matter of acquiring a machine for drawing water. The production team can simply purchase one, and this issue will be effortlessly resolved. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem at all. In the past, Chen Hao would have worried, but now that he possesses funds, it is no longer a concern. Should one attempt to manipulate him through this, Wang Quande would only be digging his own grave. He gazed at Tong Qian, contemplating the age-old adage that a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, yet a guardian must remain vigilant every hour. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to unseat Wang Quande from his position as deputy leader of the brigade, aiming for a definitive resolution to the issue. He holds the position of deputy leader. How do you intend to dislodge him? It will require votes from the cadres of the other production teams, apart from the leaders of our own team. Most others are unlikely to support you, Tong Qian remarked, perplexed by her husband's unwavering confidence in ousting Wang Hongmei from her role as the record keeper, and now targeting Wang Quande, a figure of authority overseeing agricultural machinery. Typically, leaders from various production teams would offer cigarettes and delicacies to Wang Quande, ensuring preferential access to agricultural equipment during the busy farming season. In her eyes, Wang Quande wielded significant power. To bring about his downfall, one must first drive him to madness. The higher he leaps, the harder he shall fall, Chen Hao asserted. Isn't this merely about the water pump? We can easily purchase one for our production team. Water is crucial in agriculture, and Wang Quande relied heavily on this advantage. Once that leverage is stripped away, he would pose no threat. Regarding the purchase of the water pump, you and I are aware, but others need not know. If Wang Hongmei or anyone else intentionally flaunts their knowledge in your presence, feign concern and do not divulge my strategies, Chen Hao advised. In 2 or 3 months, when the weather warms and the agricultural season demands irrigation, Wang Quande will likely act. By then, I will have procured the water pump, rendering him a mere jest. His authority will diminish, causing others to waver. Without their support, he will be as a featherless phoenix, no more than a common hen. Power stems from the people. Devoid of their backing, one is but a shadow. As long as you have a plan, Tong Qian replied, I shall heed your counsel. Should others prattle before me, speaking ill, I will pretend to be oblivious to your intentions, feigning uncertainty. As April arrived, the vegetable fields flourished. Every household in the village had erected greenhouses in their private plots, cultivating various vegetables that thrived remarkably well. These commonplace vegetables, grown in greenhouses, would reach the market ahead of the seasonal produce. Chen Hao collected these vegetables, offering prices more favorable than those at the market. One day, upon returning to the village, he stealthily ventured into the mountains behind the village at dawn, gathering fresh mushrooms, which he then brought to a restaurant in the county. Spring and autumn are ideal for the growth of wild delicacies. He instructed Chen Dongsheng to stir-fry the mushrooms with shredded meat, emphasizing the importance of a generous portion of meat and a modest amount of mushrooms, pricing the dish at 3 yuan per plate. While a pound of meat costs merely 70 cents, a pound of fresh mushrooms could fetch 10 yuan. With the restaurant in operation, there was no need for clandestine sales at stalls. Preparing the dish in the restaurant was far more suitable. Although he would relinquish 40% of the profits, the inherent value of the dishes ensured that Chen Hao suffered no loss, while also saving time and effort. Is it truly worth such a price? Will anyone actually buy it? These mushrooms hardly seem valuable. Chen Dongxing expressed his astonishment. How can they not be valuable? These mushrooms are highly sought after. Often, one craves them yet cannot find them, Su Jianxin interjected as he approached. In the county's dining establishments, it is not uncommon for certain officials to dine, specifically requesting rare delicacies and wild game, which are quite expensive. On occasions when the restaurant lacks these items, inquiries must be made elsewhere to procure them, ensuring the desires of these officials are met. Su Jianxin, a seasoned employee at the county restaurant, has encountered various local leaders and even officials from the city on inspection visits. He understands that those with power or wealth possess particularly discerning palates, favoring the rarest of dishes sourced from the mountains and forests. A dish of shredded meat with black fungus, for instance, should contain only a minimal amount of fungus, perhaps just 1 or 2 pieces. Su Jianxin also offered a thoughtful suggestion, with 1 pound equating to 10 taels. This combination could yield a dish priced at 30 yuan. Following Su's recommendation, the dish should not be overly abundant in ingredients. Chen Hao, receptive to this advice, recognized the rarity of such mountain treasures and agreed that a modest portion would allow more patrons to partake. Chen Dongxing observed Chen Hao and Su Jianxin, noting their cunning nature, yet he found it quite endearing. The Huashan restaurant's revenue had hit a plateau, hovering around 200 yuan daily. Introducing more wild delicacies would undoubtedly boost sales. As night fell and the restaurant closed, Su Jianxin and Tu Dandan returned to their homes within the county, leaving Chen Hao, Chen Dongxing, and Chen Wei to tally the day's earnings. They counted a total of 245.62 yuan, attributing the significant increase in revenue to the addition of black fungus to the menu. The black fungus had proven popular, although initially priced at 3 yuan per plate. With only about 1 tael of fungus per dish, many patrons surprisingly chose to indulge. Chen Dongsheng expressed his thoughts, lamenting that while farmers still struggle for sustenance, urban dwellers have moved on to more sophisticated culinary preferences, finding mere rice, fruits, and vegetables insufficient to satisfy their appetites. Only rare delicacies could pique their interest. Chen Hao responded, noting that not all city residents are affluent. Those who dine out typically enjoy a relatively comfortable existence. Throughout history, there have always been the impoverished and the wealthy. Decades from now, ordinary individuals may find satisfaction in consuming shrimp priced at several hundred yuan or noodles costing dozens. Even the wealthiest may indulge in seafood at 1,000 yuan or noodles exceeding 100. In reality, true affluence allows for a simple handmade noodle dish to cost over 3,000 yuan, while a serving of braised rice might command 1,000 yuan, and a presidential suite could exceed 100,000 per night. The hidden luxuries of the elite have been unveiled by numerous streamers. Presently, similar trends persist, with items like black fungus and mushrooms, as well as wild game such as bear paws and pangolins, alongside premium beverages like mitai, being sold at exorbitant prices. This phenomenon can be attributed to their rarity, which ostensibly creates demand. However, the dissemination of information has not reached all, leaving many, especially the common folk, unaware of these market dynamics. Initially, it seemed that achieving a daily revenue of 200 yuan was a formidable challenge, but unexpectedly, there was an opportunity to explore the realm of wood ear mushrooms. If we could procure more of these fungi and other mountain delicacies, our daily earnings would undoubtedly increase. Chen Dongxing looked at Chen Hao and said, "Brother Hao, if you could acquire more wild delicacies, affluent patrons have a penchant for such fare. Let us prepare more for them. I believe we should consider opening another restaurant," Chen Wei suggested. "Our current establishment is bustling, with many patrons arriving only to find no available seats. Another restaurant would undoubtedly thrive." Having tasted a modicum of success, the two were eager to expand their business. "Indeed, we should continue to open new restaurants. However, it is unwise to remain in the county. We must venture into the city," Chen Hao explained. He elaborated that Chongfeng County was limited in scope, with a population of merely around 700,000, predominantly engaged in agriculture, and the county town itself housing just over 100,000 residents. Opening another restaurant locally would result in self-competition, which was not economically viable. The city, with its larger population and numerous affluent entities, would present greater opportunities for profit. Chongfeng County served merely as a stepping stone, and once they accumulated sufficient capital and experience, Chen Hao intended to establish a restaurant in the city. Under such circumstances, the daily revenue of our restaurant would peak at 300 yuan, Chen Dongxing remarked, somewhat disheartened. "Is a daily revenue of 300 yuan truly beneath your consideration?" Chen Hao chuckled, recalling the days when their daily earnings barely reached several dozen yuan. With a revenue of 300 yuan and a gross profit margin of 60, that yields a daily profit of 180 yuan, amounting to 400 yuan monthly. Chen Dongxing and Chen Wei each hold a 10 share of the profits, translating to a monthly income of 540 yuan for each of them. As farmers, they toiled year-round only to find their year-end earnings barely amounting to 20 or 30 yuan per person. The profits from a single month equate to what a farmer might earn over 10 or even 20 years. Who claims that capital is corrupt? To Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, it was quite the opposite, deliciously appealing. Indeed, we should be content. We owe it all to Brother Hao. You are like a rebirth for us, Chen Wei exclaimed, wishing he could bow in gratitude to Chen Hao. After generations steeped in poverty, hope finally emerged in his generation. Following Chen Hao seemed to promise a change in their family's fortunes. Is a daily revenue of 300 yuan truly satisfactory? Chen Hao retrieved a cigarette, placing one between his lips, and, after squeezing the pack, tossed the remainder to the two. His words were imbued with temptation, asserting that the decision to refrain from opening another restaurant in the county did not imply stagnation in revenue. As the temperature rises, and with ample space outside, acquiring additional tables and chairs, perhaps 8 or 10 more, would pose no challenge. With Huashan Restaurant being only a single story, there is ample room for expansion. Constructing a 3-story establishment is entirely feasible. Aren't these all strategies to enhance revenue? Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Brother Hao, your ideas are truly ingenious, Chen Wei praised. Although immediate reconstruction may be impractical, adding tables and chairs outside could indeed bolster revenues. Chen Dongsheng excitedly touched his lips, acknowledging that the most lucrative strategies were, in fact, inscribed within the law, having missed the opportunity to bear arms. This brief window before the era of reform and opening up also presents a chance for transformation, with significantly lower risks involved. How go? I desire to purchase a bicycle. Yet I find myself without funds. When will the county mall hold another promotional event? Why can't they sell bicycles without requiring tickets? Chen Dongxing interjected. With a bit of money in hand, there is hope for the future, and he yearns for that bicycle. I, too, wish to acquire one for convenience when returning to the village. Chen Wei nodded in agreement. This is simple. We need not wait for the mall's promotional activities. It is indeed plausible, Chen Hao remarked. As the director of the procurement department at Changfeng Mall, he recalled, have you not dined at our restaurant before? Next time he comes to dine again, I shall casually mention it and inquire about the situation. Those who frequent Huashan Restaurant typically hold respectable positions, with many hailing from significant organizations, some even introducing themselves when ordering. Such connections are invaluable. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, at noon, Director Wu Deidi of the procurement department, accompanied by a few colleagues, entered the establishment. Director Wu and esteemed colleagues, please have a seat. What dishes would you like? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare them immediately. Chen Hao personally approached, guiding them to their seats while offering them due respect. What culinary delights do you have today? Wu Deidi inquired, having not noticed the menu displayed outside upon entering. Director Wu, you are a frequent patron of Huashan Restaurant. Today's meal will be on the house. I assure you, it will be nothing short of splendid, Chen Hao replied. To hold the position of department director, one must possess a keen understanding of social nuances. Wu Deidi cast a glance at Chen Hao, smiling. All right then, you may oversee the dishes. Chen Hao promptly entered the kitchen, discussing several dishes with Chen Dongxing and Su Jianqing. Meanwhile, at the table, Wu Deidi and his companions engaged in conversation. After about 20 minutes, the dishes began to arrive at the table, each more sumptuous than the last. Stir-fried garlic sprouts with cured meat, shredded pork with wood ear mushrooms, stewed radish with lamb, braised pork intestines, and braised turtle. Typically, when Wu Deidi dined here, he would not order such an extravagant spread. These dishes are indeed impressive, Director Wu. You must have quite the clout for this restaurant to serve such exquisite fare, remarked others at the table, flattering him. Wu Deidi's pride swelled in response. During the meal, Chen Hao refrained from interrupting. Once Wu Deidi and his party had nearly finished, he approached. Director, how was your meal? It was delightful. My colleagues have also expressed their satisfaction, especially with the wood ear mushrooms and the turtle. These are dishes one seldom finds elsewhere, Wu Deidi replied. Those comrades you brought along must not be neglected, Chen Hao remarked skillfully. Should they return to Huashan Restaurant and mention your name, I would ensure the kitchen produces nothing less than exceptional dishes. He afforded Wu Deidi ample respect. After Wu Deidi and his companions departed from Huashan Restaurant, Chen Wei approached quietly. How good? You treated them to a splendid meal. Why did you not mention the bicycle? Why should one expect immediate reciprocation upon offering a favor? Such actions not only fail to evoke gratitude from others, but also leave an impression of excessive utilitarianism. It is advisable to wait for reciprocal gestures. Should the other party not reciprocate, it is prudent to delay any discussions regarding the bicycle for a few days. One must maintain a certain demeanor. Observing Chen Wei, he bought gifts for the female colleague and was about to coax her into a private setting. which could be construed as transactional. However, presenting a gift and then expressing thirst, suggesting a visit to her home for water, is a more courteous approach to courtship. The intentions may be similar, yet the manner of presentation significantly alters the perception. While engaged in conversation, Wu Deidi returned alone to the Huashan Hotel, offering Chen Hao a cigarette. The recent meal was not inexpensive, and he expressed that it was an indulgence. The colleagues were friends from a cooperative unit, and he was responsible for their reception. They were quite satisfied with the meal, stating they would like to return to the Huashan Hotel for dining, which brought Chen Hao considerable honor. His visit was intended as an expression of gratitude. In life, one maintains a facade, and trees possess their bark. Wu Deidi was pleased with Chen Hao's perceptiveness. Chen Hao was indeed perceptive, as he could not afford to be otherwise. As long as it did not hinder your duties, Director Wu, Chen Hao remarked. Should you and your acquaintances wish to dine at the Huashan Hotel, simply give me a heads up, and I will ensure the dishes are prepared in advance. He remained humble, refraining from discussing ulterior motives. Wu Deidi scrutinized Chen Hao with admiration. This young man exhibited remarkable composure. The recent banquet's cost was considerable, undoubtedly purposeful. Chen Hao did not mention it during the meal, nor did he bring it up afterward. After lingering for over half an hour without entering, Wu Deidi could only commend his tenacity. Chapter 61. Where is Chen Hao? You are indeed a commendable young colleague, Wu Deidi remarked. No wonder the production team entrusted you with managing a restaurant in the county. You possess an astute understanding of social nuances. Wu Deidi bestowed high praise upon Chen Hao, signaling his approval. You are considerate, and I cannot overlook your perceptiveness. Otherwise, after years as the purchasing director at Changfeng Mall, what would it have all been for? Wu Deidi regarded Chen Hao. This meal has elevated my standing. I refuse to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Speak up if there is any way I can assist you. Do not hesitate to ask. He was astute enough to surmise that Chen Hao might be seeking to procure something without the necessary paperwork, hoping to bypass the usual channels. Wu Deidi, being exceptionally clever, discerned Chen Hao's intentions. The authority he wielded was largely based on such insights. I had thought to discuss this with you in a few days. Yet I did not expect you to return so swiftly to address this matter, Chen Hao stated. This remark subtly praised Wu Deidi, admiring his integrity in not taking undue advantage and promptly seeking to reciprocate the favor. Isn't the essence of social exchanges just this? You regard me as a person of significance and grant me respect, and I, in turn, shall facilitate your needs. Wu Deidi understood this dynamic profoundly. You honor me, and in doing so, I find it agreeable to assist you. Indeed, I have a request for Director Wu. My name is Chen Dongxing, and together with Qian Wei, the three of us reside in the village, while our stay in the county is merely temporary. The necessity of walking back and forth is quite inconvenient. So we wish to acquire 3 bicycles for easier commuting. However, we currently lack bicycle tickets and are uncertain if you could assist us in this matter, Chen Hao inquired. After careful consideration, he decided that purchasing a bicycle first would be prudent. Initially, he had contemplated acquiring a motorcycle. But given that the villagers have yet to receive their share of the restaurant profits, procuring a motorcycle at this moment would be rather ostentatious. What inconvenience could there be? It's merely 3 bicycles. What brand do you prefer? Once you decide, simply bring the money to the market and retrieve them, Wu Deidi responded promptly. Bicycle tickets are primarily a restriction for residents, limiting the general populace. Those with a bit of status or connections can bypass this requirement without issue. This is a privilege that Wu Deidi possesses. Thank you, Director Wu. The Phoenix brand would suffice, Chen Hao replied. Additionally, I would like to inquire if there are any diesel water pumps available at the Changfeng Mall. The Phoenix and Forever brands of bicycles are akin to the Mercedes and BMWs among automobiles decades hence, representing the pinnacle of bicycles, with the Phoenix brand holding a slight edge. What do you need a diesel water pump for? Changfeng Mall primarily sells everyday goods. Diesel water pumps are agricultural machinery and should be purchased from the agricultural machinery station, Wu Deidi explained. He looked at Chen Hao and added, There's no need to go far. The commune also has an agricultural machinery station. Wouldn't it be more convenient to buy a diesel water pump there? Most of the water pumps nowadays operate on diesel and tend to be quite cumbersome, lacking the convenience of electric pumps that will emerge decades later. The electric water pumps can be effortlessly lifted with one hand, even by a woman, whereas diesel pumps require several strong men to operate. Yet, despite their bulkiness, there is only one such pump in the entire brigade, making it highly sought after during dry spells. It is precisely because Wang Quande manages the brigade's agricultural machinery that he dares to intimidate others. The county agricultural machinery station is larger than that of the commune, offering a wider selection of water pumps with superior quality, as a water pump does not come cheap, Chen Hao remarked. He kept his true thoughts to himself. His desire to purchase a diesel water pump in the county rather than at the commune's station stemmed from concerns that Wang Quande might meddle. By buying from the county agricultural machinery station, he would be outside of Wang Quande's influence. You are correct. The county undoubtedly has more options than the commune. Just like bicycles and televisions, where could you find those in the commune? You must come to the county, Wu Dadi stated. There are no water pumps available at Changfeng Mall. But I will inquire at the county agricultural machinery station for you. It should not pose much of a problem. However, keep in mind that a water pump is not comparable to a bicycle. While bicycles cost over 100 yuan, a water pump will set you back at least 1,000. Despite their cumbersome nature, diesel water pumps are quite expensive. No problem. After all, it pertains to agricultural production. And regardless of the cost, it must be purchased. Chen Hao was already prepared for this. Once the details were settled, Chen Hao took the money and went to Changfeng Mall to buy 3 brand new Phoenix bicycles, shining and immaculate. Due to the connection with Wu Dadi, a horseshoe lock was installed free of charge. Chen Daoxing and Chen Wei each chose a bicycle with an 28-inch frame, while Chen Hao opted for a 26-inch model, which is more suitable for the ladies. The 3 bicycles placed at the entrance caught the attention of the patrons entering and exiting the restaurant, drawing their glances. The one on the left belongs to me, Dongsheng. Please refrain from coveting or touching my bicycle. Chen Wei selected the leftmost 28-inch model, specifically reminding Chen Dongsheng to cherish it more than a wife, despite the fact that he is yet to have one, fearing that other men might dirty his bicycle. Isn't it all the same? Is such caution really necessary? Chen Dongsheng remarked. Nevertheless, whenever there was a spare moment while cooking, Chen Daoxing would rush out to steal a glance at the bicycles. As the days swiftly passed, May arrived. The weather grew considerably warmer, and the agricultural tasks multiplied. The early rice seedlings required care, including weeding and fertilizing, preparations for transplanting, and the mature wheat needed labor for harvesting, along with the management of fruits and vegetables. This year, the production team had planted greenhouses, necessitating even more meticulous management. Mornings began around 5 or 6, with labor continuing until 6 or 7 in the evening. And some tasks extended even later. One day, several cadres from the brigade arrived at the Hongqi production team, including Wang Quande, whose gaunt figure and shifty eyes hinted at a cunning disposition. The team's cadres gathered for a meeting. Upon arrival, Wang Quande intercepted a villager, demanding that the production team's cadres assemble. Before long, Chen Ziqiang and several other cadres approached, caked in mud from their agricultural toil, with the farming in full swing. What urgency compelled a meeting now? Chen Ziqiang questioned, his calves smeared with dirt. The other cadres were similarly disheveled, having just been engaged in farm work. Do you harbor discontent regarding the brigade's arrangements? Without emphasizing direction, correcting thoughts, or unifying command, how can one expect effective agricultural productivity? Wang Quande spoke sternly, surveying the group. Are these all the cadres from your production team? Have they all arrived? Wang Quande felt a surge of satisfaction. He had awaited this moment for half a year. Wang Hongmei, his niece, had not commanded much regard from him. She was known for her frivolous ways and poor reputation. Yet, she was still his niece. And the loss of the record-keeping position was not merely an affront to her, but a humiliation to him as well. The true culprit behind this was none other than Chen Hao. They are all here, Chen Ziqiang replied. Your statement is inaccurate. Where is Chen Hao? Is he not the vice captain of the production team? Why is he not present? Wang Quande inquired. Indeed, Chen Hao serves as the vice captain, but he spends most of his time in the county, Chen Ziqiang explained. Your sudden visit, devoid of significant issues, does not warrant notifying him. Should there be matters to relay, we can convey them to him upon his return to the village. His role as vice captain is not closely tied to agricultural production, as we few cadres can oversee the farming activities adequately. Chen Ziqiang instinctively defended Chen Hao, aware that Wang Quande's visit was not motivated by benevolence. The insistence on convening a meeting with the production team's leaders, coupled with the deliberate inquiry about Chen Hao, evidently indicates a targeted approach. How can relationships be deemed insignificant? I have heard that he engages little in agricultural production, yet he still earns 12 work points daily, while other villagers toil from dawn till dusk, earning only 10 points. How can the team function effectively under such circumstances? Wang Quande exclaimed, raising his voice further. Fearing others might not hear him. The morale of the team is dissipating. How can agricultural production proceed? If we fail to fulfill the state's grain procurement tasks, the entire team will suffer. Is the situation truly that dire? The points for the team members are calculated uniformly at 12. Chen Hao serves as the deputy team leader, a role elected by the entire village, and his trip to the county was not for personal matters, but for the team's side endeavors. Chen Ziqiang interjected. The fruits and vegetables from the team's reserved land, as well as the collective portion, have all been harvested with Chen Hao's assistance, generating substantial cash for the production team. This is beneficial for agricultural production and the team's welfare. He chose to defend Chen Hao rather than align with Wang Quande's sentiments, having bound himself to Chen Hao since supporting his election as deputy team leader. By endorsing Chen Hao's restaurant venture in the county, he aligned his fortunes with Chen Hao's, together in prosperity, together in adversity. Several other production team leaders echoed Chen Ziqiang's sentiments, coming to Chen Hao's defense. Chen Hao had donated a bicycle to the team, symbolizing their camaraderie as comrades who had ridden the same vehicle. Many production teams engage in side endeavors, yet none have pursued them in the county like yours. I merely criticized Chen Hao lightly, and yet so many have rallied to his support. Wang Quande retorted, visibly frustrated. To his surprise, all of Chen Ziqiang and the other production team leaders stood united with Chen Hao, advocating for him. Was it not previously stated that Chen Hao was disorganized and had a poor reputation in the village? His trip to the county was for side endeavors, yet it did indeed disrupt agricultural activities, Wang Quande noted. The farming season is critical, and he even took 2 strong laborers with him. That cannot be denied. Since Chen Hao is absent, let someone else represent him at the meeting. Is he not married? Call his wife here. Chen Ziqiang frowned. Wang team leader, if you have matters to arrange or notify, please convey them to us. We can relay them to Chen Hao upon his return. There is no need to summon his wife. What are you worried about? With so many present, what could I possibly do to his wife? Wang Quande replied. The agricultural production is at a crucial juncture. My purpose here is to address the agricultural issues. He glanced at Wang Hongmei beside him. Hongmei, go summon Chen Hao's wife, and also gather the villagers from the red flag production team. Wang Hongmei, who had been nearby, sprang into action at these words, hurrying to the fields while shouting. A meeting is called. Put down your work and come to the meeting. Tong Qian, the leaders of the team have arrived, and since your husband is absent, they are asking you to attend in his stead. Wang Quande retrieved a cigarette, leisurely smoking to the side, awaiting the arrival of all the villagers before he would speak. After a span of over 10 minutes, nearly all the members of the Hongqi production team had gathered. It was the busy season for farming, and many grumbled under their breath, expressing their grievances at being summoned for a meeting. The yield from the fields directly impacted their livelihoods. Even the leaders of the brigade or commune would face their ire if they disrupted agricultural production. I do not wish to impede your agricultural duties. Yet there is a matter I must bring to your attention, Wang Quande remarked, feigning ignorance to the murmurs of discontent. As he observed that most had arrived, he began. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Adhering to instructions will ensure a smoother production process and yield bountiful harvests. Now, who is Chen Hao's woman? Step forward. Tong Qian took a few steps forward, declaring, I am Chen Hao's wife, Captain Wang. What is it you wish to communicate? There were certain matters intended for Chen Hao, who was currently at the county, but Wang Quande instructed her, you shall relay them to him upon his return. The greenhouse cultivation was initiated by Chen Hao, a venture Wang Quande disapproved of, perceiving it as a waste of resources and manpower that could adversely affect grain procurement plans. During the last brigade meeting, Chen Hao had been absent, and now, once again, his absence raised suspicions that he was evading accountability for issues he was aware of. Wang Quande's visit to the Hongqi production team held ulterior motives, primarily aimed at undermining Chen Hao. While Chen Hao's absence was regrettable, Wang Quande was determined not to return empty-handed, thus he resolved to address Chen Hao's wife instead. This was not a vendetta for the removal of Wang Hongmei from her position, but rather a means to assert his authority. Just as a plucked chicken may flee, lured back by scattered grains, so too were the villagers. Wang Quande did not fear their uproar. He believed that after some commotion, a few grains offered as benefits would suffice to placate them. His apprehension lay in ensuring that the villagers did not lose their respect for him. As the vice-captain, his purpose in visiting the county was to assist agricultural production. Tong Qian responded, it is not a matter of avoiding you. The grain procurement has yet to commence, and it is premature to speculate on its impact. Though a woman, she was not naive. She and Chen Hao frequently exchanged thoughts beyond mere physical intimacy. She was aware of Wang Quande's ill intentions and responded with unwavering composure. I have heard that Chen Hao is an ne'er-do-well who often resorts to violence against you. Wang Quande inquired. What couple does not quarrel? Tong Qian retorted, evading his trap and refraining from disparaging her husband. Disagreements occur between spouses, but we reconcile just as quickly. Captain Wang, while you are indeed a leader of the brigade, you are a man, and by age, I ought to address you as uncle, a senior figure. Why are you so interested in the dynamics of my marriage? Such inquiries would be better suited for your daughter-in-law, not for me. Laughter erupted among the surrounding villagers, with some young wives and older women nearly doubling over in amusement. Captain Wang, you oversee agricultural machinery. Does that also encompass marital issues? Given your generation, why are you so invested in such matters? Perhaps you should consult Wang Hongmei. She possesses ample experience in this regard. Chapter 63. This is a water pump. Tong Qian's domain is reserved solely for her man. No one else is afforded even the slightest opportunity to intrude. Faced with Wang Quande's provocations, Tong Qian revealed not a single flaw. Unrepentant, I have extended my chances, yet you remain ungrateful. Do not blame me for what follows. Wang Quande stated. The water pump of the brigade will not be allocated for your production team this year. If you require water, devise your own means. I have forewarned you. Do not come seeking my assistance later, for there will be none to provide, lest you complain. He unveiled his trump card. The entire brigade possessed but one water pump. During less demanding agricultural periods and ample rainfall, its significance seemed diminished. However, come summer, the water pump's operation would decisively influence the production team's grain yield, including that of fruits and vegetables. In years of severe drought, not only would procurement of grain be jeopardized, but even sustenance would be at risk. Wang Quande, your actions are utterly excessive. The water pump is a communal asset of the entire brigade, an agricultural implement shared by all production teams, not your personal property. You have no authority to act thus, Chen Ziqiang retorted vehemently. Initially, he had dismissed rumors suggesting that Wang Quande would sabotage agricultural machinery. How could one be so wicked? Yet, to his astonishment, Wang Quande truly proved to be that nefarious. Indeed, it is not my personal property, but it falls under my jurisdiction. Wang Quande replied. Your production team has disregarded my directives despite my repeated reminders. Now, as I personally come to persuade you, Chen Hao's absence is one thing, but his wife leading the mockery is a blatant disrespect towards the brigade's leadership and a refusal to heed its guidance. Therefore, the allocation of agricultural machinery rests solely in my hands. Do not blame me. I am merely serving the brigade and the multitude of production teams. However, among so many teams, it is natural to favor some over others. It is not an easy task to maintain equity. Whichever production team complies with the directives will receive priority in the utilization of the brigade's agricultural machinery. Blame Chen Hao for this predicament. Of course, I am not entirely unreasonable. There is room for negotiation. If Chen Hao writes a reflection, acknowledges his errors, and guarantees future compliance with the directives, the water pump can indeed be made available for your production team's use. By wielding the right to the water pump, he sought to manipulate the production team, leveraging their agricultural needs against Chen Hao, positioning him as an adversary to the collective interests of the villagers. He understood how to control the majority's benefits to deal with a minority. Wang Quande may lack formal education, yet he possessed ample experience in political maneuverings. Adept at handling Chen Hao, he had employed similar tactics in the past with great success. This time would be no exception. How shameless you are. Leveraging control over the water pump to coerce my husband into writing a reflection when he has committed no wrongdoing. Tong Qian's face flushed with indignation. Whether he has done wrong is not for you to decide, nor for him. If everyone disregards authority and mimics such behavior, how can agricultural production proceed? Wang Quande asserted. This is nothing short of revenge, manipulation, and utter disregard for reason. Not only does Tong Qian understand, but Chen Ziqiang is also aware, as are many other villagers who are acutely conscious of the situation. Yet, they find themselves powerless to change it. The weather grows increasingly hot, and without the water pump, the crops will undoubtedly suffer. After all, what is the harm in writing a self-criticism? Tong Qian, your husband has returned. Simply ask him to write it. Wang Hongmei remarked with an air of nonchalance, reveling in her own satisfaction as she deliberately positioned herself closer to Wang Quande. With the role of record keeper eliminated, she now had to toil in the fields like everyone else, feeling the weight of labor, while her family finally arrived to settle accounts. She glanced at Wang Quande and said, Uncle, my position as record keeper was usurped by Chen Hao, replaced by a young girl. Seize this opportunity to advocate for the restoration of my duties. Many villagers displayed expressions of concern, with some even echoing Wang Hongmei's sentiments. Writing a self-criticism is no great matter. Let us just do it. Admitting a mistake and utilizing the water pump is beneficial for the production team. We will remember Chen Hao's contributions. They had long asserted that Wang Hongmei should not have been disturbed, yet their warnings went unheeded. Now, the entire production team faced water shortages as a consequence. Those voicing these opinions were often close to Wang Hongmei, or were indecisive individuals blaming Chen Hao for their plight. Wang Hongmei was performing her duties admirably without any issues. Her position should be reinstated, Wang Quande declared. The role of record keeper is crucial. It is unreasonable to assign it to an inexperienced young girl. This was merely a casual remark. Managing agricultural machinery conferred significant power. By inciting conflict among the villagers and directing their grievances toward Chen Hao, Wang Quande managed to remain unscathed while relishing the complaints directed at Chen Hao. Outside the village, the sound of a car horn echoed. The villagers turned their gaze toward the source. Tractors passing through the village was commonplace, but cars were a rarity. A truck was approaching along the village road. Could it be that Chen Hao has returned? Someone speculated. Nonsense. There are no cars in the brigade. How could Chen Hao have a car? What brings a vehicle to our village? Amidst their puzzled expressions, the truck stopped in a nearby clearing. And the passenger door swung open as Chen Hao leapt out. He called out to his wife, "Dear, please go inside and fetch a pack of cigarettes for this comrade who has kindly driven me to the village. It has been quite a journey." "Oh, I will do that right away," Tong Qian responded, momentarily taken aback, but then filled with renewed energy upon her husband's return. With a sense of reassurance, she promptly turned to head home for the cigarettes. Chen shouting, holding the hands of Nini and Xiaoduo, needed not worry. "Captain Chen, call a few people to help unload the items from the back of the truck. They are rather heavy, and we could use more hands," Chen Hao shouted again. This truck has delivered Chen Hao back to the village. There seems to be something in the back. Chen Ziqiang and the other villagers finally regained their composure. What could possibly be in the back of the truck that warranted calling for help to unload? Chen Ziqiang approached the truck, curiosity piqued. Several other officials, along with many villagers, also made their way toward the truck. On the truck's cargo area lay an imposing object, coated in green paint. Surrounding it were bundles of straw, securing it with ropes. It was a water pump. "Where did you acquire this? Is it from the brigade?" "Just the other day, Wang Quande, that scoundrel, claimed we couldn't use the brigade's water pump for our production team." A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. The water pump was of paramount importance to the farmers. It was their lifeline. Are you all in disbelief? The brigade's water pumps are not so pristine. This one is evidently unused. Chen Ziqiang regained his composure and turned to Chen Hao. "Is this your purchase?" "It is mine, but to be precise, it belongs to the production team." "It is our water pump," Chen Hao replied. Upon receiving this affirmative answer, Chen Ziqiang felt as though he had regained his youth, radiating sheer exhilaration. "What are you all dawdling for? This is our production team's water pump. Come, those of you with strong backs, help lift it down," he immediately called out. More enthusiastic and proactive than Chen Hao, the water pump was life itself, a source of strength. With this apparatus, not only would the crops in the fields have assured yields, but as the captain of the production team, he could also walk with his head held high. During the dry season, when the crops required irrigation, there would be no need to plead with the brigade or wait in line for a water pump. Soon, several villagers approached to hoist the water pump. Chen Ziqiang watched anxiously from the side, urging them to be cautious, careful not to bump it. The paint was still fresh. "Take some straw bundles to place underneath. Treat this water pump with the same care as you would your wife." Chen Ziqiang instructed the villagers as they lowered the pump from the back of the truck. Tong Qian also brought over some cigarettes, which Chen Hao handed to the driver. This driver was an employee from the county agricultural machinery station, and with Wu Dadi's assistance, they spent 1,050 yuan to purchase this water pump, which the station had conveniently delivered to the village. Otherwise, they would have had to figure out their own means of transport. Once the pump was unloaded, the driver turned the truck around and departed from the village. In that brief moment, some villagers recounted Wang Quande's recent remarks and actions to Chen Hao. Frowning, he approached Wang Quande. "You old rascal, too cowardly to confront me directly, but you take advantage of my absence to bully the women and trouble my wife. What do you think you are?" There was no trace of politeness. He simply berated him. Most village officials lacked political acumen. Wang Quande had a modicum, but it was hardly significant, and all of it was expended on petty intrigues. He plotted how to undermine others. seeking to elevate his own status at the expense of the production team, positioning himself as an enemy to others' interests, ultimately inviting condemnation with his malevolent thoughts. How dare you insult me? I am a leader of the brigade. Even if you have acquired a water pump, you should not speak to me in such a manner. Wang Quande fumed. He was taken aback and enraged. He was astonished that Chen Hao had managed to procure a water pump and furious that, in front of so many people, Chen Hao had the audacity to insult him. Typically, even when he had conflicts with others, they would not resort to insults. Chen Hao scolded him directly to his face, berating him as an old scoundrel, questioning his worth as a cadre and a leader. He accused him of abusing his limited power over agricultural machinery for personal gain. Chen Hao continued his tirade, asserting that the entire production team was well aware of his true character. It was only due to the benevolence of the leadership and the villagers' reluctance to confront him that he had not been dismissed. Moreover, his insatiable thirst for power and his age rendered him overly concerned with appearances. Should he be removed, the consequences could be dire. Even with beasts, there ought to be a semblance of humanity, wouldn't you agree? Chen Hao's tongue was sharp, nearly implying that Wang Quande was inferior to even the lowest of creatures. It was a righteous rebuke, for Wang's recent behavior had been utterly disgraceful, and Chen Hao felt a strong urge to physically confront him. Now that the production team possessed a water pump, they no longer feared him. Much like his niece, Wang Hongmei, who was of questionable character, it was clear that this uncle was no better. It is peculiar how people behave. In the absence of a leader, they resemble a flock of sheep, too intimidated to lift their heads. Yet, once a leader emerges, they are suddenly filled with courage. The water pump, however, could not be deemed an asset of the production team. It must be considered under the jurisdiction of the larger collective. Wang Quande proclaimed loudly, his anxiety palpable. The right to use the water pump was his trump card. He had believed it was a surefire strategy to rally one group of villagers against another to fulfill his ambitions, but he had not anticipated Chen Hao's swift rebuttal. This water pump was purchased with the production team's funds, not with the collective's. It belongs to us. Chen Hao challenged Wang Quande. Even if you approach other leaders in the collective or at the commune, this water pump is still our asset. The term equalization referred to the upper echelon's ability to unilaterally requisition land, funds, tools, products, and even the personal finances of members from various collective economic organizations. The assets and labor of the production team could also be borrowed without compensation, as if wives were shared as well. This practice had been deemed erroneous and rejected. With the water pump in their possession, the production team's grain yield for the year was assured, freeing them from dependence on others' goodwill. Chen Ziqiang declared, his spirits lifted. He had previously clashed with Wang Quande during meetings at the collective, and just moments ago, he had been insulted by him. Yet, they had ultimately triumphed. Thanks to Chen Hao's intervention. Wang Quande, do you have any further instructions? If not, we shall take our leave. There is much work to be done in the fields. And we have no time for your grandstanding or schemes, Chen Ziqiang remarked, signaling for Wang Quande to make himself scarce and refrain from causing trouble within the production team. Wang Quande departed in disgrace, accompanied by several other cadre members who also bore looks of dejection. All right, everyone, let us return to work. Agricultural tasks must be prioritized, lest we fall behind. Chen Ziqiang instructed the villagers. He remained behind to oversee the placement of the water pump into the production team's storage. With this water pump, they would no longer be at the mercy of Wang Quande, and his arrogance would be quelled. Chen Ziqiang felt a profound sense of joy. He turned to Chen Hao and inquired, "Did you purchase this water pump from the county?" It is unlikely that a truck would deliver a water pump bought from the commune's agricultural machinery station. One must find a way to manage it themselves. Indeed. It was acquired from the county, Chen Hao acknowledged, expressing his concern about being at the mercy of Wang Quande, which prompted him to hastily procure a water pump without consulting Captain Chen. Chen Hao retrieved a receipt from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziqiang. This expense will be accounted for in the restaurant's allocation of the production team's 20 dividend. This is a significant boon for the production team. And there is no need for consultation. If every matter requires discussion and meetings, nothing would ever be accomplished, Chen Ziqiang remarked. He furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of worry. Although this water pump was indeed an asset of our production team, should the brigade wish to borrow it, it would be difficult to refuse outright. After all, there are other matters that require coordination with the brigade, which is our superior organization. That is of no concern. If the brigade wishes to borrow our water pump, they can send other leaders to discuss it without going through Wang Quande. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes. Isn't Wang Quande abusing his authority over agricultural machinery to intimidate others and impose his will? We shall gradually undermine his influence. The essence of power lies in controlling limited resources. Once that control is relinquished, authority inevitably becomes a mere facade. Chapter 65. How is business at the restaurant? That is indeed a clever strategy, Chen Ziqiang nodded. He harbored many grievances against Wang Quande during the busy farming season, particularly when water and machinery were needed. That scoundrel made things exceedingly difficult, often demanding cigarettes, liquor, and flattery. As the temperatures continued to rise and the demand for irrigation in the fields increased, relying solely on rain would be insufficient. A water pump was essential to resolve the issue. In the future, not only would the brigade have a water pump, but our production team would possess one as well. The thought alone filled him with immense satisfaction. No longer would he be the one begging for assistance. Instead, others would be seeking his favor. Chen Ziqiang glanced around cautiously and asked in a hushed tone, "Have you already settled the payment for the water pump?" "Yes. That matter is taken care of. You need not worry. The payment does not need to come from the production team's current cash reserves, as we do not possess such funds," Chen Hao clarified, understanding his implication. It would be accounted for in the restaurant's 20 dividend. Villagers are required to contribute to 3 funds: the Public Accumulation Fund, the Public Welfare Fund, and the Management Fee, which are utilized to compensate village officials and to support collective enterprises. While the intention is noble, the actual funds are scarce. The entire brigade possesses but a single water pump, and no production team has one of its own, which speaks volumes about the situation. The villagers are impoverished. The production teams are struggling, and the brigade itself is also living under tight circumstances. The Red Flag production team has very limited financial resources. How long will it take to recoup this 1,000 yuan? Chen Ziqiang asked, his curiosity piqued. 1,000 yuan is not a trivial sum. Can the 20 dividend sustain it? Business at the restaurant is mediocre, neither particularly good nor terribly bad, Chen Hao replied. When you have some free time, you should visit the county to see for yourself. There's nothing worth seeing. I'm quite busy. Chen Ziqiang waved his hand dismissively. He possessed a keen self-awareness. The restaurant was claimed to be the property of the production team, yet it was, in truth, solely his endeavor, with the team contributing not a single penny. Receiving a dividend of 20 was already a substantial advantage. Losses were solely his burden, and profits belonged to him as well. My responsibility lies in managing the fields. The restaurant is beyond my purview. While it appeared he was washing his hands of the matter, it was, in fact, a clear message to Chen Hao. The restaurant is yours, and I understand my boundaries. After conversing with Chen Ziqiang, Chen Hao ambled toward a nearby spot where Tong Qian and the 2 children awaited him. I am the one who has brought you trouble. Wang Quande primarily aimed at me. Targeting you in my absence was merely an extension of that. Chen Hao reflected with a hint of guilt as he gazed at his wife. We are married. We are one. What is this distinction of you and me? If he targets you, it is no different from targeting me, Tong Qian replied. Fortunately, he has not succeeded. He is truly malevolent. The villagers elected him as the deputy leader of the team to oversee agricultural machinery to aid in better agricultural production, yet he wields this power to undermine others. It is utterly outrageous. Once the impoverished gain power, their oppression of the lower classes can be more severe than anyone else's. He will never amount to anything. Today's encounter serves as a castration of his influence. Chen Hao chuckled. He gave his wife a thumbs up. I just heard someone say you performed admirably. I could manage under your support. Some women crumble under scrutiny, blaming their husbands for their plight. I still hope you can stand strong for me. Flattered by the praise, Tong Qian felt a warmth in her heart, yet she added, if it truly becomes too much, I can bear it for you as well. As a married couple, we should support each other. The family returned home, where a hen clucked incessantly. Soon, another hen joined in, as if they were in a contest. The hen laid eggs. Daddy, the hen laid eggs. Nini exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards the makeshift nest crafted from straw and broken clay tiles. Inside, there were 3 eggs. The chicks they had purchased last year had now matured and begun to lay eggs. The children found joy in checking the nest daily, eager to listen for which hen had laid eggs, and would rush to collect them. These eggs are mine, my eggs. Xiao Duo quickly released Chen Hao's hand and dashed after the nest, afraid of losing the eggs to her sister. There are 3, 1 for each of us, and 1 must be saved. If we take them all, the hen won't lay here anymore. It might go elsewhere, Nini explained. She picked up 1 egg and handed it to her sister, reminding her, hold it with both hands. You're small, don't drop it. I'm 3 years old. I'm strong. I want to drop it, Xiao Duo protested, feeling underestimated. With both hands clutching the egg, she proudly approached Chen Hao. Daddy, this is for you. Eat it and grow tall. Chen and I also came over, presenting her egg to Chen Hao. Two young ladies eagerly competed to offer their eggs to Chen Hao. One was tall, the other petite, both clad in padded jackets that were impervious to the wind. Aren't you heading to the county? Tong Qian inquired. I'll go tomorrow. The restaurant has hired 2 people, so I need not linger there, Chen Hao replied. Please prepare some noodles for me. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Tong Qian entered the kitchen, first sought garlic chives with cured meat before boiling the noodles and adding 2 eggs. I want to eat too. If sister eats, I want some as well. The 2 children chorused, expressing their desire for noodles. Just a moment ago, I asked if you were hungry, and you both said no. Now that the food is ready, you suddenly want to eat, Tong Qian remarked. She gazed at her man. You enjoy your meal. Don't mind them. There is still some in the pot. I'll serve them a bit more. She dished out noodles for the 2 children and placed them on a small table. Chen Hao rolled a generous portion of noodles onto his chopsticks, blew on them, and stuffed them into his mouth. After a few hasty chews, he glanced around, contemplating that this year he must take the opportunity to demolish their earthen house and replace it with a brick one. Indeed, a brick house would be far sturdier. Tong Qian nodded in agreement. When the time comes, we should also renovate the pig pen and buy 2 piglets either from the team or at the market to raise for the new year, when we can slaughter them for cured meat. Chen Hao added, we could also prepare some sausages today. He picked up a bite of garlic chives and cured meat, savoring the flavor. No one in the village has built a brick house yet. Would it be too conspicuous for us? Tong Qian expressed her concern. Fear not. It will be fine. Policies will only continue to loosen. In a year or 2, fields will certainly be managed by individual households, Chen Hao reassured her. He glanced towards the kitchen. Is there any noodles left? None. Are you still not full? I can prepare some more. Tong Qian stood up. That is not what I meant. I'm full. If there are no noodles left, just wash the pot and boil some water. It's more convenient to bathe at home than in the county, Chen Hao responded. Chapter 66. The dining table reaches 16 seats. The business at Huashan Restaurant was exceptionally stable. No other restaurant in Chongfeng County could rival it in quality. As May approached, the fields began to yield a bountiful harvest of fruits and vegetables, and the variety of dishes at the restaurant had expanded from an initial 5 to now 8. Catering to ordinary banquets posed no issue. One day, Chen Hao and Zhang Yonke were smoking and chatting in the open space outside Huashan Restaurant. Zhang Yonke donned the armband of a community safety patrol officer. Periodically, he undertook the role of a patrol officer, assisting in monitoring the safety of the area within the jurisdiction of the police station. This job was quite leisurely. Chen Hao offered him a cigarette, remarking that business at Huashan Restaurant was thriving. By 10 in the morning, customers were already arriving, and many had come too late to find a seat. I'm considering utilizing this open space in front of the restaurant by setting up tables and chairs for guests to dine outside. I wonder if there would be any issues. Will the business administration or county health management come to intervene? Currently, there are no city management officials, and there are no unified regulations concerning signage, only the department responsible for urban sanitation. The business authorities are unlikely to intervene in this matter. Nevertheless, Chen Hao still took the opportunity to consult Zhang Yonke. The intention was quite straightforward. Should anyone come to create trouble, he hoped Zhang Yonke could mediate, thereby underscoring Zhang's significance. It is akin to reassuring a child. Some children require encouragement to affirm their worth, which in turn motivates them to engage more actively in subsequent tasks. Who oversees this? No one does. Zhang Yonke chuckled, noting that if they were to set up tables and chairs at the entrance to accommodate more customers, would the current staff suffice? Clearly, they would struggle and would need to hire 2 additional individuals, a cook and a helper. Chen Hao expressed that he required Zhang's assistance in this regard. Su Jianqin and Tu Dandan were invaluable to the establishment. Thanks to them, he could free up some time for other endeavors. Appointing Zhang Yonke as the intermediary may seem cumbersome on the surface, yet it effectively conveys the flow of benefits towards him. Securing employment at Huashan Restaurant is indeed a commendable means of earning extra income. The personnel and salary from the original unit remain intact, and here, one could earn no less than their previous wage. Such opportunities would undoubtedly attract many eager applicants. Trust me, if you allow me to assist in recruitment, I will certainly be diligent. Zhang Yonke replied. Then I shall find 2 individuals for you, 1 cook and 1 office worker. He turned to survey the bustling scene within the restaurant and smiled at Chen Hao, confessing to be honest. Many are aware that Huashan Restaurant offers a monthly salary exceeding 30 yuan. Numerous people have approached me, expressing a desire to leave their original jobs for this one. Even with a slight reduction in salary from their previous positions, many are willing to join Huashan Restaurant as long as their personnel connections are preserved. If Huashan Restaurant were to expand further, it could potentially drain the workforce from several dining establishments in the county. The cook's salary here surpasses that of their original positions by 10 yuan, which can significantly enhance their household economy. Even the helpers receive a considerably higher wage. Of course, Huashan Restaurant cannot be compared to the county catering service company. The nature of the institutions differs. Chen Hao remarked, one is a secure job, while the other is a collective economy. They are not the same. His words struck a chord with Zhang Yongke. Whether it be Zhang Yongke, Su Jianqin, or Tu Dandan. Working within the county catering service company and its subsidiaries, despite meager wages and unsatisfactory operational conditions, they must seek external avenues to augment their income. Yet, deep down, they still hold a fondness for their original institution. Huashan Restaurant merely serves as a temporary refuge. Discussions have emerged over the decades comparing the stability of a secure job with that of a freelancer. It is believed that a stable income of 3,000 yuan is preferable to a freelancer's 30,000 yuan per month. It seems that once one enters the system, opportunities for gain are abundant. I will go find candidates for you now. How about having them come to the restaurant this afternoon? Zhang Yongke proposed. While it is said that he is assisting Chen Hao, in reality, this favor primarily benefits him. He is quite eager to help Chen Hao, as it allows him to wield greater influence within the county's catering service company and enhances his interpersonal relationships. This also enables him to cultivate a network of individuals indebted to him. You can come to the shop this afternoon to familiarize yourself with the environment. You will officially start working tomorrow, and your salary will be calculated from today, Chen Hao stated. This arrangement effectively means an additional day's wage. It is always refreshing to discuss matters straightforwardly with you, Zhang Yongke remarked with a smile. He also assured Chen Hao that the shop could not accommodate so many tables and chairs, suggesting they be placed outside instead, as the ample space would otherwise be wasted. If anyone troubles you, be it from the Industry and Commerce Department, Health Administration, or any other short-sighted individuals, just let me know, and I will assist you in resolving it. With this firm assurance from Zhang Yongke, the following tasks became significantly easier. After several days of effort, Chen Hao procured 8 additional tables along with matching chairs, setting them up outside. Consequently, Huashan Restaurant now boasted a total of 16 tables, including himself. The staff count reached 7. In terms of employee numbers and table quantity, Huashan Restaurant had already established itself as one of the most formidable establishments in the county. Not to mention the revenue. No one from the village had yet visited Huashan Restaurant. And if they were to discover its current scale and status as the largest restaurant in the county, their reactions would be priceless. In the evening, as the shop closed, Chen Dongxing expressed his joy. With the addition of 8 tables and an expanded menu, customers flocked in continuously, many seeking banquet services. Huashan Restaurant had truly made its mark in the county. The most immediate result was the revenue, which surpassed 500 in a single day. Some villagers regarded them as fools, believing they were idle and hoping that their restaurant would fail, Chen Wei noted. They failed to recognize that the restaurant would distribute a 20 dividend to them, calculated as part of their work points at year-end, requiring them to invest nothing. The fruits and vegetables they provided were purchased at prices higher than what they would receive at the market. Despite reaping these benefits, they still poured cold water on their efforts, never anticipating any good. Though most of their time was spent at the county restaurant, especially for Chen Dongsheng and Chen Wei, they still had family members in the village, often hearing idle gossip. When they returned home, they would gather feedback from their families about the sentiments of others in the village. Envy of the poor, fear of the rich, resentment towards those who possess, and derision for those who lack, such is the nature of many. Chen Hao had a keen understanding of human nature, recognizing that by focusing on their own endeavors, they would ultimately be the ones to benefit. It is not just the villagers, even among brothers, and between parents and children, similar sentiments often prevail. The fear of a brother's hardship juxtaposed with the jealousy of his success is a prevailing theme in the digital age, imbued with a humorous undertone. Yet it poignantly captures the helplessness inherent in human nature. How go? Can the restaurant provide a banquet menu? Chen Wei inquired of Chen Hao. As there were several people interested in hosting banquets at their establishment, having asked multiple times already. They say that some grand hotels in the city have fixed banquet fee standards, 10, 12, and 16 yuan. Could our restaurant adopt a similar approach? Huashan Restaurant has begun hosting banquets, albeit with a less formal selection of dishes. In Chapter 67, Going to the City, we currently have 16 tables. Although half of them are set up outside, we can still adequately accommodate formal banquets, Chen Hao remarked. The ability to host banquets affirms the restaurant's capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively proposed, let us arrange banquets at our restaurant, offering 18 dishes per table, with prices divided into 3 tiers, 10 yuan, 16 yuan, and 20 yuan. Isn't that pricing a bit excessive? Chen Wei interjected. The lowest tier is 10 yuan, and the highest is 20 yuan. This might deter many customers. If we set the prices too low, it won't be profitable. Guests at banquets typically require more time than ordinary diners. With only 16 tables, an influx of banquet guests could disrupt the dining experience for regular patrons and affect repeat business. Thus, we must price it slightly higher, Chen Hao explained. While hosting banquets certainly enhances the restaurant's operational capacity, it may not necessarily yield greater profits compared to regular customers. Setting prices too low could adversely impact the restaurant's revenue. 18 dishes seem rather excessive, even with the abundance of fruits and vegetables available now. Assembling that many dishes will still require considerable effort, Chen Dongxing noted. He had conversed with several individuals from the county's catering service company. The restaurants under the county's catering service also host banquets, typically offering 10 dishes at a premium price, with 16 dishes being quite ample. 18 dishes are essential. The tables must be filled to the brim, or else we will face criticism for the pricing, Chen Hao asserted. Regarding the dishes, we can be a bit flexible. Fruits can count as one dish, and pastries can also be included as a separate dish. The 3 of them discussed for quite some time before washing up and resting. Chen Hao subsequently spent several days visiting the county newspaper office, bringing along some cigarettes and covering the printing costs to produce 25 menus. The dishes were categorized into signature dishes, specialties, stir-fries, soups, main courses, desserts, cold dishes, and beverages, thereby eliminating the previous method of listing dishes and prices on a small chalkboard. Huashan Restaurant had transformed from a mere dive into a legitimate establishment. On a morning in early June, Chen Hao carried a cloth bag as he walked towards the savings house, with Chen Wei accompanying him. Both held sticks in hand. Unfortunately, societal security was far inferior to that of decades later, with no surveillance cameras, should they be targeted. A sudden attack could not only result in the loss of their money, but also leave them unable to identify the assailant. Each time Chen Hao went to deposit money at the savings house, he did so in broad daylight, often calling someone to accompany him while also carrying something for self-defense. He avoided secluded alleys, and if anyone approached unexpectedly, he would keep his distance. Caution was paramount. The saying poor mountains and bad waters breed cunning people may sound harsh, yet it is a lesson born of experience. When one struggles to fill their belly or stay warm, the likelihood of resorting to desperate measures increases. Upon arriving at the savings house, Young Min was present. She promptly welcomed, "Come, let us deposit your money. Please have a seat. I shall attend to your needs shortly." Then, she called out to her 2 colleagues beside her, "Shaoli, please prepare tea for our esteemed guests. Lao Zhang, I must trouble you to count the cash they have brought. Do take care to avoid any mistakes." She had now assumed the role of the head of this savings institution, a position earned through successfully securing the savings business from Huashan Hotel, which yielded remarkable results, leading to her promotion. In just a few months, you've ascended to the head of the savings office. Before long, you may be summoned to the county's People's Bank for a desk job, and who knows, perhaps even to the city, Chen Hao remarked with a smile. "Thanks to you. Without your support, I would not have had this opportunity," Yang Min replied. She continued, "I must also express my gratitude to our leadership. It is their trust in me that has allowed me to oversee the savings institution." She was willing to converse more with Chen Hao, revealing, in truth, "The leadership has chosen me as a model to encourage other colleagues to develop their business and attract more deposits for the bank." Meanwhile, Lao Zhang was counting the cash in front of Chen Hao. The cash had already been counted in the shop by Chen Hao and his companions, neatly bundled with string, making the recounting a simple task. "Our bank has even issued a directive urging other employees to learn from me. Patience with clients is essential to instill confidence in them to deposit their money with us," Yang Min expressed proudly. Having grown familiar with Chen Hao, she was aware that he had initially challenged her to test her patience, so she would be trusted with their funds. Upon learning this, the bank's leadership had issued a document using her experience as an example to encourage all employees to enhance their work attitudes. "Has the city bank also issued a notice for employees to learn from you?" Chen Hao inquired. "Indeed. The city leadership has circulated a document urging employees from all levels of the People's Bank to learn from my example, Yang Min affirmed. This was a matter of great prestige. Typically, one learns from the speeches of leaders and the policies of superiors. Now, to be a subject of study oneself, featured in an official document, brought her immense joy. Chen Hao, however, pondered a different thought. His mother-in-law worked at a savings institution under the city's People's Bank. He wondered if a similar document would be issued to her, encouraging her to learn from Yang Min. As their conversation continued, the cash was counted. After the funds were deposited into the passbook, signatures were affixed, and the transaction was stamped by the responsible party. Chen Hao and Chen Wei finally took their leave. 3 days later, it was the day of his brother-in-law's son's 10th birthday celebration. On that morning, Chen Hao's family donned clean clothes and brought 2 hens, with their wings and tails plucked and their legs tied together. Chen Hao also carried a canvas bag. The family encountered Tong Qian at the county bus station, where buses to the city ran only twice a day. The distance from the county to the city was 50 kilometers, and the fare was uniformly set at 2 cents per kilometer, making a round trip cost 2 yuan. Ni and Xiao Duo did not require tickets. Thus, the fare for Chen Hao, Tong Qian, and Tong Qian amounted to 3 yuan. The 3 individuals settled into their seats on the bus. Chen Hao, holding 2 hens, occupied the outer seat, while the sisters Tong Qian and Tong Qian sat within. The 2 children, one perched on Tong Qian's lap and the other on Tong Qian's, fidgeted. "Make way, please, be careful not to poke anyone," they urged. "Comrade, this bus is heading to the city, correct? The basket contains eggs, please be cautious. Driver, could you keep an eye on my eggs placed at the front?" The bus was filled with passengers heading to the city, with limited departures. Few boarded empty-handed. Most carried bamboo baskets, or were burdened with bags of urea, or wrapped large parcels in cloth. People and goods were inseparable. Anything that could fit onto the bus was allowed aboard. After a brief wait, the bus was full. "Place your bag in front of you. It's crowded and chaotic," Tong Qian advised. Chen Hao nodded and tugged at the canvas bag. The seats were cramped, and with so many people and belongings, his efforts proved futile. "Let me help," Tong Qian offered, reaching out to grasp the canvas bag, straining to pull it closer to Chen Hao's chest. After another moment, the bus finally set off towards the city. Chapter 68. Because I am willing, the road was rough and uneven, and the noise within the bus was cacophonous. Yet the 2 children were filled with excitement. "Mommy, where are we going? Is Grandma's house far away? How does the bus move on its own without being pulled by an ox?" Their queries were abundant, both big and small, each eager to contribute. The journey of 50 kilometers took over an hour, and upon arriving in the city, they transferred to a bus that took them to the foot of their mother-in-law's building. Her father worked at the city distillery, which had allocated a flat in a tenement building on the 3rd floor. The city has changed immensely. Many buildings have risen. Yet the distillery remains the same, Tong Qian remarked, nostalgia evident in her voice. She had not returned in many years. And gazing at the tenement where she had grown up filled her with complex emotions. She recalled being merely a teenager in middle school when she was sent down to the countryside. Now, in her 20s, she was married and a mother of 2 children. "Is this Xiao Qian and Xiao Man? Oh my, how you've grown. I barely recognize you. Xiao Qian, I heard you got married. Where does your husband work? Are both of these children yours?" "2 daughters, how lovely. You're still young, you can have more." A neighbor, a colleague of her father, approached, brimming with curiosity. "And this gentleman beside you, is he your husband? What is his name? Where does he work? Why not introduce him?" The tenement housed employees of the city distillery, and they were both colleagues and neighbors. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Chen Hao, Tong Qian, Tong Qian, and the 2 children, they quickly gathered around, eager to chat and gossip. "This is my husband, Chen Hao, and these 2 children are ours. The elder is called Ni, and the younger is Xiao Duo." Tong Qian introduced them. Many faces were somewhat familiar to her, while others were entirely new. A workplace resembled a small village, where relationships extended beyond mere colleagues to that of neighbors. "It's been so many years since we last met. Those little girls have grown up, married, and had children." A voice lamented. "Your husband must be quite capable. Where does he work? Why not share?" One inquisitive soul fixated on Chen Hao's workplace, prompting him to glance at the inquirer. This individual clearly harbors ill intentions. As a neighbor, one would inevitably have heard of Tong Qian's marriage. Yet their incessant inquiries about it reveal a desire to flaunt their own superiority. The security of a stable job and an urban household registration is indeed a matter of prestige. Many are willing to expend thousands, even tens of thousands, to convert their agricultural status to non-agricultural. Some have even depleted their entire savings or incurred debt to achieve this. The dichotomy between urban and rural life is not merely theoretical. It manifests in disparities in education, healthcare, and other essential services, with a significant issue being that many employers prefer non-agricultural registrations, leading to preferential treatment for those who possess them. My husband holds an agricultural registration and serves as the deputy head of the production team, Tong Qian remarked. Deputy head? That simply means he is still a rural dweller, was the scornful reply. The person who had earlier inquired about Chen Hao's job was now gleeful upon receiving the information. You dress so well. I assumed your husband was a city dweller with a respectable job. ISNT it said that rural folks lead a hard life, struggling to eat and stay warm. Appearing gaunt and tattered? Look at your family, so neatly dressed. I thought you were different. It must have been quite a sacrifice to come to the city, spending your entire savings on new clothes. The undertones of superiority and malice were unmistakable. Tong Qian furrowed her brow, recognizing the ill will behind the words. Although my husband and I reside in the village, we lead a comfortable life, and our attire has not drained our resources, she replied, not wishing to engage further. She suggested, let us head upstairs. My parents should be home. The individual continued to prattle on. Why the anger? ISNT your father quite capable? He could assist you and your husband in securing a job in the city. As Tong Qian turned away, the man's gaze shifted to Chen Hao. I speak plainly. Do not take offense. You all went to great lengths to present yourselves so well, fearing embarrassment? There is no need for that. We're neighbors. And no one will mock you. Your father-in-law works at the distillery. Perhaps he could arrange a city job for you. This malicious man, named Zhu Maolin, was a worker at the distillery and a colleague of Chen Hao's father-in-law, though the two harbored animosity toward one another. Now, encountering Chen Hao and Tong Qian, he sought to deliberately provoke and annoy them. Unwilling to tolerate his antics, Chen Hao retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Are you familiar with the Tao Te Ching? He inquired. Zhu Maolin paused, taken aback. I know it. It was written by Laozi, right? He answered. Oh. You possess some knowledge. You recognize it was penned by Laozi. But do you know why he wrote the Tao Te Ching? Chen Hao asked, a smile on his face. Their exchange piqued the curiosity of the gathered neighbors, who turned their attention to the two men. I do not, Zhu Maolin admitted, shaking his head. Because Laozi wished to. Chen Hao replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. He took the hands of Xiao Duo and Ni, saying, Come, let us ascend. Behind him, Zhu Maolin was taken aback for quite a while, still struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Chen Hao's words. Among the neighbors surrounding them, some quick-witted individuals erupted into laughter. Xiao Qian's man is amusing. He is actually scolding someone, telling them to mind their own business. What a remarkable fellow. He manages to insult without resorting to foul language. It was only after hearing the explanations from others that Zhu Maolin finally grasped the situation. He intended to confront Chen Hao, but the latter's family had already ascended the stairs. Infuriated, he muttered, the rural folk are not only overly concerned with appearances, but also quite uncouth. At home, there was only his mother-in-law, Huang Yufeng. Upon seeing Chen Hao's family and Tong Man, she grumbled, getting you all to return is indeed a challenge. It seems my two daughters were raised in vain. Next time you come back, must it be after your father and I have passed away? You clearly don't wish for us to return. When we do, there isn't even a place for us to stay. Tong Man replied, Sister-in-law, you sit tight. I will fetch you a glass of water. What water? Your elder brother and sister-in-law, along with your father, have already gone to the restaurant. I specifically waited at home for you all. Forget about the water. Let us hurry to the restaurant, Huang Yufeng insisted. Originally, we were to host the gathering at home. But your sister-in-law insisted that at 10 years old, it mustn't be belittled. Thus, we must hold it at the restaurant. There are 6 tables of relatives from our side and your sister-in-law's side. Are these chickens to be kept in the house? Chen Hao inquired, lifting the 2 old hens he was carrying. What on earth would we do with them inside? Take them to the restaurant. At least you're not foolish enough to forget to bring them along, Huang Yufeng retorted. One hen is for soup, and the other is for stir-frying. She glanced at Tong Qian. Your sister-in-law and Hang Hang have been clamoring for chicken. Don't be fooled by Hang Hang's small size. At 10 years old, he can devour nearly half a chicken. Your sister-in-law has quite the appetite. Mom, these 2 hens are from our home, specifically brought for you and Dad, Tong Qian stated. For Hang Hang, we have prepared other dishes. What could possibly compare to these 2 hens? Huang Yufeng took the chickens and urged, come on. Let us go to the restaurant. It's nearly time. We don't want to start eating before we arrive. She looked at Ni and Xiao Duo. You must still be hungry, right? Dining at the restaurant will be far better than what you'd have in the village. Be sure to indulge in some meat. They had barely sat for a moment when Huang Yufeng hastily ushered them out. Downstairs, they encountered Zhu Maolin once again, who had been lingering at the entrance. So the rural son-in-law has come to see you? Why are you out so soon? Why not let your son-in-law and daughter linger a bit longer? Zhu Maolin remarked, eager to express his grievances. Mind your own business, Huang Yufeng snapped back, completely ignoring him as she beckoned the two girls and exited the courtyard towards the restaurant. Earlier, he had spoken in a sarcastic manner, prompting Tong Qian to question, Mom, is there a conflict with him at home? Recently, there were personnel changes at the factory. Your father was competing for the position of business section chief against him. He didn't succeed, and it left him feeling disgruntled, Huang Yufeng explained. The restaurant was not far, and they arrived after a 10-minute walk. Yishan Restaurant, a grand establishment, far surpassed the county's eateries in elegance and scale, boasting 2 stories and an impressive façade. As they entered, Huang Yufeng instructed them to greet their uncle and aunt sweetly, urging Nini and Xiao Duo to do the same. The banquet was set on the 2nd floor, where several guests had already gathered around the neatly arranged tables. Among them were her father-in-law, Tong Youchang, her elder brother-in-law, Tong Jianhua, and Jianhua's wife, Cheng Hui, along with various relatives and friends. Xiao Wei, Jianhua, Xiao Qian, and Xiaoman approached. Huang Yufeng carried 2 chickens over, which had been brought by Xiao Qian and Chen Hao. One was prepared as a soup and the other stir-fried. Turning to Nini and Xiao Duo, she reminded them to call out to their uncle and aunt. The 2 children obediently complied. As the dishes were about to be served, Tong Jianhua remarked disapprovingly about the chickens, questioning the need to show them off. It was evident that he held a dismissive attitude, perceiving them as nothing special. Huang Yufeng defended the quality of her home-raised chickens, asserting that they were superior to those from the market. She reminded Xiao Wei of her earlier desire for chicken, suggesting that it was both convenient and cost-effective, as market prices were steep. Cheng Hui retorted, feeling offended by the implication of poverty and craving. She expressed her willingness to spend on her son's birthday banquet, emphasizing that she could certainly afford to buy the chickens herself. Huang Yufeng, though assertive, found herself at a disadvantage in the face of Cheng Hui's strong demeanor, unable to retort. Let us place the chickens in the corner for now and retrieve them after the meal, suggested Tong Qian, who took the initiative to set the chickens aside. Meanwhile, Jianhua and Cheng Hui ignored Chen Hao and even Tong Qian, their focus diverted to other acquaintances. Tong Man expressed her frustration at their dismissive behavior, feeling slighted by their lack of acknowledgement. It's fine. We'll leave after this meal. We only came to partake in the banquet, Chen Hao replied, fully aware of Jianhua's nature and choosing not to harbor any expectations that might lead to disappointment. Mom, where should we sit? Tong Man inquired, surveying the occupied tables. Huang Yufeng pointed out that the tables were filled with relatives from her sister-in-law's side, suggesting they squeeze into one of the remaining tables. She managed to find a table among her relatives, settling down despite the crowd. Many had brought their families, creating a tight squeeze. Nini sat on Tong Qian's lap, while Xiao Duo occupied Tong Man's. After a brief wait, the dishes began to arrive, with 10 dishes per table, half of which were vegetarian. Chen Hao remained skeptical about the price of 12 yuan per table. Please make some room for others, he said as Jianhua approached him while he was eating. As more guests arrived for the banquet, the seating became insufficient, prompting him to ask Chen Hao to relinquish his seat. Brother, isn't this a bit excessive? You want Chen Hao to stand up and give his seat to someone else, but where will he sit? Tong Qian exclaimed indignantly. What's excessive about it? I didn't summon you here. You chose to come on your own accord. It's quite generous of me to not send you away, Tong Jianhua retorted. I'll have someone bring over a few more chairs. Isn't there space in the corner? You can grab some food and sit there to eat, can't you? Chen Hao furrowed his brow, setting down his chopsticks as he scrutinized his brother-in-law. Despite having prepared himself mentally for this, he was still infuriated by his brother-in-law's actions. It felt like a public humiliation. Truth be told, we didn't plan to come. We only did so to visit my father-in-law and mother-in-law. This banquet was merely incidental, Chen Hao stated. He looked at his brother-in-law and continued, my sitting down to eat isn't because the food is particularly delectable. It's out of respect for my wife, my mother-in-law, and my father-in-law. You dismiss me so casually, asking me to move to the corner to eat. Even a child deserves a proper table. For you to treat an adult in such a manner, don't you think it's excessive and quite bullying? Everyone turned to witness the unfolding scene, intrigued by the commotion. Tong Jianhua was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated Chen Hao's rebuttal. Coming from a rural background with modest means, he believed it unnecessary to consider Chen Hao's feelings or opinions. He thought it should be governed by what was convenient and pleasing for him. What dissatisfaction could arise from asking him to shift his seat? Yet Chen Hao had publicly challenged him. You brought 2 hens along, claiming it wants tea just to partake in this meal? Tong Qian glanced at the 2 hens in the corner, smirking. I suspect you not only wish to enjoy a free meal, but also want to take advantage of me. After all these years, you suddenly come to visit your parents in the city. Who would believe that? He scrutinized Chen Hao, scoffing, being poor isn't a problem. Nor is being from the countryside. Every family has had their share of farming. But to let your pride be shattered just because I asked you to move a seat? It seems you are not merely impoverished but also lacking in spirit. Tong Qian was quite articulate, able to twist facts to suit his narrative. His mother-in-law's 2 daughters and 1 son were similarly gifted in speech, likely a hereditary trait. Those 2 hens were brought for my mother-in-law and father-in-law, not for you. Chen Hao corrected. You're even more shameless then. You must be hoping to feast for free, he added. At this moment, Cheng Hui approached. She looked at Huang Yufeng and said, Mom, really, why invite such poor relatives who only know how to take advantage? What was supposed to be a joyous occasion has been spoiled by them. I don't disdain poor relatives. But those who only seek to exploit don't deserve our attention. She harbored no fondness for Chen Hao or his 2 sisters-in-law. With the in-laws' house barely over 40 square meters, accommodating 3 generations was already cramped. How could they fit in 2 more sisters-in-law? If they harbored thoughts of claiming their parents' estate, it would only add to her distress. A sister-in-law who doesn't return home is indeed the better one. Please come and enjoy the banquet. Simply indulge in the chicken feast. When asked to shift your position, just comply. Our family is already impoverished. What is the harm in a few words of admonition? Huang Yufeng expressed her grievances towards Chen Hao, criticizing him for possessing an undeservedly strong sense of pride. Chen Hao opened his canvas bag and retrieved a pack of cigarettes along with 2 bottles of liquor, placing them upon the table. Is that Matai? Han Shuangxi. The other guests were taken aback upon seeing the cigarettes and alcohol, with some recognizing the prestigious Matai and Hong Shuangxi. Matai is a national treasure. The pinnacle of China's 8 renowned liquors, retailing at 7.5 yuan per bottle in its hometown and 8 yuan elsewhere. Those 2 bottles of Matai alone amount to 16 yuan. Furthermore, such liquor is typically unattainable for the average person, reserved for those with connections and influence. To have even 1 or 2 bottles of Matai at a gathering or celebration bestows considerable prestige. Hong Shuangxi cigarettes are also not inexpensive, costing 8.5 yuan per pack, with individual boxes selling for 0.9 yuan. These are exquisite items. In the city, few can afford such fine tobacco and liquor. The 2 hens were intended as nourishment for the parents-in-law, while the cigarettes and liquor were meant for the father-in-law. But ultimately, weren't they a boon for the couple themselves? Chen Hao remarked. He then fished a red envelope from his pocket, originally meant to be given to Hang Hang. Tong Qian was taken aback, unable to believe that Chen Hao's canvas bag contained Matai and Hong Shuangxi, and that he had a red envelope prepared as well. Not just him, but also Chen Hao's father-in-law Tong Yongchang and mother-in-law Huang Yufeng were astonished, eyeing Chen Hao with curiosity regarding how he had come into such affluence. As even their own family could not produce such fine tobacco and liquor. Just because you say it's Matai, does that make it so? Perhaps it's merely a bottle filled with cheap liquor, Cheng Hui remarked. Chen Hao chuckled, deeming such statements foolish. Such premium liquor is rarely seen by ordinary people. And if one lacks the right connections, even an empty bottle would be unattainable. He surveyed the guests, inquiring who among them had ever tasted Matai. A couple of hands were raised among the 6 tables of guests. The rarity of Matai was underscored by the fact that only 2 or 3 individuals had experienced it. A few years ago, Matai prices soared to 16 yuan per bottle, but they have recently decreased to 8 yuan, a still considerable sum that many have yet to taste. I invite those who have savored Matai to sample this and serve as witnesses. To ascertain the authenticity of my Matai and confirm that my bottle is not merely a vessel for inferior spirits. Chen Hao opened a bottle of Matai and personally filled the glasses of those who raised their hands. Observing the effervescence of the liquor, he mused that it should be genuine, reminiscent of the Matai he had last consumed. The aroma was also fitting. There are various methods of discerning the authenticity of liquor, and the effervescence and scent are among the most common, although the few who tasted it had limited experience with Matai. They were familiar enough with other spirits to identify its quality. Without even tasting it, just by sight and scent, they were already convinced of its authenticity. A bottle of Matai costs 8 yuan, 2 bottles amount to 16. As a farmer without a stable job, How could he possibly acquire such fine liquor? Chen Hui remained unconvinced, her mind racing as she pondered how Chen Hao could obtain mitai. Even she, employed at the supply and marketing cooperative, was unable to procure mitai. Only inferior white spirits. Mitai could only be found in commercial establishments like malls and department stores, and even then, the supply was limited. What gave Chen Hao the right? A few individuals who had sampled mitai took turns tasting the liquor in their cups and offered their assessments. It was genuine. There could be no mistake. The aroma alone confirmed its authenticity, and upon tasting, the flavor matched perfectly. At 8 yuan a bottle, each sip cost a dime. This was not merely drinking. It was consuming wealth. The guests, all city dwellers and non-agricultural residents, most of whom held stable employment, nevertheless found mitai beyond their means, having only heard tales of it. Savoring the mitai, they expressed their satisfaction and cherished the drink, finishing every drop in their cups. Without exception, they unanimously declared it genuine mitai. The few who had tasted mitai asserted its authenticity. What more do you have to say? Chen Hao inquired, gazing at Chen Hui. How could you possess genuine mitai? Chen Hui questioned, perplexed. I work at the supply and marketing cooperative and lack the authorization to sell mitai. As a farmer, how did you manage to acquire 2 bottles of the real thing? Her doubt shifted from the liquor's authenticity to its provenance. I have the receipt, Chen Hao replied, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket. It was indeed a receipt for mitai. He fixed his gaze on Chen Hui. What else do you need to see? With each moment, her uncertainty deepened, leaving Chen Hui speechless. If it is real, then it is real. There is no need for dispute. Let us all sit down. I will have a smaller table brought over. Chen Hao, Xiao Qian, you may sit together as a family, Tong Qian suggested. Chen Hao, speak less. There is no need for further argument. You brought such fine cigarettes and liquor, yet you did not present them sooner. It is no wonder misunderstandings arose. You cannot fault Xiao Hui for that. Wang Yufeng clearly favored Chen Hui. Yet, Chen Hao disregarded their advice, unwrapping the Hong Shuangxi cigarettes to share with the guests. Even lighting one for himself. Dad, Mom, I initially refrained from speaking much out of consideration for Xiao Qian. But today's incident is truly excessive on the part of my brother-in-law and his wife, Chen Hao stated. He turned to Tong Qian, directly addressing him. You are utterly lacking in merit. At over 30 years of age, you are neither a suitable son nor a responsible brother, merely a disappointment. You took advantage of the situation. When it came to the rural work program, you remained in the city while your 2 younger sisters, both teenagers, were sent to the countryside. Was it their choice? Or did you manipulate the situation, lamenting to our parents, crying about not wanting to go to the countryside? Do you not have any self-awareness? Tong Qian's face flushed red. According to the policies of the rural work program, 1 child could remain in the city. And he had indeed expressed to his parents his reluctance to participate in the program and become a farmer. If he refused, both Tong Qian and Tong Man would have no choice but to go. A man, nonetheless an elder brother, contended with his 2 teenage sisters for the opportunity to remain in the city. Yet, in the end, you stayed in the city without a hint of shame. Looking down upon your sisters who chose to settle in the countryside, do you possess any sense of dignity? Chen Hao exhaled a plume of smoke, fixating his gaze upon Tong Qian. Chapter 71. Are you not ashamed? What I disdain is you, with an agricultural household registration and no ambition. If you wish to be respected, you must first prove your own worth, Tong Qian retorted. A group of guests, indulging in their meal while smoking Hong Shuangxi cigarettes, observed the lively exchange with great interest. The feast was particularly enjoyable, especially for the relatives from Chen Hui's side, who were utterly captivated. What constitutes ambition? Is an agricultural household registration synonymous with a lack of progress, while a non-agricultural one signifies advancement? Chen Hao scoffed, you hold a non-agricultural status. Yet I fail to see any evidence of your ambition. In your 30s, still cramped in a room with your parents, even accommodating your wife's domineering nature. Your elderly parents relinquish their home to you and your spouse, having to navigate your whims. As a son and a man, do you not feel humiliated? Tong Jianhuan's face flushed red with embarrassment. Having met Chen Hao only a few times, all during Chen Hao's visits to the city, he held a profound disdain for this brother-in-law, poor and inept. To him, Chen Hao exuded an air of destitution in both speech and action, feeling too embarrassed to openly acknowledge having such a brother-in-law. Unexpectedly, during this visit, he found himself subjected to Chen Hao's scorn. You're talking nonsense. My parents have a good relationship with my wife, Tong Jianhua countered. Good? Sacrificing the dignity of your parents at their age. Still pandering to a daughter-in-law, such a relationship is deemed good? Chen Hao snorted derisively. As 2 daughters returned home, They reminded their parents to bring gifts for their brother and sister-in-law, mentioning a feast for their grandson's 10th birthday, and were cautioned not to forget the presents. I brought 2 hens from my hometown for their sustenance, yet my mother-in-law, fearing I might have only brought the hens without any other items, specifically brought the 2 hens here herself. What does this indicate? Is it not a concern that the daughter-in-law might be displeased? He observed Tong Qian, who took advantage of his sister while draining his parents' resources, and asked, "Am I wrong to call you spineless?" Tong Qian was left speechless in the face of such rebuttal. Meanwhile, Huang Yufeng was astonished, never anticipating that her son-in-law would speak in her defense, advocating for her. "What do my in-laws choose to do concern you?" Chen Hao interjected. She fixed her gaze on Chen Hao. "What do your words imply? Are you deliberately seeking a quarrel? Perhaps aiming to dispute the family assets or claiming their property? You are a son-in-law, not a son. You lack the qualification." Chen Hui fancied she had disowned Chen Hao's fervor. "The modest 40-square-meter apartment hardly piques my interest, nor would I contest it," Chen Hao replied. "You both can rest easy. I hold an agricultural household registration and visit the city only occasionally, merely to connect with relatives and see my in-laws, without any expectation of assistance from you. The assets of my in-laws are theirs to bestow upon whomever they choose. We will not contend for them. So do not worry about us encroaching upon your share." With the facade now torn, attending the banquet seemed unnecessary. Chen Hao turned to Tong Qian. "Shall we go downstairs and order a separate table?" "Certainly," Tong Qian responded without a hint of hesitation. "Nini, Xiaoduo, let us proceed downstairs." Chen Hao held the hands of his 2 daughters. He glanced at his father-in-law and mother-in-law, saying, "Father, mother, I shall not take the wine, cigarettes, or those 2 hens. They were intended as gifts for you both. As for the red envelopes, I shall refrain from offering them." He descended with his wife and daughters, found a table, and summoned a waiter to order several dishes. He possessed local food tickets and ration coupons, which were valid in the county and city. Upstairs, the quarrel had subsided. The guests returned to their seats, partaking in their meals while quietly discussing the recent events. "Has Cheng Hui's elder sister gotten married? I had thought she was still single. I had never heard of it before. Having married into the countryside, she might be reluctant to mention it, but judging by the current situation, her family seems to be faring well. To my mind, this affair was indeed handled poorly when one brings gifts to toast. It is absurd to have them eat in a corner, especially given the close relationship. Isn't this a slap in the face?" Much of the conversation revolved around the faults of Tong Qian and Cheng Hui. Hearing these remarks, Cheng Hui felt quite unsettled. "To celebrate my son's 10th birthday, such a joyful occasion, and yet it was disrupted. I believe it was intentional," she complained. She cast a glance at Tong Qian. "You are of no use. Being scolded openly and you remain silent. How am I not speaking up?" Tong Qian replied, equally perturbed. "Who would have imagined that a farmer, a villager, would bring Maodai and Hongshuangxi? I am still bewildered. How did Chen Hao manage to procure Maodai and Hongshuangxi? There are no tickets in the village. Even if there were, one could not acquire Maodai." He turned to Tong Man. "You frequently communicate with Xiao Qian. Do you know where Chen Hao obtained the Maodai and cigarettes? Why are you fixating on this? Are you contemplating how to treat him only after discovering where he sourced the Maodai and cigarettes?" Tong Man retorted, irritated. "My brother-in-law is absolutely correct. You are merely worried that my sister and I will compete with you for our parents' inheritance. You truly are despicable." She rose and descended to find Chen Hao and Tong Qian. What a reversal! One after another, with little regard for propriety. They would never have dared to speak this way before, but now that they are close to Chen Hao, they feel emboldened to address me so. Tong Qian's nose nearly crinkled in anger. Lies do not harm, but the truth is a sharp blade. His dislike for Tong Qian and Tong Man stemmed in part from a fear of them contesting for the family inheritance, and if they resided in the city, they would likely stay at home. The house was already small, and with 2 more people, it would become even more cramped. As Tong Man descended, she spotted Chen Hao and sat beside Tong Qian, cradling Xiaoduo. "Brother-in-law, sister, I shall dine with you." Mother and father did not say anything, did they? Tong Qian inquired. What could they say? They are biased, and my brother-in-law's words were not erroneous. With so many guests present, even those from my sister's side hesitated to argue. "This matter was indeed mishandled by my brother and sister-in-law," Tong Man replied. She looked at Chen Hao. "Brother-in-law, your rebuke was splendid. I had longed to express it, but dared not. Everything you articulated today was what I wished to convey. In life, aside from adhering to the law, there are certain fundamental principles one must abide by. Indeed, the elder brother-in-law has forgotten his roots since marrying," Chen Hao remarked. The father-in-law and mother-in-law, both deeply concerned for their son, continually concede, refraining from contesting with their daughter-in-law and considering her feelings, even at the expense of their own daughter's dignity. Such unprincipled concessions not only fail to elicit gratitude from the daughter-in-law, but also risk depleting the affection between the biological children. In these times, while there are many virtuous wives akin to Tong Qian, there are equally numerous women like Tong Qingwei who fear being at a disadvantage. When discussing family assets, what belongs to the in-laws is also considered theirs. When it comes to responsibilities, they claim they had no part in raising the individual. The dishes arrived shortly: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and braised pork. 3 dishes were more than sufficient for the small gathering. Just as they were dining, the father-in-law, Tong Yongchong, descended the stairs and approached, questioning the number of dishes. Is this all? Let us add 2 more. You haven't covered the meal yet, right? I'll take care of it shortly. No need for that. It's not much. I can manage, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. Please, counsel Chen Hao to remain calm and not be so impulsive, Tong Yongchong urged, gazing at Tong Qian. It's not merely a matter of money. We are celebrating Han Hong's 10th birthday, and with so many guests, our relatives and those from your sister-in-law's side, the recent commotion has left many laughing at us. Ultimately, it is our family's face that is at stake. He hoped to have Tong Qian speak to Chen Hao, reminding him to maintain composure for the sake of the banquet. We are not short on money. We can cover the cost of this meal ourselves to avoid any perception of taking advantage or dining for free, Tong Qian asserted. As for family matters, my husband shall decide. The family that Tong Yongchong referred to as his own, while Tong Qian spoke of her family, herself, Chen Hao, and Xiao Duo. The distinction was clear. Tong Yongchong grasped the underlying meaning and found himself momentarily disoriented, staring blankly at his eldest daughter. In recent years, she had returned home. Yet he had never scrutinized her closely. Now, as he observed her with intent, he realized she had changed. She was less vivacious, more mature and composed. No longer was she the girl who revolved around him, her father. A rift had developed, creating a sense of estrangement. He recalled Chen Hao's earlier remarks, the hardships and challenges 2 teenage girls faced when sent to the countryside. As an elder brother, Tong Jianhua was deemed inadequate. And as a father to daughters, he too feared he had failed in his duties. There was no justification for expecting that a visit to the city would require one to pay for their own meals. Let us order 2 more dishes. I shall cover this meal. There is no need to argue over it, Tong Yongchong declared. He instructed the waiter to bring 2 additional dishes and prepaid for the meal. Standing by the table for a brief conversation, he felt a disconnect. Despite having 2 daughters and 2 granddaughters at the table, he found little common ground for dialogue. As he heard calls for him from upstairs, he hurriedly ascended once more. Father is truly pitiful, Tong Man remarked. At his age, he worries for his son and cannot even assert himself at home. This time, he surprisingly exhibited a sense of conscience, voluntarily adding 2 dishes and even settling the bill. In the past, he lacked the courage to do so, fearing reproach from my brother and sister-in-law. She gazed at Chen Hao, noting that although his earlier remarks did not chastise my brother and sister-in-law, our parents likely absorbed the underlying messages. Today, a sacrifice of 5 cities. Tomorrow, 10 cities. Ultimately, a night of peaceful slumber. Upon surveying the western territories, the Qin soldiers approached once more. Chen Hao reduced the portion of braised pork, feeding it to Xiao Duo. All societal issues, in truth, stem from economic concerns, including the dynamics between parents and their children. The inherent bias of in-laws is undeniable. Such unprincipled favoritism and incessant compromise will not only fail to garner gratitude from the brother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but may also alienate the daughter's affections. Relationships among family members are, in essence, starkly pragmatic, necessitating an understanding of negotiation, especially when external members enter the household. Unconditional yielding will only lead the other party to feel entitled, believing they are owed something, and when demands arise, they will carry no sense of moral obligation. Not only will they lack gratitude, but if their expectations remain unmet, they may even attribute blame to you, resulting in efforts that yield no rewards. Holding resources, such as money and other assets, within one's own grasp ensures that the other party remains cautious, hesitant to overreach. He looked at Tong Qian, emphasizing that one cannot simply acquiesce to demands without any resistance. Where is the fulfillment in that? A certain level of tension must exist to elicit excitement and fervor. Originally, Tong Qian was listening intently, finding her partner's words rather reasonable. Yet, Chen Hao abruptly blurted out two final remarks that were utterly incongruous. She shot her husband a disapproving glance. With Xiaoman still at the table and the two children present, could he not maintain decorum? Nini and Xiao Duo were still quite young, preoccupied with their meals, oblivious to his words. Chen Hao picked up a piece of shredded pork with green pepper, then looked up at Tong Man, remarking that she must be around 22 or 23. By the time her sister was of her age, Nini was already walking. The young brides in the village, younger than her, would blush fiercely when speaking before marriage, yet once wed, they would joke with abandon. The remarks made by the brother-in-law now were relatively mild compared to his previous transgressions. Tong Man retorted that all men are the same, glancing enviously at her brother-in-law, who once harbored both the intent and the audacity to misbehave. Whether he still possesses the same intentions remains uncertain, but his courage has undoubtedly waned. She challenged Chen Hao with a provocative gaze, merely indulging in verbal sparring. Chen Hao lowered his head, focusing on his meal. This younger sister's attitude toward him had transformed, yet her sharp tongue and temperament remained intact, remarkably quick-witted. She was adept at verbal repartee. Nevertheless, I found some of the brother-in-law's statements quite astute. Our parents are excessively indulgent toward the elder brother. If this continues, it is plausible that he and his wife may attempt to displace them, seizing their home. Tong Man commented. As the meal approached its conclusion, her mother, Huang Yufeng, descended the stairs. Holding a crumpled newspaper in hand, she discreetly approached the table and unfolded it, revealing a vibrant plastic basket cake within. It was palm-sized and strikingly colorful. In these times, celebrating a 10th birthday with a banquet was not uncommon. But having a basket cake was indeed rare. Nini, Xiaoduo, would you like some cake? This was secretly brought by Grandma, so let us keep it hidden, Huang Yufeng said as she handed the basket cake to Nini. She added, if your sister-in-law sees it and asks where it came from, just say I took a few bites and didn't enjoy it, so I gave it to you two little ones. The basket cake was her clandestine acquisition. You two shall not return today. Stay in the city for the night and head back tomorrow, Huang Yufeng insisted. But where will we stay? The guest house requires a referral letter, and we don't have one. Our elder brother and sister-in-law, along with you and Dad, are at home. There is no room for us, Tong Man replied. There is still work to do in the fields. I came here today just to see you and Dad. We had agreed earlier that once the weather warmed up, we would come over, and it coincides with Hang Hang's 10th birthday, so it worked out perfectly. Tong Qian chimed in. Both young women were disinclined to linger. You two didn't come home during the new year, and now that you're back, you want to even stay for one night? What will the neighbors think? Wang Yufeng remarked. The house is full. But there are vacant dormitories at the distillery for those on business trips. You can stay there for the night without any issues, she continued. Tong Qian remained silent. Glancing at Chen Hao, staying at your parental home for a night requires your husband's consent, does it not? Huang Yufeng observed the elder daughter's reaction. Just the other day, your father mentioned how the two of you have grown up and no longer heed his words. Has marrying made your parental home no longer a home? Isn't a daughter's home still her own? Deep down in your hearts, you and your father-in-law know the answer? Chen Hao interjected. You two elders are apprehensive that the daughters returning to their parental home might upset your son and daughter-in-law. You only dare to bring it up during holidays, encouraging them to visit for a meal. You even remind them to bring gifts for their brother and sister-in-law, catering to them, as if they must serve their in-laws if they heed your advice. It is evident that you have erred and shown excessive favoritism. Yet you wear a look of grievance. Just because you are elders, does that grant you the right to be unreasonable? He glanced at Huang Yufeng, whose modest home, barely over 40 square meters, was a division from her father-in-law's distillery. She ought to be the true matriarch, determining who resides within, what meals are prepared, how the household items are arranged. In the end, it appears she must cater to the moods of her son and daughter-in-law, even when the daughters return home. They must tread carefully, ensuring not to offend. Is this not a stifling way to live? Do not sow discord. Xiaowi is my daughter-in-law, and I treat her as my own daughter, Huang Yufeng hastily replied. As she spoke, she glanced nervously upstairs, fearing her daughter-in-law, Cheng Hui, might suddenly descend and overhear Chen Hao's words. Her anxiety was palpable. Your life is indeed quite pitiable, Chen Hao remarked with a shake of his head. Parents akin to mothers-in-law and fathers-in-law abound in various regions, not solely in urban areas but also in rural locales. This is particularly true for families with sons, who toil endlessly for their sons and daughters-in-law, yet receive little gratitude in return. How can you declare that my life is pitiable? I possess an urban household registration and work at a reputable savings institution under the People's Bank, earning a modest salary each month, residing in a comfortable home, and receiving food rations. What cause do you have to pity me? Huang Yufeng could not abide Chen Hao's words. Her pride had been wounded. Each of Chen Hao's remarks pierced her heart. She glanced at him, then turned to Tong Qian, stating, "Your father just informed me that he is contemplating arranging a position for you at the distillery, enabling you to relocate to the city and escape the hardships of rural life. I must tell you, should you miss this opportunity, it may never arise again. Your father has never made such an offer before. Today is the first time he has relented. He is currently the head of the business department at the distillery, a position of some authority, and he might indeed be able to secure this for you. You could earn a salary of 30 to 40 yuan a month, far superior to your earnings from farming in the village. Furthermore, both children could accompany you to the city for schooling, paving the way for future employment opportunities and access to quality goods. The children's household registration would follow their mother. If the mother establishes residency in the city, the children can join her, but the husband cannot." Huang Yufeng painted a picture of an idyllic future, envisioning new residential buildings constructed behind the distillery, perhaps even granting you a unit. Upon hearing his mother-in-law's words, Chen Hao chuckled softly, recognizing the sentiment as one-sided optimism. The spirits produced by the city distillery cannot compare to renowned brands like Matai or Wuliangye. They hold only a modest reputation within the city, shielded by local protection. The distillery faces little competition, and its operations appear stable for the time being. However, this is only a temporary state. In a few years, with the advent of reform and opening up, many areas will see an easing of transportation and goods circulation, stripping away regional protections, and the distillery's fortunes will likely plummet. It would not even stand a chance against brands like Songjiang Daku or Xiangfan Teku. Is there any possibility for your father to arrange a position for Chen Hao at the distillery? Tong Qian inquired. Your father has already made a significant concession by offering you a role at the distillery and assisting with your urban residency. It would be unrealistic to expect him to facilitate a position for Chen Hao as well, Huang Yufeng responded. Even if he wished to, he lacks the authority. He is merely the head of the business department and has only recently assumed the role. The distillery does not belong to us, and the number of job openings is limited, with numerous eyes watching closely. She sat beside Tong Qian and urged, "Your brother and sister-in-law are still unaware of this development, so please refrain from mentioning it to them, fearing that her son and daughter-in-law might learn of it. I do not wish to move to the city." Tong Qian shook her head. "I am content living in the village. You do not desire a job in the city, nor do you wish for an agricultural household registration? The hardships of village life have not yet been fully endured, and it seems your mind may be somewhat clouded." Huang Yufeng did not anticipate that her eldest daughter would refuse so outrightly, without even taking the time to ponder the matter. Life in the village is not as arduous as it once was. Conditions at home have improved significantly, and life is quite comfortable, even more so than in the city. As Tong Qian remarked, "If Chen Hao were to come to the city, I might consider it," she continued. "But with him absent, what would it mean for me and the two children to relocate? The chickens at home need to be fed, piglets must be caught, and pig fodder needs to be harvested. There is an abundance of farm work that cannot be neglected." Deep down, she does not wish to lead a life of separation. She does not want to part ways with Chen Hao, nor does she want her children to be separated from him. She has grown accustomed to the nights spent in the embrace of her husband. "You truly seem to be lacking some sense," Huang Yufeng remarked. "Are you trying to compel me into arranging a job for Chen Hao? I do not possess such capabilities. I am merely an ordinary employee at the savings bank, not a leader. My words carry little weight, and my authority is limited." She cast a glance at Chen Hao, who had brought over 2 chickens, 2 bottles of Matai, and a pack of Hong Shuangxi, all of which had just been displayed with pride upstairs. "If you truly had the means, if you possessed wealth, you ought to deposit that money in the bank, allowing me to enhance my performance through your funds, garnering praise from my superiors, and perhaps even a promotion, which might enable me to secure a position for you." Her words flowed forth. "There is a young woman in your county, also from the People's Bank, who, despite being only in her 20s and not working there for long, was promoted to the head of the savings bank after handling a substantial deposit. The entire municipal system of the People's Bank recognized her, urging other employees to learn from her. If I had such connections and could manage large deposits, I too would likely be promoted." Chen Hao's eyelids flickered slightly. His mother-in-law spoke of Yang Min, and though she had seen the internal documents, it was clear that they did not mention Yang Min's business dealings with Huashan Hotel, nor did they name him directly. His mother-in-law was aware of the situation but lacked further details. "There is indeed an opportunity," Chen Hao replied calmly. Once the hotel opens in the city, it would be feasible to deposit the monthly profits through your hands into the bank, thus allowing you to achieve some performance metrics. Chapter 74. Confusion. You genuinely wish for me to arrange a job for you at the bank, Huang Yufeng scoffed, her nose held high. My son's aspirations are far more admirable than those of you, my son-in-law. She harbored no belief that Chen Hao possessed any substantial wealth. Whatever he might have would be insignificant, and depositing it through her would be utterly futile. We will stay at the distillery tonight and depart tomorrow, Huang Yufeng said. Turning to Tong Qian. I will heed my husband's wishes, Tong Qian replied decisively. We shall find another opportunity to stay. Today we have merely come to visit you two elders. Now that we have seen you, we will depart after dinner. Chen Hao added. There are only 2 buses a day from the county to the city. We must be prompt, or we will miss our ride home. Missing the county city bus would mean having to walk back or stay overnight in the city. For farmers, transportation is inconvenient and travel can be exceedingly troublesome. Without an introduction letter, one risks being apprehended, facing fines, or, in severe cases, physical punishment and re-education. Stubborn child. Your father intends to secure you a position at the distillery. Such a remarkable opportunity, and you do not know how to appreciate it, Huang Yufeng exclaimed with exasperation. She fixed her gaze upon her eldest daughter. Listen to your husband, and you shall remain in the countryside for the rest of your life, lacking ambition. I am content. Tong Qian replied, lifting her gaze to Huang Yufeng. Mother, though you are my elder, you cannot speak of my husband in such a manner. He may have struggled in the past, but he has now become the pillar of our family. He is my husband and the father of Ni and Xiao Duo. To disrespect him is to show disdain for our entire family. Huang Yufeng was momentarily taken aback by her words. You dare not speak of your own son. Yet you criticize your son-in-law, who owes you nothing. It is your son and daughter-in-law who have benefited from your kindness, Tong Man interjected. Her words are sharp. And she speaks with conviction. If my sister and brother-in-law have not received your goodwill, must they endure such remarks? If they had truly benefited from you, would you not remind them daily? Both daughters stood firmly against her. Huang Yufeng's chest heaved with frustration. I am your mother. Whom are you emulating? Do you intend to drive me to my grave? In her own home, she felt the weight of her daughter-in-law's displeasure and dared not offend Chen Hui. Now, even her 2 daughters were defying her. Huang Yufeng felt a heavy block in her heart. Let us depart. We should head to the bus station early. There is only 1 bus back to the county, and we must arrive in time, Chen Hao suggested. Very well. It is indeed wise to return to the county early. Tong Qian and Tong Man agreed, rising to leave. Mother, we shall be on our way. If you have the time, you are welcome to visit the countryside. This year, we plan to renovate the house, and there will surely be a place for you to sleep, Chen Hao said. Bidding farewell to his mother-in-law as he lifted Xiao Duo and exited the restaurant, Tong Qian took Ni's hand, and together with Tong Man, they followed suit. What a waste. These 2 girls have truly been unappreciated, Huang Yufeng muttered to herself as she turned and ascended the stairs. Upstairs, the gathering for her grandson's 10th birthday was nearly winding down. Where is Xiao Qian? Have they not finished their meal? Tong Yongchang inquired. They have all left. Huang Yufeng replied. All left? Did you not inform them that I intended to leverage my connections at the distillery to arrange a position for her? Tong Yongchang asked in a hushed tone. I mentioned it, and she expressed interest, but upon learning that I could not secure a city job for Chen Hao, she became reluctant. She even claimed that life in the village is quite satisfactory, Huang Yufeng explained. Refusing city work? This is astonishing, Tong Yongchang mused, taken aback. After years of work, he had never encountered such a situation. The municipal distillery, while not the most prestigious establishment, certainly offered a stable career with guaranteed income, access to commodities, and potential housing opportunities. Many aspired to join the distillery, and countless leaders sought to place their relatives within its ranks, often requiring extensive networking, queuing, and goodwill gestures. He exhaled, contemplating how to navigate the situation, only to find that his eldest daughter was uninterested. Foolishness. Tong Yongchang felt a surge of anger rise within him. Did she truly believe the distillery was at her disposal to secure her a position and still demand a role for Chen Hao? If rural life were indeed so idyllic, why would so many individuals strive to migrate to the cities, beseeching their elders? Are they all fools? He shared a sentiment akin to Huang Yufeng's. Believing that Tong Qian's words were merely spoken in anger, intending to pressure Chen Hao into securing a job in the city, Chen Hao even suggested I visit the countryside to his home, stating that this year he planned to build a house, providing a place to stay. Huang Yufeng retorted, What is so appealing about rural housing? It lacks everything. How can it compare to the convenience of the city? Tong Yongchang shook his head in response. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Let us postpone our visit for a while. It's not feasible at the moment. I have just assumed the role of the head of the business department and cannot leave. Once things stabilize and I manage my responsibilities, we can all go visit Shaoqian together. Living in the countryside presents challenges. There's a scarcity of necessities, even food and drink. It would be prudent to persuade her, lest she accuses us of favoritism." When Chen Hao's family arrived in the county, it was still early, around 5 o'clock. "Shall we check out a restaurant?" he proposed upon exiting the bus station. Tong Qian had never been to Huashan restaurant before. "All right, let us go take a look," she agreed, curious about the restaurant's business. Chen Hao had mentioned its operations while they were cozied up in bed, yet seeing the situation firsthand would undoubtedly provide greater clarity. "Should Xiaoman join us?" Chen Hao turned to his sister-in-law. "Sure," Tong Man nodded, noting that there was an abundance of agricultural work, with many students organized to labor at the commune. Thus their teaching load was lighter. Most students who had graduated from elementary and junior high school were sent to the countryside to work, while those still in school often experienced erratic attendance, with institutions organizing students to assist in agricultural production. The entire educational system in the country had suffered significant disruption over the years. Although it appeared that schools had proliferated in brigades, communes, and even urban streets, the quality of education was severely lacking. "This situation will undoubtedly change," Chen Hao asserted. "You must maintain a clear understanding in this regard. The primary focus of students should be their studies. The current emphasis on agricultural production is merely temporary. Before long, the educational order will surely be restored, allowing students to return to classrooms and textbooks. Teachers' responsibilities will also revert to imparting academic knowledge, necessitating a standard for their teaching and cultural proficiency." He paused, gazing at his sister-in-law. "If the school leadership you are aligned with harbors similar thoughts, you might consider sharing such perspectives with them. However, if they do not, it is wise to keep these thoughts to yourself while being mentally prepared. Every transformation can be a calamity for some, yet an opportunity for others." Principal, who had expressed concerns regarding the current state of education, seemingly echoing his brother-in-law's beliefs that students should prioritize learning. Tong Man remarked, "I worry that discussing this may touch upon political issues, which could lead to trouble, so I refrained from engaging further and merely listened. Ordinary citizens generally wish to avoid political involvement, yet in recent years, numerous issues have been politicized. Many have suffered consequences in this realm, making them particularly cautious. She may be probing your educational philosophy," she suggested. Chen Hao said, "Next time principal who addresses issues in this regard, you might consider aligning your responses with her sentiments. It is essential to take a stand, both physically and ideologically. In fact, during certain meetings, should anyone present a contrasting educational philosophy to Principal Hu, and if you have the opportunity to speak, you should unequivocally express your support for her pedagogical approach. The focus should remain on education for students, and the overall competency of teachers must be elevated, restoring the order of teaching." He looked at Tong Man and remarked, "If you follow my advice, your chances of being transferred to the city will significantly increase." Chapter 75. "I will support you, not harm you, brother-in-law. Are you certain?" Tong Man inquired. Although this concerns education, it could easily be misconstrued by others, potentially spiraling into a political issue. If such a political matter escalates, it may jeopardize one's job. In today's educational landscape, quality is overshadowed by political ideology and mere numbers. Many have raised concerns, yet their voices fail to resonate as mainstream, often leading to backlash. Even the discovery of a foreign book on political economy at home could result in severe repercussions. Tong Man approached this matter with utmost caution. "Rest assured, this chaos will not endure for long. It will undoubtedly be rectified," Chen Hao reassured her. He gazed at Tong Man, acknowledging, being cautious is indeed wise. Yet to attain what is elusive, one must embrace certain risks. Moreover, remember this: I will support you, never harm you, and my vision will always extend further than yours. His confidence was palpable, and he possessed the credentials to back it up. "All right, I trust you. Your ability to establish a restaurant lends great credibility to your words." Tong Man conceded. She resolved to seize the next opportunity to align herself with Principal Hu, fully committing to her side. As they conversed, the group arrived at Huashan restaurant, which was bustling with activity. Tong Qian immediately spotted the venue. The entrance was lively, adorned with tables and chairs, and at this mealtime, it was already filled with patrons. Why does it seem that this business is thriving even more than those in the city? She asked. The exterior was packed with customers, and the interior was equally bustling, with inquiries about available seating. The rice and vegetables are sourced directly from the production team, without the need for tickets, hence the prosperous business. Chen Hao explained as he guided Tong Qian through the establishment. The place was crowded, and they didn't linger for a meal. Tong Man returned to the school, while Chen Hao rode home on a bicycle, carrying his wife and 2 children. He opted for Chun Dongxing's reliable 28-inch bicycle instead of his own 26-inch model, as it was more dependable with more passengers. I perched on the crossbar. Tong Qian sat on the rear seat, and Xiao Duo occupied the front. Thus, the family made their way back to the village. In the southern region, abundant rainfall nourishes numerous rivers and lakes, with the Yangtze River flowing through Chanfeng County, theoretically ensuring a plentiful water supply. Yet, this remains merely theoretical. Having water is one matter. Channeling it to the fields is an entirely different challenge. It is akin to assessing income levels, where official statistics greatly diverge from the actual situation. For over 10 consecutive days, the sun blazed relentlessly, showing no signs of impending rain. In the county town, residents merely lament the heat, yearning for rain to alleviate the sweltering atmosphere. Yet, in the villages, the farmers wear furrowed brows, burdened with worry. No one should be idle. These days require us to rise early to harvest the wheat while the air is cool, bringing it to the grain yard. The women also have their tasks. For the wheat must be threshed. The cattle need to be well fed. When the sun blazes, they should be led to soak in the water. The little ones must not be idle either. They should gather the grains from the fields. In the evening, after each household has dined, they gather at the grain yard, where Chen Ziqiang organizes the work. Though it is not yet the double harvest season, there is ample work to be done in the fields. Wheat to harvest, rapeseed to collect, early rice to tend, along with the care of fruits and vegetables. There is much to do. Starting tomorrow, there will be no need to return home for lunch. The women will prepare meals and bring them to the fields. The dishes will be simple to save time, but plentiful enough to satiate, with a bit more oil for flavor. After a brief pause, Chen Ziqiang resumed his arrangements. The months of June, July, and August are the busiest of the year. After speaking for over 20 minutes and ensuring everything was in order, he finally dismissed the villagers, who chose to continue their labor in the fields. Chen Ziqiang stepped aside, grasping a green metal water jug, quenching his thirst with cool tea. He lit a cigarette, and Chen Hao offered him another. It had been over 10 days without rain, and with the current conditions, there seemed to be no signs of precipitation in the coming days. The captain of a production team had already approached him, seeking to borrow their water pump. It's either drought or flood. The harmonious balance of wind and rain, in accordance with the growth needs of crops, is indeed a rare occurrence. The brigade possesses a water pump. Let them coordinate with the brigade, Chen Hao suggested. Our production team as pump must be prioritized for our use. If we lend it to one team, should we lend it to another? Refusing may offend them. Yet lending it out means every team in the brigade will want their turn. If we starve ourselves, giving our grain to others for their favor, it is a futile endeavor. The same applies to the water pump. It must be prioritized for our team. This is the duty of a captain and a cadre of the production team. If they cannot borrow from us, they will surely turn to the brigade for assistance. Chen Ziqiang remarked. The water pump is an asset of our production team. If brigade officials wish to use it, they will owe us a favor. Chen Hao replied. If we lend it privately to a production team, the favor will be shallow, and we risk offending others. Through coordination by the brigade officials, not only will the team borrowing the pump owe a favor, but so too will the officials responsible for the arrangement. This approach will not alienate the brigade officials, as successfully facilitating this matter demonstrates capability and enhances their esteem. There are countless intricacies involved, Chen Ziqiang mused. Chen Hao, having clarified the situation, understood that coordination with brigade officials would not only avoid offending them but also bring them joy. Captain, I need to give you a heads up about something, Chen Hao said. What is it? Speak, Chen Ziqiang replied, looking at him attentively. The earthen house at home was constructed in haste, resulting in drafts and leaks during rainy days. Last winter, the cold winds never ceased, prompting plans to demolish the earthen structure and build a red brick house instead, as Chen Hao remarked. This situation, while not as dire as it may sound, is indeed better described in a more dramatic light. Building a house is a commendable endeavor. Yet it is imperative to reserve red bricks in advance from the brick kiln, as they are in high demand. Failing to do so could result in their unavailability. Chen Ziqiang noted that assistance in constructing homes in the village typically arises after the busy harvesting season, as villagers lend a helping hand to one another. When a family sets out to build, those with free time in the village will assist, provided the materials for construction are prepared by the family in need. However, erecting a red brick house is more challenging than an earthen one, necessitating the hiring of skilled masons. Some are available within the village and can be engaged without monetary compensation, while hiring from other production teams would require payment. Local villagers can serve as laborers without charge. The primary construction materials include red bricks, cement, tiles, wooden beams, and cement trusses. Among these, the cost of red bricks constitutes a significant expense. With each brick priced at 3 cents, constructing 3 rooms would require over 10,000 bricks, while 5 rooms could necessitate between 15 to 20,000 bricks. It is essential to wait until after the busy harvest season, and the team leader must help secure a reservation of 20,000 red bricks from the brick kiln. Chen Hao stated. Chapter 76. The stove will inevitably be wrecked by you. Very well. I shall remember this matter and inform the brick kiln to reserve 20,000 red bricks. Chen Ziqiang nodded, keeping this matter in mind. Red bricks, cement, tiles, and cement trusses are available at the brick kiln and the prefabrication yard, with several masons within our team. If additional manpower is required, we can recruit from other teams and compensate them accordingly. However, acquiring quality wooden beams is more challenging. Common wood is inadequate, and only high-quality materials will suffice. You must pay close attention to this. While new beams are preferable, old beams from existing houses may also be acceptable. Yet the beams from your earthen house will certainly not suffice. A single-story red brick house requires wooden beams overhead, topped with tiles. Primarily, pine and cedar are used, and those affluent enough may utilize elm wood. The use of chinaberry wood for the roof and jujube wood for the posts indicates a well-off household. Beyond that, there are namu and sandalwood, often associated with emperors and dignitaries, found in palaces and tombs, robust and highly valuable, made from premium golden-threaded namu and sandalwood. Occasionally, ordinary families possess namu beams or furniture, and if a descendant stumbles upon such an item, it could result in a significant fortune. I will find a way to procure the beams, Chen Hao stated. Ordinary wood can be bought from the commune, while the roof beams should be sourced from villagers, particularly those with old houses. After negotiating with Chen Ziqiang, Chen Hao also joined in the agricultural work. Farming is exhausting. They toiled until around 8 in the evening before finally concluding their labor, with the weary villagers returning home. Chen Hao's family also made their way back as the moonlight was abundant, and the stars were numerous. Even at 8 in the evening, the path was clearly visible. Have a drink. Tong Qian offered the gourd hanging from her waist to her husband. This gourd, crafted from bottle gourd, serves a practical purpose in daily life, often utilized for carrying water to the fields. When the laborers feel parched, a sip provides relief from the heat. The ladle used at home is fashioned from the same gourd, split in half, and is quite handy. I would like to drink as well, Nini remarked, feeling thirsty. Chen Hao took the gourd, allowing Nini to drink a few sips before offering it to Xiao Duo, and only then did he indulge in several hearty gulps himself. I have spoken to the captain and asked him to notify the brick kiln to reserve 20,000 red bricks for our family. Once the double harvest is over and the agricultural workload lightens, and the weather becomes slightly cooler, we will demolish our current residence and construct a brick house. Chen Hao stated. Isn't 20,000 bricks a bit excessive? Tong Qian inquired, her face flushed from working with rapeseed, sweat clinging to her skin, dressed in a short top. When she first joined the rural work team, she was entirely inexperienced, yet she had now become quite adept at farm labor. What are you staring at? Noticing her husband's silence as he gazed at her, Tong Qian touched her face and looked down, wondering if something was amiss. Nothing at all. I merely find your capabilities impressive. Reflecting on your initial awkwardness when you joined the rural team, it is remarkable how swiftly time has passed, Chen Hao replied. 20,000 bricks are sufficient. We need to construct 5 rooms. 1 for the kitchen, 1 for the living area, 1 for storage, and 2 for sleeping. This quantity of bricks will suffice, and if there are any excesses, we can use them to build a pig pen. Chen Hao had already devised a plan for the utilization of the bricks. Have you calculated the costs? Tong Qian asked. I have. It will be just over 1,000 yuan, primarily for materials. As for labor, we will have to hire masons and carpenters from other production teams, which will incur some expenses. Additionally, there will be costs for food and beverages, including cigarettes, tea, and meals, which we will need to prepare at Shouting S house with prior notice. To Chen Hao, A little over 1,000 yuan was not a significant amount, but for ordinary villagers, it posed a considerable challenge. In the 1960s and 1970s, very few in the village managed to build houses with red bricks. Many still lived in thatched cottages. It was only after the reforms and the division of land that individual enterprises began to flourish, leading to a gradual increase in the construction of brick homes. Will we also need beams? Tong Qian asked. As their conversation continued, the family arrived at their home. The two children, like untamed wild horses, rushed to the chicken coop, eager to see if there were any eggs, startling a few dozing hens into clucking in alarm. Tong Qian removed the key hanging around her neck and unlocked the door, illuminating the interior. Previously, the key was often left in a nook by the door or hung on a nail behind it, but now, with improved living conditions, she felt uneasy whenever leaving home. She ensured the door was securely locked, carrying the key around her neck for safety. It's challenging to procure beams from the commune. We must devise our own solutions. Chen Hao nodded, noting that the old house contained a fair amount of timber. If it's insufficient, we shall purchase more from other villagers. Tong Qian fetched some water and handed a towel to Chen Hao, reflecting on their past. After my parents passed, we were all forced out of the old house. My uncle and third uncle were concerned about us dividing the homestead and inheritance. Do not speak of the beams. Even a gourd ladle, a coarse porcelain bowl, or a pair of chopsticks are treasures we cannot bear to part with, fearing we may take them away. Do you still intend to retrieve the beams from the old homestead? She found Chen Hao's notion implausible. With an increase in family members and poverty, the bonds between siblings, as well as between parents and children, inevitably lean towards the primal instincts of survival as the foremost concern. Illness is born silently, and death leads to burial. Times have changed. Given the current circumstances, it is likely that this year's crops will suffer from drought. Our production team lacks a water pump, and the single pump owned by the brigade will surely be insufficient for so many teams. Chen Hao remarked. Uncle San, the leader of the production team, will undoubtedly come seeking to borrow the pump, whether for his own sake or that of the team. I am a kind-hearted individual. If he sweetens his words, I might agree to lend him the pump in exchange for the beams. With the towel dampened, Chen Hao wiped his face and arms. What scheme are you concocting now? Tong Qian expressed her disbelief. During the new year, when Xuanfu and Chen Yin invited you to dinner, you did not attend. She could not fathom her husband lending the pump out of kindness. Do you doubt my benevolence? Chen Hao countered. Benevolence, indeed. After all these years of marriage. I am well aware of your intentions, Tong Qian retorted, casting him a sidelong glance, filled with a sense of vindictiveness. A tune remains unchanged. Back when we were sent to the countryside before our marriage, simply because I exchanged a few words with other male comrades. You dragged me into a secluded grove and kissed me until I could scarcely breathe. Your grip was strong. When I returned home and removed my trousers, I found bruises. A deliberate act on your part. Chen Hao was rendered speechless. He remembered this incident but was taken aback that Tong Qian had not forgotten, and understood the reasons behind it. Even now, your behavior remains the same. Tong Qian fetched another basin of clean water, declaring that as long as I disagree, if you succeed next time, you will certainly exert more force. The bed has collapsed several times. Do you not keep track of how it happened? A few more instances, and the kitchen stove will inevitably succumb as well. She took 2 towels meant for the children and called out, Nini, Xiaoduo, come in and wash your faces and arms. Chapter 77. Your desire for revenge is not small. After calling 3 times, it was Chen Hao who finally stepped out, bringing both children in, one under each arm. I do not want to sleep. I still want to gather eggs from the chicken coop. Nini flailed her arms and legs, still not satisfied. With a few feathers stuck to her head. The younger one was similarly adorned, with some chicken droppings on their clothes. Cluck, I am the big rooster. Chen Hao held on to both children while Tong Qian wrung out the towel to clean their faces and arms. Did you trick your sister into the chicken coop again? How dirty are you with all that chicken droppings? Tong Qian lightly smacked Nini's bottom. After a brief wash, the children resumed their antics while Tong Qian boiled water to prepare for the family's bath. The beams from the old homestead are of excellent quality. Some are rare Nama wood. I do not care for the foundational assets, but those few pieces of Nama must be acquired. Chen Hao spoke softly. The old homestead has seen many years, especially the beams, which have been in use for quite some time. The wood is sturdy. Yet within it lie a few pieces of Nama that remain unknown to others. In a previous life during the 1990s, a businessman from afar wandered into a village, expressing his intent to purchase beams of timber. He set his sights on several beams from an old residence, but his true intentions were revealed. Attracting the attention of local law enforcement, who soon discovered the valuable resources hidden within the old house. The revelation stemmed from the simple fact that the outsider's presence in the village was conspicuous. Although he claimed to be acquiring beams, he only sought those few precious Nama planks, ignoring the other timber that appeared to be in excellent condition, thus raising suspicions that prompted a police report. What is Nanmu? Tong Qian inquired, sensing its significance. It is superior to ordinary wood, Chen Hao explained. The term emperor wood refers specifically to Nanmu, particularly the rarest varieties. While the beams from the old residence may not be of the highest quality, a skilled carpenter could transform them into heirloom furniture without issue. It is not the Nanmu itself that is rare, but rather the mature specimens. The older and larger the diameter, the more valuable. Can we truly pass it down? Tong Qian remarked, recalling the hardships endured by her in-laws, who had suffered greatly and left behind little of worth, leaving their son and daughter-in-law marginalized. It seemed only fair to reclaim those fine wooden beams, yet such treasures would likely require cunning to acquire, ensuring that her uncles recognized their value. For they would surely resist parting with them. You accuse me of harboring a vengeful spirit, yet your desire for retribution is equally profound, Chen Hao chuckled. This endeavor must be conducted discreetly. If word gets out, it won't just be your uncles who come seeking trouble, but the authorities as well. As the days passed, the sun blazed with relentless intensity, and the villagers not only engaged in their essential agricultural tasks, but also had to allocate some of their labor force to fetch water. Labor resources were scarce. Not only men were tasked with hauling water from the river, but even some parents found themselves enlisted for the duty. Water pumps became a coveted commodity, a vital resource in high demand. Each production team vied fiercely for priority access to the pumps, with tempers flaring as they competed. Wang Quande nearly faced violence from several teams with whom he had strained relations, as he assigned them to queue for the pumps, pushing waits into August. Such delays could spell disaster for crops. Under the shade of trees outside the production team's office, Chen Ziqiang smoked a cigarette, recounting the situation from a recent meeting. Excessive actions are certainly inadvisable, but a slight bending of the rules poses no issue, Chen Hao replied. As the deputy leader of the production team, he occasionally returned to attend meetings, and even in the absence of formal gatherings, he would converse with Chen Ziqiang and other team leaders, maintaining amicable relationships. However, Wang Quande's methods were overly harsh. By denying other teams their fair share, he was bound to incite conflict. Chen Ziqiang observed. Many production teams require water for their fields and can only rely on manual labor for transport. Crops cannot afford to wait for the pumps. Several teams have approached me, seeking to borrow our pump, including your uncle, Chen Qinggu, who has mentioned it to me as well. The demand for water and the urgency of the situation have intensified. The significance of water pumps is becoming increasingly apparent. During ordinary times, the leaders of the production teams may find moments of leisure, calculating their work points and leveraging their authority for personal gain. However, now is a critical moment. Any production team leader unable to secure a water pump to address the irrigation needs of their crops will face severe criticism. As this discussion unfolds, a few individuals rush over in haste. Among them is Chen Qinggu, accompanied by several robust young men. Chen Ziqiang, have you given any thought to my earlier request about borrowing a water pump from your production team? Chen Qinggu calls out from a distance. He can hardly wait. He had only inquired about borrowing the pump during the morning meeting and has now come to seek an answer. Crops cannot afford to wait. And relying solely on manual labor is not only laborious, but also ineffective. We must use the water pump. You should inquire at the brigade. Wasn't it mentioned in the meeting that each production team would have its turn? Chen Ziqiang responds. His words echo the statements made by the brigade officials during the meeting. A turn? What good is that? With so many production teams and only one water pump, by the time it reaches the crops, substantial losses will incur, drastically affecting yields, Chen Qinggu retorts. Stop with the formalities and give me a definitive answer. When will you lend me the water pump? He glances at Chen Hao, who stands beside Chen Ziqiang, feeling a pang of discomfort. He never anticipated that this nephew would become so capable, having assisted the production team in purchasing a water pump. With only 2 water pumps in the entire brigade, one is considered brigade property, used on a rotational basis, while Chen Hao's production team has a water pump exclusively for their use. Our production team is in dire need of the water pump as well. We cannot easily lend it out, as it would impact our grain yield, Chen Ziqiang asserts. He has closed off his own options and shifted the decision-making power to Chen Hao, who purchased the pump and thus has the authority to decide its usage. It is worth noting that both bear the surname Chen and originate from the same village, albeit divided into two production teams for operational purposes. Chen Ziqiang is well aware of Chen Hao's family circumstances and has effectively cast Chen Qinggu into Chen Hao's realm of responsibility. The water pump is crucial for crop yields and the villagers' sustenance. If you harbor grievances against me, it is unjust to retaliate in this manner. Such actions could lead to dire consequences. If villagers cannot fill their stomachs and the team fails to meet grain procurement quotas, the responsibility is significant. Chen Qinggu looks at Chen Hao. This statement is rather unpalatable, suggesting that if the grain yields decrease due to drought, it is Chen Hao's fault. The responsibility is indeed considerable, which is precisely why I purchased the water pump, to ensure our production team's fields receive adequate irrigation. Chen Hao acknowledges this. Turning to Chen Qinggu, "Uncle, you are correct in your reminder. The water pump cannot be casually lent out. Otherwise, grain yields will suffer, and as a team leader, the responsibility is indeed substantial. I speak of my production team, not yours. If the water pump is not lent to my team, our grain production will decline, leaving villagers unable to survive, and the state's grain procurement tasks cannot be fulfilled with quality and quantity," Chen Qinggu contends. "If people truly starve, your sins will be grave." Such a statement is indeed shameless. The logic of the robber elicited a laugh from Chen Hao. It was no wonder that his parents had made such sacrifices, yet his uncle and third uncle showed no gratitude. They not only took it for granted, but even sought to expel him from their home. With such reasoning and thieving mentality, it was hardly surprising that such actions were taken. "You speak without a shred of sense. I am not a cadre of your production team. And since we used our own team's funds to purchase the water pump, we are only accountable to the villagers of our production team." Chen Hao regarded him with a steady gaze. "Your grain yield has plummeted, the villagers are struggling to survive, and the grain procurement tasks are unfulfilled. These issues are the responsibility of your production team's leaders, particularly you, the team leader, who must bear the principal accountability. You need not engage in petty squabbling or resort to threats. Those words do not intimidate me. Do you truly believe I am still the naive youth I was over a decade ago, easily frightened by your mere words? When the time comes to deliver the public grain and the harvest is scant, and your production team fails to meet its procurement obligations, observe whether the higher-ups hold you, the team leader, accountable or seek to blame other team cadres. Many issues that once seemed monumental, when looked back upon years later, are found to be trivial." Chen Hao was not so easily deceived nor intimidated anymore. "I did not mean it that way, nor was I trying to frighten you. I merely wished to remind you. We are fellow villagers, and our bond is close. After all, we are uncle and nephew. Can you truly bear to see your uncle criticized, or worse, punished?" Chen Qinggu, realizing that intimidation was futile, softened his tone and began to play the familial card. It is no wonder he could serve as the team leader. His audacity was indeed fitting for the role. Honest, ordinary folk truly cannot become village cadres. "How could you bear it?" Chen Hao replied succinctly. He looked at Chen Qinggu, recalling how they had cast him out of the ancestral home, not allowing him to take even a pair of chopsticks or a bowl. Yet now they dared to come with a face full of pretense to borrow a water pump, invoking family ties. "Are you suggesting I should vacate the temple's deity to accommodate your seat? Should I agree to lend you the pump, it would sit uneasily with me." Chen Hao's intent was to reclaim the timber from the old house, particularly those few precious Nama beams. He deliberately left a loophole for Chen Qinggu to exploit. "What you mean is that as long as you breathe a word, you would be willing to lend the water pump?" Chen Qinggu, astute as ever, immediately inquired. "That is indeed the case. Did I not mention during the Qingming festival that you would certainly seek my aid? If you are willing to bow 3 times, the water pump can be yours to use," Chen Hao stated. He did not mention the timber, but instead proposed an even more outrageous condition that Chen Qinggu could never agree to. "How could that be possible? If I were to bow to you, what face would I have left? How could I continue living in the village afterward? My dignity would be utterly shattered." Chen Qinggu immediately retorted, shaking his head. "I am the elder, you are the younger. If I were to bow to you, do you not fear for my longevity?" "I fear not," Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. "Good deeds do not cost lives, while harm endures for 1,000 years. My parents are exceptionally kind-hearted and industrious, yet they are neither competitive nor greedy. They labor tirelessly but reap the least rewards, and not only do they fail to receive acknowledgement for their goodness, but they also departed from this world all too soon." Chen Hao's requests and statements are entirely reasonable, perfectly aligned with the circumstances he endures. Bowing down is certainly out of the question. Perhaps you might propose an alternative request, or should I offer you some pots and pans instead?" Chen Qinggu remarked. He felt compelled to seek Chen Hao, as he had no other recourse. If the production team's grain yield truly declines, the villagers will face food shortages. And if the national grain procurement task remains unfulfilled, as the leader of this production team, he would undoubtedly face criticism, possibly even losing his position to another. Yes, Chen Hao, consider an alternative demand. The past is behind us. Clinging to it will not resolve anything. One should exhibit magnanimity in life, urged several individuals who had come along with Chen Qinggu. These individuals, who typically align themselves closely with Chen Qinggu, merely uttered empty words. It's easy to speak when one is not bearing the brunt of the situation. My family lacks neither pots nor pans, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. Here's what I propose. I intend to construct a house and require some beams. There are plenty in the old residence that could be given to me. And I can lend you the water pump for the production team's use. Without a roof, how would we have a place to live? Chen Qinggu was reluctant. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of surprise, uncertain whether Chen Hao's plan involved rebuilding a mud house or erecting a brick one. Your mud house is quite adequate, isn't it? It suffices for the family. Why would you want to tear it down and rebuild? With the busy harvest season upon us, who has the manpower for such endeavors? It would be best to remain as you are and avoid unnecessary upheaval. Chen Hao's capabilities seemed to grow daily. That mud house was hastily constructed. If it weren't for you and Uncle forcing us out, would I need to build in such haste? Chen Hao replied bluntly. I plan to build a brick house and intend to commence construction once the harvest season concludes. Materials must be prepared in advance. Everything else is manageable. But I lack some beams. The assets from the old residence should rightfully belong to me. Now that you wish to borrow the water pump, it is only fair to exchange something for it. He looked at Chen Qinggu and declared, I have laid out my conditions. If you agree, the water pump can be borrowed. If not, you must devise another solution. He left the resolution of the matter to Chen Qinggu. Just moments ago, you expressed concern for the villagers' hunger and the completion of the national grain procurement task. Now, with the simple act of removing the roof from the old residence, you could resolve all issues. Chen Hao observed him. The villagers' food supply and the national grain procurement task depend entirely on you. An eye for an eye, he thought, reflecting the moral coercion he had just experienced back upon Chen Qinggu. Chen Qinggu did not respond immediately, but turned and returned home, needing to discuss the matter thoroughly with his family. This is revenge. He seeks to tear off our roof, Chun Yin exclaimed angrily. With the agricultural workload increasing, she too had been summoned back to the village, occupied with fieldwork. The elementary school organized by the brigade was more of a response to policy calls than a formal institution. During the busy farming season, not only students but also teachers returned to the production team to assist with agricultural tasks, a half-work, half-study arrangement. You are entirely correct. Chen Hao intended just that. His initial demands were even more outrageous, even insisting that I bow to him. Chen Qinggu scolded. He declared with indignation that fortune had finally smiled upon him. His family had purchased a television, he had taken on the role of a side business leader, and was planning to construct a brick house, while also reclaiming the beams of the ancestral home. It was evident that this was merely a means to vent his frustrations, seizing the opportunity to disrupt our peace of mind. Chapter 79. 3 beams were made of Namil. Would he truly dismantle the roof to claim the beams for himself? Uncle Chen Hao was unwilling to accept this. He was incensed. Had his life not improved significantly? He should be grateful to us, had we not forced him out. Would he have experienced this turn of fortune? Purchasing a television and preparing to build a brick house, who in the neighboring villages possess such means? He ought to appreciate our contribution rather than seek revenge. Indeed, without our push, he would never have found the courage to seize this opportunity. The others readily agreed, believing that Chen Hao's newfound prosperity was largely due to their insistence. If he desired it, let him have it, and let the entire village witness his true nature. Dismantling the roof of his ancestral home, showing disrespect to his elders, Chen Qinggu remarked. While he felt uncomfortable and oppressed, he dared not refuse. The crops in the fields could not afford any further delays. They needed immediate watering, as any reduction in yield would greatly impact him. Fearful that Chen Hao might head to the county and be unreachable, Chen Qinggu promptly sought him out. When do you need the beams? He inquired. I need them now, Chen Hao replied, unwilling to delay. Very well, call someone to fetch them, Chen Qinggu responded. I have no hands available to assist. Everyone is busy with farm work. If you want the beams, you must call for help yourself. However, the water pump must be reserved for our production team. As the moment approached, he still entertained the notion of making things difficult for Chen Hao, believing that he would struggle to find anyone to help carry the beams. Once the roof is dismantled and the beams are moved, I will inform the leader to allocate some time for the water pump for your use, Chen Hao stated. Without hesitation, he gathered several packets of cigarettes, greeted Chen Ziqiang, and then called upon over a dozen strong young men to carry 2 long ladders to the ancestral home. The 2 production teams were adjacent to one another, and within 10 minutes, Chen Hao and his companions arrived at the ancestral home. The roof was being dismantled, and the beams were being brought down. Chen Hao offered a cigarette to everyone, organizing the effort. Uncle, third uncle, both families, and grandfather and grandmother are all here, he noted, as onlookers from the village gathered. What a calamity. They are truly dismantling the house. It should never have been done so ruthlessly. Chen Hao's wife is pregnant. Yet they forced him out. The wheel of fortune has turned, many voices speculated. Grandfather and grandmother lamented from the sidelines, watching as the roof was slowly removed and the beams were taken down, shedding tears and lamenting Chen Hao's actions while recounting their own hardships. Aunt and third aunt clung to the spectators, cursing Chen Hao to garner sympathy. Chen Hao remained unfazed. After more than an hour, the roof of the ancestral home was nearly entirely dismantled, the tiles laid aside, and the beams stacked for transport back to his own home. Chen Hao, you truly are ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. Are you not afraid that one day our family will thrive, and you will find yourself in need of us? Chen Yin retorted angrily. Rest assured, it will be you who seeks me out, not the other way around, Chen Hao replied. He gazed at Qin Xinggu, his third uncle, and remarked, you may borrow the water pump. After speaking, he turned and departed, feeling a considerable alleviation of his frustration. The beams of wood lay stacked at the entrance of his home, some 3 meters long, others 5, with diameters exceeding 20 centimeters and a few exceptionally thick, reaching 30 centimeters. Did you visit the old residence? He inquired as Tong Qian returned with her 2 children, having just toiled in the fields. Yes. We stripped the roof off the old house, she replied. Chen Hao nodded, acknowledging that the timber was nearly sufficient for construction, if not entirely so. Such an act might greatly offend people. Tong Qian expressed her concern. Rest assured, we merely removed the roof and extracted the beams. With the current weather, rain will not fall imminently. We can procure more beams later, Chen Hao reassured her. He scrutinized Tong Qian, aware of his uncle's cunning nature. He suspected that his uncle might seize this opportunity to campaign for the position of brigade leader. By facilitating agricultural production and allowing the roof of his own house to be dismantled, what a brazen spirit and elevated consciousness that would demonstrate. Once the busy season concludes, while other production teams suffer reduced yields, his own team's output would remain largely unaffected, earning him the villagers' gratitude and the chance to take credit before the brigade. The older one grows, the more astute one becomes, the honest become increasingly so, while the cunning only sharpen their wits. Chen Hao was fully aware of the character of his third uncle. Having moved all that timber, the uncle merely lamented without objection or suggestion to retain a few pieces, undoubtedly plotting to enhance his standing within the brigade. Over the years, political movements have arisen periodically, and even within the village. Those with a modicum of cleverness have garnered some experience in maximizing benefits. Your uncle is indeed quite shrewd. I was puzzled as to how you managed to bring back such a substantial amount of timber. When did uncle and the others become so agreeable? Your analysis has cleared my confusion, Tong Qian remarked. She gazed at the pile of beams, her voice softening. Are there truly the fine woods you mentioned among them? Certainly. We shall wait until nightfall, when the children are asleep and fewer people are around, to examine them closely, Chen Hao replied. Villagers occasionally passed by, and he refrained from making any distinctions, preferring to wait until evening for a thorough inspection. Later that night, after dining, bathing, and watching television, as the villagers dispersed and the children went to bed, Chen Hao crouched by the woodpile with an axe for half an hour. He gently struck a few beams, collecting some splintered wood. Upon entering the house, he took 2 handfuls of earth and smeared it over the cut surfaces to conceal the marks left by his axe. Despite the abundance of beams, neither his uncle nor his elder uncle had discerned anything amiss, believing them to be merely good materials for roofing, as did the villagers. They had not contemplated the possibility of these being valuable woods at all. Perception shapes understanding, understanding shapes thought, thought shapes action, and action shapes outcomes. Nonetheless, Chen Hao remained cautious and vigilant. Among the beams, 3 were made of namu wood, each with a diameter of 30 centimeters. He entered the house and spoke softly to his wife, handing her the timber he had just cut. It doesn't seem particularly special. The texture is merely aesthetically pleasing, and it has a slight fragrance. Is it really that rare? Tong Qian remarked. Aren't they all just wood? Yet, looking at her man, he appears quite pleased, as if it holds great value. This is akin to women. They all possess 2 eyes and a nose, with both hips and breasts, yet there are distinctions within. Chen Hao offered a metaphor. Some are utterly unremarkable, indistinguishable from any side, while others bear fruitful branches. Although they all can bear children, the experiences they provide differ immensely. Your observation indeed carries some truth. Their essay saying, in times of chaos, gold is precious. In prosperous times, antiques hold value. This would reflect a similar sentiment. Holding significant worth in the eyes of the beholder, Tong Qian responded. She glanced at her man, noting that your metaphor is rather irreverent. Good words take on a different hue when they pass through your lips. Should we hide these fine pieces of wood? Not all sticks can be concealed, Chen Hao replied. These pieces of wood are several meters long and quite thick. Hiding them would create too much noise, and if someone were to see them, it would be difficult to explain. Some sticks can be stored discreetly, even carried on one's person, while others cannot. Then shall we leave them here until we build the red brick house, and use them as beams? Tong Qian inquired softly. Yes, let them remain here. There's no rush. One piece is quite heavy. It takes several people to lift it. When we construct the house, we can use them as beams, which will be secure, Chen Hao nodded. In any case, there's no urgency. These pieces of camphor wood should be wild, with excellent quality. We can use them to craft our own furniture later. There's a significant difference in value between artificially cultivated and wild camphor wood. The latter matures slowly and is priced higher, while the former matures quickly and is less expensive. The camphor wood available now is mostly wild, with commendable quality and appearance. Chen Hao stood up and tossed the chopped camphor wood scraps into the stove. The couple then retired to bed. In a few months, I will need to start school. Should we send her to the Brigade or the Commune S elementary school? Tong Qian asked. The Brigade S elementary school is privately funded, while the Commune S is public. Let us choose the Commune S school. The teachers are of a higher caliber, providing a solid foundation for her future studies. Chen Hao replied without hesitation. Decades later, under the influence of capitalism, private school fees will not be inexpensive. Yet they will attract many affluent individuals who prefer to send their children there. However, at this moment, the quality of teaching in private schools is quite poor. Should she attend the Red Youth class or enter the first grade directly? Tong Qian inquired further. Let her enter the first grade directly. NI is quite clever. And you have taught her a great deal at home. The curriculum in the Red Youth class would offer her less than what you've already imparted, Chen Hao stated. After completing kindergarten, she won't start the first grade until she is 8, which is rather late. It would be better for her to start elementary school earlier. This way, when she goes on to university, she will have an advantage in the job market. Poor and rich alike share a common capital, time. The couple lay in bed, musing over NIS schooling, discussing the style and size of their future home, and so forth. Eventually, they engaged in some intimate exercise before drifting into a deep slumber. Exercise serves as a natural sleep aid. In the county, the business at Huashan Hotel is flourishing, attracting numerous patrons. Celebrations for enlistments, promotions, and various joyous events are frequently hosted there. The daily revenue remains steady around 600 yuan, with a profit margin of 60, yielding a gross profit of 360 yuan daily. Chen Hao enjoys a 60 share of the profits, ensuring an income exceeding 200 yuan each day. As time swiftly passed, July arrived. The early rice harvest and the transplanting of late rice seedlings created a bustling atmosphere. Villagers of all ages, from children to the elderly, joined in the labor. Even Chen Hao returned to the village to lend a hand. Hurry up and carry the rice from the ridge. Don't dawdle, or we'll delay our work, he urged. While others tended to the weeds in the sweet potato fields. Today, it was time to uproot the seedlings. So a few individuals went to the warehouse to gather the necessary tools. The pace was even more frantic than during the wheat harvest. Once the early rice was harvested, it needed to be dried and threshed, and then dried again. Immediately after harvesting, the fields required draining and tilling in preparation for transplanting the late rice seedlings. Even the younger children in the village were out in the fields, helping to carry rice and gather the fallen grains. From July, the villagers worked tirelessly until early August, when the late rice was finally transplanted, marking the end of this intense period. In the evenings, after finishing their tasks, villagers gathered in the rice drying area. Those whose families had prepared their meals early brought their bowls to eat while holding a meeting. During this busy time, everyone had worked hard, but at last, the early rice was harvested and the late rice was planted. Shin Ziqiang, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, spoke in a hoarse voice. With the rice nearly dried, the leaders from the brigade had instructed that tomorrow it would be their turn to deliver grain to the granary. After collecting the early rice, the grain must be submitted to the commune. The delivery is organized by brigade, with specified dates for each, requiring the entire brigade to go together. Tomorrow, everyone should rise early. Do not oversleep. The sooner we reach the granary, the better our chances of being at the front of the line to submit the grain and conclude this task, Chen Ziqiang advised. Everyone was to prepare their carts and secure the grain, covering it with straw to prevent dew from wetting it, lest it be rejected at the granary for imperfections. With the grain threshed, the warehouse was overflowing, necessitating that some be stored at individual homes for safekeeping. When the time came to deliver the grain, it would all be transported to the granary. However, the quantity reported by the production team would not be the final word. The grain must be weighed and inspected for moisture and fullness. If it did not meet the standards, it could be returned, which would be quite troublesome. That's all for now. Everyone should head home, rest early, and rise promptly tomorrow to avoid any delays, Chen Ziqiang concluded, emphasizing the importance of the task before allowing everyone to disperse. Yet, he remained troubled. The year had seen some drought, but fortunately, the water pump had mitigated the impact, and the yield had not decreased significantly. Chen Hao approached him, offering a cigarette and engaging in conversation, as he often sought opportunities to connect with the village leaders to strengthen their relationships. Otherwise, if one remains in the county for an extended period, the frequency of communication diminishes and relationships may become estranged. This is akin to the dynamics between spouses. Prolonged separation and lack of interaction inevitably lead to emotional discord. Despite understanding this, a lingering worry persists. If the grain does not reach the grain station, and the station fails to acknowledge or sign off on it, I find it difficult to rest, Chen Ziqiang lamented. The annual grain collection period is the most distressing time for him, fraught with anxiety over potential mishaps and the ensuing turmoil. Surely the grain we submit this year will be less than last year's total purchase grain? Chen Hao inquired. Many production teams have suffered from drought, resulting in reduced yields. Our team has fared reasonably well. We might even receive commendation, he continued. However, seeking praise is futile without a substantial contribution to the total purchase grain. This endeavor is akin to childbirth without the appropriate means. Increasing the total purchase grain inevitably means extracting it from the villagers. The villagers' staple food and the seeds they have set aside must be sold to the commune. Chen Ziqiang explained. This year, while the quotas for both public grain and total purchase grain have indeed been somewhat lowered, the burden remains significant. The outputs from our fields barely suffice to fill our stomachs. The farmers are heavily burdened. From every 100 pounds of grain, 20 are designated as public grain, with the remainder subjected to deductions for various needs, staple food, seed grain, and so forth. Of the surplus, 70% must be sold at a low price to the grain station as total purchase grain. Some officials, in their quest for recognition, may opt to sell more total purchase grain, ultimately resulting in insufficient staple food for the villagers and leaving them hungry, while they themselves receive accolades. Will you join me in submitting the public grain tomorrow? Chen Ziqiang asked. Yes, let's go together. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. If he were to abstain, his wife would have to go instead, accompanied by their 2 children, which might prove difficult. Additionally, visiting the grain station to submit public grain presents an opportunity to engage with some leaders from the brigade, thereby leaving a favorable impression. Chapter 81. Zebra Day. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, a cacophony of sounds erupted in the village. The villagers were rising to prepare for their journey to the grain station to submit their public grain. It's time to get up, Tong Qian gently nudged Chen Hao. I can manage alone. You and the children should continue to sleep, Chen Hao replied. A strong laborer from the household is sufficient to accompany them, and his absence from the county was intentional. In previous years, it was always he who went. The weather is warm, and I'm dressed lightly, she said, wearing a thin short coat while seated on the bed conversing with Chen Hao, swaying slightly. I used to be the one who couldn't handle it. So you had to go? This year, we all need to go. It's still early. Even the roosters haven't crowed, and the children are still asleep. You and the kids can sleep a little longer. I will take care of the public grain, he assured her. The commotion was quite loud. Yet the children remained in deep slumber. At this age, a child can declare they are not sleepy one moment, only to fall into a deep sleep the next, impervious to any calls to wake them. This would only become more pronounced once they began attending school. Let me prepare something for you to eat, Tong Qian offered. The children were sleeping soundly, and despite her gentle attempts to rouse them, they remained undisturbed. Thus, it was indeed impractical for them to accompany her. There is no need for such trouble. Just continue sleeping. I'll wash up and be on my way, Chen Hao said, already dressed, fetching water, picking up his toothbrush, and squeezing out some toothpaste. Previously, they had used tooth powder, but now that life had improved, they had switched to toothpaste. The aluminum foil costs 2 dimes per piece. The grain delivery takes quite a while, and without food, my stomach cannot endure the hunger. I decided to cook some noodles, which is quite simple, just wait for the water to boil. This time, Tong Qian disregarded his advice and entered the kitchen to start a fire and boil the noodles. Chen Hao finished washing up and stepped outside, lifting the straw covering the burlap sack, tightening the twine, and checking the pressure of the cart's tires. The noodles were also ready, a generous bowl filled with 2 poached eggs. Aren't you going to eat? Chen Hao asked, holding the bowl as he sat on a stone in front of the house. No, you eat. Once the child wakes up, I will cook again and eat with the child. If I eat now, I won't be able to sleep later. Tong Qian, dressed lightly, remained indoors. Chen Hao consumed the entire bowl of noodles, finishing even the broth, and feeling satisfied, he handed the bowl to Tong Qian. He then went inside, tucked a few packs of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes into his pocket, and pulled the cart towards the village entrance. Gradually, people from the production team gathered at the village's edge. Is everyone here? Is there anyone missing? Accountant, please take a head count. We don't want to arrive at the grain station short on supplies. Why are you still holding a bowl? Eat quickly. If you dawdle, the other production teams will get ahead of us. By the time we finish delivering the grain, it will be dark. How is this burlap sack tied? The rice is leaking out. Check the opening of the sack. We cannot waste any grain. Chen Ziqiang was quite busy. Throughout the days leading up to the grain delivery, his voice had hardly rested, now hoarse and strained. He counted and inspected the filled sacks, urging the slowpokes to hurry, dealing with issues like a broken cart that had gone unnoticed earlier, and a myriad of other problems. After nearly an hour, the grain-laden carts finally lined up, making their way to the commune under the moonlight. Chen Ziqiang rode at the front of the line on his bicycle, a bamboo pole tied to the handlebars with a triangular piece of cloth bearing the words, Red Flag Production Team. Quite ostentatious, indeed. Along the way, they occasionally encountered other teams heading to deliver grain. Oh, isn't that team leader Liu? Earlier, you asked when we would deliver our grain, and you said there was no rush, waiting for dawn. Yet here you are, heading to the grain station before dawn. We didn't see your production team ahead. Why are you cutting in line? Go home and cut in on your wife instead. Each brigade has 10 production teams. Those nearby arrive in a few minutes, while those farther away take about half an hour. Though they all started from different locations, they converged on a single path towards the commune's grain station. Upon arrival, they found other production teams already queuing outside. The Red Flag production team, represented by Chen Hao, was the 4th in line. I told you to hurry. Now look. We're 4th. Chen Ziqiang leaned against his bicycle, puffing out smoke in frustration. His temper had been short lately. It was still early, and the grain station's doors had yet to open. Production teams continued to arrive, and the line stretched over a mile with a total of 10 teams. Finally, around 6 o'clock, the doors of the grain station opened. Several leaders from the grain station, along with some from the brigade, had also arrived. Today marks the day for our Dengtang brigade to deliver the public grain. The leaders of each production team are tasked with maintaining order within their respective groups, ensuring that the grain delivery is executed with both quality and quantity. Team leader Yang Zhiping raised his voice, proclaiming loudly, patriotic grain must also be submitted. This year has seen severe drought, yet our brigade remains in relatively good condition. Each production team must overcome their challenges. If you feel hardship, remember the long march of 25,000 miles. If you feel fatigue, think of our revolutionary predecessors. The patriotic grain refers to the grain purchased by the state, which must also be delivered to the grain station. After delivering a few eloquent remarks, he glanced at the grain station director, Fan Peng, signaling that he had concluded his speech. Yang's assertion was indeed commendable. The delivery of public grain constitutes a contribution to the nation. The more grain submitted, the better the country can thrive, thus ensuring the livelihood of the common people. Fan Peng echoed this sentiment, stating similar phrases year after year, so familiar that he could recite them with his eyes closed. The measure of patriotism is reflected in the quantity of state-purchased grain delivered. The more one submits, the more one demonstrates their love for the country. Retaining personal grain for planting and delivering surplus grain further exemplifies revolutionary fervor. Such statements are often reiterated. Initially, many production teams took them seriously, but after experiencing hunger a few times, they dismissed them as mere rhetoric. Ideologies seem insignificant compared to the primal need for sustenance. Although these expressions may feel redundant, they must still be reiterated, acknowledged Fan Ping, now adopting a more serious demeanor. He emphasized that no grain delivered to the station, whether public or patriotic, should contain even a single shriveled kernel. All must be sun-dried to perfection. He urged the comrades from every production team to conduct a self-inspection while there was still time before the acceptance process began, insisting that any substandard grain must be returned for further checking rather than waiting for issues to arise during inspection, leading to disputes. Grain is foundational to the nation, and any negligence is intolerable. His words were stern, instilling a sense of apprehension in some. Beside Chen Hao stood a young man, participating in the grain delivery for the first time. Upon hearing these words, his heart raced anxiously. Is it really that strict? Not a single shriveled kernel allowed. Perhaps we should inspect again. If there are any problems during the inspection, it could be quite troublesome, he expressed, visibly fearful. Such words are merely meant to intimidate. Do not take them too seriously, Chen Hao chuckled. Our rice has been sun-dried for many days and has been threshed. There should be no issue. Leaders often tend to amplify problems when assigning tasks. The city assigns tasks to the county with a 1-month deadline, the county then to the town with a 2-week deadline, and the town to the village with a 1-week deadline. The remaining margin serves both to account for unexpected events and to showcase achievements. All right, let us commence the grain delivery, Fan Ping announced loudly. Chapter 82. A great red flower delivering public grain is no simple task. There is a process: lining up, inspection, weighing, depositing, and obtaining a receipt. Particularly during the inspection phase, the inspectors meticulously examine each burlap sack and wicker basket, armed with a long-handled scoop to delve into the depths of the grain, ensuring thorough evaluation. First, one should spread the grains on their palm for inspection. If they appear shriveled, they are undoubtedly unsuitable. Next, take a plump grain and bite into it. If it cracks firmly, it indicates that the rice has been sufficiently dried in the sun. Such a thorough examination ensures that the acceptance will pass, allowing the grains to be weighed and the subsequent processes to continue. Meanwhile, the production team ahead is delivering their grain, and Chen Hao and others can only wait. As the sun gradually rises and intensifies, Chen Hao finds a patch of shade beneath a tree to cool himself. The team leader, Yang Zhiping, observes the grain delivery for a while. Finding no issues, he soon grows bored and turns his attention elsewhere. Spotting Chen Zichang's bicycle nearby, he chuckles, remarking, "You're bringing a bicycle to deliver grain? How long have you been flaunting that? Everyone in the team knows your production unit has a bicycle." After a light-hearted jibe, he nods at Chen Hao and reaches into his pocket, preparing to distribute a few cigarettes. Having crossed paths with Chen Hao several times, Yang Zhiping says, "Please, have one of mine." Chen Hao pulls out a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes and offers one to Yang Zhiping, as well as to a few others nearby. "These are fine cigarettes, not cheap. They cost 9 dimes a pack," Yang Zhiping remarks, holding the Hong Shuangxi in his hand. Typically, he would be reluctant to indulge in such quality. Indeed, they are costly. I usually refrain from such extravagance, but today, for the grain delivery, I brought a few packs to share with the inspectors, Chen Hao explains. There are still tasks to attend to in the fields, and everyone else has their responsibilities, necessitating a prompt acceptance and weighing of the grain so they can return to their other obligations. He adeptly clarifies the reason for possessing such premium cigarettes. They are specifically purchased for the grain delivery, dispelling any potential feelings of jealousy from Yang Zhiping and the others. Smoking fine cigarettes for personal enjoyment may seem boastful, but buying them for the purpose of the grain delivery demonstrates a keen understanding of social nuances. "You consider this quite thoughtfully," Yang Zhiping acknowledges with a nod of approval. He scrutinizes Chen Hao for a moment and inquires about the business at the county's restaurant. Yang Zhiping knows little about Chen Hao, aside from the fact that during the busy farming season, Chen Hao's production team purchased a water pump, which Wang Quande wanted to requisition. But the people from the Hongqi production team opposed it. Chen Hao's name had been mentioned several times, and he personally engaged with the Hongqi production team to negotiate borrowing the water pump, leading to a few encounters between them, though their meetings were few. Yang Zhiping holds a favorable impression of Chen Hao. This young comrade possesses a remarkable grasp of social etiquette and political acumen. "Things are going well," Chen Hao replies succinctly. "The fruits and vegetables produced by our team are quite popular among the residents in the county. The restaurant not only supports agricultural production but also allows the residents to benefit from it, creating a win-win situation. I believe that running a restaurant should not solely be tied to profit, even if it yields no profit or incurs a slight loss. If it aids agricultural production and provides convenience for the county's residents, it is worthwhile." despite the lengthy discourse. He fails to convey the actual operational status of the Huashan restaurant. On the contrary, he inadvertently creates the impression that the Huashan restaurant is not particularly profitable, suggesting that it is contributing to agricultural production and the welfare of the county's residents. This response is beyond reproach. What profit can one expect from running a restaurant? Was there not a dining establishment in the commune before? Ultimately, it could not sustain itself due to a lack of patrons and eventually closed down, with its employees reassigned elsewhere. While a few were engaged in conversation, Chen Hao's third uncle, Chen Qinggu, approached. It is unnecessary to transport the fruits and vegetables from the fields to the county, as it wastes manpower and hinders agricultural production. Transactions can occur at the market, and vegetable companies will come to collect the produce. During times of drought, it is essential to ensure that the crops receive sufficient water. Conversely, during heavy rainfall, timely drainage must be executed to prevent flooding of the fields. I believe these are the responsibilities of a production team's cadre. Farmers should be deeply rooted in their land, rather than constantly seeking opportunities elsewhere. Always yearning to venture to the county or city to pursue other livelihoods is tantamount to neglecting one's primary duty. For farmers, the fields represent their true vocation, and I would gladly remain a farmer for life. Regarding the water pump, Chen Hao made an appearance in the brigade, and at that moment, Yang Jiping came over to engage in conversation, appearing to have a rather amiable rapport with Chen Hao. He harbored concerns. Should Yang Jiping hold Chen Hao in high regard? Might Chen Hao be promoted to a cadre position within the brigade? Chen Hao's contributions have been commendable. Thanks to the water pump he purchased for the county, our brigade's crop yield would have suffered significantly this year, Yang Jiping remarked, casting a glance at the bicycle beside Chen Ziqiang, which he had also donated. This matter irks me. The water pump was not lent out without cost. I had to dismantle my own beams to persuade him to lend it. Chen Qinggu expressed, feeling aggrieved. I am his uncle, yet his actions are exceedingly selfish, lacking any sense of familial obligation. Brigade leader, since you are here, please adjudicate this matter. Was his behavior not inappropriate? To support agricultural production and to irrigate the crops, I even contributed my own beams, and to this day, part of my roof remains bare, lacking both beams and tiles. Chen Qinggu felt a sense of relief, finally finding the opportunity to voice his grievances and highlight his contributions. As for the bare section of the roof, he deliberately left it that way to showcase his sacrifices and contributions to the brigade and the commune's leaders. Chen Hao remained silent. Yang Jiping glanced at Chen Hao, noting his calm demeanor amidst the situation, secretly commending him. Most individuals would hasten to offer explanations when confronted by someone like Chen Qinggu, yet Chen Hao chose silence, simply smoking his cigarette. This composure is a quality that many leaders lack. You and Chen Hao share a familial bond. The beams he took were not stolen, but rather a voluntary exchange. Even if it were deemed theft, it is an internal conflict, a family matter that outsiders should not interfere with and must resolve among themselves, Yang Jiping stated. If you seek a mediator, I can assist in coordinating. But regarding your family's affairs, even as the brigade leader, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Every family has its own challenges to navigate. He neither criticized Chen Hao nor Chen Qinggu, completely unwilling to get involved. Such situations are prevalent in rural areas, where each party believes they are justified, and often, they indeed are. To intrude recklessly would leave one in a precarious position, and if similar incidents occur repeatedly, one risks alienating more and more fellow villagers, thereby hindering future endeavors. Chen Hao's removal of the beams from the house went unaddressed. I, in my quest to aid agricultural production, dismantled my own roof. Is this not a testament to my commitment to enhancing agricultural productivity? Should I not be awarded a red flower and celebrated across the various teams? Chen Qinggu's eyes brightened. Chapter 83. A new path awaits. To wear a red flower and parade between the teams is indeed a matter of great prestige. Chen Qinggu yearned for such an experience. This desire is why he acquiesced to Chen Hao's removal of the wooden beams from the ancestral home, not solely to assist the production team but also for his own benefit. This could certainly be regarded as exemplary. However, its validation lies with the commune's decision, as Yang Jiping noted. The production team has its own examples of glory. And as the team leader, he too would gain face from this matter. He was willing to report it to the commune. Yet, whether it would be accepted depends on the commune leaders. If I were to don a red flower and traverse through the teams, becoming a celebrated example, might I not be eligible to vie for a position as a team cadre? Chen Qinggu expressed his aspirations to ascend to a cadre role within the team. People naturally strive for higher positions, and even if team cadres do not have formal appointments, they are still regarded as superior to the production team cadres. Their authority is considerably greater. That is a nuanced matter. Becoming a team cadre is not merely a matter of election. It requires the commune's approval, Yang Jiping remarked. Team cadres are primarily beholden to the commune's leadership. Although it is said to be self-governed by villagers, the principal leaders are predominantly appointed by the commune, while some less significant team cadres are recommended by the principal team leaders. In essence, ascending to the cadre level at the team necessitates the commune's consent. I have served as the team leader for several years, successfully completing various tasks, and this year's performance has been particularly outstanding. If I am still ineligible for a cadre position, would that not be unjust? Chen Hao argued. Should someone else take on this role, I would certainly feel aggrieved. To ensure grain production and harvest, I even dismantled my roof. No one is more suited to be a team cadre than I am. My sole aim is to serve the villagers. He expressed his urgency. With so many beams removed, I have spent countless nights without a roof. All in pursuit of the opportunity to contest for a cadre position. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Yang Jiping felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was this not a form of intimidation? Must he publicly declare his stance? Who would dare to do so? There is only one position for each individual if no one steps down from the cadre role. How can anyone else ascend? To contribute to the production team, our team has performed admirably. We purchased a water pump for our own use and extended assistance to other teams as well, Chen Ziqiang remarked. The fruits and vegetables we cultivate have enhanced the earnings of our members and provided benefits to the residents of the county. He yearned to wear a red flower and visit various teams. Having never adorned one before, it was a coveted honor. However, I have heard that the leaders of your production team boastfully claimed that by the end of this year, one work point would be worth 10 cents. If that does not materialize, is that not mere boasting? Is it not deceiving the team members? Chen Hao stated. He also expressed that the desire to wear a large red flower should render you a target for criticism, as this is an attempt to mislead the villagers. To toy with them. Chen Ziqiang fell silent. The assertion of 10 cents per work point originated from Chen Hao, who internally lacked conviction regarding its feasibility. When Chen Hao brought this up, he found himself unable to refute it. The crux of the matter was his uncertainty and lack of confidence in achieving such a goal. Why the haste before the year-end settlement? Chen Hao cast a glance at Chen Hao, suggesting that once the year-end settlement occurs and the value of work points is calculated, he could voice his concerns then. Chen Hao was right. Today was the day for delivering public grain and selling collectively purchased grain, which were the foremost priorities, while other matters could wait. Yang Jiping commented, gesturing for Chen Hao to focus on the grain and ensure everything went smoothly. Hoping that all production teams in our brigade could successfully deliver the public grain and fulfill the task of selling collectively purchased grain, Chen Hao returned to his production team. Seizing a moment, Yang Jiping approached Chen Hao when he noticed no one was around, and whispered, "How confident are you that by the end of the year, one work point will be valued at 10 cents? No production team in the entire brigade could boast such a high work point value, as most were around 5 to 6 cents. 10 cents per work point is nearly double, not just in our brigade, but throughout the entire commune. Achieving such a high value for work points would certainly warrant wearing a red flower. Whether or not we can achieve it, we must at least try. Without effort, we have no chance. With effort, we may have a glimmer of hope," Chen Hao replied. He pulled out a red double happiness cigarette, offered one to Yang Jiping, and lit one for himself. Life for farmers is arduous, and the government is aware. They will surely seek ways to implement change, whether economically or politically, loosening restrictions. Farming can only barely sustain a livelihood. It cannot alter the landscape of poverty. The constraints in industry and commerce will inevitably lessen. Chen Hao made some predictions about the future direction of national policy. Yang Jiping was a decent person, so he decided to leave a favorable impression. Knowing that in the future, should he need assistance or collaboration, it would be easier to approach Yang Jiping. "Where did you acquire this information?" Yang Jiping inquired. The average citizen may not grasp the significance of Chen Hao's remarks, but as the leader of the brigade, he was acutely aware and sensitive to such discourse. The actions of grassroots officials, the positioning of mid-level cadres, and the infighting among senior officials all intertwine. The roots of internal strife often do not stem from personal disdain for an individual, but rather from differing perspectives on the future path to be taken, particularly among decision-makers. Each party clings to their own opinions, rendering persuasion futile. I have deduced this. Of course, my analysis is not arbitrary. It is grounded in reason. Though I cannot divulge the specifics of that reasoning, Chen Hao remarked. He gazed at Yang Jiping. "Captain Yang, if you trust me, please keep my words in mind. If you do not, consider them mere jest, as if I had never uttered them. In the grand scheme of the world, prolonged divisions inevitably lead to reunification. While prolonged unity will ultimately result in division, this holds true in matters of policy as well. As long as the nation is not under the dominion of a single individual and is not confined to a singular voice, when one path becomes impassable, another will certainly be sought. Conversely, a singular voice will inexorably lead to a solitary path, fraught with darkness. Yang Jiping furrowed his brow, the cigarette in his hand losing its appeal as he felt a sense of disorientation. He wandered to the grain station S warehouse, observing the grain delivery process. Yet his mind was preoccupied with Chen Hao's words. His visit today was intended to oversee the delivery of public grain and manage unforeseen circumstances, unexpectedly. His conversation with Chen Hao yielded valuable insights. Chen Hao's words carried weight. Within the brigade, including the commune, there exist numerous divergent opinions regarding agricultural practices and enterprise management, with the principal leaders often at odds. However, regardless of these differing views, the ultimate direction is dictated by the prevailing policy. Whether to place faith in Chen Hao's words required further contemplation. Chapter 84, not related by blood. Yet distant when it was time for his production team to deliver public grain, Chen Hao discreetly passed along some Hong Shuangxi cigarettes. The subsequent inspection and related procedures proceeded swiftly and seamlessly. The public grain and patriotic grain from the production team were successfully stored. As the members of the production team made their way back, Chen Ziqiang, supporting his bicycle, approached Chen Hao. Having Hong Shuangxi proves advantageous. There were no significant hurdles during the inspection. A few handfuls were checked, and once deemed satisfactory, they proceeded to weigh it. Previously, during inspections, there had been much talk yet little leniency. Even a slight excess of inferior grains would necessitate a re-examination, requiring the rice to be poured out, winnowed, and selected once more before it could be weighed. He merely sighed, not wishing to elaborate further, and shifted the conversation to another matter. With the agricultural workload easing and the public grain delivered, the primary tasks were accomplished, allowing for a bit more leisure time. If you wish to build a house, you can now begin to gather red bricks, sand, and cement. Very well, Chen Hao nodded. Seizing the opportunity, he dedicated 3 days to prepare the necessary materials for construction: red bricks, sand, cement, stacking them in the vacant space before his door. He exchanged greetings with Chen Xiaoting and her grandmother, placing some materials in front of her home. During the market visit, he purchased 2 pounds of meat, weighed out 5 pounds of brown sugar, and acquired some cloth, carrying everything to Chen Xiaoting's house. Both she and the elderly lady were present. Having procured a modest amount of meat and other essentials, Chen Hao, mindful of the heat, refrained from purchasing too much, handing the items he carried to Chen Xiaoting. Pork belly, whether braised or prepared as steamed pork, is quite suitable. Today, I decided to make it, but it must not be left out. The heat of the day would spoil it overnight. As for the house, the old structure must be demolished, and all belongings need to be relocated or discarded. Naturally, the stove must also be moved to facilitate the construction. However, meals still need to be prepared, not only for our family but also for the villagers assisting us, as well as the skilled laborers like masons and carpenters, all of whom require sustenance. Chen Hao is borrowing the stove from Chen Xiaoting's home. There is no need to be overly polite. You need not bring anything. Your assistance to my family has been considerable, and I am genuinely pleased to help you with the house construction, Chen Xiaoting remarked, feeling a bit shy. Chen Hao had introduced her to the bookkeeping position, and he had frequently lent a hand to her family. Given the opportunity to reciprocate, she felt not only content but eager to do so. This aligns with the teachings of her grandmother, who instilled in her the principle of repaying even a small kindness with great gratitude. You are correct, Xiaoting. There is no need for such formality. We are all from the same village, and your support for both the elderly and the young is invaluable. If this were ancient times, I would have to promise my granddaughter to you in gratitude, but alas, such customs have fallen out of favor. The elderly lady interjected with a sigh, her demeanor suggesting a sense of wistfulness. That cannot be. By our generational hierarchy, Xiaoting should still refer to me as uncle. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. We are not blood relatives. The distance is considerable, the elderly lady replied. Xiaoting is quite capable in the kitchen and adept at household chores. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to entrust her with tasks. There is no need for such politeness. She is not an outsider, and do not trouble yourself on account of this old woman. Chen Hao pondered the implications of the elderly lady's words. Should he regard Chen Xiaoting as family? Was it permissible for him to take advantage of her kindness in the presence of her grandmother? You need not worry. Shouting is quite intelligent and excels in her studies. If not for her background, she would undoubtedly have gained admission to university and established herself in the city, he reassured the elderly lady, noting her wisdom that seemed to carry a hint of a legacy. The role of the bookkeeper is merely temporary. Education is undoubtedly beneficial. Shouting still has the opportunity to attend university and secure a stable future. You are still in good health and will witness that day, he added before taking his leave. Grandma, could you refrain from saying such things every time? It makes me feel embarrassed, Chen Shouting murmured as she hung the meat on an iron hook in the kitchen, suspended from the beam above. This would prevent it from being spoiled by rodents or cats and dogs. She also carefully stored the brown sugar in cloth. What is there to be embarrassed about? As one ages, one's body may remain strong, yet one never knows when the end may come. If I do not consider your future, I would not find peace even if I were to depart, the elderly lady remarked. I am now a bookkeeper. The work is not overly strenuous, and the points accumulated will be higher, allowing me to care for myself, Chen Shouting responded. She grasped the elderly woman's hand and said, Grandma, you are remarkably robust. You could live for at least another 20 years. The old lady chuckled. Another 20 years? Wouldn't I become an old witch then? One mustn't be too greedy. A short life can be unfortunate, much like your parents. Yet, living too long isn't ideal either. Her wisdom was evident. As long as I can walk and eat, when the day comes that I sit indoors, close my eyes, and depart, that would be the best. Living too long can lead to confusion, and with ailments and pains, one suffers not only themselves but also burdens others. She gazed at her granddaughter and continued. The position of the record keeper was secured for you by Chen Hao. Logically, this role is perfectly suited for you. No one in the village possesses a sharper mind. Your record keeping has never faltered. During the day, you document the contributions, and at night, you verify them, ensuring accuracy before confirming with others. You're attractive and meticulous in your work, yet you remain oblivious to the treachery of human nature. Just because you excel does not mean others will acknowledge your efforts. Your diligence and hard work do not guarantee a promising future. You, a young lady, if not for Chen Hao's support. Even if you excelled in the role of record keeper, it would hold no significance for you. Countless eyes are watching. Well, if I choose not to be a record keeper, so be it. Didn't Uncle Hao say there might be a restoration of the college entrance examination? If I pass and gain admission to university, securing a stable job and earning proper rations, no one would dare underestimate me or bully me, Chen Shouting remarked. Though she harbored doubts about the restoration of the exam, she still found time to read. Even a glimmer of hope was too precious to relinquish. In our village, many have grown up together. When there is no vested interest, they maintain cordiality. Yet, when there is even a hint of profit, they can turn vicious, fighting tooth and nail. But in the city, the situation transforms. The old woman shook her head. Human nature is the same everywhere. It is a matter of self-interest. She gently patted Chen Shouting's hand, saying, if you were not so attractive, I wouldn't worry so much. However, your good looks present their own challenges. Attending university and acquiring proper rations places you in a den of wolves. No matter how well your work is assigned, there will always be those in power above you. And without anyone to support you, I fear you might struggle as a young woman. Chapter 85. The red brick house is completed in the village. Even those with ill intentions dare to act discreetly. They know you, and you know them. However, in the city, where one is unfamiliar with the terrain, it is easy to be blind to the wickedness of others. The more beautiful one is, the more likely they will encounter trouble. The old lady gazed in the direction of Chen Hao's home, then turned back to Chen Shouting, murmuring, what a pity. In wealthier households, one could afford to support more individuals. How has such a tradition been lost? All she wished for before her passing was for her granddaughter to have a reliable support system. Constructing a single-story red brick house was not particularly troublesome. They cleared the room of its contents and placed them in the open air. With sturdy poles and a group of people laboring diligently, they first demolished the earthen house. Next, they began digging the foundation for the walls, which would be made of clay, without concrete or steel bars, just walls coated with lime paste. In just over a month, nearly everything was completed. This morning marked the day of raising the beam for the red brick house. The red brick structure appears far more pleasing to the eye than the earthen houses. This is the first red brick house in our village, and we wonder when our family might also reside in one. Hurry up and distribute the food. Everyone is eagerly waiting. Numerous villagers gathered in front of the red brick house, men and women, old and young, waiting for the beam raising ceremony. It is a joyous occasion. signifying the nearing completion of the house, and the villagers come to partake in the celebration. Chen Hao's family had long prepared various snacks, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sorghum candy. While sunflower seeds and peanuts are not particularly rare, sorghum candy is quite a delicacy. Typically reserved for the new year when families with a bit more means would buy some for the children to savor a taste of sweetness. Priced at 1 cent each. It is a delightful treat. Tong Qian, you are living well now, remarked an elderly woman from the village, filled with envy as she saw Tong Qian emerge. They say your husband is not family-oriented, but look at this. He is quite the provider, isn't he? A red brick house. The 5-room red brick house. With its exterior walls yet to be plastered with cement, incited envy among many villagers. In these times, being able to inhabit a red brick house is indeed remarkable. The unplastered red bricks do not diminish its charm. Dagong, if you manage to build a red brick house, I assure you, I will find you a beautiful bride. The daughters of 10 miles and 8 townships will be at your disposal, teased an aunt, casting a glance at Chen Dagong. Chen Dagong had long harbored feelings for Tong Qian and looked down upon Chen Hao, but now, in comparison, Chen Hao had outpaced him by a considerable distance. Gazing at the red brick house, Dagong felt utterly defeated. In the past, he would have struggled to utter some boastful words, perhaps claiming he would return, but now, he found himself speechless. The truth was, he could never build such a house. Thanks to all the villagers for their support in constructing this house. Come, enjoy some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sorghum candy, Chen Hao called out. He turned to Tong Qian, saying, please distribute the sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sorghum candy to everyone. The seeds and peanuts were mixed together, and Tong Qian handed each person a handful, while Chen shouting helped distribute the sorghum candy, giving 1 piece to each person, regardless of age. Mom, what is this? Can I eat it? Exclaimed a child. Clutching the sunflower seeds and peanuts in both hands while his eyes fixated on the sorghum candy. Having never tasted it before, he instinctively sensed its value. It's sugar. And it's really sweet. Nearby, an older child had already unwrapped a piece of sorghum candy and took a bite, excitedly shouting. Compulsory education would not be introduced until the mid-1980s, and many children of school age had only attended a few years of school before returning home to assist with chores. Particularly in families with many children, where educational opportunities were often afforded to boys while girls were expected to help with household tasks from a young age. I want to eat candy too, Mom. Hold my sunflower seeds and peanuts. I want the candy. The child who had earlier inquired about the edibility of the sorghum candy grew impatient, handing his snacks to his mother. In the rush, the adult could not catch them all, and many seeds and peanuts spilled onto the ground. The child, undeterred, seized the sorghum candy, peeled it open, and took a big bite. His eyes sparkled with delight. So sweet, so delicious. The child, having dropped sunflower seeds and peanuts, faced his mother's reproach. Such waste. You won't perish if you wait a while to eat the candy. Without hesitation, the child devoured the sorghum candy in his hand and looked at his mother, requesting her piece. Is one not enough? This belongs to your brother, who is still at school. It must be saved for him, she refused. Undeterred, the child squatted down to collect the fallen seeds and peanuts from the ground, munching on them as he went. When he encountered dirt, he spat it out. Eventually, he lifted a beam made of fragrant Nanmu wood and placed it atop the rafters, seamlessly joining the other 2 beams of the same kind. The remaining task was to lay the tiles, which was completed by around 3 in the afternoon. Though it was not mealtime, Chen Hao prepared a meal for the laborers and the villagers who had come to assist, ensuring they were well fed and settling their wages. A laborer earned 1.6 yuan for a day's work, while a work point, worth merely 0.05 yuan, required 10 work points to yield just 0.5 yuan. In contrast, a skilled mason could earn 1.6 yuan per day, making their craftsmanship highly valued during those times. However, not all of this money went into their pockets. 1 yuan was to be contributed to their respective production teams, leaving them with a mere 0.6 yuan. This amount was further diminished as it needed to be exchanged for work points to receive rations from the production team. Ultimately, their earnings were only marginally better than farming, contributing more to the collective or the state. Once the workers departed, only Chen Hao, Tong Qian, and Xiao Duo remained at home. I'll handle the cleaning here. You go to the commune to pick up the child. School will be letting out soon, Tong Qian suggested. The red brick house had taken shape, yet many items, such as extra bricks and assorted debris, still required attention and time to sort through. All right, I'll fetch an I. You needn't worry about the bricks. Just tidy up the house. We'll stay here tonight. The heavier items, like the water jar and rice bin, Can wait until I return, Chen Hao replied, concerned that Tong Qian might overexert herself with the heavy lifting. Don't worry, I know my limits, she reassured him. She pulled a few candies from her pocket and handed them to Chen Hao, saying, take these for NI to enjoy on the way. Riding his bicycle, Chen Hao made his way to the commune primary school to collect NI. Dad, you don't need to come pick me up tomorrow. I can walk back myself, she said from the back seat, her words slightly muffled as she chewed on the sorghum candy. Her hands were sticky and dirty, and with a slight grimace, she wiped them on Chen Hao's shirt. Can you manage on your own? Do you remember the way? He inquired, knowing it took over an hour to walk the 5 miles. Adults could traverse the distance in half an hour, but children, easily distracted, often wandered off to play and sometimes didn't return until after dark, prompting frantic searches along the school route, a frequent occurrence in the village. Chapter 86. I peeled a candy for you. What's so difficult about it? I'm already in school. Of course, I can find my way, NI replied confidently. Nini sat on the back seat of the bicycle, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a piece of sorghum candy. After unwrapping it, she extended her hand towards Chen Hao, exclaiming, Dad, turn around. I've peeled a piece of candy for you. She had already eaten one herself but insisted on feeding Chen Hao another. Feeling a pang of compassion for her father, with a thoughtfulness for Chen Hao, she shared the treat. Chen Hao stopped the bicycle, turned his head, and accepted the sorghum candy. However, his lips inadvertently brushed against Nini's finger, which elicited a look of disdain from her. She wiped her finger on Chen Hao's clothing to remove his saliva. When we return, I'll mention it to your mother. If she agrees to let you go to school alone, then you shall go back by yourself, Chen Hao remarked. The road to the commune primary school stretched for 5 li. It was a journey that even many adults were reluctant to undertake, with some women preferring to take a bus for just a single station. Yet, at this moment, it was common for both children and adults to walk 5 li to attend markets or school. In the village, there were children studying at the commune, and it was typical for them to commute alone, with many from the entire brigade attending the primary school. They would walk in groups to and from school, making the journey far from tedious. Riding the bicycle, the father and daughter engaged in conversation, and soon they were home. Wow, the house is finished, Nini exclaimed, gazing at the newly roofed red brick house with delight. Turning to Chen Hao, she asked, Dad, can we move in tonight? During the construction period, the family had been sleeping in a makeshift shelter outside. The weather was warm, making it manageable to sleep outdoors, but it was still inconvenient. Now that the house was complete, Nini was overjoyed. Children are not indifferent to new homes, new clothes, or delicious food. Often, they refrain from expressing their desires, having witnessed their parents' hard work, and they hesitate to add to their burdens. The prospect of moving into the new house tonight excited Nini, as they could soon bring the beds inside. After parking the bicycle, Chen Hao began to tidy up. He gathered the leftover bricks and tiles from around the house, along with any remaining cement and sand, moving several bags of cement indoors to protect them from rain. I want to build a chicken coop, Nini declared, setting down her backpack and rushing out. She picked up bricks to start constructing the coop in front of the house, with Xiaoduo joining her to help. Be careful. The bricks are heavy. Don't hurt your hands, Chen Hao cautioned. Xiaoduo, you're small. Don't lift the bricks. Go fetch some straw instead. Though they were unaware of libraries, bookstores, or youth centers, the two girls found joy in their task of building the chicken coop. Meanwhile, Chen Hao and his wife, Tong Qian, busied themselves with other matters. Let us move the rice jar and water jar inside first. We can deal with the rest later when we have time, Tong Qian suggested, preparing to cook. All right, let us bring the rice jar and water jar into the house first, Chen Hao agreed. The jars were quite large, and the couple carefully lifted them, slowly maneuvering them into the kitchen. The kitchen stove was constructed by a skilled mason. Previously, the adobe house contained a single stove, while the red brick house boasts a dual stove. The dual stove proves to be quite practical in rural settings, especially during festive occasions when a single stove would be insufficient. Adjacent to the stove is a countertop measuring over 3 meters, built from red bricks, which serves as a space for oil, salt, and chopping boards, while providing storage for idle kitchen utensils underneath. This countertop is quite advantageous, facilitating the cooking process. As Tong Qian surveyed the stove and the lengthy countertop, she felt a sense of satisfaction. In a few decades, many women might regard entering the kitchen as a source of shame, akin to being a servant or a housekeeper. However, at this moment, the majority of women perceive the kitchen as their stage. The sight of the new stove and the specially constructed 3-meter countertop brought joy to Tong Qian. In the future, She would be able to chop and wash vegetables atop this counter, avoiding the cramped space of the stove, which is rather inconvenient. Chen Hao remarked with a smile. It's a pity that water access remains inconvenient. If only we had running water and could install a sink on this countertop, washing vegetables would be much easier. Tong Qian responded, this is the countryside, not the city. Only urban areas have running water. Having this long countertop for cooking and storage is already quite commendable. We should not be ungrateful. She expressed her modest hope for the future, stating, it would be wonderful if we could dig a well in front of our house. She did not harbor grand expectations for running water in the village. Simply having a well of their own would suffice. Perhaps next year. We can find a spot in front of the house to dig a well, Chen Hao suggested. Noting that they had already accomplished much this year with the new house and the well project. Indeed, our family's fortunes are improving. We were the first in the village to purchase a television and the first to build a red brick house. Not many families, even in the commune, can claim such achievements. Tong Qian agreed enthusiastically. However, she cautioned, if we proceed with digging a well, there may be more gossip. We ought to remain discreet and not draw too much attention. She understood the importance of modesty, realizing that her husband would share their financial matters with her in private. Should I light the fire on the stove now? Chen Hao inquired, glancing around, eager to lend a hand. No need, I can manage. Tong Qian waved him off, insisting that she must handle the first fire for the new house. Just as men cherish their firsts, so too do women. Thus, Chen Hao was ushered out of the kitchen. He glanced at the two girls, who had arranged the chicken coop neatly and gathered some straw. Moving to the back of the house, he noted the surplus of 2,000 red bricks, as the old fence pigsty had been dismantled to construct a sturdier red brick pigsty, which now housed 2 piglets. After more than half an hour, the meal was ready. Nini, Xiaoduo, wash your hands. Look at how dirty you are. Tong Qian called out to the 2 children. Chen Hao fetched some water for them to wash their hands in front of the house. The carpenter had crafted some furniture, 2 beds, a cabinet, and 2 tables. The table consisted of 2 sizes, a large one for guests and a smaller one for everyday use. The family gathered around the small square table, enjoying 3 dishes, a soup made from loofah and eggs, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and a plate of fried potato slices. Nini expressed her desire to go to school alone. Chen Hao remarked, I can manage on my own. I know the way. I walked this route when I went to the market before, and I remember it well. Nini glanced at Tong Qian, stating, at my age, being in school, I shouldn't need someone to pick me up or drop me off. My classmates would laugh at me, and I wouldn't be able to fit in at school. It was amusing that this child, having attended school for only a few days, was already considering such matters. Are you going to school alone? While it is feasible, you must not play in the water along the way, nor disturb other straw piles or trample on the crops in the fields, Tong Qian advised. The local elementary school, operated by the commune, also included a junior high class, providing education from the 1st to the 5th grade, as well as junior high. Her concern was not that Nini would get lost, but rather that she might engage in mischief. I am going to school, not becoming a bandit. I would never do anything wrong, Nini replied confidently, adeptly using her chopsticks to pick up a portion of the spicy stir-fried pork. The dish had a slight kick, and she relished it. Very well, then. Tomorrow you shall go to school alone and need not wait for your mother to pick you up after class, Tong Qian inquired. Rest assured, nothing will happen. If I take a wrong turn or fall ill, I still have my voice. I can ask my classmates or speak to my teacher. I may be young, but I am not foolish, Nini assured her with a pat on her chest, easing Tong Qian's worries. She was already quite sensible, and her maturity had only deepened since starting school. After the family finished their meal, Tong Qian went to wash the dishes while Chen Hao tended to the pigs, with the 2 children assisting him. In the evening, some villagers came by to chat, and a few children joined them. Chen Hao brought the television outside, setting it up against the wall. Have you eaten? There is only one channel, but the desire to watch lingers, even while working. It feels somewhat awkward to have villagers come over to watch television. We could contribute a bit towards the electricity costs, after all, remarked one villager, suggesting they pay for the electricity. We are all from the same village. It's no big deal just to watch television for a while. It doesn't consume much power. Chen Hao dismissed the idea without a second thought. When I built my house, you all came to help without discussing payment. So asking for money to watch television feels inappropriate. Should you bring it up again, it would seem as if you looked down on me. His tone was serious, effectively silencing the suggestion of paying for electricity. Later, once inside and alone, Tong Qian quietly asked, while we are indeed all from the same community and it is lively with many people, Their nightly visits to watch television do hinder our household affairs. Just in terms of rest, it delays our bedtime. If we were to charge a nominal fee, perhaps the villagers would refrain from coming over every night. Having a television at home brings joy, yet it also comes with its share of concerns. Many villagers frequently visit, as they are all acquaintances. It is difficult to refuse them. However, their presence undeniably impacts our household. With Nini now attending school, I look forward to assisting her with her homework after classes. The influx of visitors is bound to have consequences. The more people come over, the less I can charge them. Accepting money would transform the arrangement into a transaction. They cover the electricity costs while we provide the television, and initially, they might have felt hesitant, but once they contribute, they would feel emboldened. If we do not accept payment for electricity, we can dictate when the television is turned off, and even if some villagers wish to continue watching, they will remain silent. Conversely, if we accept payment, and then request to turn off the television at a certain hour, dissent would certainly arise, leading to complaints despite our good intentions. Small gains can incur significant risks. Such matters should be avoided. It is akin to a well-meaning neighbor offering to watch a child without charge, should an unfortunate incident occur. They would not face harsh judgment. Yet, if payment is involved, even a nominal fee may lead to greater culpability in the event of an accident. Perhaps we should wait and suggest that the team purchase a television for the committee's office, allowing villagers to watch there, which would afford us some peace at home, suggested Chen Hao. The couple stepped outside to enjoy the television when suddenly, their cousin Chen Chuanfu and cousin Chun Yin arrived. Upon seeing the red brick house, Chen Chuanfu expressed his delight, saying, "How good, you truly possess talent. This house is magnificent, far superior to the old homestead, which was merely a mud brick structure with only 2 brick walls. Don't just gawk from outside. Come in and take a look," Chen Hao replied with a smile. As Chen Chuanfu entered, he explored the surroundings, and upon reaching the kitchen, he marveled at the double stove and the 3-meter-long cement countertop. Envious of its convenience for cutting vegetables and storing items. The kitchen floor was also cemented, and the house boasted 5 rooms, all of which he found impressive. Chen Yin followed him inside. "What do you need so many rooms for? Cleaning would be a hassle," she remarked. However, despite her words, she secretly envied the red brick house. The floor of their old homestead was uneven and unpaved, while Chen Hao's new house featured a smooth cement floor, making cleaning significantly easier. Why fret over cleaning when you needn't concern yourself with it? Chen Hao retorted without reservation. He then grabbed a handful of sorghum candy and offered it to Chen Chuanfu, saying, "Have some candy." He then turned to Chun Yin, inquiring, "What about you? Would you like some?" Chun Yin was taken aback, feeling slighted. It seemed excessive to give all the candy to Chen Chuanfu and then ask her if she wanted some as an afterthought. Why not offer it to me first? She thought. "I don't want any," she replied, reluctant to concede to Chen Hao. Indeed, consuming too much candy is detrimental to one's teeth and could lead to cavities. Chen Hao nodded, providing a rationale for Chen Yan's refusal to eat candy. This only further irritated her. Chen Hao's words were sharp and quite cutting. "How did you manage to send Nini to the commune primary school? The brigade primary school is so much closer, making it quite convenient for her education. As a teacher at the brigade, if you send Nini there, I will surely take good care of her, ensuring she sits in the front row and keeps a watchful eye on her homework," Chen Yin remarked. Her sole asset seemed to be her profession. This statement was not born out of genuine concern for Nini. Rather, it was an attempt to showcase her own worth. Eventually, the brigade primary school will falter. Rather than waiting for its inevitable decline and then scrambling for alternatives, it would be wise to enroll her in the commune primary school now, Chen Hao asserted. "Why must you always speak so harshly? You never wish well for others. How could the brigade primary school possibly collapse? It has plenty of students and numerous teachers. If it were to fail, what would become of those children and those educators?" Chen Yin was displeased by Chen Hao's words. "I believe your envy is evident. You cannot become a teacher, and your wife is also unable to teach at the brigade primary school, hence your constant disparagement. Brother Hao is quite formidable. I think you ought to heed his advice. In the event that the brigade primary school truly does face collapse, you would at least be prepared." Chen Chuanfu interjected while enjoying some sorghum candy. He held great admiration for Chen Hao and did not hesitate to comment on the flavor of the candy, suggesting it was superior to hard candy. "Sister Yin, did you not used to relish sweets? Why have you stopped now?" "I simply do not enjoy them anymore." "Is that acceptable?" Chen Yin shot Chen Chuanfu a glare. Chen Hao was digging a pit for her, while Chen Chuanfu was filling it in. She felt that Chen Chuanfu had grown rather tiresome as well. "My father has been boasting daily. Encountering anyone and declaring that he is to wear a big red flower and be promoted to a cadre in the brigade, Chen Chuanfu conveyed to Chen Hao. It is far too early to be making such claims. If he fails to wear that red flower, it would be utterly embarrassing for me, and I would share in the disgrace. He merely came to admire the new brick house. Upon noticing that Qin Yin had shifted her attention elsewhere, he discreetly retrieved a 5 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Chen Hao. Brother Hao, this is my token for your new house. A 5 yuan gift is quite substantial. There is no need for it. Your good intentions are sufficient, and I cannot possibly accept your money. Chen Hao waved his hand, refusing the gesture. Building a new home and moving into a new residence are joyous occasions, and friends and family often bestow gifts. In the village, individuals like Qin Ziqiang and several other close village officials have also contributed privately. This includes Qin Dongxing and Qin Wei, along with a few other acquaintances, who have all offered some form of gift. As for my uncle and third uncle, I never held any expectations. I was surprised that Chen Chuanfu would come to see the house and secretly bring 5 yuan. This is not an insignificant amount, especially for someone who has yet to divide the family property and still toils in the fields for sustenance. It takes quite a while to save up 5 yuan. Chen Chuanfu, this cousin of mine, truly leaves me speechless. Merely expressing goodwill with words is insufficient. If I had no money at all, I would still bring some produce from the fields. If I have money, I surely must offer it, Chen Chuanfu stated. This 5 yuan serves as both a congratulatory gift for your new house and an expression of my sincere apologies. I acknowledge the sentiments of my uncle, my father, as well as my grandparents and other family members. I extend my sincerest apologies to my second uncle and aunt, and to you. How go? I often express the importance of familial harmony, yet words fall short. This 5 yuan serves as a token of my remorse. Please accept it, for it would ease my troubled conscience. He holds reservations regarding the actions of his parents, his uncle and aunt, and his grandparents, yet he feels powerless, as familial matters often render him voiceless. He can only convey his support for Chen Hao through tangible actions and words. If you insist, I shall accept this 5 yuan. Chen Hao did not decline further and accepted the money. Should you wish to associate with me in the future, feel free to seek me out. Without delving into other matters, if you aspire to marry a city girl, I assure you that you will be able to amass the necessary resources. After some additional conversation, Qin Yin called out, prompting Chen Chuanfu to leave the red brick house and return to the ancestral home with her. How many more of those sorghum candies are left? Qin Yin inquired. There are 5. Do you want them? Weren't you just saying you wouldn't eat any? Chen Chuanfu rummaged through his pocket and counted. Indeed, 5 remained. I was merely embarrassed in front of Chen Hao. Now that it's just the 2 of us, they are mine. Qin Yin reached out to snatch them. Chen Chuanfu, having anticipated her move, withdrew his hand. You claimed you wouldn't eat them. Now you wish to take mine? Not a chance. If you want some, go ask Hao Ge. Hao Ge is right. I believe you ought to seriously consider the possibility that the local primary school may close down. If that happens, where will you go? Most likely, you would have to return home to farm. Chen Chuanfu sprinted away. In my view, Hao Ge has truly found his way. I believe he will achieve even greater success in the future. You should soften your stance towards him. If you encounter difficulties later on, perhaps he will lend you a hand. Softening my stance. During the Qingming festival, didn't he say that unless I bow to him, he wouldn't acknowledge me? Bow to him? How navi? Qin Yin retorted angrily. She chased him for a short distance but could not catch up, which only fueled her frustration. With hands on her hips, she cursed a bit more. All the younger cousins at home have turned against her. First it was Chen Hao, and now Chen Chuanfu follows suit, opposing her at every turn. Hao Ge may say so, but when my father borrowed the water pump from him, did he demand my father to bow? He merely took the beam, which we owe him anyway, Chen Chuanfu replied. As Qin Yin pursued him, he dashed away a few more steps. My father is delusional, always dreaming of wearing a big red flower. To be frank, it seems that only Hao Ge has the opportunity to wear such accolades. While you refrain from supporting Hao Ge, I shall cling to him, for I believe he will undoubtedly achieve great success. He ran even faster. The Hao family had bathed, the television was returned indoors, and the door was closed as they prepared for sleep. You and Xiao Duo should go to the neighboring room to sleep. The beds have already been made. Your father has specially arranged for new beds for you. Now that you are in school, you can go by yourself, and there is no need for someone to pick you up after class. You should also sleep alone, Chen Hao gently reassured his eldest daughter. 2 beds, 2 rooms. He wished for his 2 daughters to sleep in the adjacent room, allowing him to share a space with his wife. Dad, Are you trying to deceive me and my sister so you can hit Mom? And I looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief at Chen Hao. Dad used to hit Mom, which was wrong, but he no longer does, Chen Hao replied. You're lying. Before we moved into the new house, when I slept at night, I felt the bed might collapse. It would shake when you hit Mom, and I retorted assertively. You must be waiting until my sister and I are asleep to sneakily hit Mom. And it seems it's not just you who hits her. Mom hits you too. I saw her pin you down. She was about to continue when Tong Qian quickly crouched down and covered her mouth. All right. Today you and Xiao Duo will sleep with your father and mother. Do not go to the other room, just yet. If you wish to later, you may, she said. Her face flushed with embarrassment, fearing Ni might utter more indiscretions. She shot a stern glance at Chen Hao before hastily turning back to Ni. These things must not be spoken of outside, especially not at school with your classmates or teachers. Do you understand? I won't say anything outside. Family matters should remain private. Just as you've told me before, Mom, Ni responded, her mind sharp and recalling Tong Qian's earlier words. You said it was wrong for Dad to hit you. Punishment should only come for wrongdoing. You haven't done anything wrong, and while you say Dad's actions are incorrect, it should not be shared outside. If it is, people will only ridicule us, looking down upon both Dad and Mom, and our entire family. Though the little one was unclear about many principles, her memory was indeed strong. Just remember that, Tong Qian said, gently stroking her head. That night, the family still slept in the same room. However, after the two children had fallen into a deep slumber, Chen Hao awakened Tong Qian, and the couple spent over an hour in the adjacent room. As time passed, November arrived, bringing cooler weather. The business at Huashan restaurant continued to thrive. The advantages of greenhouse cultivation became evident during the season, as many vegetables that were previously unavailable were still in supply at the restaurant. This restaurant is impressive. It's already November, and they still have tomatoes. A customer remarked upon entering and perusing the menu. This individual, well-dressed and in his 30s, took his time assessing rather than hurrying to place an order. Cucumbers, green peppers, and asparagus too? Similar inquiries from patrons had become commonplace. Chen Hao happened to be in the restaurant and, upon hearing, explained, everything listed on the menu is available. If there are any limitations on portions, we will indicate that on a small blackboard.